Paper 16. The Seven Master Spirits. 184.1, 16 minutes and 0.1 second. The seven master spirits of paradise are the primary personalities of the infinite spirit. In this sevenfold creative act of self-duplication, the infinite spirit exhausted the associative possibilities mathematically inherent in the factual existence of the three persons of deity. Had it been possible to produce a larger number of master spirits, they would have been created, but there are just 7 associative possibilities, and only 7, inherent in 3 deities. And this explains why the universe is operated in 7 grand divisions, and why the number 7 is basically fundamental in its organization and administration. 184.2, 16:0. 2. The 7 master spirits thus have their origin in, and derive their individual characteristics from, the following 7 likenesses. 184.3, 16 minutes and 0.3 seconds. 1. The Universal Father. 184.4, 16 minutes and 0.4 seconds. 2. The Eternal Son. 184.5, 16 minutes and 0.5 seconds. 3. The Infinite Spirit. 184.6, 16 minutes and 0.6 seconds. 4. The Father and the Son. 184.7, 16 minutes and 0.7 seconds. 5. The Father and the Spirit. 184.8, 16 minutes and 0.8 seconds. 6. The Son and the Spirit. 184.9, 16 minutes and 0.9 seconds. 7. The Father, Son, and Spirit. 184.10, 16:0. 10. We know very little about the action of the Father and the Son in the creation of the Master Spirits. Apparently they were brought into existence by the personal acts of the Infinite Spirit, but we have been definitely instructed that both the Father and the Son participated in their origin. 184.11, 16:0. 11. In spirit character and nature these 7 spirits of paradise are as one, but in all other aspects of identity they are very unlike. And the results of their functioning in the superuniverses are such that the individual differences of each are unmistakably discernible. All the afterplans of the 7 segments of the grand universe, and even the correlative segments of outer space, have been conditioned by the other-than-spiritual diversity of these 7 master spirits of supreme and ultimate supervision. 184. 12, 16 minutes and 0.12 seconds. The master spirits have many functions, but at the present time their particular domain is the central supervision of the 7 superuniverses. Each master spirit maintains an enormous force focal headquarters, which slowly circulates around the periphery of paradise. Always maintaining a position opposite the superuniverse of immediate supervision and at the paradise focal point of its specialized power control and segmental energy distribution. The radial boundary lines of any one of the superuniverses do actually converge at the paradise headquarters of the supervising master spirit. 1. Relation to triune deity. 185.1, 16:1. 1. The conjoint creator, the infinite spirit, is necessary to the completion of the triune personalization of undivided deity. This threefold deity personalization is inherently sevenfold in possibility of individual and associative expression. Hence the subsequent plan to create universes inhabited by intelligent and potentially spiritual beings, duly expressive of the Father, Son, and Spirit, made the personalization of the 7 master spirits inescapable. We have come to speak of the threefold personalization of deity as the absolute inevitability, while we have come to look upon the appearance of the 7 master spirits as the sub-absolute inevitability. 185.2, 16:1. 2. While the 7 master spirits are hardly expressive of threefold deity, they are the eternal portrayal of sevenfold deity, the active and associative functions of the 3 ever-existent persons of deity. By and in and through these 7 spirits, the Universal Father, the Eternal Son, or the Infinite Spirit, or any dual association, is able to function as such. When the Father, the Son, and the Spirit act together, they can and do function through Master Spirit number 7, but not as the Trinity. The Master Spirits singly and collectively represent any and all possible deity functions, single and several, but not collective, not the Trinity. Master Spirit number 7 is personally non-functional with regard to the Paradise Trinity, and that is just why he can function personally for the Supreme Being. 185.3, 16:1. 3. But when the 7 Master Spirits vacate their individual seats of personal power and superuniverse authority and assemble about the conjoint actor in the triune presence of Paradise Deity, then and there are they collectively representative of the functional power, wisdom, and authority of undivided Deity, the Trinity, to and in the evolving universes. Such a paradise union of the primal sevenfold expression of Deity does actually embrace, literally encompass, all of every attribute and attitude of the 3 eternal deities in supremacy and in ultimacy. To all practical intents and purposes the 7 Master Spirits do, then and there, encompass the functional domain of the Supreme Ultimate to and in the Master Universe. 185.4, 16:1. For as far as we can discern, these 7 spirits are associated with the divine activities of the 3 eternal persons of Deity. We detect no evidence of direct association with the functioning presences of the 3 eternal phases of the Absolute. When associated, the Master Spirits represent the Paradise Deities in what may be roughly conceived as the finite domain of action. It might embrace much that is ultimate but not absolute. 2. Relation to the Infinite Spirit. 185.5, 16:2. 1. Just as the eternal and original Son is revealed through the persons of the constantly increasing number of divine sons, so is the infinite and divine Spirit revealed through the channels of the 7 Master Spirits and their associated spirit groups. At the center of centers the Infinite Spirit is approachable, but not all who attain paradise are immediately able to discern his personality and differentiated presence. But all who attain the central universe can and do immediately commune with one of the 7 Master Spirits, the one presiding over the superuniverse from which the newly arrived space pilgrim hails. 186.1, 16:2. 2. To the universe of universes the Paradise Father speaks only through his Son, while he and the Son conjointly act only through the Infinite Spirit. Outside of Paradise and Havona the Infinite Spirit speaks only by the voices of the 7 Master Spirits. 186.2, 16 minutes and 2.3 seconds. The Infinite Spirit exerts an influence of personal presence within the confines of the Paradise Havona system. Elsewhere his personal spirit presence is exerted by and through one of the 7 Master Spirits. Therefore is the superuniverse spirit presence of the third source and center on any world or in any individual conditioned by the unique nature of the supervisory Master Spirit of that segment of creation. Conversely, the combined lines of spirit force and intelligence pass inward to the third person of Deity by way of the 7 Master Spirits. 186.3, 16:2. For the 7 Master Spirits are collectively endowed with the supreme ultimate attributes of the third source and center. While each one individually partakes of this endowment, only collectively do they disclose the attributes of omnipotence, omniscience, and omnipresence. No one of them can so function universally. As individuals and in the exercise of these powers of supremacy and ultimacy each is personally limited to the superuniverse of immediate supervision. 186.4, 16:2. 5. All of everything which has been told you concerning the divinity and personality of the conjoint actor applies equally and fully to the 7 Master Spirits, who so effectively distribute the Infinite Spirit to the 7 segments of the grand universe in accordance with their divine endowment and in the manner of their differing and individually unique natures. It would therefore be proper to apply to the collective group of 7 any or all of the names of the Infinite Spirit. Collectively they are one with the conjoint Creator on all sub-absolute levels. 3. Identity and diversity of the Master Spirits. 186.5, 16 minutes and 3.1 seconds. The 7 Master Spirits are indescribable beings, but they are distinctly indefinitely personal. They have names, but we elect to introduce them by number. As primary personalizations of the Infinite Spirit, they are akin, but as primary expressions of the 7 possible associations of triune deity, they are essentially diverse in nature. And this diversity of nature determines their differential of superuniverse conduct. These 7 master spirits may be described as follows. 186.6, 16 minutes and 3.2 seconds Master Spirit number 1. In a special manner this spirit is the direct representation of the Paradise Father. He is a peculiar and efficient manifestation of the power, love, and wisdom of the Universal Father. He is the close associate and supernal advisor of the Chief of Mystery Monitors, that being who presides over the College of Personalized Adjusters on Divinington. In all associations of the 7 Master Spirits, it is always Master Spirit number 1 who speaks for the Universal Father. 186.7, 16:3. 3. This spirit presides over the first superuniverse and, while unfailingly exhibiting the divine nature of a primary personalization of the Infinite Spirit, seems more especially to resemble the Universal Father in character. He is always in personal liaison with the 7 reflective spirits at the headquarters of the first superuniverse. 187.1, 16 minutes and 3.4 seconds Master Spirit number 2. This spirit adequately portrays the matchless nature and charming character of the Eternal Son, the firstborn of all creation. He is always in close association with all orders of the sons of God whenever they may happen to be in the residential universe as individuals or in joyous conclave. In all the assemblies of the 7 Master Spirits he always speaks for, and in behalf of, the Eternal Son. 187.2, 16 minutes and 3.5 seconds This spirit directs the destinies of superuniverse number 2 and rules this vast domain much as would the Eternal Son. He is always in liaison with the 7 reflective spirits situated at the capital of the second superuniverse. 187.3, 16 minutes and 3.6 seconds Master Spirit number 3. This spirit personality especially resembles the Infinite Spirit, and he directs the movements and work of many of the high personalities of the Infinite Spirit. He presides over their assemblies and is closely associated with all personalities who take exclusive origin in the third source and center. When the 7 Master Spirits are in council, it is Master Spirit number 3 who always speaks for the Infinite Spirit. 187.4, 16:3. 7. This spirit is in charge of superuniverse number 3, and he administers the affairs of this segment much as would the Infinite Spirit. He is always in liaison with the reflective spirits at the headquarters of the third superuniverse. 187. 5, 16 minutes and 3.8 seconds Master Spirit number 4. Partaking of the combined natures of the Father and the Son, this Master Spirit is the determining influence regarding Father-Son policies and procedures in the councils of the 7 Master Spirits. This spirit is the chief director and advisor of those ascendant beings who have attained the Infinite Spirit and thus have become candidates for seeing the Son and the Father. He fosters that enormous group of personalities taking origin in the Father and the Son. When it becomes necessary to represent the Father and the Son in the association of the 7 Master Spirits, it is always Master Spirit number 4 who speaks. 187.6, 16 minutes and 3.9 seconds This spirit fosters the 4th segment of the grand universe in accordance with his peculiar association of the attributes of the Universal Father and the Eternal Son. He is always in personal liaison with the reflective spirits of the headquarters of the 4th superuniverse. 187.7, 16 minutes and 3.10 seconds Master Spirit number 5. This divine personality who exquisitely blends the character of the Universal Father and the Infinite Spirit is the advisor of that enormous group of beings known as the Power Directors, Power Centers, and Physical Controllers. This spirit also fosters all personalities taking origin in the Father and the Conjoint Actor. In the councils of the 7 Master Spirits, when the Father Spirit attitude is in question, it is always Master Spirit number 5 who speaks. 187. 8, 16 minutes and 3.11 seconds This spirit directs the welfare of the 5th superuniverse in such a way as to suggest the combined action of the Universal Father and the Infinite Spirit. He is always in liaison with the reflective spirits at the headquarters of the fifth superuniverse. 187.9, 16 minutes and 3.12 seconds. Master Spirit number 6. This divine being seems to portray the combined character of the Eternal Son and the Infinite Spirit. Whenever the creatures jointly created by the Son and the Spirit foregather in the central universe, it is this Master Spirit who is their advisor. And whenever, in the councils of the seven Master Spirits, it becomes necessary to speak conjointly for the Eternal Son and the Infinite Spirit, it is Master Spirit number 6 who responds. 188.1, 16:3. 13. This Spirit directs the affairs of the sixth superuniverse much as would the Eternal Son and the Infinite Spirit. He is always in liaison with the reflective spirits at the headquarters of the sixth superuniverse. 188.2, 16:3. 14. Master Spirit number 7. The presiding spirit of the seventh superuniverse is a uniquely equal portrayal of the Universal Father, the Eternal Son, and the Infinite Spirit. The seventh spirit, the fostering advisor of all Triune-Origin beings, is also the advisor and director of all the ascending pilgrims of Havona, those lowly beings who have attained the courts of glory through the combined ministry of the Father, the Son, and the Spirit. 188.3, 16 minutes and 3.15 seconds. The seventh Master Spirit is not organically representative of the Paradise Trinity. But it is a known fact that his personal and spiritual nature is the conjoint actor's portraiture in equal proportions of the three infinite persons whose deity union is the Paradise Trinity, and whose function as such is the source of the personal and spiritual nature of God the Supreme. Hence the seventh Master Spirit discloses a personal and organic relationship to the spirit person of the evolving Supreme. Therefore in the Master Spirit councils on high, when it becomes necessary to cast the ballot for the combined personal attitude of the Father, Son, and Spirit or to depict the spiritual attitude of the Supreme Being, it is Master Spirit number 7 who functions. He thus inherently becomes the presiding head of the Paradise Council of the seven Master Spirits. 188.4, 16:3. 16. No one of the seven spirits is organically representative of the Paradise Trinity, but when they unite as sevenfold deity, this union in a deity sense, not in a personal sense, equivalates to a functional level associable with Trinity functions. In this sense the sevenfold spirit is functionally associable with the Paradise Trinity. It is also in this sense that Master Spirit number 7 sometimes speaks in confirmation of Trinity attitudes or, rather, acts as spokesman for the attitude of the sevenfold spirit union regarding the attitude of the threefold deity union. The attitude of the Paradise Trinity. 188.5, 16:3. 17. The multiple functions of the seventh Master Spirit thus range from a combined portraiture of the personal natures of the Father, Son, and Spirit, through a representation of the personal attitude of God the Supreme, to a disclosure of the deity attitude of the Paradise Trinity. And in certain respects this presiding spirit is similarly expressive of the attitudes of the Ultimate and of the Supreme Ultimate. 188.6, 16:3. 18. It is Master Spirit number 7 who, in his multiple capacities, personally sponsors the progress of the ascension candidates from the worlds of time in their attempts to achieve comprehension of the undivided deity of supremacy. Such comprehension involves a grasp of the existential sovereignty of the Trinity of Supremacy so coordinated with a concept of the growing experiential sovereignty of the Supreme Being as to constitute the creature grasp of the unity of supremacy. Creature realization of these three factors equals Havona comprehension of Trinity reality and endows the pilgrims of time with the ability eventually to penetrate the Trinity, to discover the three infinite persons of deity. 188.7, 16:3. 19. The inability of the Havona pilgrims fully to find God the Supreme is compensated by the seventh Master Spirit, whose triune nature in such a peculiar manner is revelatory of the spirit person of the Supreme. During the present universe age of the non-contactability of the person of the Supreme, Master Spirit number 7 functions in the place of the God of ascendant creatures in the matter of personal relationships. He is the one high spirit being that all ascenders are certain to recognize and somewhat comprehend when they reach the centers of glory. 189.1, 16:3. 20. This Master Spirit is always in liaison with the reflective spirits of Uversa, the headquarters of the seventh superuniverse, our own segment of creation. His administration of Urantia discloses the marvelous symmetry of the coordinate blending of the divine natures of Father, Son, and Spirit. 4. Attributes and functions of the Master Spirits. 189.2, 16:4. 1. The seven Master Spirits are the full representation of the Infinite Spirit to the evolutionary universes. They represent the third source and center in the relationships of energy, mind, and spirit. While they function as the coordinating heads of a universal administrative control of the conjoint actor, do not forget that they have their origin in the creative acts of the paradise deities. It is literally true that these seven spirits are the personalized physical power, cosmic mind, and spiritual presence of the triune deity, the seven spirits of God sent forth to all the universe. 189.3, 16:4. 2. The Master Spirits are unique in that they function on all universe levels of reality excepting the Absolute. They are, therefore, efficient and perfect supervisors of all phases of administrative affairs on all levels of superuniverse activities. It is difficult for the mortal mind to understand very much about the Master Spirits because their work is so highly specialized yet all-embracing, so exceptionally material and at the same time so exquisitely spiritual. These versatile creators of the cosmic mind are the ancestors of the universe power directors and are, themselves, supreme directors of the vast and far-flung spirit creature creation. 189.4, 16:4. 3. The seven Master Spirits are the creators of the universe power directors and their associates, entities who are indispensable to the organization, control, and regulation of the physical energies of the grand universe. And these same Master Spirits very materially assist the Creator Sons in the work of shaping and organizing the local universes. 189.5, 16:4. For we are unable to trace any personal connection between the cosmic energy work of the Master Spirits and the force functions of the unqualified Absolute. The energy manifestations under the jurisdiction of the Master Spirits are all directed from the periphery of paradise. They do not appear to be in any direct manner associated with the force phenomena identified with the nether surface of paradise. 189.6, 16 minutes and 4.5 seconds. Unquestionably, when we encounter the functional activities of the various Urantia power supervisors, we are face to face with certain of the unrevealed activities of the Master Spirits. Who, aside from these ancestors of both physical controllers and spirit ministers, could have contrived so to combine and associate material and spiritual energies as to produce a hitherto non-existent phase of universe reality, Urantia substance and Urantia mind? 189.7, 16 minutes and 4.6 seconds. Much of the reality of the spiritual worlds is of the Urantia order, a phase of universe reality wholly unknown on Urantia. The goal of personality existence is spiritual, but the Urantia creations always intervene, bridging the gulf between the material realms of mortal origin and the superuniverse spheres of advancing spiritual status. It is in this realm that the Master Spirits make their great contribution to the plan of man's paradise ascension. 190.1, 16 minutes and 4.7 seconds. The seven Master Spirits have personal representatives who function throughout the grand universe. But since a large majority of these subordinate beings are not directly concerned with the ascendant scheme of mortal progression in the path of paradise perfection, little or nothing has been revealed about them. Much, very much, of the activity of the seven Master Spirits remains hidden from human understanding because in no way does it directly pertain to your problem of paradise ascent. 190.2, 16:4. 8. It is highly probable, though we cannot offer definite proof, that the Master Spirit of Urantia exerts a decided influence in the following spheres of activity. 190.3, 16 minutes and 4.9 seconds. 1. The life initiation procedures of the local universe life carriers. 190.4, 16 minutes and 4.10 seconds 2. The life activations of the adjutant mind spirits bestowed upon the worlds by a local universe creative spirit. 190.5, 16 minutes and 4.11 seconds 3. The fluctuations in energy manifestations exhibited by the linear gravity responding units of organized matter. 190.6, 16 minutes and 4.12 seconds 4. The behavior of emergent energy when fully liberated from the grasp of the unqualified absolute, thus becoming responsive to the direct influence of linear gravity and to the manipulations of the universe power directors and their associates. 190. 7, 16 minutes and 4.13 seconds 5. The bestowal of the ministry spirit of a local universe creative spirit, known on Urantia as the Holy Spirit. 190.8, 16 minutes and 4.14 seconds 6. The subsequent bestowal of the spirit of the bestowal sons, on Urantia called the Comforter or the Spirit of Truth. 190.9, 16 minutes and 4.15 seconds 7. The reflectivity mechanism of the local universes and the superuniverse. Many features connected with this extraordinary phenomenon can hardly be reasonably explained or rationally understood without postulating the activity of the master spirits in association with the conjoint actor and the supreme being. 190. 10, 16:4. 16 Notwithstanding our failure adequately to comprehend the manifold workings of the seven master spirits, we are confident there are two realms in the vast range of universe activities with which they have nothing whatever to do, the bestowal and ministry of the thought adjusters and the inscrutable functions of the unqualified absolute. 5. Relation to creatures. 190.11, 16:5. 1. Each segment of the grand universe, each individual universe and world, enjoys the benefits of the united counsel and wisdom of all seven master spirits but receives the personal touch and tinge of only one. And the personal nature of each master spirit entirely pervades and uniquely conditions his superuniverse. 190.12, 16:5. 2. Through this personal influence of the seven master spirits every creature of every order of intelligent beings, outside of Paradise and Havona, must bear the characteristic stamp of individuality indicative of the ancestral nature of some one of these seven Paradise spirits. As concerns the seven superuniverses, each native creature, man or angel, will forever bear this badge of natal identification. 191.1, 16:5. 3. The seven master spirits do not directly invade the material minds of the individual creatures on the evolutionary worlds of space. The mortals of Urantia do not experience the personal presence of the mind-spirit influence of the master spirit of Orvantan. If this master spirit does attain any sort of contact with the individual mortal mind during the earlier evolutionary ages of an inhabited world, it must occur through the ministry of the local universe creative spirit, the consort and associate of the Creator Son of God who presides over the destinies of each local creation. But this very creative mother spirit is, in nature and character, quite like the master spirit of Orvantan. 191.2, 16 minutes and 5.4 seconds. The physical stamp of a master spirit is a part of man's material origin. The entire Urantia career is lived under the continuing influence of this same master spirit. It is hardly strange that the subsequent spirit career of such an ascending mortal never fully eradicates the characteristic stamp of this same supervising spirit. The impress of a master spirit is basic to the very existence of every pre-Havona stage of mortal ascension. 191.3, 16:5. 5. The distinctive personality trends exhibited in the life experience of evolutionary mortals, which are characteristic in each superuniverse, and which are directly expressive of the nature of the dominating master spirit, are never fully effaced. Not even after such ascenders are subjected to the long training and unifying discipline encountered on the 1 billion educational spheres of Havona. Even the subsequent intense paradise culture does not suffice to eradicate the earmarks of superuniverse origin. Throughout all eternity an ascendant mortal will exhibit traits indicative of the presiding spirit of his superuniverse of nativity. Even in the core of the finality, when it is desired to arrive at or to portray a complete Trinity relationship to the evolutionary creation, always a group of 7 finaliters is assembled, one from each superuniverse. 6. The Cosmic Mind. 191. 4. 16 minutes and 6.1 seconds. The Master Spirits are the sevenfold source of the cosmic mind, the intellectual potential of the grand universe. This cosmic mind is a sub-absolute manifestation of the mind of the third source and center and, in certain ways, is functionally related to the mind of the evolving Supreme Being. 191.5, 16:6. 2. On a world like Urantia we do not encounter the direct influence of the 7 Master Spirits in the affairs of the human races. You live under the immediate influence of the creative spirit of Nebadon. Nevertheless these same Master Spirits dominate the basic reactions of all creature mind because they are the actual sources of the intellectual and spiritual potentials which have been specialized in the local universes for function in the lives of those individuals who inhabit the evolutionary worlds of time and space. 191.6, 16 minutes and 6.3 seconds. The fact of the cosmic mind explains the kinship of various types of human and superhuman minds. Not only are kindred spirits attracted to each other, but kindred minds are also very fraternal and inclined towards cooperation the one with the other. Human minds are sometimes observed to be running in channels of astonishing similarity and inexplicable agreement. 191.7, 16:6. For there exists in all personality associations of the cosmic mind a quality which might be denominated the reality response. It is this universal cosmic endowment of will creatures which saves them from becoming helpless victims of the implied a priori assumptions of science, philosophy, and religion. This reality sensitivity of the cosmic mind responds to certain phases of reality just as energy material responds to gravity. It would be still more correct to say that these supermaterial realities so respond to the mind of the cosmos. 192. 1, 16 minutes and 6.5 seconds. The cosmic mind unfailingly responds, recognizes response, on 3 levels of universe reality. These responses are self-evident to clear reasoning and deep-thinking minds. These levels of reality are 192.2, 16 minutes and 6.6 seconds. 1. Causation, the reality domain of the physical senses, the scientific realms of logical uniformity, the differentiation of the factual and the non-factual, reflective conclusions based on cosmic response. This is the mathematical form of the cosmic discrimination. 192.3, 16 minutes and 6.7 seconds. 2. Duty, the reality domain of morals in the philosophic realm, the arena of reason, the recognition of relative right and wrong. This is the judicial form of the cosmic discrimination. 192.4, 16 minutes and 6.8 seconds. 3. Worship, the spiritual domain of the reality of religious experience, the personal realization of divine fellowship, the recognition of spirit values, the assurance of eternal survival. The ascent from the status of servants of God to the joy and liberty of the sons of God. This is the highest insight of the cosmic mind, the reverential and worshipful form of the cosmic discrimination. 192.5, 16:6. 9. These scientific, moral, and spiritual insights, these cosmic responses, are innate in the cosmic mind, which endows all will creatures. The experience of living never fails to develop these 3 cosmic intuitions. They are constitutive in the self-consciousness of reflective thinking. But it is sad to record that so few persons on Urantia take delight in cultivating these qualities of courageous and independent cosmic thinking. 192.6, 16:6. 10. In the local universe mind bestowals, these 3 insights of the cosmic mind constitute the a priori assumptions which make it possible for man to function as a rational and self-conscious personality in the realms of science, philosophy, and religion. Stated otherwise, the recognition of the reality of these three manifestations of the infinite is by a cosmic technique of self-revelation. Matter-energy is recognized by the mathematical logic of the senses. Mind-reason intuitively knows its moral duty. Spirit faith, worship, is the religion of the reality of spiritual experience. These three basic factors in reflective thinking may be unified and coordinated in personality development, or they may become disproportionate and virtually unrelated in their respective functions. But when they become unified, they produce a strong character consisting in the correlation of a factual science, a moral philosophy, and a genuine religious experience. And it is these three cosmic intuitions that give objective validity, reality, to man's experience in and with things, meanings, and values. 192.7, 16:6. 11. It is the purpose of education to develop and sharpen these innate endowments of the human mind, of civilization to express them, of life experience to realize them, of religion to ennoble them, and of personality to unify them. 7. Morals, virtue, and personality. 192.8, 16 minutes and 7.1 second. Intelligence alone cannot explain the moral nature. Morality, virtue, is indigenous to human personality. Moral intuition, the realization of duty, is a component of human mind endowment and is associated with the other inalienables of human nature, scientific curiosity and spiritual insight. Man's mentality far transcends that of his animal cousins, but it is his moral and religious natures that especially distinguish him from the animal world. 193.1, 16:7. 2. The selective response of an animal is limited to the motor level of behavior. The supposed insight of the higher animals is on a motor level and usually appears only after the experience of motor trial and error. Man is able to exercise scientific, moral, and spiritual insight prior to all exploration or experimentation. 193.2, 16 minutes and 7.3 seconds. Only a personality can know what it is doing before it does it. Only personalities possess insight in advance of experience. A personality can look before it leaps and can therefore learn from looking as well as from leaping. A non-personal animal ordinarily learns only by leaping. 193.3, 16:7. For as a result of experience an animal becomes able to examine the different ways of attaining a goal and to select an approach based on accumulated experience. But a personality can also examine the goal itself and pass judgment on its worthwhileness, its value. Intelligence alone can discriminate as to the best means of attaining indiscriminate ends, but a moral being possesses an insight which enables him to discriminate between ends as well as between means. And a moral being in choosing virtue is nonetheless intelligent. He knows what he is doing, why he is doing it, where he is going, and how he will get there. 193.4, 16:7. 5. When man fails to discriminate the ends of his mortal striving, he finds himself functioning on the animal level of existence. He has failed to avail himself of the superior advantages of that material acumen, moral discrimination, and spiritual insight which are an integral part of his cosmic mind endowment as a personal being. 193.5, 16:7. 6. Virtue is righteousness, conformity with the cosmos. To name virtues is not to define them, but to live them is to know them. Virtue is not mere knowledge nor yet wisdom but rather the reality of progressive experience in the attainment of ascending levels of cosmic achievement. In the day-by-day life of mortal man, virtue is realized by the consistent choosing of good rather than evil, and such choosing ability is evidence of the possession of a moral nature. 193.6, 16:7. 7. Man's choosing between good and evil is influenced, not only by the keenness of his moral nature, but also by such influences as ignorance, immaturity, and delusion. A sense of proportion is also concerned in the exercise of virtue because evil may be perpetrated when the lesser is chosen in the place of the greater as a result of distortion or deception. The art of relative estimation or comparative measurement enters into the practice of the virtues of the moral realm. 193.7, 16:7. 8 Man's moral nature would be impotent without the art of measurement, the discrimination embodied in his ability to scrutinize meanings. Likewise would moral choosing be futile without that cosmic insight which yields the consciousness of spiritual values. From the standpoint of intelligence, man ascends to the level of a moral being because he is endowed with personality. 193. 8, 16 minutes and 7.9 seconds. Morality can never be advanced by law or by force. It is a personal and free will matter and must be disseminated by the contagion of the contact of morally fragrant persons with those who are less morally responsive, but who are also in some measure desirous of doing the Father's will. 193. 9, 16 minutes and 7.10 seconds. Moral acts are those human performances which are characterized by the highest intelligence, directed by selective discrimination in the choice of superior ends as well as in the selection of moral means to attain these ends. Such conduct is virtuous. Supreme virtue, then, is wholeheartedly to choose to do the will of the Father in heaven. 8. Urantia personality. 194.1, 16:8. 1. The Universal Father bestows personality upon numerous orders of beings as they function on diverse levels of universe actuality. Urantia human beings are endowed with personality of the finite mortal type, functioning on the level of the ascending sons of God. 194.2, 16:8. 2. Though we can hardly undertake to define personality, we may attempt to narrate our understanding of the known factors which go to make up the ensemble of material, mental, and spiritual energies whose interassociation constitutes the mechanism wherein and whereon and wherewith the Universal Father causes his bestowed personality to function. 194.3, 16 minutes and 8.3 seconds. Personality is a unique endowment of original nature whose existence is independent of, and antecedent to, the bestowal of the thought adjuster. Nevertheless, the presence of the adjuster does augment the qualitative manifestation of personality. Thought adjusters, when they come forth from the Father, are identical in nature, but personality is diverse, original, and exclusive. And the manifestation of personality is further conditioned and qualified by the nature and qualities of the associated energies of a material, Mindao, and spiritual nature which constitute the organismal vehicle for personality manifestation. 194.4, 16 minutes and 8.4 seconds. Personalities may be similar, but they are never the same. Persons of a given series, type, order, or pattern may and do resemble one another, but they are never identical. Personality is that feature of an individual which we know, and which enables us to identify such a being at some future time regardless of the nature and extent of changes in form, mind, or spirit status. Personality is that part of any individual which enables us to recognize and positively identify that person as the one we have previously known. No matter how much he may have changed because of the modification of the vehicle of expression and manifestation of his personality. 194.5, 16 minutes and 8.5 seconds. Creature personality is distinguished by two self-manifesting and characteristic phenomena of mortal reactive behavior, self-consciousness and associated relative free will. 194.6, 16:8. 6. Self-consciousness consists in intellectual awareness of personality actuality. It includes the ability to recognize the reality of other personalities. It indicates capacity for individualized experience in and with cosmic realities, equivalating to the attainment of identity status in the personality relationships of the universe. Self-consciousness connotes recognition of the actuality of mind ministration and the realization of relative independence of creative and determinative free will. 194.7, 16:8. 7. The relative free will which characterizes the self-consciousness of human personality is involved in 194.8, 16 minutes and 8.8 seconds. 1. Moral decision, highest wisdom. 194.9, 16 minutes and 8.9 seconds. 2. Spiritual choice, truth discernment. 194.10, 16 minutes and 8.10 seconds. 3. Unselfish love, Brotherhood Service. 194.11, 16 minutes and 8.11 seconds. 4. Purposeful Cooperation, Group Loyalty. 194.12, 16 minutes and 8.12 seconds. 5. Cosmic Insight, The Grasp of Universe Meanings. 194.13, 16 minutes and 8.13 seconds. 6. Personality Dedication, Wholehearted Devotion to Doing the Father's Will. 195.1, 16 minutes and 8.14 seconds. 7. Worship, the sincere pursuit of divine values and the wholehearted love of the divine value giver. 195.2, 16:8. 15. The Urantia type of human personality may be viewed as functioning in a physical mechanism consisting of the planetary modification of the Nebadon type of organism belonging to the electrochemical order of life activation and endowed with the Nebadon order of the Orvantan series of the cosmic mind of parental reproductive pattern. The bestowal of the divine gift of personality upon such a mind-endowed mortal mechanism confers the dignity of cosmic citizenship and enables such a mortal creature forthwith to become reactive to the constitutive recognition of the three basic mind realities of the cosmos. 195. 3, 16 minutes and 8.16 seconds. 1. The mathematical or logical recognition of the uniformity of physical causation. 195.4, 16 minutes and 8.17 seconds. 2. The reasoned recognition of the obligation of moral conduct. 195.5, 16 minutes and 8.18 seconds. 3. The faith grasp of the fellowship worship of deity, associated with the loving service of humanity. 195.6, 16 minutes and 8.19 seconds. The full function of such a personality endowment is the beginning realization of deity kinship. Such a selfhood, indwelt by a pre-personal fragment of God the Father, is in truth and in fact a spiritual Son of God. Such a creature not only discloses capacity for the reception of the gift of the divine presence but also exhibits reactive response to the personality gravity circuit of the Paradise Father of all personalities. 9. Reality of Human Consciousness. 195.7, 16 minutes and 9.1 seconds. The cosmic mind endowed, adjuster indwelt, personal creature possesses innate recognition realization of energy reality, mind reality, and spirit reality. The will creature is thus equipped to discern the fact, the law, and the love of God. Aside from these three inalienables of human consciousness, all human experience is really subjective except that intuitive realization of validity attaches to the unification of these three universe reality responses of cosmic recognition. 195. 8, 16:9. 2. The God-discerning mortal is able to sense the unification value of these three cosmic qualities in the evolution of the surviving soul. Man's supreme undertaking in the physical tabernacle where the moral mind collaborates with the indwelling divine spirit to dualize the immortal soul. From its earliest inception the soul is real, it has cosmic survival qualities. 195.9, 16:9. 3. If mortal man fails to survive natural death, the real spiritual values of his human experience survive as a part of the continuing experience of the thought adjuster. The personality values of such a non-survivor persist as a factor in the personality of the actualizing Supreme Being. Such persisting qualities of personality are deprived of identity but not of experiential values accumulated during the mortal life in the flesh. The survival of identity is dependent on the survival of the immortal soul of Urantia status and increasingly divine value. Personality identity survives in and by the survival of the soul. 195.10, 16:9. For human self-consciousness implies the recognition of the reality of selves other than the conscious self and further implies that such awareness is mutual, that the self is known as it knows. This is shown in a purely human manner in man's social life. But you cannot become so absolutely certain of a fellow being's reality as you can of the reality of the presence of God that lives within you. The social consciousness is not inalienable like the God consciousness, it is a cultural development and is dependent on knowledge, symbols, and the contributions of the constitutive endowments of man, science, morality, and religion. And these cosmic gifts, socialized, constitute civilization. 196.1, 16 minutes and 9.5 seconds. Civilizations are unstable because they are not cosmic, they are not innate in the individuals of the races. They must be nurtured by the combined contributions of the constitutive factors of man, science, morality, and religion. Civilizations come and go, but science, morality, and religion always survive the crash. 196.2, 16:9. 6. Jesus not only revealed God to man, but he also made a new revelation of man to himself and to other men. In the life of Jesus you see man at his best. Man thus becomes so beautifully real because Jesus had so much of God in his life, and the realization, recognition, of God is inalienable and constitutive in all men. 196.3, 16:9. 7. Unselfishness, aside from parental instinct, is not altogether natural, other persons are not naturally loved or socially served. It requires the enlightenment of reason, morality, and the urge of religion, God-knowingness, to generate an unselfish and altruistic social order. Man's own personality awareness, self-consciousness, is also directly dependent on this very fact of innate other awareness, this innate ability to recognize and grasp the reality of other personality, ranging from the human to the divine. 196. 4. 16 minutes and 9.8 seconds. Unselfish social consciousness must be, at bottom, a religious consciousness, that is, if it is objective, otherwise it is a purely subjective philosophic abstraction and therefore devoid of love. Only a God-knowing individual can love another person as he loves himself. 196.5, 16 minutes and 9.9 seconds. Self-consciousness is in essence a communal consciousness, God and man, Father and Son, Creator and creature. In human self-consciousness for universe reality realizations are latent and inherent. 196.6, 16 minutes and 9.10 seconds. 1. The quest for knowledge, the logic of science. 196.7, 16 minutes and 9.11 seconds. 2. The quest for moral values, the sense of duty. 196.8, 16 minutes and 9.12 seconds. 3. The quest for spiritual values, the religious experience. 196.9, 16 minutes and 9.13 seconds. 4. The quest for personality values, the ability to recognize the reality of God as a personality and the concurrent realization of our fraternal relationship with fellow personalities. 196.10, 16:9. 14. You become conscious of man as your creature brother because you are already conscious of God as your Creator Father. Fatherhood is the relationship out of which we reason ourselves into the recognition of brotherhood. And fatherhood becomes, or may become, a universe reality to all moral creatures because the Father has himself bestowed personality upon all such beings and has encircuited them within the grasp of a universal personality circuit. We worship God, first, because He is, then, because He is in us, and last, because we are in Him. 196.11, 16:9. 15. Is it strange that the cosmic mind should be self-consciously aware of its own source, the infinite mind of the infinite spirit, and at the same time conscious of the physical reality of the far-flung universes? The spiritual reality of the eternal Son, and the personality reality of the universal Father? 196.12, 16 minutes and 9.16 seconds, sponsored by a universal censor from Uversa. Paper 17. The 7 Supreme Spirit Groups. 197.1, 17 minutes and 0.1 second. The 7 Supreme Spirit Groups are the universal coordinating directors of the 7-segmented administration of the grand universe. Although all are classed among the functional family of the infinite spirit, the following 3 groups are usually classified as children of the Paradise Trinity. 197.2, 17 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. The 7 Master Spirits. 197.3, 17 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. The 7 Supreme Executives. 197.4, 17 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. The Reflective Spirits. 197.5, 17 minutes and 0.5 seconds. The remaining 4 groups are brought into being by the creative acts of the Infinite Spirit or by his associates of creative status. 197.6, 17 minutes and 0.6 seconds 4. The Reflective Image Aids. 197.7, 17 minutes and 0.7 seconds 5. The 7 Spirits of the Circuits. 197.8, 17 minutes and 0.8 seconds 6. The Local Universe Creative Spirits. 197.9, 17 minutes and 0.9 seconds 7. The Adjutant Mind Spirits. 197.10, 17:0. 10. These 7 orders are known on Uversa as the 7 Supreme Spirit Groups. Their functional domain extends from the personal presence of the 7 Master Spirits on the periphery of the Eternal Isle, through the 7 Paradise Satellites of the Spirit, the Havona Circuits, the governments of the Superuniverses, and the administration and supervision of the local universes, even to the lowly service of the adjutants bestowed upon the realms of evolutionary mind on the worlds of time and space. 197.11, 17 minutes and 0.11 seconds. The 7 Master Spirits are the coordinating directors of this far-flung administrative realm. In some matters pertaining to the administrative regulation of organized physical power, mind energy, and impersonal spirit ministry, they act personally and directly, and in others they function through their multifarious associates. In all matters of an executive nature, rulings, regulations, adjustments, and administrative decisions, the Master Spirits act in the persons of the 7 Supreme Executives. In the Central Universe the Master Spirits may function through the 7 Spirits of the Havona Circuits. On the headquarters of the 7 Superuniverses they reveal themselves through the channel of the Reflective Spirits and act through the persons of the Ancients of Days, with whom they are in personal communication through the Reflective Image Aids. 197.12, 17 minutes and 0.12 seconds. The 7 Master Spirits do not directly and personally contact universe administration below the courts of the Ancients of Days. Your local universe is administered as a part of our super-universe by the Master Spirit of Orvanton. But his function in relation to the native beings of Nebadon is immediately discharged and personally directed by the Creative Mother Spirit resident on Solvington, the headquarters of your local universe. 1. The 7 Supreme Executives. 198.1, 17:1. 1. The executive headquarters of the Master Spirits occupy the 7 Paradise Satellites of the Infinite Spirit, which swing around the central isle between the shining spheres of the Eternal Sun and the innermost Havona Circuit. These executive spheres are under the direction of the Supreme Executives, a group of 7 who were Trinitized by the Father, Son, and Spirit in accordance with the specifications of the 7 Master Spirits for beings of a type that could function as their universal representatives. 198.2, 17 minutes and 1.2 seconds. The Master Spirits maintain contact with the various divisions of the super-universe governments through these Supreme Executives. It is they who very largely determine the basic constitutive trends of the 7 super-universes. They are uniformly and divinely perfect, but they also possess diversity of personality. They have no presiding head. Each time they meet together, they choose one of their number to preside over that joint council. Periodically they journey to paradise to sit in council with the 7 Master Spirits. 198.3, 17 minutes and 1.3 seconds. The 7 Supreme Executives function as the administrative coordinators of the Grand Universe. They might be termed the Board of Managing Directors of the post-Havona creation. They are not concerned with the internal affairs of paradise, and they direct their limited spheres of Havona activity through the 7 spirits of the circuits. Otherwise there are few limits to the scope of their supervision. They engage in the direction of things physical, intellectual, and spiritual. They see all, hear all, feel all, even know all, that transpires in the 7 superuniverses and in Havona. 198.4, 17 minutes and 1.4 seconds. These supreme executives do not originate policies, nor do they modify universe procedures. They are concerned with the execution of the plans of divinity promulgated by the 7 master spirits. Neither do they interfere with the rule of the Ancients of Days in the superuniverses nor with the sovereignty of the Creator Sons in the local universes. They are the coordinating executives whose function it is to carry out the combined policies of all duly constituted rulers in the grand universe. 198.5, 17:1. 5. Each of the executives and the facilities of his sphere are devoted to the efficient administration of a single superuniverse. Supreme Executive Number 1, functioning on Executive Sphere Number 1, is wholly occupied with the affairs of Superuniverse Number 1, and so on to Supreme Executive Number 7. Working from the 7th Paradise satellite of the Spirit and devoting his energies to the management of the 7th superuniverse. The name of this 7th sphere is Urantia, for the Paradise satellites of the Spirit have the same names as their related superuniverses. In fact, the superuniverses were named after them. 198.6, 17:1. 6. On the executive sphere of the 7th superuniverse, the staff engaged in keeping straight the affairs of Urantia runs into numbers beyond human comprehension and embraces practically every order of celestial intelligence. All superuniverse services of personality dispatch, except inspired Trinity spirits and thought adjusters, pass through one of these 7 executive worlds on their universe journeys to and from Paradise. And here are maintained the central registries for all personalities created by the third source and center who function in the superuniverses. The system of material, morantial, and spiritual records on one of these executive worlds of the Spirit amazes even a being of my order. 199.1, 17:1. 7. The immediate subordinates of the supreme executives consist for the greater part of the Trinitized sons of Paradise Havona personalities and of the Trinitized offspring of the glorified mortal graduates from the age-long training of the Ascendant scheme of time and space. These Trinitized sons are designated for service with the supreme executives by the chief of the Supreme Council of the Paradise Corps of the Finality. 199.2, 17:1. 8. Each supreme executive has 2 advisory cabinets. The children of the infinite spirit on the headquarters of each superuniverse choose representatives from their ranks to serve for 1 millennium in the primary advisory cabinet of their supreme executive. In all matters affecting the ascending mortals of time, there is a secondary cabinet, consisting of mortals of paradise attainment and of the Trinitized sons of glorified mortals. This body is chosen by the perfecting and ascending beings who transiently dwell on the 7 superuniverse headquarters. All other chiefs of affairs are appointed by the supreme executives. 199.3, 17:1. 9. From time to time, great conclaves take place on these paradise satellites of the Spirit. Trinitized sons assigned to these worlds, together with the ascenders who have attained paradise, assemble with the spirit personalities of the third source and center in the reunions of the struggles and triumphs of the ascendant career. The supreme executives always preside over such fraternal gatherings. 199.4, 17:1. 10. Once in each paradise millennium the 7 supreme executives vacate their seats of authority and go to paradise, where they hold their millennial conclave of universal greeting and well-wishing to the intelligent hosts of creation. This eventful occasion takes place in the immediate presence of Majestin, the chief of all reflective spirit groups. And they are thus able to communicate simultaneously with all their associates in the grand universe through the unique functioning of universal reflectivity. 2. Majestin, chief of reflectivity. 199.5, 17:2. 1. The reflective spirits are of divine Trinity-Origin. There are 50 of these unique and somewhat mysterious beings. 7 of these extraordinary personalities were created at a time, and each such creative episode was effected by a liaison of the Paradise Trinity and one of the 7 Master Spirits. 199.6, 17:2. 2. This momentous transaction, occurring in the dawn of time, represents the initial effort of the Supreme Creator Personalities, represented by the Master Spirits, to function as co-creators with the Paradise Trinity. This union of the creative power of the Supreme Creators with the creative potentials of the Trinity is the very source of the actuality of the Supreme Being. Therefore, when the cycle of reflective creation had run its course, when each of the 7 Master Spirits had found perfect creative synchrony with the Paradise Trinity, when the 49th reflective spirit had personalized, then a new and far-reaching reaction occurred in the Deity Absolute, which imparted new personality prerogatives to the Supreme Being and culminated in the personalization of Majestin, the reflectivity chief and paradise center of all the work of the 49 reflective spirits and their associates throughout the universe of universes. 200.1, 17 minutes and 2.3 seconds. Majestin is a true person, the personal and infallible center of reflectivity phenomena in all 7 superuniverses of time and space. He maintains permanent paradise headquarters near the center of all things at the rendezvous of the 7 Master Spirits. He is concerned solely with the coordination and maintenance of the reflectivity service in the far-flung creation. He is not otherwise involved in the administration of universe affairs. 200.2, 17:2. For Majestin is not included in our catalogue of paradise personalities because he is the only existing personality of divinity created by the Supreme Being in functional liaison with the Deity Absolute. He is a person, but he is exclusively and apparently automatically concerned with this one phase of universe economy. He does not now function in any personal capacity with relation to other, non-reflective, orders of universe personalities. 200. 3, 17 minutes and 2.5 seconds. The creation of Majestin signalized the first supreme creative act of the Supreme Being. This will to action was volitional in the Supreme Being, but the stupendous reaction of the Deity Absolute was not foreknown. Not since the eternity appearance of Havona had the universe witnessed such a tremendous factualization of such a gigantic and far-flung alignment of power and coordination of functional spirit activities. The deity response to the creative wills of the Supreme Being and his associates was vastly beyond their purposeful intent and greatly in excess of their conceptual forecasts. 200.4, 17:2. 6. We stand in awe of the possibility of what the future age is, wherein the Supreme and the Ultimate may attain new levels of divinity and ascend to new domains of personality function. May witness in the realms of the deitization of still other unexpected and undreamed of beings who will possess unimagined powers of enhanced universe coordination. There would seem to be no limit to the Deity Absolute's potential of response to such unification of relationships between experiential deity and the existential paradise trinity. 3. The reflective spirits. 200.5, 17:3. 1. The 49 reflective spirits are of Trinity-Origin, but each of the 7 creative episodes attendant upon their appearance was productive of a type of being in nature resembling the characteristics of the co-ancestral Master Spirit. Thus they variously reflect the natures and characters of the 7 possible combinations of the association of the divinity characteristics of the Universal Father, the Eternal Son, and the Infinite Spirit. For this reason it is necessary to have 7 of these reflective spirits on the headquarters of each superuniverse. One of each of the 7 types is required in order to achieve the perfect reflection of all phases of every possible manifestation of the 3 paradise deities, as such phenomena might occur in any part of the 7 superuniverses. One of each type was accordingly assigned to service in each of the superuniverses. These groups of 7 dissimilar reflective spirits maintain headquarters on the capitals of the superuniverses at the reflective focus of each realm, and this is not identical with the point of spiritual polarity. 200.6, 17:3. 2. The reflective spirits have names, but these designations are not revealed on the worlds of space. They pertain to the nature and character of these beings and are a part of one of the 7 universal mysteries of the secret spheres of paradise. 201.1, 17 minutes and 3.3 seconds. The attribute of reflectivity, the phenomenon of the mind levels of the conjoint actor, the Supreme Being, and the Master Spirits, is transmissible to all beings concerned in the working of this vast scheme of universal intelligence. And herein is a great mystery, neither the master spirits nor the paradise deities, singly or collectively, disclose these powers of coordinate universal reflectivity just as they are manifested in these 49 liaison personalities of Majeston, and yet they are the creators of all these marvelously endowed beings. Divine heredity does sometimes disclose in the creature certain attributes which are not discernible in the Creator. 201.2, 17:3. For the personnel of the reflectivity service, with the exception of Majeston and the reflective spirits, are all the creatures of the infinite spirit and his immediate associates and subordinates. The reflective spirits of each superuniverse are the creators of their reflective image aids, their personal voices to the courts of the Ancients of Days. 201.3, 17 minutes and 3.5 seconds. The reflective spirits are not merely transmitting agents. They are retentive personalities as well. Their offspring, the Supernaphim, are also retentive or record personalities. Everything of true spiritual value is registered in duplicate, and one impression is preserved in the personal equipment of some member of one of the numerous orders of seraphic personalities belonging to the vast staff of the reflective spirits. 201.4, 17:3. 6. The formal records of the universes are passed up by and through the angelic recorders. But the true spiritual records are assembled by reflectivity and are preserved in the minds of suitable and appropriate personalities belonging to the family of the infinite spirit. These are the live records in contrast with the formal and dead records of the universe, and they are perfectly preserved in the living minds of the recording personalities of the infinite spirit. 201.5, 17:3. 7. The reflectivity organization is also the news-gathering and the decree-disseminating mechanism of all creation. It is in constant operation in contrast with the periodic functioning of the various broadcast services. 201.6, 17:3. 8. Everything of import transpiring on a local universe headquarters is inherently reflected to the capital of its superuniverse. And conversely, everything of local universe significance is reflected outward to the local universe capitals from the headquarters of their superuniverse. The reflectivity service from the universes of time up to the superuniverses is apparently automatic or self-operating, but it is not. It is all very personal and intelligent. Its precision results from perfection of personality cooperation and therefore can hardly be attributed to the impersonal presence performances of the absolutes. 201.7, 17:3. 9. While thought adjusters do not participate in the operation of the universal reflectivity system, we have every reason to believe that all father fragments are fully cognizant of these transactions and are able to avail themselves of their content. 201.8, 17 minutes and 3.10 seconds. During the present universe age, the space range of the extra-paradise reflectivity service seems to be limited by the periphery of the 7 superuniverses. Otherwise, the function of this service seems to be independent of time and space. It appears to be independent of all known sub-absolute universe circuits. 201.9, 17:3. 11. On the headquarters of each superuniverse the reflective organization acts as a segregated unit. But on certain special occasions, under the direction of Majeston, all 7 may and do act in universal unison. As in the event of the Jubilee occasioned by the settling of an entire local universe in light and life and at the times of the millennial greetings of the 7 supreme executives. 4. The reflective image aids. 202.1, 17 minutes and 4.1 seconds. The 49 reflective image aids were created by the reflective spirits, and there are just 7 aids on the headquarters of each superuniverse. The first creative act of the 7 reflective spirits of Uversa was the production of their 7 image aids, each reflective spirit creating his own aid. The image aids are, in certain attributes and characteristics, perfect reproductions of their reflective mother spirits. They are virtual duplications minus the attribute of reflectivity. They are true images and constantly function as the channel of communication between the reflective spirits and the superuniverse authorities. The image aids are not merely assistants. They are actual representations of their respective spirit ancestors, they are images, and they are true to their name. 202.2, 17:4. 2. The reflective spirits themselves are true personalities but of such an order as to be incomprehensible to material beings. Even on a superuniverse headquarters sphere they require the assistance of their image aids in all personal intercourse with the Ancients of Days and their associates. In contacts between the image aids and the Ancients of Days, sometimes one aid functions acceptably, while on other occasions 2, 3, 4. Or even all 7 are required for the full and proper presentation of the communication entrusted to their transmission. Likewise, the messages of the image aids are variously received by 1, 2, or all 3 Ancients of Days, as the content of the communication may require. 202.3, 17:4. 3. The image aids serve forever by the sides of their ancestral spirits, and they have at their disposal an unbelievable host of helper Supernaphim. The image aids do not directly function in connection with the training worlds of ascending mortals. They are closely associated with the intelligence service of the universal scheme of mortal progression. But you will not personally come in contact with them when you sojourn in the Uversa schools because these seemingly personal beings are devoid of will. They do not exercise the power of choice. They are true images, wholly reflective of the personality and mind of the individual spirit ancestor. As a class, ascending mortals do not intimately contact with reflectivity. Always some being of the reflective nature will be interposed between you and the actual operation of the service. 5. The 7 spirits of the circuits. 202.4, 17:5. 1. The 7 spirits of the Havona circuits are the joint impersonal representation of the infinite spirit and the 7 master spirits to the 7 circuits of the central universe. They are the servants of the master spirits, whose collective offspring they are. The master spirits provide a distinct and diversified administrative individuality in the 7 superuniverses. Through these uniform spirits of the Havona circuits they are enabled to provide a unified, uniform, and coordinated spiritual supervision for the central universe. 202.5, 17:5. 2. The 7 spirits of the circuits are each limited to the permeation of a single Havona circuit. They are not directly concerned with the regimes of the Eternals of Days, the rulers of the individual Havona worlds. But they are in liaison with the 7 supreme executives, and they synchronize with the central universe presence of the Supreme Being. Their work is wholly confined to Havona. 203.1, 17:5. 3. These spirits of the circuits make contact with those who sojourn in Havona through their personal offspring, the tertiary Supernaphim. While the circuit spirits are coexistent with the 7 master spirits. Their function in the creation of tertiary Supernaphim did not attain major importance until the first pilgrims of time arrived on the outer circuit of Havona in the days of Grand Fanda. 203.2, 17:5. For as you advance from circuit to circuit in Havona, you will learn of the spirits of the circuits, but you will not be able to hold personal communion with them, even though you may personally enjoy, and recognize the impersonal presence of their spiritual influence. 203.3, 17 minutes and 5.5 seconds. The circuit spirits are related to the native inhabitants of Havona much as the thought adjusters are related to the mortal creatures inhabiting the worlds of the evolutionary universes. Like the thought adjusters, the circuit spirits are impersonal, and they consort with the perfect minds of Havona beings much as the impersonal spirits of the Universal Father indwell the finite minds of mortal men. But the spirits of the circuits never become a permanent part of Havona personalities. 6. The local universe creative spirits. 203.4, 17:6. 1. Much that pertains to the nature and function of the local universe creative spirits properly belongs to the narrative of their association with the Creator Sons in the organization and management of the local creations. But there are many features of the pre-local universe experiences of these marvelous beings which may be narrated as a part of this discussion of the 7 supreme spirit groups. 203.5, 17:6. 2. We are conversant with 6 phases of the career of a local universe mother spirit, and we speculate much concerning the probability of a 7th stage of activity. These different stages of existence are 203.6, 17 minutes and 6.3 seconds 1. Initial paradise differentiation. When a Creator Son is personalized by the joint action of the Universal Father and the Eternal Son, simultaneously there occurs in the person of the Infinite Spirit what is known as the supreme reaction of complement. We do not comprehend the nature of this reaction, but we understand that it designates an inherent modification of those personalizable possibilities which are embraced within the creative potential of the conjoint Creator. The birth of a coordinate Creator Son signalizes the birth within the person of the Infinite Spirit of the potential of the future local universe consort of this Paradise Son. We are not cognizant of this new pre-personal identification of entity, but we know that this fact finds place on the Paradise records of the career of such a Creator Son. 203.7, 17 minutes and 6.4 seconds 2. Preliminary Creatorship Training. During the long period of the preliminary training of a Michael Son in the organization and administration of universes, his future consort undergoes further development of entity and becomes group conscious of destiny. We do not know. But we suspect that such a group-conscious entity becomes space-cognizant and begins that preliminary training requisite to the acquirement of spirit skill in her future work of collaboration with the complemental Michael in universe creation and administration. 204.1, 17 minutes and 6.5 seconds 3. The stage of physical creation. At the time the creatorship charge is administered to a Michael Son by the Eternal Son, the Master Spirit who directs the superuniverse to which this new Creator Son is destined gives expression to the prayer of identification in the presence of the Infinite Spirit. And for the first time, the entity of the subsequent creative spirit appears as differentiated from the person of the Infinite Spirit. And proceeding directly to the person of the petitioning Master Spirit, this entity is immediately lost to our recognition, becoming apparently a part of the person of this Master Spirit. The newly identified creative spirit remains with the Master Spirit until the moment of the departure of the Creator Son for the adventure of space. Whereupon the Master Spirit commits the new spirit consort to the keeping of the Creator Son, at the same time administering to the spirit consort the charge of eternal fidelity and unending loyalty. And then occurs one of the most profoundly touching episodes which ever take place on Paradise. The Universal Father speaks in acknowledgement of the eternal union of the Creator Son and the Creative Spirit and in confirmation of the bestowal of certain joint powers of administration by the Master Spirit of Superuniverse jurisdiction. 204. 2, 17 minutes and 6.6 seconds. The Father United Creator Son and Creative Spirit then go forth on their adventure of universe creation. And they work together in this form of association throughout the long and arduous period of the material organization of their universe. 204.3, 17 minutes and 6.7 seconds 4. The Life Creation Era. Upon the declaration of intention to create life by the Creator Son, there ensue on Paradise the personalization ceremonies, participated in by the 7 Master Spirits and personally experienced by the supervising Master Spirit. This is a Paradise deity contribution to the individuality of the spirit consort of the Creator Son and becomes manifest to the universe in the phenomenon of the primary eruption in the person of the Infinite Spirit. Simultaneously with this phenomenon on Paradise, the heretofore impersonal spirit consort of the Creator Son becomes, to all practical intents and purposes, a bona fide person. Henceforth and forevermore, this same local universe Mother Spirit will be regarded as a person and will maintain personal relations with all the personality hosts of the ensuing life creation. 204.4, 17 minutes and 6.8 seconds 5. The Post-Bestowal Ages. Another and great change occurs in the never-ending career of a creative spirit when the Creator Son returns to universe headquarters after the completion of his 7th bestowal and subsequent to his acquirement of full universe sovereignty. On that occasion, before the assembled administrators of the universe, the triumphant Creator Son elevates the universe Mother Spirit to co-sovereignty and acknowledges the spirit consort as his equal. 204.5, 17 minutes and 6.9 seconds 6. The Ages of Light and Life. Upon the establishment of the era of light and life, the local universe co-sovereign enters upon the sixth phase of a creative spirit's career. But we may not portray the nature of this great experience. Such things pertain to a future stage of evolution in Nebadon. 204.6, 17 minutes and 6.10 seconds 7. The unrevealed career. We know of these 6 phases of the career of a local universe mother spirit. It is inevitable that we should ask, is there a 7th career? We are mindful that, when Finaliters attain what appears to be their final destiny of mortal ascension, they are of record as entering upon the career of 6th stage spirits. We conjecture that there awaits the Finaliters still another and unrevealed career in universe assignment. It is only to be expected that we would likewise regard the universe mother spirits as having ahead of them some undisclosed career which will constitute their 7th phase of personal experience in universe service and loyal cooperation with the Order of the Creator Michaels. 7. The Adjutant Mind Spirits. 205.1, 17 minutes and 7.1 seconds. These adjutant spirits are the sevenfold mind bestowal of a local universe mother spirit upon the living creatures of the conjoint creation of a creator son and such a creative spirit. This bestowal becomes possible at the time of the spirit's elevation to the status of personality prerogatives. The narration of the nature and functioning of the 7 adjutant mind spirits belongs more appropriately to the story of your local universe of Nebadon. 8. Functions of the Supreme Spirits. 205.2, 17:8. 1. The 7 groups of Supreme Spirits constitute the nucleus of the functional family of the third source and center both as the infinite spirit and as the conjoint actor. The domain of the Supreme Spirits extends from the presence of the Trinity on Paradise to the functioning of mind of the evolutionary mortal order on the planets of space. Thus do they unify the descending administrative levels and coordinate the manifold functions of the personnel thereof. Whether it is a reflective spirit group in liaison with the Ancients of Days, a creative spirit acting in concert with a Michael Sun, or the 7 master spirits encircuited around the Paradise Trinity. The activity of the Supreme Spirits is encountered everywhere in the central, super and local universes. They function alike with the Trinity personalities of the Order of Days, and with the Paradise personalities of the Order of Suns. 205.3, 17:8. 2. Together with their infinite mother spirit, the Supreme Spirit groups are the immediate creators of the vast creature family of the third source and center. All orders of the ministering spirits spring from this association. Primary Supernaphim originate in the infinite spirit. Secondary beings of this order are created by the master spirits, tertiary Supernaphim by the 7 spirits of the circuits. The reflective spirits, collectively, are the mother-makers of a marvelous order of the angelic hosts, the mighty Supernaphim of the super-universe services. A creative spirit is the mother of the angelic orders of a local creation. Such seraphic ministers are original in each local universe, though they are fashioned after the patterns of the central universe. All these creators of ministering spirits are only indirectly assisted by the central lodgment of the infinite spirit, the original and eternal mother of all the angelic ministers. 205.4, 17:8. 3. The 7 supreme spirit groups are the coordinators of the inhabited creation. The association of their directing heads, the 7 master spirits, appears to coordinate the far-flung activities of God the Sevenfold. 205.5, 17 minutes and 8.4 seconds 1. Collectively the master spirits near equivalate to the divinity level of the Trinity of Paradise deities. 205.6, 17 minutes and 8.5 seconds 2. Individually they exhaust the primary associable possibilities of triune deity. 206.1, 17 minutes and 8.6 seconds 3. As diversified representatives of the conjoint actor they are the repositories of that spirit-mind power sovereignty of the Supreme Being which he does not yet personally exercise. 206.2, 17 minutes and 8.7 seconds 4. Through the reflective spirits they synchronize the super-universe governments of the Ancients of Days with Majeston, the Paradise Center of universal reflectivity. 206.3, 17 minutes and 8.8 seconds 5. In their participation in the individualization of the local universe divine ministers, the master spirits contribute to the last level of God the sevenfold, the creator-son-creative spirit union of the local universes. 206.4, 17:8. 9. Functional unity, inherent in the conjoint actor, is disclosed to the evolving universes in the seven master spirits, his primary personalities. But in the perfected superuniverses of the future this unity will undoubtedly be inseparable from the experiential sovereignty of the Supreme. 206.5, 17 minutes and 8.10 seconds, presented by a divine counselor of Uversa. Paper 18. The Supreme Trinity Personalities. 207.1, 18 minutes and 0.1 second. Supreme Trinity Personalities are all created for specific service. They are designed by the Divine Trinity for the fulfillment of certain specific duties, and they are qualified to serve with perfection of technique and finality of devotion. There are 7 orders of the Supreme Trinity Personalities. 207. 2, 18 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy. 207.3, 18 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. Eternals of Days. 207.4, 18 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. Ancients of Days. 207.5, 18 minutes and 0.5 seconds 4. Perfections of Days. 207.6, 18 minutes and 0.6 seconds 5. Recents of Days. 207.7, 18 minutes and 0.7 seconds 6. Unions of Days. 207.8, 18 minutes and 0.8 seconds 7. Faithfuls of Days. 207.9, 18 minutes and 0.9 seconds. These beings of administrative perfection are of definite and final numbers. Their creation is a past event, no more are being personalized. 207.10, 18:0. 10. Throughout the grand universe these Supreme Trinity personalities represent the administrative policies of the Paradise Trinity, they represent the justice and are the executive judgment of the Paradise Trinity. They form an interrelated line of administrative perfection extending from the paradise spheres of the Father to the headquarters worlds of the local universes and to the capitals of their component constellations. 207.11, 18:0. 11. All Trinity-Origin beings are created in paradise perfection in all their divine attributes. Only in the realms of experience has the passing of time added to their equipment for cosmic service. There is never any danger of default or risk of rebellion with Trinity-Origin beings. They are of divinity essence, and they have never been known to depart from the divine and perfect path of personality conduct. 1. The Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy. 207.12, 18 minutes and 1.1 second. There are 7 worlds in the innermost circuit of the Paradise satellites, and each of these exalted worlds is presided over by a core of 10 Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy. They are not creators, but they are supreme and ultimate administrators. The conduct of the affairs of these 7 fraternal spheres is wholly committed to this core of 70 supreme directors. Though the offspring of the Trinity supervise these 7 sacred spheres nearest paradise, this group of worlds is universally known as the personal circuit of the Universal Father. 208.1, 18:1. 2. The Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy function in groups of 10 as coordinate and joint directors of their respective spheres, but they also function individually in particular fields of responsibility. The work of each of these special worlds is divided into 7 major departments, and one of these coordinate rulers presides over each such division of specialized activities. The remaining 3 act as the personal representatives of triune deity in relation to the other 7, one representing the Father, one the Son, and one the Spirit. 208.2, 18:1. 3. Although there is a definite class resemblance which typifies the Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy, they also disclose 7 distinct group characteristics. The 10 supreme directors of Divinington affairs are reflective of the personal character and nature of the Universal Father. And so it is with each of these 7 spheres, each group of 10 resembles that deity or deity association which is characteristic of their domain. The 10 directors who rule ascending ton are reflective of the combined nature of the Father, Son, and Spirit. 208.3, 18:1. For I can reveal very little about the work of these high personalities on the 7 sacred worlds of the Father, for they are truly the secrets of supremacy. There are no arbitrary secrets associated with the approach to the Universal Father, the Eternal Son, or the Infinite Spirit. The deities are an open book to all who attain divine perfection, but all the secrets of supremacy can never be fully attained. Always will we be unable fully to penetrate the realms containing the personality secrets of deity association with the sevenfold grouping of created beings. 208.4, 18:1. 5. Since the work of these supreme directors has to do with the intimate and personal contact of the deities with these 7 basic groupings of universe beings when domiciled on these 7 special worlds or while functioning throughout the grand universe, it is fitting that these very personal relations and extraordinary contacts should be held sacredly secret. The Paradise creators respect the privacy and sanctity of personality even in their lowly creatures. And this is true both of individuals and of the various separate orders of personalities. 208.5, 18:1. 6. To beings of even high universe attainment these secret worlds ever remain a test of loyalty. It is given us fully and personally to know the eternal gods, freely to know their characters of divinity and perfection. But it is not granted us fully to penetrate all of the personal relations of the Paradise rulers with all of their creature beings. 2. The Eternals of Days. 208.6, 18 minutes and 2.1 second. Each of the billion worlds of Havona is directed by a Supreme Trinity personality. These rulers are known as the Eternals of Days, and they number exactly 1 billion, one for each of the Havona spheres. They are the offspring of the Paradise Trinity, but like the secrets of supremacy there are no records of their origin. Forever have these 2 groups of all-wise fathers ruled their exquisite worlds of the Paradise Havona system, and they function without rotation or reassignment. 208.7, 18:2. 2. The Eternals of Days are visible to all will creatures dwelling in their domains. They preside over the regular planetary conclaves. Periodically, and by rotation, they visit the headquarters spheres of the 7 superuniverses. They are close of kin to, and are the divine equals of, the Ancients of Days, who preside over the destinies of the 7 supergovernments. When an Eternal of Days is absent from his sphere, his world is directed by a Trinity teacher son. 209. 1, 18:2. 3. Except for the established orders of life, such as the Havona natives and other living creatures of the Central Universe, the resident Eternals of Days have developed their respective spheres entirely in accordance with their own personal ideas and ideals. They visit each other's planets, but they do not copy or imitate, they are always in wholly original. 209.2, 18 minutes and 2.4 seconds. The architecture, natural embellishment, Urantia structures, and spirit creations are exclusive and unique on each sphere. Every world is a place of everlasting beauty and is wholly unlike any other world in the Central Universe. And you will each spend a longer or shorter time on each of these unique and thrilling spheres on your way inward through Havona to Paradise. It is natural, on your world, to speak of Paradise as upward, but it would be more correct to refer to the divine goal of ascension as inward. 3. The Ancients of Days. 209.3, 18:3. 1. When mortals of time graduate from the training worlds surrounding the headquarters of a local universe and are advanced to the educational spheres of their superuniverse, they have progressed in spiritual development to that point where they are able to recognize and communicate with the high spiritual rulers and directors of these advanced realms, including the Ancients of Days. 209.4, 18 minutes and 3.2 seconds. The Ancients of Days are all basically identical, they disclose the combined character and unified nature of the Trinity. They possess individuality and are in personality diverse, but they do not differ from each other as do the seven master spirits. They provide the uniform directorship of the otherwise differing seven superuniverses, each of which is a distinct, segregated, and unique creation. The seven master spirits are unlike in nature and attributes, but the Ancients of Days, the personal rulers of the superuniverses, are all uniform and superperfect offspring of the Paradise Trinity. 209.5, 18:3. 3. The seven master spirits on high determine the nature of their respective superuniverses, but the Ancients of Days dictate the administration of these same superuniverses. They superimpose administrative uniformity on creative diversity and ensure the harmony of the whole in the face of the underlying creational differences of the seven segmental groupings of the grand universe. 209.6, 18:3. For the Ancients of Days were all Trinitized at the same time. They represent the beginning of the personality records of the universe of universes, hence their name, Ancients of Days. When you reach Paradise and search the written records of the beginning of things, you will find that the first entry appearing in the personality section is the recital of the Trinitization of these 21 Ancients of Days. 209.7, 18:3. 5. These high beings always govern in groups of 3. There are many phases of activity in which they work as individuals, still others in which any two can function, but in the higher spheres of their administration they must act jointly. They never personally leave their residential worlds, but then they do not have to, for these worlds are the superuniverse focal points of the far-flung reflectivity system. 209.8, 18:3. 6. The personal abodes of each trio of the Ancients of Days are located at the point of spiritual polarity on their headquarters sphere. Such a sphere is divided into 70 administrative sectors and has 70 divisional capitals in which the Ancients of Days reside from time to time. 210.1, 18:3. 7. In power, scope of authority, and extent of jurisdiction the Ancients of Days are the most powerful and mighty of any of the direct rulers of the time-space creations. In all the vast universe of universes they alone are invested with the high powers of final executive judgment concerning the eternal extinction of will creatures. And all three Ancients of Days must participate in the final decrees of the Supreme Tribunal of a superuniverse. 210.2, 18:3. 8. Aside from the deities and their paradise associates, the Ancients of Days are the most perfect, most versatile, and the most divinely endowed rulers in all time-space existence. Apparently they are the supreme rulers of the superuniverses. But they have not experientially earned this right to rule and are therefore destined sometime to be superseded by the Supreme Being, an experiential sovereign, whose vicegerents they will undoubtedly become. 210.3, 18:3. 9. The Supreme Being is achieving the sovereignty of the seven superuniverses by experiential service just as a Creator's Son experientially earns the sovereignty of his local universe. But during the present age of the unfinished evolution of the Supreme, the Ancients of Days provide the coordinated and perfect administrative over-control of the evolving universes of time and space. And the wisdom of originality and the initiative of individuality characterize all the decrees and rulings of the Ancients of Days. 4. The Perfections of Days. 210.4, 18:4. 1. There are just 210 perfections of days, and they preside over the governments of the 10 major sectors of each superuniverse. They were trinitized for the special work of assisting the superuniverse directors, and they rule as the immediate and personal vicegerents of the Ancients of Days. 210.5, 18:4. 2. 3 perfections of days are assigned to each major sector capital, but unlike the Ancients of Days, it is not necessary that all three be present at all times. From time to time one of this trio may absent himself to confer in person with the Ancients of Days concerning the welfare of his realm. 210.6, 18:4. 3. These triune rulers of the major sectors are peculiarly perfect in the mastery of administrative details, hence their name, Perfections of Days. In recording the names of these beings of the spiritual world, we are confronted with the problem of translating into your tongue, and very often it is exceedingly difficult to render a satisfactory translation. We dislike to use arbitrary designations which would be meaningless to you, hence we often find it difficult to choose a suitable name, one which will be clear to you and at the same time be somewhat representative of the original. 210.7, 18:4. For the perfections of days have a moderate-sized corps of divine counselors, perfectars of wisdom, and universal censors attached to their governments. They have still larger numbers of mighty messengers, those high in authority, and those without name and number. But much of the routine work of major sector affairs is carried on by the celestial guardians and the high sun assistants. These two groups are drawn from among the trinitized offspring of either Paradise Havona personalities or glorified mortal Finaliters. Certain of these two orders of creature trinitized beings are retrinitized by the Paradise deities and then are dispatched to assist in the administration of the superuniverse governments. 211.1, 18:4. 5. Most of the celestial guardians and the high sun assistants are assigned to the service of the major and the minor sectors. But the trinitized custodians, Trinity-embraced seraphim and midwayers, are the officers of the courts of all three divisions, functioning in the tribunals of the Ancients of Days, the Perfections of Days, and the Recents of Days. The trinitized ambassadors, Trinity-embraced ascendant mortals of sun or spirit-fused nature, may be encountered anywhere in a superuniverse, but the majority are in the service of the minor sectors. 211.2, 18:4. 6. Before the times of the full unfolding of the governmental scheme of the 7 superuniverses, practically all administrators of the various divisions of these governments, excepting the Ancients of Days, served apprenticeships of varying duration under the Eternals of Days on the various worlds of the perfect Havona universe. The later trinitized beings likewise passed through a season of training under the Eternals of Days before they were attached to the service of the Ancients of Days, the Perfections of Days, and the Recents of Days. They are all seasoned, tried, and experienced administrators. 211.3, 18:4. 7. You will early see the perfections of days when you advance to the headquarters of Splandon after your sojourn on the worlds of your minor sector. For these exalted rulers are closely associated with the 70 major sector worlds of higher training for the ascendant creatures of time. The perfections of days, in person, administer the group pledges to the ascending graduates of the major sector schools. 211.4, 18:4. 8. The work of the pilgrims of time on the world surrounding a major sector headquarters is chiefly of an intellectual nature in contrast with the more physical and material character of the training on the 7 educational spheres of a minor sector and with the spiritual undertakings on the 490 university worlds of a superuniverse headquarters. 211.5, 18 minutes and 4.9 seconds. Although you are entered only upon the registry of the major sector of Splandon, which embraces the local universe of your origin, you will have to pass through every one of the 10 major divisions of our superuniverse. You will see all 30 of the Orvantan perfections of days before you reach Uversa. 5. The Recents of Days. 211.6, 18 minutes and 5.1 seconds. The Recents of Days are the youngest of the supreme directors of the superuniverses. In groups of 3 they preside over the affairs of the minor sectors. In nature they are co-ordinate with the perfections of days, but in administrative authority they are subordinate. There are just 21,000 of these personally glorious and divinely efficient Trinity personalities. They were created simultaneously, and together they passed through their Havona training under the Eternals of Days. 211.7, 18:5. 2. The Recents of Days have a corps of associates and assistants similar to that of the Perfections of Days. In addition they have assigned to them enormous numbers of the various subordinate orders of celestial beings. In the administration of the minor sectors they utilize large numbers of the resident ascending mortals, the personnel of the various courtesy colonies, and the various groups originating in the infinite spirit. 211.8, 18:5. 3. The governments of the minor sectors are very largely, though not exclusively, concerned with the great physical problems of the superuniverses. The minor sector spheres are the headquarters of the master physical controllers. On these worlds ascending mortals carry on studies and experiments having to do with an examination of the activities of the third order of the supreme power centers and of all 7 orders of the master physical controllers. 212.1, 18:5. For since the regime of a minor sector is so extensively concerned with physical problems, its 3 recents of days are seldom together on the capital sphere. Most of the time one is away in conference with the perfections of days of the supervising major sector or absent while representing the ancients of days at the paradise conclaves of the high Trinity-Origin beings. They alternate with the perfections of days in representing the ancients of days at the supreme councils on paradise. Meanwhile, another recent of days may be away on a tour of inspection of the headquarters worlds of the local universes belonging to his jurisdiction. But at least one of these rulers always remains on duty at the headquarters of a minor sector. 212.2, 18 minutes and 5.5 seconds. You will all sometime know the 3 recents of days in charge of ENSA, your minor sector, since you must pass through their hands on your way inward to the training worlds of the major sectors. In ascending to Uversa, you will pass through only one group of minor sector training spheres. 6. The Unions of Days. 212.3, 18:6. 1. The Trinity personalities of the order of days do not function in an administrative capacity below the level of the superuniverse governments. In the evolving local universes they act only as counselors and advisors. The Unions of Days are a group of liaison personalities accredited by the Paradise Trinity to the dual rulers of the local universes. Each organized and inhabited local universe has assigned to it one of these Paradise Counselors, who acts as the representative of the Trinity, and in some respects, of the Universal Father, to the local creation. 212.4, 18:6. 2. There are 700,000 of these beings in existence, though they have not all been commissioned. The reserve corps of the Unions of Days functions on Paradise as the Supreme Council of Universe Adjustments. 212.5, 18:6. 3. In a special manner these Trinity observers coordinate the administrative activities of all branches of the universal government, from those of the local universes up through the sector governments to those of the superuniverse. Hence their name, Unions of Days. They make a threefold report to their superiors. They report pertinent data of a physical and semi-intellectual nature to the recents of days of their minor sector. They report intellectual and quasi-spiritual happenings to the perfections of days of their major sector. They report spiritual and semi-paradisiacal matters to the ancients of days at the capital of their superuniverse. 212.6, 18:6. For since they are Trinity-Origin beings, all of the Paradise circuits are available to them for intercommunication, and thus are they always in touch with each other and with all other required personalities up to the Supreme Councils of Paradise. 212.7, 18 minutes and 6.5 seconds. A Union of Days is not organically connected with the government of the local universe of his assignment. Aside from his duties as an observer, he acts only at the request of the local authorities. He is an ex officio member of all primary councils and all important conclaves of the local creation, but he does not participate in the technical consideration of administrative problems. 213.1, 18:6. 6. When a local universe is settled in light and life, its glorified beings associate freely with the Union of Days, who then functions in an enlarged capacity in such a realm of evolutionary perfection. But he is still primarily a Trinity ambassador and Paradise counselor. 213.2, 18 minutes and 6.7 seconds. A local universe is directly ruled by a divine son of dual deity origin, but he has constantly by his side a Paradise brother, a Trinity-Origin personality. In the event of the temporary absence of a creator son from the headquarters of his local universe, the acting rulers are largely guided in their major decisions by the council of their Union of Days. 7. The Faithfuls of Days. 213.3, 18:7. 1. These high Trinity-Origin personalities are the Paradise advisors to the rulers of the 100 constellations in each local universe. There are 70 million Faithfuls of Days, and like the Unions of Days, not all are in service. Their Paradise Reserve Corps is the advisory commission of inter-universe ethics and self-government. Faithfuls of Days rotate in service in accordance with the rulings of the Supreme Council of their Reserve Corps. 213.4, 18:7. To all that a union of days is to a creator son of a local universe, the faithfuls of days are to the Urantia sons who rule the constellations of that local creation. They are supremely devoted and divinely faithful to the welfare of their constellations of assignment, hence the name, Faithfuls of Days. They act only as counselors. Never do they participate in administrative activities except upon the invitation of the constellation authorities. Neither are they directly concerned in the educational ministry to the pilgrims of ascension on the architectural training spheres surrounding a constellation headquarters. All such undertakings are under the supervision of the Urantia sons. 213.5, 18 minutes and 7.3 seconds. All faithfuls of days functioning in the constellations of a local universe are under the jurisdiction of, and report directly to, the Union of Days. They do not have a far-flung system of intercommunication, being ordinarily self-limited to an inter-association within the limits of a local universe. Any faithful of days on duty in Nebadon can and does communicate with all others of his order on duty in this local universe. 213.6, 18:7. For like the union of days on a universe headquarters, the faithfuls of days maintain their personal residences on the constellation capitals separate from those of the administrative directors of such realms. Their abodes are indeed modest in comparison with the homes of the Urantia rulers of the constellations. 213.7, 18:7. 5. The faithfuls of days are the last link in the long administrative advisory chain which reaches from the sacred spheres of the Universal Father near the center of all things to the primary divisions of the local universes. The Trinity-Origin regime stops with the constellations. No such paradise advisors are permanently situated on their component systems or on the inhabited worlds. These latter administrative units are wholly under the jurisdiction of beings native to the local universes. 213.8, 18 minutes and 7.6 seconds, presented by a divine counselor of Urantia. Paper 19. The Co-ordinate Trinity-Origin beings. 214.1, 19:0. 1. This paradise group, designated the Co-ordinate Trinity-Origin beings, embraces the Trinity teacher sons, also classed among the paradise sons of God, 3 groups of high superuniverse administrators, and the somewhat impersonal category of the inspired Trinity spirits. Even the Havona natives may properly be included in this classification of Trinity personalities along with numerous groups of beings resident on paradise. Those Trinity-Origin beings to be considered in this discussion are 214.2, 19 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. Trinity teacher sons. 214.3, 19 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. Perfectars of wisdom. 214.4, 19 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. Divine counselors. 214.5, 19 minutes and 0.5 seconds 4. Universal censors. 214.6, 19 minutes and 0.6 seconds 5. Inspired Trinity spirits. 214.7, 19 minutes and 0.7 seconds 6. Havona natives. 214.8, 19 minutes and 0.8 seconds 7. Paradise citizens. 214.9, 19 minutes and 0.9 seconds excepting the Trinity teacher sons and possibly the inspired Trinity spirits. These groups are of definite numbers, their creation is a finished and past event. 1. The Trinity teacher sons. 214.10, 19:1. One of all the high orders of celestial personalities revealed to you, the Trinity teacher sons alone act in a dual capacity. By origin of Trinity nature, in function they are almost wholly devoted to the services of divine sonship. They are the liaison beings who bridge the universe gulf between Trinity and dual origin personalities. 214.11, 19 minutes and 1.2 seconds. While the stationary sons of the Trinity are of completed numbers, the teacher sons are constantly increasing. What the final number of teacher sons will be I do not know. I can, however, state that, at the last periodic report to Urantia, the Paradise records indicated 21,001,624,821 of these sons in service. 214.12, 19:1. 3. These beings are the only group of the sons of God revealed to you whose origin is in the Paradise Trinity. They range the Central and Superuniverses, and an enormous core is assigned to each local universe. They also serve the individual planets as do the other Paradise sons of God. Since the scheme of the grand universe is not fully developed, large numbers of teacher sons are held in the reserves on Paradise, and they volunteer for emergency duty and unusual service in all divisions of the grand universe. On the lone worlds of space, in the local and superuniverses, and on the worlds of Havona. They also function on Paradise, but it will be more helpful to postpone their detailed consideration until we come to the discussion of the Paradise sons of God. 215.1, 19:1. For in this connection, however, it may be noted that teacher sons are the supreme coordinating personalities of Trinity-Origin. In such a far-flung universe of universes there is always great danger of succumbing to the error of the circumscribed viewpoint, to the evil inherent in a segmentalized conception of reality and divinity. 215.2, 19:1. 5. For example, the human mind would ordinarily crave to approach the cosmic philosophy portrayed in these revelations by proceeding from the simple and the finite to the complex and the infinite, from human origins to divine destinies. But that path does not lead to spiritual wisdom. Such a procedure is the easiest path to a certain form of genetic knowledge, but at best it can only reveal man's origin, it reveals little or nothing about his divine destiny. 215.3, 19:1. 6. Even in the study of man's biologic evolution on Urantia, there are grave objections to the exclusive historic approach to his present-day status and his current problems. The true perspective of any reality problem, human or divine, terrestrial or cosmic, can be had only by the full and unprejudiced study in correlation of three phases of universe reality, origin, history, and destiny. The proper understanding of these three experiential realities affords the basis for a wise estimate of the current status. 215.4, 19:1. 7. When the human mind undertakes to follow the philosophic technique of starting from the lower to approach the higher, whether in biology or theology, it is always in danger of committing four errors of reasoning. 215.5, 19 minutes and 1.8 seconds. 1. It may utterly fail to perceive the final and completed evolutionary goal of either personal attainment or cosmic destiny. 215.6, 19 minutes and 1.9 seconds. 2. It may commit the supreme philosophical blunder by oversimplifying cosmic evolutionary, experiential, reality, thus leading to the distortion of facts, to the perversion of truth, and to the misconception of destinies. 215.7, 19 minutes and 1.10 seconds. 3. The study of causation is the perusal of history. But the knowledge of how a being becomes does not necessarily provide an intelligent understanding of the present status and true character of such a being. 215.8, 19 minutes and 1.11 seconds. 4. History alone fails adequately to reveal future development, destiny. Finite origins are helpful, but only divine causes reveal final effects. Eternal ends are not shown in time beginnings. The present can be truly interpreted only in the light of the correlated past and future. 215.9, 19:1. 12. Therefore, because of these and for still other reasons, do we employ the technique of approaching man and his planetary problems by embarkation on the time-space journey from the infinite, eternal, and divine paradise source and center of all personality reality and all cosmic existence. 2. The Perfectars of Wisdom. 215.10, 19 minutes and 2.1 seconds. The Perfectars of Wisdom are a specialized creation of the Paradise Trinity designed to personify the wisdom of divinity in the superuniverses. There are exactly 7 billion of these beings in existence, and 1 billion are assigned to each of the 7 superuniverses. 215.11, 19:2. 2. In common with their coordinates, the divine counselors and the universal censors, the Perfectars of Wisdom passed through the wisdom of Paradise, of Havona, and except for Divinington, of the Father's Paradise spheres. After these experiences the Perfectars of Wisdom were permanently assigned to the service of the Ancients of Days. They serve neither on Paradise nor on the worlds of the Paradise Havona circuits. They are wholly occupied with the administration of the superuniverse governments. 216.1, 19 minutes and 2.3 seconds. Wherever and whenever a perfecter of wisdom functions, there and then divine wisdom functions. There is actuality of presence and perfection of manifestation in the knowledge and wisdom represented in the doings of these mighty and majestic personalities. They do not reflect the wisdom of the Paradise Trinity, they are that wisdom. They are the sources of wisdom for all teachers in the application of universe knowledge. They are the fountains of discretion and the wellsprings of discrimination to the institutions of learning and discernment in all universes. 216.2, 19:2. For wisdom is twofold in origin, being derived from the perfection of divine insight inherent in perfect beings and from the personal experience acquired by evolutionary creatures. The Perfectars of Wisdom are the divine wisdom of the Paradise perfection of deity insight. Their administrative associates on Uversa, the mighty messengers, those without name and number, and those high in authority, when acting together, are the universe wisdom of experience. A divine being can have perfection of divine knowledge. An evolutionary mortal can sometime attain perfection of ascendant knowledge, but neither of these beings alone exhausts the potentials of all possible wisdom. Accordingly, whenever in the conduct of the superuniverse it is desired to achieve the maximum of administrative wisdom, these Perfectars of the wisdom of divine insight are always associated with those ascendant personalities who have come up to the high responsibilities of superuniverse authority through the experiential tribulations of evolutionary progression. 216.3, 19 minutes and 2.5 seconds. The Perfectars of Wisdom will always require this complement of experiential wisdom for the completion of their administrative sagacity. But it has been postulated that a high and hitherto unattained level of wisdom may possibly be achieved by the Paradise Finalitars after they are sometime inducted into the 7th stage of spirit existence. If this inference is correct, then would such perfected beings of evolutionary ascent undoubtedly become the most effective universe administrators ever to be known in all creation. I believe that such is the high destiny of Finalitars. 216. 4, 19 minutes and 2.6 seconds. The versatility of the Perfectars of Wisdom enables them to participate in practically all of the celestial services of the ascendant creatures. The Perfectars of Wisdom and my order of personality, the divine counselors, together with the universal censors, constitute the highest orders of beings who may and do engage in the work of revealing truth to the individual planets and systems. Whether in their earlier epochs or when settled in light and life. From time to time we all make contact with the service of the ascending mortals, from an initial life planet on up through a local universe and the superuniverse, particularly the latter. 3. The Divine Counselors. 216.5, 19:3. 1. These Trinity-Origin beings are the counsel of deity to the realms of the 7 superuniverses. They are not reflective of the divine counsel of the Trinity, they are that counsel. There are 21 billion counselors in service, and 3 billion are assigned to each superuniverse. 217.1, 19:3. 2 divine counselors are the associates and equals of the universal censors and the Perfectars of Wisdom, from 1 to 7 counselors being associated with each of these latter personalities. All 3 orders participate in the government of the Ancients of Days, including major and minor sectors, in the local universes and constellations, and in the councils of the local system sovereigns. 217.2, 19:3. 3. We act as individuals, as I do in inditing this statement, but we also function as a trio whenever the occasion requires. When we act in an executive capacity, always there are associated together a perfecter of wisdom, a universal censor, and from 1 to 7 divine counselors. 217.3, 19:3. For 1 perfecter of wisdom, 7 divine counselors, and 1 universal censor constitute a tribunal of Trinity divinity, the highest mobile advisory body in the universes of time and space. Such a group of 9 is known either as a fact-finding or as a truth-revealing tribunal, and when it sits in judgment upon a problem and renders a decision, it is just as if an Ancient of Days had adjudicated the matter. For in all the annals of the superuniverses such a verdict has never been reversed by the Ancients of Days. 217.4, 19 minutes and 3.5 seconds. When the 3 Ancients of Days function, the Paradise Trinity functions. When the tribunal of 9 arrives at a decision following its united deliberations, to all intents and purposes the Ancients of Days have spoken. And it is in this manner that the Paradise rulers make personal contact, in administrative matters and governmental regulation, with the individual worlds, systems, and universes. 217.5, 19:3. 6 divine counselors are the perfection of the divine council of the Paradise Trinity. We represent, in fact are, the council of perfection. When we are supplemented by the experiential counsel of our associates, the perfected and Trinity-embraced beings of evolutionary ascent, our combined conclusions are not only complete but replete. When our united counsel has been associated, adjudicated, confirmed, and promulgated by a universal censor, it is very probable that it approaches the threshold of universal totality. Such verdicts represent the nearest possible approach to the absolute attitude of deity within the time-space limits of the situation involved and the problem concerned. 217.6, 19:3. 7 divine counselors in liaison with a trinitized evolutionary trio, a mighty messenger, 1 high in authority, and 1 without name and number, represent the nearest superuniverse approach to the union of the human viewpoint and the divine attitude on near-paradisiacal levels of spiritual meanings and reality values. Such close approximation of the united cosmic attitudes of the creature and the Creator is only surpassed in the Paradise Bestowal Sons, who are, in every phase of personality experience, God and man. 4. The Universal Censors. 217.7, 19:4. 1. There are exactly 8 billion universal censors in existence. These unique beings are the judgment of deity. They are not merely reflective of the decisions of perfection, they are the judgment of the Paradise Trinity. Even the Ancients of Days do not sit in judgment except in association with the universal censors. 217.8, 19:4. 1 censor is commissioned on each of the billion worlds of the central universe, being attached to the planetary administration of the resident Eternal of Days. Neither perfectars of wisdom nor divine counselors are thus permanently attached to the Havona administrations, nor do we altogether understand why universal censors are stationed in the central universe. Their present activities hardly account for their assignment in Havona, and we therefore suspect that they are there in anticipation of the needs of some future universe age in which the Havona population may partially change. 218.1, 19:4. 1 billion censors are assigned to each of the 7 superuniverses. Both in an individual capacity and in association with perfectars of wisdom and divine counselors, they operate throughout all divisions of the 7 superuniverses. Thus the censors act on all levels of the grand universe, from the perfect worlds of Havona to the councils of the system sovereigns, and they are an organic part of all dispensational adjudications of the evolutionary worlds. 218.2, 19:4. For whenever and wherever a universal censor is present, then and there is the judgment of deity. And since the censors always render their verdicts in liaison with perfectars of wisdom and divine counselors, such decisions embrace the united wisdom, counsel, and judgment of the Paradise Trinity. In this juridical trio the perfecter of wisdom would be the I was, the divine counselor the I will be, but the universal sensor is always, I am. 218.3, 19 minutes and 4.5 seconds. The sensors are universe-totaling personalities. When 1,000 witnesses have given testimony, or 1,000,000, when the voice of wisdom has spoken and the counsel of divinity has recorded, when the testimony of ascendant perfection has been added, then the sensor functions. And there is immediately revealed an unerring and divine totaling of all that has transpired. And such a disclosure represents the divine conclusion, the sum and substance of a final and perfect decision. Therefore, when a censor has spoken, no one else may speak, for the censor has depicted the true and unmistakable total of all that has gone before. When he speaks, there is no appeal. 218.4, 19:4. 6. Most fully do I understand the operation of the mind of a perfecter of wisdom, but I certainly do not fully comprehend the working of the adjudicating mind of a universal censor. It appears to me that the censors formulate new meanings and originate new values from the association of the facts, truths, and findings presented to them in the course of an investigation of universe affairs. It seems probable that the universal censors are able to bring forth original interpretations of the combination of perfect creator insight and the perfected creature experience. This association of paradise perfection and universe experience undoubtedly eventuates a new value in ultimates. 218.5, 19 minutes and 4.7 seconds. But this is not the end of our difficulties regarding the working of the minds of the universal censors. Having made due allowances for all that we know or conjecture about the functioning of a censor in any given universe situation, we find that we are still unable to predict decisions or to forecast verdicts. We very accurately determine the probable result of the association of creator attitude and creature experience, but such conclusions are not always accurate forecasts of censor disclosures. It seems likely that the censors are in some manner in liaison with the deity absolute. We are otherwise unable to explain many of their decisions and rulings. 218.6, 19:4. 8 perfectars of wisdom, divine counselors, and universal censors, together with the 7 orders of supreme Trinity personalities, constitute those 10 groups which have been sometimes designated stationary sons of the Trinity. Together they comprise the grand corps of Trinity administrators, rulers, executives, advisors, counselors, and judges. Their numbers slightly exceed 37 billion. 2,070,000,000 are stationed in the central universe and just over 5 billion in each superuniverse. 219.1, 19 minutes and 4.9 seconds. It is very difficult to portray the functional limits of the stationary sons of the Trinity. It would be incorrect to state that their acts are finite limited, for there are transactions of superuniverse record which indicate otherwise. They act on any level of universe administration or adjudication that may be required by time-space conditions and that pertains to the past, present, and future evolution of the master universe. 5. Inspired Trinity Spirits. 219.2, 19:5. 1. I will be able to tell you very little concerning the inspired Trinity spirits, for they are one of the few wholly secret orders of beings in existence, secret, no doubt. Because it is impossible for them fully to reveal themselves even to those of us whose origin is so near the source of their creation. They come into being by the act of the Paradise Trinity and may be utilized by any one or two of the deities as well as by all three. We do not know whether these spirits are of completed numbers or are constantly increasing, but we incline to the belief that their number is not fixed. 219.3, 19 minutes and 5.2 seconds. We fully understand neither the nature nor the conduct of the inspired spirits. They may possibly belong to the category of superpersonal spirits. They seem to operate over all known circuits and appear to act well-nigh independently of time and space. But we know little about them except as we deduce their character from the nature of their activities, the results of which we certainly observe here and there in the universes. 219.4, 19:5. 3. Under certain conditions these inspired spirits can individualize themselves sufficiently for recognition by beings of Trinity-Origin. I have seen them. But it would never be possible for the lower orders of celestial beings to recognize one of them. Certain circumstances also arise from time to time in the conduct of the evolving universes in which any being of Trinity-Origin may directly employ these spirits in the furtherance of his assignments. We therefore know that they exist, and that under certain conditions we may command and receive their assistance, sometimes recognize their presence. But they are not a part of the manifest and definitely revealed organization entrusted with the conduct of the time-space universes before such material creations are settled in light and life. They have no clearly discernible place in the present economy or administration of the evolving 7 superuniverses. They are a secret of the Paradise Trinity. 219.5, 19:5. For the Melchizedeks of Nebadon teach that inspired Trinity spirits are destined, sometime in the eternal future, to function in the places of the solitary messengers, whose ranks are slowly but certainly being depleted by their assignment as associates of certain types of Trinitized sons. 219.6, 19 minutes and 5.5 seconds. The inspired spirits are the solitary spirits of the universe of universes. As spirits they are very much like the solitary messengers except that the latter are distinct personalities. We obtain much of our knowledge of the inspired spirits from the solitary messengers, who detect their nearness by virtue of an inherent sensitivity to the presence of the inspired spirits which functions just as unfailingly as a magnetic needle points to a magnetic pole. When a solitary messenger is near an inspired Trinity spirit, he is conscious of a qualitative indication of such a divine presence and also of a very definite quantitative registration which enables him actually to know the classification or number of the spirit presence or presences. 220.1, 19:5. 6. I may relate a further interesting fact. When a solitary messenger is on a planet whose inhabitants are indwelt by thought adjusters, as on Urantia, he is aware of a qualitative excitation in his detection sensitivity to spirit presence. In such instances there is no quantitative excitation, only a qualitative agitation. When on a planet to which adjusters do not come, contact with the natives does not produce any such reaction. This suggests that thought adjusters are in some manner related to, or are connected with, the inspired spirits of the Paradise Trinity. In some way they may possibly be associated in certain phases of their work, but we do not really know. They both originate near the center and source of all things, but they are not the same order of being. Thought adjusters spring from the Father alone, inspired spirits are the offspring of the Paradise Trinity. 220.2, 19:5. 7. The inspired spirits do not apparently belong to the evolutionary scheme of the individual planets or universes, and yet they seem to be almost everywhere. Even as I am engaged in the formulation of this statement, my associated solitary messenger's personal sensitivity to the presence of this order of spirit indicates that there is with us at this very moment, not over 25 feet away, a spirit of the inspired order and of the 3rd volume of Power Presence. The 3rd volume of Power Presence suggests to us the probability that 3 inspired spirits are functioning in liaison. 220.3, 19:5. 8 of more than 12 orders of beings associated with me at this time, the solitary messenger is the only one aware of the presence of these mysterious entities of the Trinity. And further, while we are thus apprised of the nearness of these divine spirits, we are all equally ignorant of their mission. We really do not know whether they are merely interested observers of our doings, or whether they are, in some manner unknown to us, actually contributing to the success of our undertaking. 220.4, 19:5. 9. We know that the Trinity teacher sons are devoted to the conscious enlightenment of universe creatures. I have arrived at the settled conclusion that the inspired Trinity spirits, by superconscious techniques, are also functioning as teachers of the realms. I am persuaded that there is a vast body of essential spiritual knowledge, truth indispensable to high spiritual attainment, which cannot be consciously received. Self-consciousness would effectively jeopardize the certainty of reception. If we are right in this concept, and my entire order of being shares it, it may be the mission of these inspired spirits to overcome this difficulty, to bridge this gap in the universal scheme of moral enlightenment and spiritual advancement. We think that these two types of Trinity-Origin teachers effect some kind of liaison in their activities, but we do not really know. 220.5, 19:5. 10 On the Superuniverse Training Worlds and on the Eternal Circuits of Havona, I have fraternized with the perfecting mortals, spiritualized and ascendant souls from the evolutionary realms, but never have they been aware of the inspired spirits, which ever and anon the powers of detection resident in the solitary messengers would indicate were very near us. I have freely conversed with all orders of the sons of God, high and low, and they likewise are unconscious of the admonitions of the inspired Trinity spirits. They can and do look back in their experiences and recount happenings which are difficult to explain if the action of such spirits is not taken into account. But excepting solitary messengers, and sometimes Trinity-Origin beings, none of the celestial family have ever been conscious of the nearness of the inspired spirits. 221.1, 19:5. 11 I do not believe the inspired Trinity spirits are playing hide and seek with me. They are probably trying just as hard to disclose themselves to me as I am to communicate with them. Our difficulties and limitations must be mutual and inherent. I am satisfied that there are no arbitrary secrets in the universe, therefore will I never cease in my efforts to solve the mystery of the isolation of these spirits belonging to my order of creation. 221.2, 19:5. 12 And from all this, you mortals, just now taking your first step on the eternal journey, can well see that you must advance a long way before you will progress by sight and material assurance. You will long use faith and be dependent on revelation if you hope to progress quickly and safely. 6. Havona natives. 221.3, 19:6. 1. The Havona natives are the direct creation of the Paradise Trinity, and their number is beyond the concept of your circumscribed minds. Neither is it possible for Urantians to conceive of the inherent endowments of such divinely perfect creatures as these Trinity-Origin races of the eternal universe. You can never truly envisage these glorious creatures. You must await your arrival in Havona, when you can greet them as spirit comrades. 221.4, 19 minutes and 6.2 seconds During your long sojourn on the billion worlds of Havona culture you will develop an eternal friendship for these superb beings. And how deep is that friendship which grows up between the lowest personal creature from the worlds of space and these high personal beings native to the perfect spheres of the central universe. Ascending mortals, in their long and loving association with the Havona natives, do much to compensate for the spiritual impoverishment of the earlier stages of mortal progression. At the same time, through their contacts with ascending pilgrims, the Havoners gain an experience which to no small extent overcomes the experiential handicap of having always lived a life of divine perfection. The good to both ascending mortal and Havona native is great and mutual. 221.5, 19:6. 3. Havona natives, like all other Trinity-Origin personalities, are projected in divine perfection, and as with other Trinity-Origin personalities, the passing of time may add to their stores of experiential endowments. But unlike the stationary sons of the Trinity, Havoners may evolve in status, may have an unrevealed future eternity destiny. This is illustrated by those Havoners who service-factualize capacity for fusion with a non-adjuster father fragment and so qualify for membership in the mortal core of the Finality. And there are other Finaliter core open to these natives of the central universe. 221.6, 19 minutes and 6.4 seconds The status evolution of Havona natives has occasioned much speculation on Uversa. Since they are constantly filtering into the several paradise core of the Finality, and since no more are being created, it is apparent that the number of natives remaining in Havona is constantly diminishing. The ultimate consequences of these transactions have never been revealed to us, but we do not believe that Havona will ever be entirely depleted of its natives. We have entertained the theory that Havoners will possibly cease entering the Finaliter core sometime during the ages of the successive creations of the outer space levels. We have also entertained the thought that in these subsequent universe ages the central universe may be peopled by a mixed group of resident beings, a citizenship consisting only in part of the original Havona natives. We do not know what order or type of creature may be thus destined to residential status in the future Havona, but we have thought of 222.1, 19 minutes and 6.5 seconds 1. The Univitatia, who are at present the permanent citizens of the local universe constellations. 222.2, 19 minutes and 6.6 seconds 2. Future types of mortals who may be born on the inhabited spheres of the superuniverses in the flowering of the ages of light and life. 222.3, 19 minutes and 6.7 seconds 3. The incoming spiritual aristocracy of the successive outer universes. 222. 4, 19 minutes and 6.8 seconds. We know that the Havona of the previous universe age was somewhat different from the Havona of the present age. We deem it no more than reasonable to assume that we are now witnessing those slow changes in the central universe that are anticipatory of the ages to come. One thing is certain, the universe is non-static, only God is changeless. 7. Paradise Citizens. 222.5, 19 minutes and 7.1 second. There are resident on Paradise numerous groups of superb beings, the Paradise Citizens. They are not directly concerned with the scheme of perfecting ascending will creatures and are not, therefore, fully revealed to Urantia mortals. There are more than 3,000 orders of these supernal intelligences, the last group having been personalized simultaneously with the mandate of the Trinity which promulgated the creative plan of the 7 superuniverses of time and space. 222.6, 19 minutes and 7.2 seconds. Paradise citizens and Havona natives are sometimes designated collectively as Paradise Havona personalities. 222.7, 19 minutes and 7.3 seconds. This completes the story of those beings who are brought into existence by the Paradise Trinity. None of them have ever gone astray. And yet, in the highest sense, they are all free will endowed. 222.8, 19 minutes and 7.4 seconds. Trinity-Origin beings possess prerogatives of transit which make them independent of transport personalities, such as Seraphim. We all possess the power of moving about freely and quickly in the universe of universes. Excepting the inspired Trinity spirits, we cannot attain the almost unbelievable velocity of the solitary messengers, but we are able so to utilize the sum total of the transport facilities in space that we can reach any point in a superuniverse. From its headquarters, in less than 1 year of Urantia time. It required 109 days of your time for me to journey from Uversa to Urantia. 222.9, 19 minutes and 7.5 seconds. Through these same avenues we are enabled to intercommunicate instantaneously. Our entire order of creation finds itself in touch with every individual embraced within every division of the children of the Paradise Trinity save only the inspired spirits. 222.10, 19 minutes and 7.6 seconds, presented by a Divine Counselor of Uversa. Paper 20. The Paradise Sons of God. 223.1, 20 minutes and 0.1 second as they function in the superuniverse of Orvanton. The Sons of God are classified under 3 general heads. 223.2, 20 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. The Descending Sons of God. 223.3, 20 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. The Ascending Sons of God. 223.4, 20 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. The Trinitized Sons of God. 223.5, 20 minutes and 0.5 seconds. Descending orders of sonship include personalities who are of direct and divine creation. Ascending sons, such as mortal creatures, achieve this status by experiential participation in the creative technique known as evolution. Trinitized sons are a group of composite origin which includes all beings embraced by the Paradise Trinity even though not of direct Trinity origin. 1. The Descending Sons of God. 223.6, 20:1. 1. All descending sons of God have high and divine origins. They are dedicated to the descending ministry of service on the worlds and systems of time and space, there to facilitate the progress in the paradise climb of the lowly creatures of evolutionary origin, the ascending sons of God. Of the numerous orders of descending sons, 7 will be depicted in these narratives. Those sons who come forth from the deities on the central isle of light and life are called the Paradise Sons of God and embrace the following 3 orders. 223.7, 20 minutes and 1.2 seconds 1. Creator Sons, the Michaels. 223.8, 20 minutes and 1.3 seconds 2. Magisterial Sons, the Avonals. 223.9, 20 minutes and 1.4 seconds 3. Trinity Teacher Sons, the Danals. 223.10, 20 minutes and 1.5 seconds. The remaining 4 orders of descending sonship are known as the local universe Sons of God. 223.11, 20 minutes and 1.6 seconds 4. Melchizedek Sons. 223. 12, 20 minutes and 1.7 seconds 5. Verandadek Sons. 223.13, 20 minutes and 1.8 seconds 6. Lananandek Sons. 223.14, 20 minutes and 1.9 seconds 7. The Life Carriers. 223.15, 20 minutes and 1.10 seconds. Melchizedeks are the joint offspring of a local universe creator son, creative spirit, and father Melchizedek. Both Vorandadeks and Lananandeks are brought into being by a creator son and his creative spirit associate. Vorandadeks are best known as the Most Highs, the constellation fathers, Lananandeks as system sovereigns and as planetary princes. The threefold order of life carriers is brought into being by a creator son and creative spirit associated with one of the 3 ancients of days of the superuniverse of jurisdiction. But the natures and activities of these local universe sons of God are more properly portrayed in those papers dealing with the affairs of the local creations. 224.1, 20:1. 11 The Paradise Sons of God are of threefold origin. The primary or creator sons are brought into being by the universal Father and the eternal Son. The secondary or magisterial sons are children of the eternal Son and the infinite Spirit. The Trinity Teacher sons are the offspring of the Father, Son, and Spirit. From the standpoint of service, worship, and supplication, the Paradise Sons are as one, their spirit is one, and their work is identical in quality and completeness. 224. 2, 20 minutes and 1.12 seconds. As the Paradise Orders of Days prove to be divine administrators, so have the Orders of Paradise Sons revealed themselves as divine ministers, creators, servers, bestowers, judges, teachers, and truth revealers. They range the universe of universes from the shores of the eternal isle to the inhabited worlds of time and space, performing manifold services in the central and superuniverses not disclosed in these narratives. They are variously organized, dependent on the nature and whereabouts of their service, but in a local universe both magisterial and teacher sons serve under the direction of the Creator Son who presides over that domain. 224.3, 20:1. 13 The Creator Sons seem to possess a spiritual endowment centering in their persons, which they control and which they can bestow, as did your own Creator Son when he poured out his Spirit upon all mortal flesh on Urantia. Each Creator Son is endowed with this spiritual drawing power in his own realm. He is personally conscious of every act and emotion of every descending Son of God serving in his domain. Here is a divine reflection, a local universe duplication, of that absolute spiritual drawing power of the eternal Son which enables him to reach out to make and maintain contact with all his Paradise Sons, no matter where they may be in all the universe of universes. 224.4, 20:1. 14 The Paradise Creator Sons serve not only as sons in their descending ministrations of service and bestowal, but when they have completed their bestowal careers, each functions as a universe father in his own creation. While the other sons of God continue the service of bestowal and spiritual uplifting designed to win the planets, one by one, to the willing recognition of the loving rule of the Universal Father, culminating in creature consecration to the will of the Paradise Father and in planetary loyalty to the universe sovereignty of his Creator Son. 224.5, 20 minutes and 1.15 seconds in a sevenfold creator-son, creator and creature are forever blended in understanding, sympathetic, and merciful association. The entire order of Michael, the creator-sons, is so unique that the consideration of their natures and activities will be reserved to the next paper in this series. While this narrative will be chiefly concerned with the two remaining orders of paradise sonship, the magisterial sons and the Trinity teacher sons. 2. The magisterial sons. 224.6, 20:2. 1. Every time an original and absolute concept of being formulated by the Eternal Son unites with a new and divine ideal of loving service conceived by the Infinite Spirit, a new and original Son of God, a Paradise Magisterial Son, is produced. These sons constitute the order of Avonals in contradistinction to the order of Michael, the Creator sons. Though not creators in the personal sense, they are closely associated with the Michaels in all their work. The Avonals are planetary ministers and judges, the magistrates of the time-space realms, of all races, to all worlds, and in all universes. 225.1, 20:2. 2. We have reasons for believing that the total number of magisterial sons in the grand universe is about 1 billion. They are a self-governing order, being directed by their Supreme Council on Paradise, which is made up of experienced Avonals drawn from the services of all universes. But when assigned to, and commissioned in, a local universe, they serve under the direction of the Creator Son of that domain. 225.2, 20 minutes and 2.3 seconds. Avonals are the Paradise Sons of service and bestowal to the individual planets of the local universes. And since each Avonal Son has an exclusive personality, since no two are alike, their work is individually unique in the realms of their sojourn. Where they are often incarnated in the likeness of mortal flesh and sometimes are born of earthly mothers on the evolutionary worlds. 225.3, 20 minutes and 2.4 seconds. In addition to their services on the higher administrative levels, the Avonals have a threefold function on the inhabited worlds. 225.4, 20 minutes and 2.5 seconds. 1. Judicial actions. They act at the close of the planetary dispensations. In time, scores, hundreds, of such missions may be executed on each individual world, and they may go to the same or to other worlds times without number as dispensation terminators, liberators of the sleeping survivors. 225.5, 20 minutes and 2.6 seconds. 2. Magisterial missions. A planetary visitation of this type usually occurs prior to the arrival of a bestowal son. On such a mission an Avonal appears as an adult of the realm by a technique of incarnation not involving mortal birth. Subsequent to this first and usual magisterial visit, Avonals may repeatedly serve in a magisterial capacity on the same planet both before and after the appearance of the bestowal son. On these additional magisterial missions an Avonal may or may not appear in material and visible form, but on none of them will he be born into the world as a helpless babe. 225.6, 20 minutes and 2.7 seconds. 3. Bestowal missions. The Avonal sons do all, at least once, bestow themselves upon some mortal race on some evolutionary world. Judicial visits are numerous, magisterial missions may be plural, but on each planet there appears but one bestowal son. Bestowal Avonals are born of woman as Michael of Nebadon was incarnated on Urantia. 225.7, 20:2. 8. There is no limit to the number of times the Avonal sons may serve on magisterial and on bestowal missions, but usually, when the experience has been 7 times traversed, there is suspension in favor of those who have had less of such service. These sons of multiple bestowal experience are then assigned to the high personal council of a creator son, thus becoming participants in the administration of universe affairs. 225.8, 20:2. 9. In all their work for and on the inhabited worlds, the magisterial sons are assisted by 2 orders of local universe creatures, the Melchizedeks and the archangels. While on bestowal missions they are also accompanied by the brilliant evening stars, likewise of origin in the local creations. In every planetary effort the secondary paradise sons, the Avonals, are supported by the full power and authority of a primary paradise son, the creator son of their local universe of service. To all intents and purposes their work on the inhabited spheres is just as effective and acceptable as would have been the service of a creator son upon such worlds of mortal habitation. 3. Judicial Actions 226.1, 20:3. 1. The Avonals are known as magisterial sons because they are the high magistrates of the realms, the adjudicators of the successive dispensations of the worlds of time. They preside over the awakening of the sleeping survivors, sit in judgment on the realm, bring to an end a dispensation of suspended justice, execute the mandates of an age of probationary mercy. Reassign the space creatures of planetary ministry to the tasks of the new dispensation, and return to the headquarters of their local universe upon the completion of their mission. 226.2, 20 minutes and 3.2 seconds. When they sit in judgment on the destinies of an age, the Avonals decree the fate of the evolutionary races, but though they may render judgments extinguishing the identity of personal creatures, they do not execute such sentences. Verdicts of this nature are executed by none but the authorities of a superuniverse. 226.3, 20:3. 3. The arrival of a paradise Avonal on an evolutionary world for the purpose of terminating a dispensation and of inaugurating a new era of planetary progression is not necessarily either a magisterial mission or a bestowal mission. Magisterial missions sometimes, and bestowal missions always, are incarnations, that is, on such assignments the Avonals serve on a planet in material form, literally. Their other visits are technical, and in this capacity an Avonal is not incarnated for planetary service. If a magisterial son comes solely as a dispensational adjudicator, he arrives on a planet as a spiritual being, invisible to the material creatures of the realm. Such technical visits occur repeatedly in the long history of an inhabited world. 226.4, 20 minutes and 3.4 seconds. Avonal sons may act as planetary judges prior to both the magisterial and bestowal experiences. On either of these missions, however, the incarnated son will judge the passing planetary age. Likewise does a creator son when incarnated on a mission of bestowal in the likeness of mortal flesh. When a paradise son visits an evolutionary world and becomes like one of its people, his presence terminates a dispensation and constitutes a judgment of the realm. 4. Magisterial Missions 226.5, 20:4. 1. Prior to the planetary appearance of a bestowal son, an inhabited world is usually visited by a paradise Avonal on a magisterial mission. If it is an initial magisterial visitation, the Avonal is always incarnated as a material being. He appears on the planet of assignment as a full-fledged male of the mortal races, a being fully visible to, and in physical contact with, the mortal creatures of his day and generation. Throughout a magisterial incarnation the connection of the Avonal son with the local and the universal spiritual forces is complete and unbroken. 226.6, 20:4. 2. A planet may experience many magisterial visitations both before and after the appearance of a bestowal son. It may be visited many times by the same or other Avonals, acting as dispensational adjudicators, but such technical missions of judgment are neither bestowal nor magisterial, and the Avonals are never incarnated at such times. Even when a planet is blessed with repeated magisterial missions, the Avonals do not always submit to mortal incarnation, and when they do serve in the likeness of mortal flesh, they always appear as adult beings of the realm. They are not born of woman. 227.1, 20 minutes and 4.3 seconds. When incarnated on either bestowal or magisterial missions, the paradise sons have experienced adjusters, and these adjusters are different for each incarnation. The adjusters that occupy the minds of the incarnated sons of God can never hope for personality through fusion with the human divine beings of their indwelling, but they are often personalized by fiat of the Universal Father. Such adjusters form the Supreme Divinington Council of Direction for the administration, identification, and dispatch of mystery monitors to the inhabited realms. They also receive and accredit adjusters on their return to the bosom of the Father, upon the mortal dissolution of their earthly tabernacles. In this way the faithful adjusters of the world judges become the exalted chiefs of their kind. 227. 20 minutes and 4.4 seconds. Urantia has never been host to an avonal sun on a magisterial mission. Had Urantia followed the general plan of inhabited worlds, it would have been blessed with a magisterial mission sometime between the days of Adam and the bestowal of Christ Michael. But the regular sequence of paradise suns on your planet was wholly deranged by the appearance of your Creator's Son on his terminal bestowal 1900 years ago. 227.3, 20:4. 5. Urantia may yet be visited by an avonal commission to incarnate on a magisterial mission, but regarding the future appearance of paradise suns, not even the angels in heaven know the time or manner of such visitations. For a Michael bestowal world becomes the individual and personal ward of a master sun and, as such, is wholly subject to his own plans and rulings. And with your world, this is further complicated by Michael's promise to return. Regardless of the misunderstandings about the Urantian sojourn of Michael of Nebadon, one thing is certainly authentic: his promise to come back to your world. In view of this prospect, only time can reveal the future order of the visitations of the paradise sons of God on Urantia. 5. Bestowal of the paradise sons of God. 227.4, 20 minutes and 5.1 seconds. The eternal Son is the eternal Word of God. The eternal Son is the perfect expression of the first, absolute and infinite thought of his eternal Father. When a personal duplication or divine extension of this original Son starts on a bestowal mission of mortal incarnation, it becomes literally true that the divine Word is made flesh. And that the Word thus dwells among the lowly beings of animal origin. 227.5, 20 minutes and 5.2 seconds. On Urantia there is a widespread belief that the purpose of a son's bestowal is, in some manner, to influence the attitude of the Universal Father. But your enlightenment should indicate that this is not true. The bestowals of the Avonal and the Michael sons are a necessary part of the experiential process designed to make these sons safe and sympathetic magistrates and rulers of the peoples and planets of time and space. The career of sevenfold bestowal is the supreme goal of all paradise creator sons. And all magisterial sons are motivated by this same spirit of service which so abundantly characterizes the primary creator sons and the eternal Son of Paradise. 227.6, 20:5. 3. Some order of paradise sun must be bestowed upon each mortal inhabited world in order to make it possible for thought adjusters to indwell the minds of all normal human beings on that sphere. For the adjusters do not come to all bona fide human beings until the Spirit of Truth has been poured out upon all flesh. And the sending of the Spirit of Truth is dependent upon the return to universe headquarters of a paradise son who has successfully executed a mission of mortal bestowal upon an evolving world. 228.1, 20:5. For during the course of the long history of an inhabited planet, many dispensational adjudications will take place, and more than one magisterial mission may occur, but ordinarily only once will a bestowal sun serve on the sphere. It is only required that each inhabited world have one bestowal sun come to live the full mortal life from birth to death. Sooner or later, regardless of spiritual status. Every mortal inhabited world is destined to become host to a magisterial sun on a bestowal mission except the one planet in each local universe whereon a creator sun elects to make his mortal bestowal. 228.2, 20 minutes and 5.5 seconds. Understanding more about the bestowal suns, you discern why so much interest attaches to Urantia in the history of Nebadon. Your small and insignificant planet is of local universe concern simply because it is the mortal home world of Jesus of Nazareth. It was the scene of the final and triumphant bestowal of your Creator Son, the arena in which Michael won the supreme personal sovereignty of the universe of Nebadon. 228.3, 20:5. 6. At the headquarters of his local universe a Creator Son, especially after the completion of his own mortal bestowal, spends much of his time in counseling and instructing the College of Associate Sons, the Magisterial Sons and others. In love and devotion, with tender mercy and affectionate consideration, these magisterial sons bestow themselves upon the worlds of space. And in no way are these planetary services inferior to the mortal bestowals of the Michaels. It is true that your Creator Son selected for the realm of his final adventure in creature experience one which had had unusual misfortunes. But no planet could ever be in such a condition that it would require the bestowal of a Creator Son to effect its spiritual rehabilitation. Any son of the bestowal group would have equally sufficed, for in all their work on the worlds of a local universe the magisterial sons are just as divinely effective and all-wise as would have been their paradise brother, the Creator Son. 228. For 20 minutes and 5.7 seconds, though the possibility of disaster always attends these paradise sons during their bestowal incarnations, I have yet to see the record of the failure or default of either a magisterial or a Creator Son on a mission of bestowal. Both are of origin too close to absolute perfection to fail. They indeed assume the risk, really become like the mortal creatures of flesh and blood and thereby gain the unique creature experience, but within the range of my observation they always succeed. They never fail to achieve the goal of the bestowal mission. The story of their bestowal and planetary service throughout Nebadon constitutes the most noble and fascinating chapter in the history of your local universe. 6. The Mortal Bestowal Careers. 228.5, 20 minutes and 6.1 seconds. The method whereby a paradise son becomes ready for mortal incarnation as a bestowal son, becomes enmothered on the bestowal planet, is a universal mystery. And any effort to detect the working of this Sonorington technique is doomed to meet with certain failure. Let the sublime knowledge of the mortal life of Jesus of Nazareth sink into your souls, but waste no thought in useless speculation as to how this mysterious incarnation of Michael of Nebadon was effected. Let us all rejoice in the knowledge and assurance that such achievements are possible to the divine nature and waste no time on futile conjectures about the technique employed by divine wisdom to effect such phenomena. 229.1, 20:6. 2. On a mortal bestowal mission a paradise son is always born of woman and grows up as a male child of the realm, as Jesus did on Urantia. These sons of supreme service all pass from infancy through youth to manhood just as does a human being. In every respect they become like the mortals of the race into which they are born. They make petitions to the Father as do the children of the realms in which they serve. From a material viewpoint, these human divine sons live ordinary lives with just one exception: they do not beget offspring on the worlds of their sojourn. That is a universal restriction imposed on all orders of the paradise bestowal sons. 229. 2, 20 minutes and 6.3 seconds. As Jesus worked on your world as the carpenter's son, so do other paradise sons labor in various capacities on their bestowal planets. You could hardly think of a vocation that has not been followed by some paradise son in the course of his bestowal on some one of the evolutionary planets of time. 229.3, 20:6. For when a bestowal son has mastered the experience of living the mortal life, when he has achieved perfection of attunement with his indwelling adjuster, thereupon he begins that part of his planetary mission designed to illuminate the minds and to inspire the souls of his brethren in the flesh. As teachers, these sons are exclusively devoted to the spiritual enlightenment of the mortal races on the worlds of their sojourn. 229.4, 20:6. 5. The mortal bestowal careers of the Michaels and the Avonals, while comparable in most respects, are not identical in all. Never does a magisterial son proclaim, "Whosoever has seen the Son has seen the Father," as did your Creator Son when on Urantia and in the flesh. But a bestowed Avonal does declare, "Whosoever has seen me has seen the eternal Son of God." The magisterial sons are not of immediate descent from the universal Father, nor do they incarnate subject to the Father's will. Always do they bestow themselves as paradise sons subject to the will of the eternal Son of Paradise. 229.5, 20 minutes and 6.6 seconds. When the bestowal sons, Creator or magisterial, enter the portals of death, they reappear on the third day. But you should not entertain the idea that they always meet with the tragic end encountered by the Creator Son who sojourned on your world 1900 years ago. The extraordinary and unusually cruel experience through which Jesus of Nazareth passed has caused Urantia to become locally known as the world of the cross. It is not necessary that such inhuman treatment be accorded a Son of God, and the vast majority of planets have afforded them a more considerate reception, allowing them to finish their mortal careers, terminate the age, adjudicate the sleeping survivors, and inaugurate a new dispensation, without imposing a violent death. A bestowal son must encounter death, must pass through the whole of the actual experience of mortals of the realms, but it is not a requirement of the divine plan that this death be either violent or unusual. 229.6, 20:6. 7. When bestowal sons are not put to death by violence, they voluntarily relinquish their lives and pass through the portals of death, not to satisfy the demands of stern justice or divine wrath, but rather to complete the bestowal. To drink the cup of the career of incarnation and personal experience in all that constitutes a creature's life as it is lived on the planets of mortal existence. Bestowal is a planetary and a universe necessity, and physical death is nothing more than a necessary part of a bestowal mission. 230.1, 20:6. 8. When the mortal incarnation is finished, the avonal of service proceeds to paradise, is accepted by the Universal Father, returns to the local universe of assignment, and is acknowledged by the Creator Son. Thereupon the bestowal avonal and the Creator Son send their conjoint spirit of truth to function in the hearts of the mortal races dwelling on the bestowal world. In the pre-sovereignty ages of a local universe, this is the joint spirit of both sons, implemented by the creative spirit. It differs somewhat from the spirit of truth which characterizes the local universe ages following a Michael's seventh bestowal. 230.2, 20:6. 9. Upon the completion of a Creator Son's final bestowal, the spirit of truth previously sent into all avonal bestowal worlds of that local universe changes in nature, becoming more literally the spirit of the sovereign Michael. This phenomenon takes place concurrently with the liberation of the spirit of truth for service on the Michael mortal bestowal planet. Thereafter, each world honored by a magisterial bestowal will receive the same spirit comforter from the sevenfold Creator Son, in association with that magisterial Son, which it would have received had the local universe sovereign personally incarnated as its bestowal Son. 7. The Trinity Teacher Sons. 230.3, 20 minutes and 7.1 seconds. These highly personal and highly spiritual Paradise Sons are brought into being by the Paradise Trinity. They are known in Havona as the Order of Danels. In Orvanton they are of record as Trinity Teacher Sons, so named because of their parentage. On Solvington they are sometimes denominated the Paradise Spiritual Sons. 230.4, 20 minutes and 7.2 seconds. In numbers the Teacher Sons are constantly increasing. The last universal census broadcast gave the number of these Trinity Sons functioning in the Central and Superuniverses as a little more than 21 billion, and this is exclusive of the Paradise Reserves, which include more than 1/3 of all Trinity Teacher Sons in existence. 230.5, 20 minutes and 7.3 seconds. The Danel order of sonship is not an organic part of the local or superuniverse administrations. Its members are neither creators nor retrievers, neither judges nor rulers. They are not so much concerned with universe administration as with moral enlightenment and spiritual development. They are the universal educators, being dedicated to the spiritual awakening and moral guidance of all realms. Their ministry is intimately interrelated with that of the personalities of the Infinite Spirit and is closely associated with the Paradise Ascension of creature beings. 230.6, 20:7. For these sons of the Trinity partake of the combined natures of the three Paradise deities, but in Havona they seem more to reflect the nature of the Universal Father. In the superuniverses they seem to portray the nature of the Eternal Son, while in the local creations they appear to show forth the character of the Infinite Spirit. In all universes they are the embodiment of service and the discretion of wisdom. 230.7, 20 minutes and 7.5 seconds. Unlike their Paradise brethren, Michaels and Avonals, Trinity Teacher Sons receive no preliminary training in the Central Universe. They are dispatched directly to the headquarters of the superuniverses and from there are commissioned for service in some local universe. In their ministry to these evolutionary realms they utilize the combined spiritual influence of a creator sun and the associated magisterial suns, for the Daenals do not possess a spiritual drawing power in and of themselves. 8. Local Universe Ministry of the Daenals. 231.1, 20 minutes and 8.1 seconds. The Paradise spiritual suns are unique Trinity-Origin beings and the only Trinity creatures to be so completely associated with the conduct of the dual origin universes. They are affectionately devoted to the educational ministry to mortal creatures and the lower orders of spiritual beings. They begin their labors in the local systems and, in accordance with experience and achievement, are advanced inward through the constellation service to the highest work of the local creation. Upon certification they may become spiritual ambassadors representing the local universes of their service. 231.2, 20 minutes and 8.2 seconds. The exact number of teacher sons in Nebadon I do not know, there are many thousands of them. Many of the heads of departments in the Melchizedek schools belong to this order, while the combined staff of the regularly constituted University of Solvington embraces over 100,000 including these sons. Large numbers are stationed on the various Urantia training worlds, but they are not wholly occupied with the spiritual and intellectual advancement of mortal creatures. They are equally concerned with the instruction of seraphic beings and other natives of the local creations. Many of their assistants are drawn from the ranks of the creature Trinitized beings. 231.3, 20:8. 3. The teacher sons compose the faculties who administer all examinations and conduct all tests for the qualification and certification of all subordinate phases of universe service, from the duties of outpost sentinels to those of star students. They conduct an age-long course of training, ranging from the planetary courses up to the High College of Wisdom located on Solvington. Recognition indicative of effort and attainment is granted to all, ascending mortal or ambitious cherubim, who complete these adventures in wisdom and truth. 231.4, 20:8. For in all universes all the sons of God are beholden to these ever-faithful and universally efficient Trinity teacher sons. They are the exalted teachers of all spirit personalities, even the tried and true teachers of the sons of God themselves. But of the endless details of the duties and functions of the teacher sons I can hardly instruct you. The vast domain of Daenal sonship activities will be better understood on Urantia when you are more advanced in intelligence, and after the spiritual isolation of your planet has been terminated. 9. Planetary Service of the Daenals. 231.5, 20:9. 1. When the progress of events on an evolutionary world indicates that the time is ripe to initiate a spiritual age, the Trinity teacher sons always volunteer for this service. You are not familiar with this order of sonship because Urantia has never experienced a spiritual age, a millennium of cosmic enlightenment. But the teacher sons even now visit your world for the purpose of formulating plans concerning their projected sojourn on your sphere. They will be due to appear on Urantia after its inhabitants have gained comparative deliverance from the shackles of animalism and from the fetters of materialism. 231.6, 20:9. 2. Trinity teacher sons have nothing to do with terminating planetary dispensations. They neither judge the dead nor translate the living, but on each planetary mission they are accompanied by a magisterial son who performs these services. Teacher sons are wholly concerned with the initiation of a spiritual age, with the dawn of the era of spiritual realities on an evolutionary planet. They make real the spiritual counterparts of material knowledge and temporal wisdom. 232.1, 20:9. 3. The teacher sons usually remain on their visitation planets for 1,000 years of planetary time. One teacher son presides over the planetary millennial reign and is assisted by 70 associates of his order. The Daenals do not incarnate or otherwise so materialize themselves as to be visible to mortal beings. Therefore is contact with the world of visitation maintained through the activities of the brilliant evening stars, local universe personalities who are associated with the Trinity teacher sons. 232.2, 20:9. For the Danos may return many times to an inhabited world, and following their final mission the planet will be ushered into the settled status of a sphere of light and life. The evolutionary goal of all the mortal inhabited worlds of the present universe age. The mortal core of the finality has much to do with the spheres settled in light and life, and their planetary activities touch upon those of the teacher suns. Indeed, the whole order of Danal sonship is intimately connected with all phases of Finaliter activities in the evolutionary creations of time and space. 232.3, 20:9. 5. The Trinity teacher suns seem to be so completely identified with the regime of mortal progression through the earlier stages of evolutionary ascension that we are often led to speculate regarding their possible association with the Finaliters in the undisclosed career of the future universes. We observe that the administrators of the superuniverses are part Trinity-Origin personalities and part Trinity-embraced ascendant evolutionary creatures. We firmly believe that the teacher suns and the Finaliters are now engaged in acquiring the experience of time association, which may be the preliminary training to prepare them for close association in some unrevealed future destiny. On Uversa it is our belief that, when the superuniverses are finally settled in light and life, these paradise teacher suns, who have become so thoroughly familiar with the problems of evolutionary worlds and have been so long associated with the career of evolutionary mortals, will probably be transferred to eternal association with the paradise core of the finality. 10. United Ministry of the Paradise Suns. 232.4, 20 minutes and 10.1 second. All the paradise sons of God are divine in origin and in nature. The work of each paradise son in behalf of each world is just as if the son of service were the first and only son of God. 232.5, 20 minutes and 10.2 seconds. The paradise sons are the divine presentation of the acting natures of the three persons of deity to the domains of time and space. The creator, magisterial, and teacher sons are the gifts of the eternal deities to the children of men and to all other universe creatures of ascension potential. These sons of God are the divine ministers who are unceasingly devoted to the work of helping the creatures of time attain the high spiritual goal of eternity. 232.6, 2010. 3. In the Creator sons the love of the Universal Father is blended with the mercy of the Eternal Son and is disclosed to the local universes in the creative power, loving ministry, and understanding sovereignty of the Michaels. In the magisterial sons the mercy of the Eternal Son, united with the ministry of the Infinite Spirit, is revealed to the evolutionary domains in the careers of these avonals of judgment, service, and bestowal. In the Trinity teacher sons the love, mercy, and ministry of the three paradise deities are coordinated on the highest time-space value levels and are presented to the universes as living truth, divine goodness, and true spiritual beauty. 233. 1. 2010. For in the local universes these orders of sonship collaborate to effect the revelation of the deities of paradise to the creatures of space. As the father of a local universe, a creator son portrays the infinite character of the universal Father. As the bestowal sons of mercy, the avonals reveal the matchless nature of the eternal Son of infinite compassion. As the true teachers of ascending personalities, the Trinity Danal sons disclose the teacher personality of the infinite Spirit. In their divinely perfect cooperation, Michaels, avonals, and Danals are contributing to the actualization and revelation of the personality and sovereignty of God the Supreme in and to the time-space universes. In the harmony of their triune activities these paradise sons of God ever function in the vanguard of the personalities of deity as they follow the never-ending expansion of the divinity of the first great source and center from the everlasting isle of paradise into the unknown depths of space. 233.2, 20 minutes and 10.5 seconds, presented by a perfecter of wisdom from Uversa. Paper 21. The Paradise Creator Sons. 234.1, 21 minutes and 0.1 second. The Creator Sons are the makers and rulers of the local universes of time and space. These universe creators and sovereigns are of dual origin, embodying the characteristics of God the Father and God the Son. But each Creator Son is different from every other, each is unique in nature as well as in personality. Each is the only begotten Son of the perfect deity ideal of his origin. 234.2, 21 minutes and 0.2 seconds. In the vast work of organizing, evolving, and perfecting a local universe, these high sons always enjoy the sustaining approval of the Universal Father. The relationship of the Creator sons with their Paradise Father is touching and superlative. No doubt the profound affection of the deity parents for their divine progeny is the wellspring of that beautiful and well-nigh divine love which even mortal parents bear their children. 234.3, 21:0. 3. These primary Paradise sons are personalized as Michaels. As they go forth from Paradise to found their universes, they are known as Creator Michaels. When settled in supreme authority, they are called Master Michaels. Sometimes we refer to the sovereign of your universe of Nebadon as Christ Michael. Always and forever do they reign after the order of Michael, that being the designation of the first son of their order and nature. 234.4, 21:0. For the original or firstborn Michael has never experienced incarnation as a material being, but 7 times he passed through the experience of spiritual creature ascent on the 7 circuits of Havona. Advancing from the outer spheres to the innermost circuit of the central creation. The order of Michael knows the grand universe from one end to the other. There is no essential experience of any of the children of time and space in which the Michaels have not personally participated. They are in fact partakers not only of the divine nature but also of your nature, meaning all natures, from the highest to the lowest. 234.5, 21:0. 5. The original Michael is the presiding head of the primary Paradise sons when they assemble for conference at the center of all things. Not long since on Uversa we recorded a universal broadcast of a conclave extraordinary on the eternal isle of 150,000 Creator sons assembled in the parental presence and engaged in deliberations having to do with the progress of the unification and stabilization of the universe of universes. This was a selected group of sovereign Michaels, 7-fold bestowal sons. 1. Origin and nature of Creator sons. 234.6, 21:1. 1. When the fullness of absolute spiritual ideation in the Eternal Son encounters the fullness of absolute personality concept in the Universal Father, when such a creative union is finally and fully attained. When such absolute identity of spirit and such infinite oneness of personality concept occur, then, right then and there, without the loss of anything of personality or prerogative by either of the infinite deities, there flashes into full-fledged being a new and original Creator Son, the only begotten Son of the perfect ideal and the powerful idea whose union produces this new Creator personality of power and perfection. 235.1, 21 minutes and 1.2 seconds. Each Creator Son is the only begotten and only begettable offspring of the perfect union of the original concepts of the two infinite and eternal and perfect minds of the ever-existent Creators of the universe of universes. There never can be another such Son because each Creator Son is the unqualified, finished, and final expression and embodiment of all of every phase of every feature of every possibility of every divine reality that could, throughout all eternity, ever be found in, expressed by, or evolved from, those divine creative potentials which united to bring this Michael's Son into existence. Each Creator Son is the absolute of the united deity concepts which constitute his divine origin. 235.2, 21 minutes and 1.3 seconds. The divine natures of these Creator Sons are, in principle, derived equally from the attributes of both Paradise parents. All partake of the fullness of the divine nature of the Universal Father and of the creative prerogatives of the Eternal Son, but as we observe the practical outworking of the Michael functions in the universes, we discern apparent differences. Some Creator Sons appear to be more like God the Father, others more like God the Son. For example, the trend of administration in the universe of Nebadon suggests that its Creator and ruling Son is one whose nature and character more resemble that of the Eternal Mother Son. It should be further stated that some universes are presided over by Paradise Michaels who appear equally to resemble God the Father and God the Son. And these observations are in no sense implied criticisms, they are simply a recording of fact. 235.3, 21 minutes and 1.4 seconds. I do not know the exact number of creator sons in existence, but I have good reasons for believing that there are more than 700,000. Now, we know that there are exactly 700,000 unions of days and no more are being created. We also observe that the ordained plans of the present universe age seem to indicate that one union of days is to be stationed in each local universe as the counseling ambassador of the Trinity. We note further that the constantly increasing number of creator sons already exceeds the stationary number of the unions of days. But concerning the destiny of the Michaels beyond 700,000, we have never been informed. 2. The creators of local universes. 235.4, 21:2. 1. The Paradise sons of the primary order are the designers, creators, builders, and administrators of their respective domains, the local universes of time and space, the basic creative units of the 7 evolutionary superuniverses. A creator son is permitted to choose the space site of his future cosmic activity, but before he may begin even the physical organization of his universe, he must spend a long period of observation devoted to the study of the efforts of his older brothers in various creations located in the superuniverse of his projected action. And prior to all this, the Michael son will have completed his long and unique experience of paradise observation and Havona training. 235.5, 21:2. 2. When a creator son departs from paradise to embark upon the adventure of universe making, to become the head, virtually the god, of the local universe of his own organization, then, for the first time, he finds himself in intimate contact with, and in many respects dependent upon, the third source and center. The infinite spirit, though abiding with the Father and the Son at the center of all things, is destined to function as the actual and effective helper of each creator son. Therefore is each creator son accompanied by a creative daughter of the infinite spirit, that being who is destined to become the divine minister, the mother spirit of the new local universe. 236.1, 21:2. 3. The departure of a Michael son on this occasion forever liberates his creator prerogatives from the paradise sources and centers. Subject only to certain limitations inherent in the pre-existence of these sources and centers and to certain other antecedent powers and presences. Among these limitations to the otherwise all-powerful creator prerogatives of a local universe father are the following. 236.2, 21 minutes and 2.4 seconds. 1. Energy matter is dominated by the infinite spirit. Before any new forms of things, great or small, may be created, before any new transformations of energy matter may be attempted, a creator son must secure the consent and working cooperation of the infinite spirit. 236.3, 21 minutes and 2.5 seconds. 2. Creature designs and types are controlled by the eternal Son. Before a creator son may engage in the creation of any new type of being, any new design of creature, he must secure the consent of the eternal and original mother son. 236.4, 21 minutes and 2.6 seconds. 3. Personality is designed and bestowed by the universal Father. 236.5, 21 minutes and 2.7 seconds. The types and patterns of mind are determined by the pre-creature factors of being. After these have been associated to constitute a creature, personal or otherwise, mind is the endowment of the third source and center, the universal source of mind ministry to all beings below the level of paradise creators. 236.6, 21:2. 8. The control of spirit designs and types depends on the level of their manifestation. In the last analysis, spiritual design is controlled by the Trinity or by the pre-Trinity spirit endowments of the Trinity personalities, Father, Son, and Spirit. 236.7, 21 minutes and 2.9 seconds. When such a perfect and divine Son has taken possession of the space site of his chosen universe, when the initial problems of universe materialization and of gross equilibrium have been resolved. When he has formed an effective and cooperative working union with the complemental daughter of the infinite spirit, then do this universe Son and this universe spirit initiate that liaison which is designed to give origin to the innumerable hosts of their local universe children. In connection with this event, the creative spirit focalization of the Paradise Infinite Spirit becomes changed in nature, taking on the personal qualities of the Mother Spirit of a local universe. 236.8, 21:2. 10. Notwithstanding that all creator sons are divinely like their paradise parents, none exactly resembles another, each is unique, diverse, exclusive, and original in nature as well as in personality. And since they are the architects and makers of the life plans of their respective realms, this very diversity ensures that their domains will also be diverse in every form and phase of Michael-derived living existence which may be created or subsequently evolved therein. Hence the orders of creatures native to the local universes are quite varied. No two are administered or inhabited by dual-origin native beings who are in all respects identical. Within any super-universe, one half of their inherent attributes are quite alike, being derived from the uniform creative spirits, the other half vary, being derived from the diversified creator sons. But such diversity does not characterize those creatures of sole origin in the creative spirit or those imported beings who are native to the central or super-universes. 237.1, 21:2. 11. When a Michael sun is absent from his universe, its government is directed by the firstborn native being, the bright and morning star, the local universe chief executive. The advice and counsel of the Union of Days is invaluable at such times. During these absences a creator sun is able to invest the associated mother spirit with the over-control of his spiritual presence on the inhabited worlds and in the hearts of his mortal children. And the mother spirit of a local universe remains always at its headquarters, extending her fostering care and spiritual ministry to the uttermost parts of such an evolutionary domain. 237.2, 21:2. 12. The personal presence of a creator sun in his local universe is not necessary to the smooth running of an established material creation. Such suns may journey to paradise, and still their universes swing on through space. They may lay down their lines of power to incarnate as the children of time, still their realms whirl on about their respective centers. No material organization is independent of the absolute gravity grasp of paradise or of the cosmic over-control inherent in the space presence of the unqualified absolute. 3. Local universe sovereignty. 237.3, 21:3. 1. A creator sun is given the range of a universe by the consent of the Paradise Trinity and with the confirmation of the supervising master spirit of the superuniverse concerned. Such action constitutes title of physical possession, a cosmic leasehold. But the elevation of a Michael sun from this initial and self-limited stage of rulership to the experiential supremacy of self-earned sovereignty comes as a result of his own personal experiences in the work of universe creation and incarnated bestowal. Until the achievement of bestowal-earned sovereignty, he rules as vicegerent of the Universal Father. 237.4, 21 minutes and 3.2 seconds. A creator sun could assert full sovereignty over his personal creation at any time, but he wisely chooses not to. If, prior to passing through the creature bestowals, he assumed an unearned supreme sovereignty, the paradise personalities resident in his local universe would withdraw. But this has never happened throughout all the creations of time and space. 237.5, 21 minutes and 3.3 seconds. The fact of creatorship implies the fullness of sovereignty, but the Michaels choose to experientially earn it, thereby retaining the full cooperation of all paradise personalities attached to the local universe administration. We know of no Michael who ever did otherwise, but they all could. They are truly free will sons. 237.6, 21 minutes and 3.4 seconds. The sovereignty of a creator sun in a local universe passes through 6, perhaps 7, stages of experiential manifestation. These appear in the following order. 237.7, 21 minutes and 3.5 seconds. 1. Initial vicegerent sovereignty, the solitary provisional authority exercised by a creator sun before the acquirement of personal qualities by the associated creative spirit. 237.8, 21 minutes and 3.6 seconds. 2. Conjoint vicegerent sovereignty, the joint rule of the Paradise Pair subsequent to the personality achievement of the Universe Mother Spirit. 238.1, 21 minutes and 3.7 seconds 3. Augmenting Vicegerent Sovereignty, the advancing authority of a Creator Son during the period of his 7 creature bestowals. 238.2, 21 minutes and 3.8 seconds 4. Supreme Sovereignty, the settled authority following the completion of the 7th bestowal. In Nebadon, supreme sovereignty dates from the completion of Michael's bestowal on Urantia. It has existed just slightly over 1900 years of your planetary time. 238.3, 21 minutes and 3.9 seconds 5. Augmenting Supreme Sovereignty, the advanced relationship growing out of the settling of a majority of the creature domains in light and life. This stage pertains to the unachieved future of your local universe. 238.4, 21 minutes and 3.10 seconds 6. Trinitarian Sovereignty, exercised subsequent to the settling of the entire local universe in light and life. 238.5, 21 minutes and 3.11 seconds 7. Unrevealed Sovereignty, the unknown relationships of a future universe age. 238.6, 21:3. 12 In accepting the initial vicegerent sovereignty of a projected local universe. A Creator Michael takes an oath to the Trinity not to assume supreme sovereignty until the 7 creature bestowals have been completed and certified by the superuniverse rulers. But if a Michael's son could not, at will, assert such unearned sovereignty, there would be no meaning in taking an oath not to do so. 238.7, 21:3. 13 Even in the pre-bestowal ages a Creator's Son rules his domain well-nigh supremely when there is no dissent in any of its parts. Limited rulership would hardly be manifest if sovereignty were never challenged. The sovereignty exercised by a pre-bestowal Creator Son in a universe without rebellion is no greater than in a universe with rebellion, but in the first instance sovereignty limitations are not apparent, in the second, they are. 238.8, 21:3. 14 If ever the authority or administration of a Creator Son is challenged, attacked, or jeopardized, he is eternally pledged to uphold, protect, defend, and if necessary retrieve his personal creation. Such sons can be troubled or harassed only by the creatures of their own making or by higher beings of their own choosing. It might be inferred that higher beings, those of origin on levels above a local universe, would be unlikely to trouble a Creator Son, and this is true. But they could if they chose to. Virtue is volitional with personality. Righteousness is not automatic in free will creatures. 238.9, 21:3. 15 Before the completion of the bestowal career a Creator Son rules with certain self-imposed limitations of sovereignty. But subsequent to his finished bestowal service he rules by virtue of his actual experience in the form and likeness of his manifold creatures. When a Creator has 7 times sojourned among his creatures, when the bestowal career is finished, then is he supremely settled in universe authority, he has become a Master Son, a sovereign and supreme ruler. 238.10, 21:3. 16 The technique of obtaining supreme sovereignty over a local universe involves the following 7 experiential steps. 238.11, 21 minutes and 3.17 seconds 1. Experientially to penetrate 7 creature levels of being through the technique of incarnated bestowal in the very likeness of the creatures on the level concerned. 238.12, 21 minutes and 3.18 seconds 2. To make an experiential consecration to each phase of the 7-fold will of Paradise Deity as it is personified in the 7 Master Spirits. 239.1, 21 minutes and 3.19 seconds 3. To traverse each of the 7 experiences on the creature levels simultaneously with the execution of one of the 7 consecrations to the will of Paradise Deity. 239.2, 21 minutes and 3.20 seconds 4. On each creature level, experientially to portray the acme of creature life to Paradise Deity and to all universe intelligences. 239.3, 21 minutes and 3.21 seconds 5. On each creature level, experientially to reveal one phase of the sevenfold will of deity to the bestowal level and to all the universe. 239.4, 21 minutes and 3.22 seconds 6. Experientially to unify the sevenfold creature experience with the sevenfold experience of consecration to the revelation of the nature and will of deity. 239.5, 21 minutes and 3.23 seconds 7. To achieve new and higher relationship with the Supreme Being. The repercussion of the totality of this creator-creature experience augments the superuniverse reality of God the Supreme and the time-space sovereignty of the Almighty Supreme and factualizes the supreme local universe sovereignty of a paradise. Michael. 239.6, 21 minutes and 3.24 seconds. In settling the question of sovereignty in a local universe, the Creator Son is not only demonstrating his own fitness to rule but is also revealing the nature and portraying the sevenfold attitude of the paradise deities. The finite understanding and creature appreciation of the Father's primacy is concerned in the adventure of a Creator Son when he condescends to take upon himself the form and experiences of his creatures. These primary paradise sons are the real revealers of the Father's loving nature and beneficent authority, the same Father who, in association with the Son and the Spirit, is the universal head of all power, personality, and government throughout all the universal realms. 4. The Michael Bestowals. 239.7, 21 minutes and 4.1 seconds. There are 7 groups of bestowal creator sons, and they are so classified in accordance with the number of times they have bestowed themselves upon the creatures of their realms. They range from the initial experience up through 5 additional spheres of progressive bestowal until they attain the 7th and final episode of creature-creator experience. 239.8, 21:4. 2 avonal bestowals are always in the likeness of mortal flesh. But the 7 bestowals of a Creator Son involve his appearing on 7 creature levels of being and pertain to the revelation of the 7 primary expressions of the will and nature of deity. Without exception, all Creator Sons pass through this 7 times giving of themselves to their created children before they assume settled and supreme jurisdiction over the universes of their own creation. 239.9, 21:4. 3. Though these 7 bestowals vary in the different sectors and universes, they always embrace the mortal bestowal adventure. In the final bestowal, a Creator Son appears as a member of one of the higher mortal races on some inhabited world. Usually as a member of that racial group which contains the largest hereditary legacy of the Adamic stock which has previously been imported to upstep the physical status of the animal origin peoples. Only once in his 7-fold career as a bestowal son is a paradise Michael born of woman, as you have the record of the babe of Bethlehem. Only once does he live and die as a member of the lowest order of evolutionary will creatures. 239.10, 21:4. For after each of his bestowals a Creator Son proceeds to the right hand of the Father, there to gain the Father's acceptance of the bestowal and to receive instruction preparatory to the next episode of universe service. Following the 7th and final bestowal, a Creator Son receives from the Universal Father supreme authority and jurisdiction over his universe. 240.1, 21:4. 5. It is of record that the Divine Son of last appearance on your planet was a Paradise Creator Son who had completed 6 phases of his bestowal career. Consequently, when he gave up the conscious grasp of the incarnated life on Urantia, he could, and did, truly say, "It is finished," it was literally finished. His death on Urantia completed his bestowal career. It was the last step in fulfilling the sacred oath of a Paradise Creator Son. And when this experience has been acquired, such sons are supreme universe sovereigns. No longer do they rule as vicegerents of the Father but in their own right and name as King of Kings and Lord of Lords. With certain stated exceptions, these 7-fold bestowal sons are unqualifiedly supreme in the universes of their abode. Concerning his local universe, all power in heaven and on earth was relegated to this triumphant and enthroned Master Son. 240.2, 21:4. 6 creator sons, subsequent to the completion of their bestowal careers, are reckoned as a separate order, sevenfold master sons. In person the master sons are identical with the creator sons, but they have undergone such a unique bestowal experience that they are commonly regarded as a different order. When a creator deigns to effect a bestowal, a real and permanent change is destined to take place. True, the bestowal son is still and none the less a creator, but he has added to his nature the experience of a creature, which forever removes him from the divine level of a creator son and elevates him to the experiential plane of a master son. One who has fully earned the right to rule a universe and administer its worlds. Such beings embody all that can be secured from divine parentage and embrace everything to be derived from perfected creature experience. Why should man bemoan his lowly origin and enforced evolutionary career when the very gods must pass through an equivalent experience before they are accounted experientially worthy and competent finally and fully to rule over their universe domains? 5. Relation of master sons to the universe. 240.3, 21:5. 1. The power of a master Michael is unlimited because derived from experienced association with the Paradise Trinity, is unquestioned because derived from actual experience as the very creature subject to such authority. The nature of the sovereignty of a sevenfold creator son is supreme because it 240.4, 21 minutes and 5.2 seconds 1. Embraces the sevenfold viewpoint of Paradise deity. 240.5, 21 minutes and 5.3 seconds 2. Embodies a sevenfold attitude of time-space creatures. 240.6, 21 minutes and 5.4 seconds 3. Perfectly synthesizes Paradise attitude and creature viewpoint. 240.7, 21 minutes and 5.5 seconds. This experiential sovereignty is thus all-inclusive of the divinity of God, the sevenfold culminating in the Supreme Being. And the personal sovereignty of a sevenfold son is like the future sovereignty of the sometime to be completed Supreme Being. Embracing as it does the fullest possible content of the power and authority of the Paradise Trinity manifestable within the time-space limits concerned. 240.8, 21 minutes and 5.6 seconds. With the achievement of supreme local universe sovereignty, there passes from a Michael son the power and opportunity to create entirely new types of creature beings during the present universe age. But a master son's loss of power to originate entirely new orders of beings in no way interferes with the work of life elaboration already established and in process of unfoldment. This vast program of universe evolution goes on without interruption or curtailment. The acquirement of supreme sovereignty by a master son implies the responsibility of personal devotion to the fostering and the administering of that which has already been designed and created, and of that which will subsequently be produced by those who have been thus designed and created. In time there may develop an almost endless evolution of diverse beings, but no entirely new pattern or type of intelligent creature will henceforth take direct origin from a master son. This is the first step, the beginning, of a settled administration in any local universe. 241.1, 21:5. 7. The elevation of a sevenfold bestowal son to the unquestioned sovereignty of his universe means the beginning of the end of age-long uncertainty and relative confusion. Subsequent to this event, that which cannot be sometime spiritualized will eventually be disorganized, that which cannot be sometime coordinated with cosmic reality will eventually be destroyed. When the provisions of endless mercy and nameless patience have been exhausted in an effort to win the loyalty and devotion of the will creatures of the realms, justice and righteousness will prevail. That which mercy cannot rehabilitate, justice will eventually annihilate. 241.2, 21 minutes and 5.8 seconds. The Master Michaels are supreme in their own local universes when once they have been installed as sovereign rulers. The few limitations upon their rule are those inherent in the cosmic pre-existence of certain forces and personalities. Otherwise these master sons are supreme in authority, responsibility, and administrative power in their respective universes. They are as creators and gods, supreme in virtually all things. There is no penetration beyond their wisdom regarding the functioning of a given universe. 241.3, 21:5. 9. After his elevation to settled sovereignty in a local universe, a paradise, Michael is in full control of all other sons of God functioning in his domain, and he may freely rule in accordance with his concept of the needs of his realms. A master son may at will vary the order of the spiritual adjudication and evolutionary adjustment of the inhabited planets. And such sons do make and carry out the plans of their own choosing in all matters of special planetary needs, in particular regarding the worlds of their creature sojourn and still more concerning the realm of terminal bestowal. The planet of incarnation in the likeness of mortal flesh. 241.4, 21 minutes and 5.10 seconds. The master sons seem to be in perfect communication with their bestowal worlds, not only the worlds of their personal sojourn but all worlds whereon a magisterial son has bestowed himself. This contact is maintained by their own spiritual presence, the Spirit of Truth, which they are able to pour out upon all flesh. These master sons also maintain an unbroken connection with the eternal Mother Sun at the center of all things. They possess a sympathetic reach which extends from the universal Father on high to the lowly races of planetary life in the realms of time. 6. Destiny of the Master Michaels. 241.5, 21:6. 1. No one may with finality of authority presume to discuss either the natures or the destinies of the sevenfold master sovereigns of the local universes. Nevertheless, we all speculate much regarding these matters. We are taught, and we believe, that each paradise Michael is the absolute of the dual deity concepts of his origin, thus he embodies actual phases of the infinity of the universal Father and the eternal Son. The Michaels must be partial in relation to total infinity, but they are probably absolute in relation to that part of infinity concerned in their origin. But as we observe their work in the present universe age, we detect no action that is more than finite. Any conjectured superfinite capacities must be self-contained and as yet unrevealed. 242.1, 21:6. 2. The completion of the creature bestowal careers and the elevation to supreme universe sovereignty must signify the completed liberation of a Michael's finite action capacities accompanied by the appearance of capacity for more than finite service. For in this connection we note that such master sons are then restricted in the production of new types of creature beings, a restriction undoubtedly made necessary by the liberation of their superfinite potentialities. 242.2, 21:6. 3. It is highly probable that these undisclosed creator powers will remain self-contained throughout the present universe age. But sometime in the far distant future, in the now mobilizing universes of outer space, we believe that the liaison between a sevenfold master son and a seventh-stage creative spirit may attain to absonite levels of service attended by the appearance of new things, meanings, and values on transcendental levels of ultimate universe significance. 242.3, 21 minutes and 6.4 seconds. Just as the deity of the Supreme is actualizing by virtue of experiential service, so are the Creator Sons achieving the personal realization of the Paradise Divinity potentials bound up in their unfathomable natures. When on Urantia, Christ Michael once said, "I am the way, the truth, and the life." And we believe that in eternity the Michaels are literally destined to be the way, the truth, and the life, ever blazing the path for all universe personalities as it leads from supreme divinity through ultimate epsonity to eternal deity finality. 242.4, 21 minutes and 6.5 seconds, presented by a perfecter of wisdom from Uversa. Paper 22. The Trinitized Sons of God. 243.1, 22 minutes and 0.1 second. There are three groups of beings who are called Sons of God. In addition to descending and ascending orders of sonship, there is a third group known as the Trinitized Sons of God. The Trinitized order of sonship is subdivided into three primary divisions in accordance with the origins of its many types of personalities, revealed and unrevealed. These primary divisions are 243.2, 22 minutes and 0.2 seconds. 1. Deity Trinitized Sons. 243. 3, 22 minutes and 0.3 seconds. 2. Trinity Embraced Sons. 243.4, 22 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. Creature Trinitized Sons. 243.5, 22:0. 5. Irrespective of origin, all Trinitized sons of God have in common the experience of Trinitization, either as a part of their origin or as an experience of Trinity embrace subsequently attained. The deity Trinitized sons are unrevealed in these narratives, therefore will this presentation be confined to a portrayal of the remaining two groups, more particularly the Trinity-embraced sons of God. 1. The Trinity-embraced sons. 243.6, 22:1. 1. All Trinity-embraced sons are originally of dual or single origin, but subsequent to the Trinity embrace they are forever devoted to Trinity service and assignment. This core, as revealed and as organized for superuniverse service, embraces 7 orders of personalities. 243.7, 22 minutes and 1.2 seconds 1. Mighty Messengers. 243.8, 22 minutes and 1.3 seconds 2. Those High in Authority. 243.9, 22 minutes and 1.4 seconds 3. Those Without Name and Number. 243. 10, 22 minutes and 1.5 seconds 4. Trinitized Custodians. 243.11, 22 minutes and 1.6 seconds 5. Trinitized Ambassadors. 243.12, 22 minutes and 1.7 seconds 6. Celestial Guardians. 243.13, 22 minutes and 1.8 seconds 7. High Sun Assistants. 243.14, 22:1. 9. These 7 groups of personalities are further classified, according to origin, nature, and function, into 3 major divisions: the Trinitized sons of attainment, the Trinitized sons of selection, and the Trinitized sons of perfection. 244. 1, 22 minutes and 1.10 seconds. The Trinitized sons of attainment, the mighty messengers, those high in authority, and those without name and number, are all adjust or fused ascendant mortals who have attained paradise and the core of the finality. But they are not finaliters. When they have been Trinity embraced, their names are removed from the finaliter roll call. The new sons of this order pass through specific courses of training, for comparatively short periods, on the circuit headquarters planets of the Havona circuits under the direction of the Eternals of Days. Thereafter they are assigned to the services of the Ancients of Days in the 7 superuniverses. 244.2, 22 minutes and 1.11 seconds. The Trinitized sons of selection embrace the Trinitized custodians and the Trinitized ambassadors. They are recruited from certain of the evolutionary seraphim and translated midway creatures who have traversed Havona and have attained paradise, as well as from certain of the spirit-fused and the sun-fused mortals who have likewise ascended to the central isle of light and life. Subsequent to their embrace by the Paradise Trinity and after a brief training in Havona, the Trinitized sons of selection are assigned to the courts of the Ancients of Days. 244.3, 22 minutes and 1.12 seconds. The Trinitized sons of perfection. The celestial guardians and their coordinates, the high sun assistants, comprise a unique group of twice Trinitized personalities. They are the creature Trinitized sons of Paradise Havona personalities or of perfected ascendant mortals who have long distinguished themselves in the core of the finality. Some of these creature Trinitized sons, after service with the supreme executives of the 7 master spirits and after serving under the Trinity teacher sons, are retrinitized, embraced, by the Paradise Trinity and then commissioned to the courts of the Ancients of Days as celestial guardians and as high sun assistants. Trinitized sons of perfection are assigned directly to the superuniverse service without further training. 244.4, 22:1. 13 are Trinity-Origin associates, perfectars of wisdom, divine counselors, and universal censors, are of stationary numbers, but the Trinity-embraced sons are constantly increasing. All 7 orders of Trinity-embraced sons are commissioned as members of one of the 7 superuniverse governments, and the number in the service of each superuniverse is exactly the same, not one has ever been lost. Trinity-embraced beings have never gone astray, they may stumble temporarily, but not one has ever been adjudged in contempt of the superuniverse governments. The sons of attainment and the sons of selection have never faltered in the service of Urantia, but the Trinitized sons of perfection have sometimes erred in judgment and thereby caused transient confusion. 244.5, 22:1. 14 Under the direction of the Ancients of Days, all 7 orders function very much as self-governing groups. Their scope of service is far-flung. Trinitized sons of perfection do not leave the superuniverse of assignment, but their Trinitized associates range the grand universe, journeying from the evolutionary worlds of time and space to the eternal Isle of Paradise. They may function in any of the superuniverses, but they do so always as members of the supergovernment of original designation. 244.6, 22:1. 15 Apparently the Trinity-embraced sons have been permanently assigned to the service of the 7 superuniverses. Certainly this assignment is for the duration of the present universe age, but we have never been informed that it is to be eternal. 2. The Mighty Messengers. 245.1, 22 minutes and 2.1 second Mighty Messengers belong to the ascendant group of the Trinitized sons. They are a class of perfected mortals who have been rebellion-tested or otherwise equally proved as to their personal loyalty. All have passed through some definite test of universe allegiance. At some time in their paradise ascent they stood firm and loyal in the face of the disloyalty of their superiors, and some did actively and loyally function in the places of such unfaithful leaders. 245.2, 22:2. 2 With such personal records of fidelity in devotion, these ascending mortals pass on through Havona with the stream of the pilgrims of time, attain paradise, graduate therefrom, and are mustered into the core of the finality. Thereupon they are trinitized in the secret embrace of the Paradise Trinity and subsequently are commissioned to become associated with the Ancients of Days in the administration of the governments of the 7 superuniverses. 245.3, 22:2. 3 Every ascendant mortal of insurrectionary experience who functions loyally in the face of rebellion is eventually destined to become a mighty messenger of the superuniverse service. Likewise is any ascendant creature who effectively prevents such upheavals of error, evil, or sin. For action designed to prevent rebellion or to effect higher types of loyalty in a universe crisis is regarded as of even greater value than loyalty in the face of actual rebellion. 245.4, 22:2. For the senior mighty messengers were chosen from those ascendant mortals of time and space who were among the earlier paradise arrivals, many having traversed Havona in the times of Grand Fanda. But the first trinitizing of mighty messengers was not effected until the candidate corps contained representatives from each of the 7 superuniverses. And the last group of this order to qualify on paradise embraced ascendant pilgrims from the local universe of Nebadon. 245.5, 22:2. 5 mighty messengers are embraced by the Paradise Trinity in classes of 700,000, 100,000 for assignment to each superuniverse. Almost 1 trillion mighty messengers are commissioned on Uversa, and there is every reason to believe that the number serving in each of the 7 superuniverses is exactly the same. 245.6, 22:2. 6 I am a mighty messenger, and it may interest Urantians to know that the companion and associate of my mortal experience was also triumphant in the great test, and that, though we were many times and for long periods separated in the age-long inward ascent to Havona, we were embraced in the same 700,000 group, and that we spent our time passing through Vicegerington in close and loving association. We were finally commissioned and together assigned to Uversa of Urantia, and we are often dispatched in company for the execution of assignments requiring the services of 2 messengers. 245.7, 22:2. 7 mighty messengers, in common with all Trinity-embraced sons, are assigned to all phases of superuniverse activities. They maintain constant connection with their headquarters through the superuniverse reflectivity service. Mighty messengers serve in all sectors of a superuniverse and frequently execute missions to the local universes and even to the individual worlds, as I do on this occasion. 245.8, 22:2. 8 In the superuniverse courts, mighty messengers act as defenders of both individuals and planets when they come up for adjudication. They also assist the perfections of days in the direction of the affairs of the major sectors. As a group, their chief assignment is that of superuniverse observers. They are stationed on the various headquarters worlds and on individual planets of importance as the official observers of the Ancients of Days. When so assigned, they also serve as advisors to the authorities directing the affairs of the spheres of their sojourn. The messengers take active part in all phases of the ascendant scheme of mortal progression. With their associates of mortal origin, they keep the supergovernments in close and personal touch with the status and progression of the plans of the descending sons of God. 246.1, 22:2. 9 Mighty messengers are fully conscious of their entire ascendant careers, and that is why they are such useful and sympathetic ministers, understanding messengers, for service on any world of space and to any creature of time. As soon as you are delivered from the flesh, you will communicate freely and understandingly with us, since we spring from all the races on all the evolutionary worlds of space, that is, from those mortal races that are indwelt by and subsequently fused with thought adjusters. 3. Those high in authority. 246.2, 22 minutes and 3.1 seconds. Those high in authority, the second group of the Trinitized sons of attainment, are all adjuster-fused beings of mortal origin. These are the perfected mortals who have exhibited superior administrative ability and have shown extraordinary executive genius throughout their long ascending careers. They are the cream of governing ability derived from the surviving mortals of space. 246.3, 22 minutes and 3.2 seconds. 70,000 of those high in authority are Trinitized at each Trinity liaison. Though the local universe of Nebadon is a comparatively young creation, it has representatives among a recently Trinitized class of this order. There are now commissioned in Orvanton more than 10 billion of these skillful administrators. Like all separate orders of celestial beings, they maintain their own headquarters on Uversa, and like the other Trinity-embraced sons, their reserves on Uversa act as the central directing body of their order in Orvanton. 246.4, 22:3. 3 Those high in authority are administrators without limitation. They are the everywhere present and always efficient executives of the Ancients of Days. They serve on any sphere, on any inhabited world, and in any phase of activity in any of the 7 superuniverses. 246.5, 22:3. For having superb administrative wisdom and unusual executive skill, these brilliant beings assume to present the cause of justice in behalf of the superuniverse tribunals. They foster the execution of justice and the rectification of misadaptations in the evolutionary universes. Therefore, if you should ever be cited for errors of judgment while you are ascending the worlds and spheres of your ordained cosmic progression, it is hardly likely that you would suffer injustice, since your prosecutors would be one-time ascendant creatures who are personally familiar with every step of the career you have traversed and are traversing. 4. Those without name and number. 246.6, 22 minutes and 4.1 seconds. Those without name and number constitute the third and last group of the Trinitized sons of attainment. They are the ascendant souls who have developed the ability to worship beyond the skill of all the sons and daughters of the evolutionary races from the worlds of time and space. They have acquired a spiritual concept of the eternal purpose of the Universal Father which comparatively transcends the comprehension of the evolutionary creatures of name or number, therefore are they denominated those without name and number. More strictly translated, their name would be those above name and number. 247.1, 22 minutes and 4.2 seconds. This order of sons is embraced by the Paradise Trinity in groups of 7,000. There are of record on Uversa over 100 million of these sons commissioned in Orvanton. 247.2, 22:4. 3 Since those without name and number are the superior spiritual minds of the survival races, they are especially qualified to sit in judgment and to render opinions when a spiritual viewpoint is desirable. And when experience in the ascendant career is essential to an adequate comprehension of the questions involved in the problem to be adjudicated. They are the supreme jurors of Urantia. A maladministered jury system may be more or less of a travesty of justice on some worlds, but on Uversa and its extension tribunals we employ the highest type of evolved spiritual mentality as juror-judges. Adjudication is the highest function of any government, and those who are entrusted with verdict rendering should be chosen from the highest and most noble types of the most experienced and understanding individuals. 247.3, 22:4. For the selection of candidates for the Trinitization classes of mighty messengers, those high in authority, and those without name and number is inherent and automatic. The selective techniques of paradise are not in any sense arbitrary. Personal experience and spiritual values determine the personnel of the Trinitized sons of attainment. Such beings are equal in authority and uniform in administrative status, but they all possess individuality and diverse characters. They are not standardized beings. All are characteristically different, depending on the differentials of their ascendant careers. 247.4, 22:4. 5. In addition to these experiential qualifications, the Trinitized sons of attainment have been Trinitized in the divine embrace of the paradise deities. Consequently they function as the coordinate associates of the stationary sons of the Trinity, for the Trinity embrace does seem to precipitate out of the stream of future time many of the unrealized potentials of creature beings. But this is true concerning only that which pertains to the present universe age. 247.5, 22 minutes and 4.6 seconds. This group of sons is chiefly, but not wholly, concerned with the services of the ascendant career of the time-space mortals. If the viewpoint of a mortal creature is ever in doubt, the question is settled by appeal to an ascendant commission consisting of a mighty messenger, one high in authority, and one without name and number. 247.6, 22:4. 7. You mortals who read this message may yourselves ascend to paradise, attain the Trinity embrace, and in remote future ages be attached to the service of the Ancients of Days in one of the 7 superuniverses. And sometime be assigned to enlarge the revelation of truth to some evolving inhabited planet, even as I am now functioning on Urantia. 5. The Trinitized Custodians. 247.7, 22 minutes and 5.1 seconds. The Trinitized Custodians are Trinitized sons of selection. Not only do your races and other mortals of survival value traverse Havona, attain paradise, and sometimes find themselves destined to superuniverse service with the stationary sons of the Trinity. But your faithful seraphic guardians and your equally faithful midway associates may also become candidates for the same Trinity recognition and superb personality destiny. 248.1, 22 minutes and 5.2 seconds. Trinitized custodians are ascendant seraphim and translated midway creatures who have passed through Havona and have attained paradise and the core of the finality. Subsequently they were embraced by the Paradise Trinity and were assigned to the service of the Ancients of Days. 248.2, 22:5. 3. The candidates for the Trinity embrace from among the ascendant seraphim are accorded this recognition because of their valiant cooperation with some ascendant mortal who attained the core of the finality and was subsequently Trinitized. My own seraphic guardian of the mortal career went through with me, was later Trinitized, and now is attached to the Uversa government as a Trinitized custodian. 248.3, 22 minutes and 5.4 seconds. And so with the midway creatures. Many are translated and achieve paradise and, along with the seraphim and for the same reasons, are Trinity embraced and commissioned as custodians in the superuniverses. 248.4, 22:5. 5. The Trinitized custodians are embraced by the Paradise Trinity in groups of 70,000, and 1/7 of each group is assigned to a superuniverse. There are now in the service of Urantia slightly over 10 million of these trusted and high custodians. They serve on Uversa and on the major and minor headquarters spheres. In their labors they are assisted by a core of several billion Supernaphim and other able superuniverse personalities. 248.5, 22:5. 6. The Trinitized custodians start out their careers as custodians, and they continue as such in the affairs of the supergovernments. In a way, they are officers of their super-universe governments, but they do not deal with individuals, as do the celestial guardians. The Trinitized custodians administer group affairs and foster collective projects. They are the custodians of records, plans, and institutions. They act as the trustees of undertakings, personality groups, ascendant projects, Urantia plans, universe projections, and innumerable other enterprises. 6. The Trinitized ambassadors. 248.6, 22 minutes and 6.1 second. Trinitized ambassadors are the second order of the Trinitized sons of selection, and like their associates, the custodians, are recruited from two types of ascendant creatures. Not all ascending mortals are adjuster or father fused, some are spirit fused, some are sun fused. Certain of these spirit and sun fused mortals reach Havona and attain paradise. From among these paradise ascenders, candidates are selected for the Trinity embrace, and from time to time they are trinitized in classes of 7,000. They are then commissioned in the superuniverses as Trinitized ambassadors of the Ancients of Days. Almost 1/2 billion are registered on Uversa. 248.7, 22:6. 2 Trinitized ambassadors are selected for the Trinity embrace upon the advices of their Havona teachers. They represent the superior minds of their respective groups and are, therefore, best qualified to assist the superuniverse rulers in understanding and in administering the interests of those worlds from which the spirit-fused mortals hail. The sun-fused ambassadors are of great assistance in our dealings with problems involving the sun-fused order of personality. 248.8, 22:6. 3 Trinitized ambassadors are the emissaries of the Ancients of Days for any and all purposes, to any and all worlds or universes within the superuniverse of their assignment. They render particular and important services on the headquarters of the minor sectors, and they perform the numberless miscellaneous assignments of a superuniverse. They are the emergency or reserve corps of the Trinitized sons of the supergovernments, and they are therefore available for a great range of duties. They engage in thousands upon thousands of undertakings in superuniverse affairs which it is impossible to portray to human minds, since there is nothing transpiring on Urantia that is in any way analogous to these activities. 7. Technique of Trinitization. 249.1, 22 minutes and 7.1 second. I cannot fully unfold to the material mind the experience of the supreme creative performance of perfect and perfected spiritual beings, the act of Trinitization. The techniques of Trinitization are among the secrets of Vicegerington and Solitarington, and are revealable to, and understandable by, none save those who have passed through these unique experiences. Therefore is it beyond the possibility of any being successfully to portray to the human mind the nature and purport of this extraordinary transaction. 249.2, 22:7. 2 Aside from the deities, only Paradise Havona personalities and certain members of each of the Finality Corps engage in Trinitization. Under specialized conditions of Paradise perfection, these superb beings may embark upon the unique adventure of concept identity, and they are many times successful in the production of a new being, a creature Trinitized son. 249.3, 22:7. 3 The glorified creatures who engage in such adventures of Trinitization may participate in only one such experience, whereas with the Paradise deities there seems to be no limit to the continued enactment of Trinitization episodes. Deity seems to be limited in just one respect: there can be only one original and infinite spirit, only one infinite executive of the united will of the Father-Son. 249.4, 22:7. For the ascendant adjuster-fused mortal Finaliters who have attained certain levels of Paradise culture and spiritual development are among those who can essay to Trinitize a creature being. Mortal Finaliter companies, when stationed on Paradise, are granted a recess every millennium of Havona time. There are 7 different ways such Finaliters may elect to spend this duty-free period, and one of these is, in association with some fellow Finaliter or some Paradise Havona personality, to attempt the enactment of creature Trinitization. 249. 5:22:7. 5. If two mortal Finalitors, on going before the architects of the master universe, demonstrate that they have independently chosen an identical concept for trinitization, the architects are empowered, on their own discretion, to promulgate mandates permitting these glorified mortal ascenders to extend their recess and to remove themselves for a time to the trinitizing sector of the paradise citizens. At the end of this assigned retreat, if they report that they have singly and jointly elected to make the paradisiacal effort to spiritualize, idealize, and actualize a selected and original concept which has not theretofore been trinitized, then does Master Spirit Number 7 issue orders authorizing such an extraordinary undertaking. 249.6, 22 minutes and 7.6 seconds. Unbelievably long periods of time are sometimes consumed in these adventures. An age seems to pass before these faithful and determined one-time mortals, and sometimes Paradise Havona personalities, finally achieve their goal, really succeed in bringing their chosen concept of universal truth into actual being. And not always do these devoted couples meet with success, many times they fail, and that through no discoverable error on their part. Candidates for trinitization who thus fail are admitted to a special group of Finalitors who are designated as beings who have made the supreme effort and sustained the supreme disappointment. When the paradise deities unite to trinitize, they always succeed, but not so with a homogeneous pair of creatures, the attempted union of two members of the same order of being. 250.1, 22:7. 7. When a new and original being is trinitized by the gods, the divine parents are in deity potential unchanged. But when exalted creature beings enact such a creative episode, one of the contracting and participating individuals undergoes a unique personality modification. The two ancestors of a creature trinitized son become in a certain sense spiritually as one. We believe that this status of biunification of certain spiritual phases of personality will probably prevail until such time as the Supreme Being shall have attained full and completed manifestation of personality in the grand universe. 250. 2, 22 minutes and 7.8 seconds. Simultaneously with the appearance of a new creature trinitized son, there occurs this functional spiritual union of the two ancestors. The two trinitizing parents become one on the ultimate functional level. No created being in the universe can fully explain this amazing phenomenon. It is a near-divine experience. When the Father and the Son united to eternalize the infinite Spirit, upon the accomplishment of their purpose they immediately became as one and ever since have been one. And while the trinitization union of two creatures is on the order of the infinite scope of the perfect deity union of the universal Father and the eternal Son, the repercussions of creature trinitization are not eternal in nature. They will terminate upon the completed factualization of the experiential deities. 250.3, 22:7. 9. While these parents of creature trinitized sons become as one in their universe assignments, they continue to be reckoned as two personalities in the make-up and roll calls of the core of the finality and of the architects of the master universe. During the current universe age, all trinitization united parents are inseparable in assignment and function. Where one goes the other goes, what one does the other does. If parental biunification involves a mortal, or other, Finaliter and a Paradise Havona personality, the united parental beings function neither with the Paradisers, Havaners, nor Finaliters. Such mixed unions foregather in a special core made up of similar beings. And in all trinitization unions, mixed or otherwise, the parental beings are conscious of, and can communicate with, each other, and they can perform duties that neither could have previously discharged. 250.4, 22:7. 10. The seven master spirits have authority to sanction the trinitizing union of Finaliters and Paradise Havona personalities, and such mixed liaisons are always successful. The resultant magnificent creature trinitized sons are representative of concepts unsuited to the comprehension of either the eternal creatures of paradise or the time creatures of space. Hence they become the wards of the architects of the master universe. These trinitized sons of destiny embody ideas, ideals, and experience which apparently pertain to a future universe age and are therefore of no immediate practical value to either the super or central universe administrations. These unique sons of the children of time and the citizens of eternity are all held in reserve on Vicegerrington, where they are engaged in the study of the concepts of time and the realities of eternity in a special sector of the sphere occupied by the secret colleges of the core of the Creator Sons. 251.1, 22 minutes and 7.11 seconds. The Supreme Being is the unification of three phases of deity reality: God the Supreme, the spiritual unification of certain finite aspects of the Paradise Trinity; the Almighty Supreme, the power unification of the grand universe creators; and the Supreme Mind, the individual contribution of the third source and center and his coordinates to the reality of the Supreme Being. In their Trinitization adventures, the superb creatures of the Central Universe and Paradise are engaged in a threefold exploration of the deity of the Supreme, which results in the production of three orders of creature Trinitized sons. 251. 2, 22 minutes and 7.12 seconds. 1. Ascender Trinitized sons. In their creative efforts, the Finalitors are attempting to trinitize certain conceptual realities of the Almighty Supreme which they have experientially acquired in their ascension through time and space to Paradise. 251.3, 22 minutes and 7.13 seconds. 2. Paradise Havona Trinitized sons. The creative efforts of the Paradise citizens and the Havaners result in the trinitization of certain high spiritual aspects of the Supreme Being which they have experientially acquired on a super-supreme background bordering on the ultimate and the eternal. 251.4, 22 minutes and 7.14 seconds. 3. Trinitized Sons of Destiny. But when a Finaliter and a Paradise Havener together trinitize a new creature, this conjoint effort repercusses in certain phases of the Supreme Ultimate Mind. The resulting creature Trinitized sons are supercreational. They represent actualities of Supreme Ultimate Deity which have not been otherwise experientially attained, and which, therefore, automatically fall within the province of the architects of the Master Universe. Custodians of those things which transcend the creational limits of the present universe age. The Trinitized Sons of Destiny embody certain aspects of the unrevealed Master Universe function of the Supreme Ultimate. We do not know a great deal about these conjoint children of time and eternity, but we know much more than we are permitted to reveal. 8. The Creature Trinitized Sons. 251.5, 22:8. 1. In addition to the creature Trinitized sons considered in this narrative, there are numerous unrevealed orders of creature Trinitized beings, the diverse progeny of the multiple liaisons of 7 Finaliter core and Paradise Havona personalities. But all these creature Trinitized beings, revealed and unrevealed, are endowed with personality by the Universal Father. 251.6, 22:8. 2. When new Ascender Trinitized and Paradise Havona Trinitized sons are young and untrained, they are usually dispatched for long periods of service on the 7 Paradise spheres of the Infinite Spirit, where they serve under the tutelage of the 7 Supreme Executives. Subsequently they may be adopted for further training in the local universes by the Trinity Teacher Sons. 251.7, 22:8. 3. These adopted sons of high and glorified creature origin are the apprentices, student helpers, of the teacher sons, and as regards classification they are often temporarily numbered with these sons. They may and do execute many noble assignments in self-denial in behalf of their chosen realms of service. 251.8, 22 minutes and 8.4 seconds. The teacher sons in the local universes may nominate their creature Trinitized wards for embrace by the Paradise Trinity. Emerging from this embrace as Trinitized sons of perfection, they enter the service of the Ancients of Days in the 7 super-universes, that being the present known destiny of this unique group of twice Trinitized beings. 252.1, 22:8. 5. Not all creature Trinitized sons are Trinity embraced. Many become the associates and ambassadors of the 7 master spirits of Paradise, of the reflective spirits of the super-universes, and of the mother spirits of the local creations. Others may accept special assignments on the Eternal Isle. Still others may enter the special services on the secret worlds of the Father and on the Paradise spheres of the Spirit. Eventually many find their way into the conjoint core of the Trinitized suns on the inner circuit of Havona. 252.2, 22:8. 6. Accepting the Trinitized sons of perfection and those who are foregathering on Vicegerrington, the supreme destiny of all creature Trinitized sons appears to be entrance into the core of Trinitized Finalitors. One of the 7 paradise core of the Finality. 9. The Celestial Guardians. 252.3, 22 minutes and 9.1 second creature Trinitized sons are embraced by the Paradise Trinity in classes of 7,000. These Trinitized offspring of perfected humans and of Paradise Havona personalities are all equally embraced by the deities, but they are assigned to the superuniverses in accordance with the advice of their former instructors. The Trinity Teacher Sons. Those of more acceptable service are commissioned High Sun Assistants, those of less distinguished performance are designated Celestial Guardians. 252.4, 22:9. 2. When these unique beings have been Trinity embraced, they become valuable adjuncts to the superuniverse governments. They are versed in the affairs of the ascendant career, not by personal ascension, but as a result of their service with the Trinity Teacher Sons on the worlds of space. 252.5, 22:9. 3. Almost 1 billion celestial guardians have been commissioned in Orvanton. They are chiefly assigned to the administrations of the perfections of days on the headquarters of the major sectors and are ably assisted by a corps of ascendant sun-fused mortals. 252.6, 22:9. For the celestial guardians are the officers of the courts of the Ancients of Days, functioning as court messengers and as bearers of the summonses and decisions of the various tribunals of the superuniverse governments. They are the apprehending agents of the Ancients of Days. They go forth from Uversa to bring back beings whose presence is required before the superuniverse judges. They execute the mandates for the detention of any personality in the superuniverse. They also accompany spirit-fused mortals of the local universes when, for any reason, their presence is required on Uversa. 252.7, 22 minutes and 9.5 seconds. The celestial guardians and their associates, the High Sun Assistants, have never been indwelt by adjusters. Neither are they spirit nor sun-fused. The embrace of the Paradise Trinity does, however, compensate for the non-fused status of the Trinitized sons of perfection. The Trinity embrace may act solely upon the idea which is personified in a creature Trinitized son, leaving the embraced son otherwise unchanged, but such a limitation occurs only when so planned. 252.8, 22:9. 6. These twice Trinitized sons are marvelous beings, but they are neither as versatile nor dependable as their ascendant associates. They lack that tremendous and profound personal experience which the rest of the sons belonging to this group have acquired by actually climbing up to glory from the dark domains of space. We of the ascendant career love them and do all in our power to compensate their deficiencies, but they make us ever grateful for our lowly origin and our capacity for experience. Their willingness to recognize and acknowledge their deficiencies in the experienceable realities of universe ascension is transcendently beautiful and sometimes most touchingly pathetic. 253.1, 22:9. 7. Trinitized sons of perfection are limited in contrast to other Trinity-embraced sons because their experiential capacity is time-space inhibited. They are experience deficient, despite long training with the supreme executives and the teacher sons, and if this were not the case, experiential saturation would preclude their being left in reserve for acquiring experience in a future universe age. There is simply nothing in all universal existence which can take the place of actual personal experience, and these creature Trinitized sons are held in reserve for experiential function in some future universe epoch. 253.2, 22:9. 8. On the mansion worlds I have often seen these dignified officers of the high courts of the superuniverse look so longingly and appealingly at even the recent arrivals from the evolutionary worlds of space that one could not help realizing that these possessors of non-experiential trinitization really envied their supposedly less fortunate brethren who ascend the universal path by steps of bona fide experience and actual living. Notwithstanding their handicaps and limitations, they are a wonderfully useful and ever-willing corps of workers when it comes to the execution of the complex administrative plans of the superuniverse governments. 10. High Sun Assistants. 253. 3. 22 minutes and 10.1 seconds. The High Sun Assistants are the superior group of the Trinitized sons of glorified ascendant beings of the mortal core of the Finality and of their eternal associates, the Paradise Havona personalities. They are assigned to the superuniverse service and function as personal aids to the high sons of the governments of the Ancients of Days. They might fittingly be denominated private secretaries. They act, from time to time, as clerks for special commissions and other group associations of the high sons. They serve perfectars of wisdom, divine counselors, universal censors, mighty messengers, those high in authority, and those without name and number. 253.4, 2210. 2. If, in discussing the celestial guardians, I have seemed to call attention to the limitations and handicaps of these twice trinitized sons, let me now, in all fairness, call attention to their one point of great strength. The attribute which makes them almost invaluable to us. These beings owe their very existence to the fact that they are the personification of a single and supreme concept. They are the personality embodiment of some divine idea, some universal ideal, as it has never before been conceived, expressed, or trinitized. And they have subsequently been Trinity embraced. Thus they show forth and actually embody the very wisdom of the divine Trinity as concerns the ideal of their personality existence. As far as that particular concept is revealable to the universes, these personalities embody all of everything that any creature or creator intelligence could possibly conceive, express, or exemplify. They are that idea personified. 253. 5. 22 minutes and 10.3 seconds. Can you not see that such living concentrations of a single supreme concept of universe reality would be of untold service to those who are entrusted with the administration of the superuniverses? 254.1, 2210. For not long since I was directed to head a commission of 6, one of each of the high sons, assigned to the study of 3 problems pertaining to a group of new universes in the south parts of Orvanton. I was made acutely aware of the value of the high sun assistants when I made requisition on the chief of their order on Uversa for temporary assignment of such secretaries to my commission. The first of our ideas was represented by a high sun assistant on Uversa, who was forthwith attached to our group. Our second problem was embodied in a high sun assistant assigned to superuniverse number 3. We secured much help from this source through the Central Universe Clearinghouse for the coordination and dissemination of essential knowledge. But nothing comparable to the assistance afforded by the actual presence of a personality who is a concept creature trinitized in supremacy and deity trinitized in finality. Concerning our third problem, the records of Paradise disclosed that such an idea had never been creature trinitized. 254.2, 22 minutes and 10.5 seconds. High sun assistants are unique and original personalizations of tremendous concepts and stupendous ideals. And as such they are able to impart inexpressible illumination to our deliberations from time to time. When I am acting on some remote assignment out in the universes of space, think what it means, by way of assistance. If I am so fortunate as to have attached to my mission a high sun assistant who is the fullness of divine concept regarding the very problem I have been sent to attack and solve. And I have repeatedly had this very experience. The only difficulty with this plan is that no superuniverse can have a complete edition of these trinitized ideas, we only get 1/7 of these beings. So it is only about 1 time in 7 that we enjoy the personal association of these beings even when the records indicate that the idea has been trinitized. 254.3, 2210. 6. We could use to great advantage much larger numbers of these beings on Uversa. Because of their value to the superuniverse administrations, we, in every way possible, encourage the pilgrims of space and also the residents of paradise to attempt trinitization after they have contributed to one another those experiential realities which are essential to the enactment of such creative adventures. 254.4, 22 minutes and 10.7 seconds. We now have in our superuniverse about 1.25 million high sun assistants, and they serve on both the major and minor sectors, even as they function on Uversa. They very often accompany us on our assignments to the remote universes. High sun assistants are not permanently assigned to any sun or to any commission. They are in constant circulation, serving where the idea or ideal which they are can best further the eternal purposes of the Paradise Trinity, whose sons they have become. 254.5, 2210. 8. They are touchingly affectionate, superbly loyal, exquisitely intelligent, supremely wise, regarding a single idea, and transcendently humble. While they can impart to you the lore of the universe concerning their one idea or ideal, it is well nigh pathetic to observe them seeking knowledge and information on hosts of other subjects, even from the ascending mortals. 254.6, 2210. 9. And this is the narrative of the origin, nature, and functioning of certain of those who are called the Trinitized sons of God, more particularly of those who have passed through the divine embrace of the Paradise Trinity, and who have then been assigned to the services of the superuniverses. There to give wise and understanding cooperation with the administrators of the Ancients of Days in their untiring efforts to facilitate the inward progress of the ascending mortals of time toward their immediate Havona destination and their eventual paradise goal. 255.1, 22 minutes and 10.10 seconds, narrated by a mighty messenger of the revelatory core of Orvanton. Paper 23. The Solitary Messengers. 256.1, 23 minutes and 0.1 seconds. Solitary messengers are the personal and universal core of the conjoint Creator. They are the first and senior order of the higher personalities of the Infinite Spirit. They represent the initial creative action of the Infinite Spirit in solitary function for the purpose of bringing into existence solitary personality spirits. Neither the Father nor the Son directly participated in this stupendous spiritualization. 256.2, 23 minutes and 0.2 seconds. These spirit messengers were personalized in a single creative episode, and their number is stationary. Although I have one of these extraordinary beings associated with me on this present mission, I do not know how many such personalities exist in the universe of universes. I only know, from time to time, how many are of registry record as functioning for the time being within the jurisdiction of our superuniverse. From the last Uversa report I observed that there were almost 7,690 trillion solitary messengers then operating within the boundaries of Orvanton, and I conjecture that this is considerably less than 1/7 of their total number. 1. Nature and origin of solitary messengers. 256.3, 23 minutes and 1.1 second. Immediately following the creation of the seven spirits of the Havona circuits, the Infinite Spirit brought into being the vast core of solitary messengers. There is no part of the universal creation which is pre-existent to the solitary messengers except Paradise and the Havona circuits. They have functioned throughout the grand universe from near eternity. They are fundamental to the divine technique of the Infinite Spirit for self-revelation to, and personal contact with, the far-flung creations of time and space. 256.4, 23:1. 2. Notwithstanding that these messengers are existent from the near times of eternity, they are all aware of a beginning of selfhood. They are conscious of time, being the first of the creation of the Infinite Spirit to possess such a time consciousness. They are the firstborn creatures of the Infinite Spirit to be personalized in time and spiritualized in space. 256.5, 23:1. 3. These solitary spirits came forth in the dawn of time as full-fledged and perfectly endowed spirit beings. They are all equal, and there are no classes or subdivisions founded on personal variation. Their classifications are based wholly on the type of work to which they are assigned from time to time. 256.6, 23 minutes and 1.4 seconds. Mortals start out as well-nigh material beings on the worlds of space and ascend inward towards the great centers. These solitary spirits start out at the center of all things and crave assignment to the remote creations, even to the individual worlds of the outermost local universes and even on beyond. 256.7, 23:1. 5. Though denominated solitary messengers, they are not lonesome spirits, for they truly like to work alone. They are the only beings in all creation who can and do enjoy a solitary existence, albeit they equally enjoy association with the very few orders of universe intelligence with whom they can fraternize. 257.1, 23:1. 6. Solitary messengers are not isolated in their service, they are constantly in touch with the wealth of the intellect of all creation as they are capable of listening in on all the broadcasts of the realms of their sojourn. They can also intercommunicate with members of their own immediate core, those beings doing the same kind of work in the same superuniverse. They could communicate with others of their number, but they have been directed by the council of the 7 master spirits not to do so, and they are a loyal group, they do not disobey or default. There is no record that a solitary messenger ever stumbled into darkness. 257.2, 23:1. 7. The solitary messengers, like the universe power directors, are among the very few types of beings operating throughout the realms who are exempt from apprehension or detention by the tribunals of time and space. They could be cited to appear before no one except the 7 master spirits, but not in all the annals of the master universe has this Paradise Council ever been called upon to adjudicate the case of a solitary messenger. 257.3, 23:1. 8. These messengers of solitary assignment are a dependable, self-reliant, versatile, thoroughly spiritual, and broadly sympathetic group of created beings derived from the third source and center. They operate by the authority of the infinite spirit resident on the central isle of paradise and as personalized on the headquarters spheres of the local universes. They are constant partakers of the direct circuit emanating from the infinite spirit, even when they function in the local creations under the immediate influence of the local universe mother spirits. 257.4, 23:1. 9. There is a technical reason why these solitary messengers must travel and work alone. For short periods and when stationary, they can collaborate in a group, but when thus ensembled, they are altogether cut off from the sustenance and direction of their paradise circuit, they are wholly isolated. When in transit, or when operating in the circuits of space and the currents of time, if 2 or more of this order are in close proximity, both or all are thrown out of liaison with the higher circulating forces. They are short-circuited, as you might describe it in illustrative symbols. Therefore they have inherent within them a power of automatic alarm, a warning signal, which unerringly operates to apprise them of approaching conflicts and unfailingly keeps them sufficiently separated as not to interfere with their proper and effective functioning. They also possess inherent and automatic powers which detect and indicate the proximity of both the inspired Trinity spirits and the divine thought adjusters. 257.5, 23:1. 10. These messengers possess no power of personality extension or reproduction, but there is practically no work of the universes in which they cannot engage, and to which they cannot contribute something essential and helpful. Especially are they the great time-savers for those who are concerned in the administration of universe affairs, and they assist us all, from the highest to the lowest. 2. Assignments of solitary messengers. 257.6, 23:2. 1. Solitary messengers are not permanently attached to any individual or group of celestial personalities. They are on duty, always by assignment, and during such service they work under the immediate supervision of those who direct the realms of their attachment. Among themselves they have neither organization nor government of any kind. They are solitary messengers. 258.1, 23 minutes and 2.2 seconds. Solitary messengers are assigned by the Infinite Spirit to the following 7 divisions of service. 258.2, 23 minutes and 2.3 seconds 1. Messengers of the Paradise Trinity. 258.3, 23 minutes and 2.4 seconds 2. Messengers of the Havona Circuits. 258.4, 23 minutes and 2.5 seconds 3. Messengers of the Superuniverses. 258.5, 23 minutes and 2.6 seconds 4. Messengers of the Local Universes. 258.6, 23 minutes and 2.7 seconds 5. Explorers of Undirected Assignment. 258.7, 23 minutes and 2.8 seconds 6. Ambassadors and Emissaries of Special Assignment. 258.8, 23 minutes and 2.9 seconds 7. Revelators of Truth. 258.9, 23 minutes and 2.10 seconds. These spirit messengers are in every sense interchangeable from one type of service to another. Such transfers are constantly taking place. There are no separate orders of solitary messengers, they are spiritually alike and in every sense equal. While they are generally designated by number, they are known to the Infinite Spirit by personal names. They are known to the rest of us by the name or number designative of their current assignment. 258.10, 23 minutes and 2.11 seconds 1. Messengers of the Paradise Trinity. I am not permitted to reveal much of the work of the group of messengers assigned to the Trinity. They are the trusted and secret servants of the deities, and when entrusted with special messages which involve the unrevealed policies and future conduct of the gods, they have never been known to divulge a secret or betray the confidence reposed in their order. And all this is related in this connection, not to appear boastful of their perfection, but rather to point out that the deities can and do create perfect beings. 258.11, 23:2. 12. The confusion and turmoil of Urantia do not signify that the paradise rulers lack either interest or ability to manage affairs differently. The creators are possessed of full power to make Urantia a veritable paradise, but such an Eden would not contribute to the development of those strong, noble, and experienced characters which the gods are so surely forging out on your world between the anvils of necessity and the hammers of anguish. Your anxieties and sorrows, your trials and disappointments, are just as much a part of the divine plan on your sphere as are the exquisite perfection and infinite adaptation of all things to their supreme purpose on the worlds of the central and perfect universe. 258.12, 23 minutes and 2.13 seconds 2. Messengers of the Havona Circuits. Throughout the ascendant career you will be vaguely, but increasingly, able to detect the presence of the solitary messengers, but not until you reach Havona will you recognize them unmistakably. The first of the messengers you will see face to face will be those of the Havona Circuits. 258.13, 23 minutes and 2.14 seconds. Solitary messengers enjoy special relations with the natives of the Havona worlds. These messengers, who are so functionally handicapped when associating with one another, can and do have a very close and personal communion with the Havona natives. But it is quite impossible to convey to human minds the supreme satisfactions consequent upon the contact of the minds of these divinely perfect beings with the spirits of such near-transcendent personalities. 259.1, 23 minutes and 2.15 seconds 3. Messengers of the Superuniverses. The Ancients of Days, those personalities of Trinity-Origin who preside over the destinies of the 7 superuniverses, those trios of divine power and administrative wisdom, are bountifully supplied with solitary messengers. It is only through this order of messengers that the triune rulers of one superuniverse can directly and personally communicate with the rulers of another. Solitary messengers are the only available type of spirit intelligence, aside, possibly, from the inspired Trinity spirits, that can be dispatched from the headquarters of one superuniverse directly to the headquarters of another. All other personalities must make such excursions by way of Havona and the executive worlds of the Master Spirits. 259.2, 23:2. 16. There are some kinds of information which cannot be obtained either by gravity messengers, reflectivity, or broadcast. And when the Ancients of Days would certainly know these things, they must dispatch a solitary messenger to the source of knowledge. Long before the presence of life on Urantia, the messenger now associated with me was assigned on a mission out of Uversa to the Central Universe, was absent from the roll calls of Orvanton for almost 1,000,000 years but returned in due time with the desired information. 259.3, 23 minutes and 2.17 seconds. There is no limitation upon the service of solitary messengers in the superuniverses. They may function as executioners of the high tribunals or as intelligence gatherers for the good of the realm. Of all the super-creations they most delight to serve in or wanton, because here the need is greatest and the opportunities for heroic effort are greatly multiplied. In the more needy realms we all enjoy the satisfaction of a more replete function. 259.4, 23 minutes and 2.18 seconds. 4. Messengers of the local universes. In the services of a local universe there is no limit upon the functioning of the solitary messengers. They are the faithful revealers of the motives and intent of the local universe Mother Spirit, although they are under the full jurisdiction of the reigning Master Sun. And this is true of all messengers operating in a local universe, whether they are traveling out directly from universe headquarters, or whether they are acting temporarily in liaison with constellation fathers, system sovereigns, or planetary princes. Before the concentration of all power in the hands of a Creator Son at the time of his elevation as sovereign ruler of his universe. These messengers of the local universes function under the general direction of the Ancients of Days and are immediately responsible to their resident representative, the Union of Days. 259.5, 23 minutes and 2.19 seconds. 5. Explorers of undirected assignment. When the reserve corps of the solitary messengers is over-recruited, there issues from one of the 7 supreme power directors a call for exploration volunteers. And there is never a lack of volunteers, for they delight to be dispatched as free and untrammeled explorers, to experience the thrill of finding the organizing nucleuses of new worlds and universes. 259.6, 23:2. 20 They go forth to investigate the clues furnished by the space contemplators of the realms. Undoubtedly the paradise deities know of the existence of these undiscovered energy systems of space, but they never divulge such information. If the solitary messengers did not explore and chart these newly organizing energy centers, such phenomena would long remain unnoticed even by the intelligences of adjacent realms. Solitary messengers, as a class, are highly sensitive to gravity. Accordingly they can sometimes detect the probable presence of very small dark planets, the very worlds which are best adapted to life experiments. 260.1, 23 minutes and 2.21 seconds. These messenger explorers of undirected assignment patrol the master universe. They are constantly out on exploring expeditions to the uncharted regions of all outer space. Very much of the information which we possess of transactions in the realms of outer space, we owe to the explorations of the solitary messengers as they often work in study with the celestial astronomers. 260.2, 23 minutes and 2.22 seconds. 6. Ambassadors and emissaries of special assignment. Local universes situated within the same superuniverse customarily exchange ambassadors selected from their native orders of sonship. But to avoid delay, solitary messengers are frequently asked to go as ambassadors from one local creation to another, to represent and interpret one realm to another. For example, when a newly inhabited realm is discovered, it may prove to be so remote in space that a long time will pass before an enseraphimed ambassador can reach this far distant universe. An enseraphimed being cannot possibly exceed the velocity of 558,840 Urantia miles in 1 second of your time. Massive stars, cross-currents, and detours, as well as attraction tangents, will all tend to retard such speed so that on a long journey the velocity will average about 550,000 miles per second. 260.3, 23:2. 23 When it develops that it will require hundreds of years for a native ambassador to reach a far distant local universe, a solitary messenger is often asked to proceed there immediately to act as ambassador ad interim. Solitary messengers can go in very short order, not independently of time and space as do the gravity messengers, but nearly so. They also serve in other circumstances as emissaries of special assignment. 260.4, 23 minutes and 2.24 seconds. 7. Revelators of truth. The solitary messengers regard the assignment to reveal truth as the highest trust of their order. And they function ever and anon in this capacity, from the superuniverses to the individual planets of space. They are frequently attached to commissions which are sent to enlarge the revelation of truth to the worlds and systems. 3. Time and Space Services of Solitary Messengers. 260.5, 23:3. 1. The solitary messengers are the highest type of perfect and confidential personality available in all realms for the quick transmission of important and urgent messages when it is inexpedient to utilize either the broadcast service or the reflectivity mechanism. They serve in an endless variety of assignments, helping out the spiritual and material beings of the realms, particularly where the element of time is involved. Of all orders assigned to the services of the superuniverse domains, they are the highest and most versatile personalized beings who can come so near to defying time and space. 260.6, 23:3. 2. The universe is well supplied with spirits who utilize gravity for purposes of transit. They can go anywhere anytime, instanter, but they are not persons. Certain other gravity traversers are personal beings, such as gravity messengers and transcendental recorders, but they are not available to the super and the local universe administrators. The worlds teem with angels and men and other highly personal beings, but they are handicapped by time and space. The limit of velocity for most non-enseraphimed beings is 186,280 miles of your world per second of your time. The midway creatures and certain others can, often do, attain double velocity, 372,560 miles per second, while the seraphim and others can traverse space at triple velocity, about 558,840 miles per second. There are, however, no transit or messenger personalities who function between the instantaneous velocities of the gravity traversers and the comparatively slow speeds of the seraphim, except the solitary messengers. 261.1, 23:3. 3. Solitary messengers are, therefore, generally used for dispatch and service in those situations where personality is essential to the achievement of the assignment, and where it is desired to avoid the loss of time which would be occasioned by the sending of any other readily available type of personal messenger. They are the only definitely personalized beings who can synchronize with the combined universal currents of the grand universe. Their velocity in traversing space is variable, depending on a great variety of interfering influences, but the record shows that on the journey to fulfill this mission my associate messenger proceeded at the rate of 841,621,642,000 of your miles per second of your time. 261.2, 23 minutes and 3.4 seconds. It is wholly beyond my ability to explain to the material type of mind how a spirit can be a real person and at the same time traverse space at such tremendous velocities. But these very solitary messengers actually come to, and go from, Urantia at these incomprehensible speeds. Indeed, the whole economy of universal administration would be largely deprived of its personal element were this not a fact. 261.3, 23:3. 5. The solitary messengers are able to function as emergency lines of communication throughout remote space regions, realms not embraced within the established circuits of the grand universe. It develops that one messenger, when so functioning, can transmit a message or send an impulse through space to a fellow messenger about 100 light-years away as Urantia astronomers estimate stellar distances. 261.4, 23:3. 6. Of the myriads of beings who cooperate with us in the conduct of the affairs of the superuniverse, none are more important in practical helpfulness and time-saving assistance. In the universes of space we must reckon with the handicaps of time. Hence the great service of the solitary messengers, who, by means of their personal prerogatives of communication, are somewhat independent of space and, by virtue of their tremendous transit velocities, are so nearly independent of time. 261. 5, 23 minutes and 3.7 seconds. I am at a loss to explain to Urantia mortals how the solitary messengers can be without form and yet possess real and definite personalities. Although they are without that form which would naturally be associated with personality, they do possess a spirit presence which is discernible by all higher types of spirit beings. The solitary messengers are the only class of beings who seem to be possessed of well-nigh all the advantages of a formless spirit coupled with all the prerogatives of a full-fledged personality. They are true persons, yet endowed with nearly all of the attributes of impersonal spirit manifestation. 261.6, 23:3. 8 In the 7 superuniverses, ordinarily, but not always, everything which tends to increase any creature's liberation from the handicaps of time and space proportionately diminishes personality prerogatives. Solitary messengers are an exception to this general law. They are in their activities all but unrestricted in the utilization of any and all of the limitless avenues of spiritual expression, divine service, personal ministry, and cosmic communication. If you could view these extraordinary beings in the light of my experience in universe administration, you would comprehend how difficult it would be to coordinate superuniverse affairs were it not for their versatile cooperation. 262.1, 23:3. 9 No matter how much the universe may enlarge, no more solitary messengers will probably ever be created. As the universes grow, the expanded work of administration must be increasingly borne by other types of spirit ministers and by those beings who take origin in these new creations, such as the creatures of the sovereign suns and the local universe mother spirits. 4. Special Ministry of Solitary Messengers. 262.2, 23 minutes and 4.1 seconds. The solitary messengers seem to be personality coordinators for all types of spirit beings. Their ministry helps to make all the personalities of the far-flung spiritual world akin. They contribute much to the development, in all spirit beings, of a consciousness of group identity. Every type of spirit being is served by special groups of solitary messengers who foster the ability of such beings to understand and fraternize with all other types and orders, however dissimilar. 262.3, 23:4. 2. The solitary messengers demonstrate such an amazing ability to coordinate all types and orders of finite personality, even to make contact with the absonite regime of the master universe over-controllers, that some of us postulate that the creation of these messengers by the infinite spirit is in some manner related to the conjoint actor's bestowal of supreme ultimate mind. 262.4, 23:4. 3. When a FINA leader and a paradise citizen cooperate in the trinitization of a child of time and eternity, a transaction involving the unrevealed mind potentials of the supreme ultimate, and when such an unclassified personality is dispatched to Vicegerington. A solitary messenger, a conjectured personality repercussion of the bestowal of such deity mind, is always assigned as guardian companion to such a creature trinitized son. This messenger accompanies the new son of destiny to the world of his assignment and nevermore leaves Vicegerington. When thus attached to the destinies of a child of time and eternity, a solitary messenger is forever transferred to the sole supervision of the architects of the master universe. What the future of such an extraordinary association may be, we do not know. For ages these partnerships of unique personalities have continued to foregather on Vicegerington, but not even a single pair has ever gone forth therefrom. 262.5, 23:4. For solitary messengers are of stationary numbers, but the trinitization of the sons of destiny is apparently an unlimited technique. Since each trinitized son of destiny has assigned to him a solitary messenger, it appears to us that at some time in the remote future the supply of messengers will become exhausted. Who will take up their work in the grand universe? Will their service be assumed by some new development among the inspired Trinity spirits? Is the grand universe at some remote period going to be more nearly administered by Trinity-Origin beings while the single and dual-origin creatures move on into the realms of outer space? If the messengers return to their former service, will these sons of destiny accompany them? Will the trinitizations between FINA leaders and paradise haveners cease when the supply of solitary messengers has been absorbed as guardian companions of these sons of destiny? Are all our efficient solitary messengers going to be concentrated on Vicegerington? Are these extraordinary spirit personalities going to be eternally associated with these trinitized sons of unrevealed destiny? What significance should we attach to the fact that these couples for gathering on Vicegerington are under the exclusive direction of those mighty mystery beings, the architects of the master universe? These and many similar questions we ask ourselves, and ask numerous other orders of celestial beings, but we do not know the answers. 263.1, 23:4. 5. This transaction, together with many similar occurrences in universe administration, unmistakably indicates that the personnel of the grand universe, even that of Havona and Paradise, is undergoing a definite and certain reorganization in coordination with, and with reference to, the vast energy evolutions now taking place throughout the realms of outer space. 263.2, 23 minutes and 4.6 seconds. We incline to the belief that the eternal future will witness phenomena of universe evolution which will far transcend all that the eternal past has experienced. And we anticipate such tremendous adventures, even as you should, with keen relish and ever-heightening expectation. 263.3, 23 minutes and 4.7 seconds, presented by a divine counselor from Uversa. Paper 24. Higher Personalities of the Infinite Spirit. 264.1, 24:0. 1. On Uversa we divide all personalities and entities of the conjoint Creator into three grand divisions: the higher personalities of the Infinite Spirit, the messenger hosts of space, and the ministering spirits of time. Those spirit beings who are concerned with teaching and ministering to the will creatures of the ascendant scheme of mortal progression. 264.2, 24 minutes and 0.2 seconds. Those higher personalities of the Infinite Spirit that find mention in these narratives function throughout the grand universe in 7 divisions. 264.3, 24 minutes and 0.3 seconds. 1. Solitary Messengers. 264.4, 24 minutes and 0.4 seconds. 2. Universe Circuit Supervisors. 264.5, 24 minutes and 0.5 seconds. 3. Census Directors. 264.6, 24 minutes and 0.6 seconds. 4. Personal Aids of the Infinite Spirit. 264.7, 24 minutes and 0.7 seconds. 5. Associate Inspectors. 264.8, 24 minutes and 0.8 seconds. 6. Assigned Sentinels. 264.9, 24 minutes and 0.9 seconds. 7. Graduate Guides. 264. 10, 24 minutes and 0.10 seconds. Solitary Messengers, Circuit Supervisors, Census Directors, and the Personal Aids are characterized by the possession of tremendous endowments of anti-gravity. The solitary messengers are without known general headquarters. They roam the universe of universes. The universe circuit supervisors and the census directors maintain headquarters on the capitals of the superuniverses. The personal aids of the infinite spirit are stationed on the central Isle of Light. The associate inspectors and the assigned sentinels are respectively stationed on the capitals of the local universes and on the capitals of their component systems. The graduate guides are resident in the Havona universe and function on all its billion worlds. Most of these higher personalities have stations in the local universes, but they are not organically attached to the administrations of the evolutionary realms. 264.11, 24:0. 11 of the 7 classes composing this group, only the solitary messengers and perhaps the personal aids range the universe of universes. Solitary messengers are encountered from Paradise outward, through the Havona circuits to the superuniverse capitals and thence out through the sectors and local universes, with their subdivisions, and even to the inhabited worlds. Although solitary messengers belong to the higher personalities of the infinite spirit, their origin, nature, and service have been discussed in the preceding paper. 1. The Universe Circuit Supervisors. 265.1, 24:1. 1. The vast power currents of space and the circuits of spirit energy may seem to operate automatically, they may appear to function without let or hindrance, but such is not the case. All these stupendous systems of energy are under control. They are subject to intelligent supervision. Universe circuit supervisors are concerned not with the realms of purely physical or material energy, the domain of the universe power directors, but with the circuits of relative spiritual energy and with those modified circuits which are essential to the maintenance of both the highly developed spiritual beings and the Urantia or transition type of intelligent creatures. The supervisors do not give origin to circuits of energy and superessence of divinity. But in general they have to do with all higher spirit circuits of time and eternity and with all relative spirit circuits concerned in the administration of the component parts of the grand universe. They direct and manipulate all such spirit energy circuits outside the Isle of Paradise. 265.2, 24 minutes and 1.2 seconds. Universe circuit supervisors are the exclusive creation of the infinite spirit, and they function solely as the agents of the conjoint actor. They are personalized for service in the following four orders. 265.3, 24 minutes and 1.3 seconds. 1. Supreme Circuit Supervisors. 265.4, 24 minutes and 1.4 seconds. 2. Associate Circuit Supervisors. 265.5, 24 minutes and 1.5 seconds. 3. Secondary Circuit Supervisors. 265.6, 24 minutes and 1.6 seconds. 4. Tertiary Circuit Supervisors. 265.7, 24 minutes and 1.7 seconds. The Supreme Supervisors of Havona and the Associate Supervisors of the 7 Superuniverses are of completed numbers. No more of these orders are being created. The Supreme Supervisors are 7 in number and are stationed on the pilot worlds of the 7 Havona circuits. The circuits of the 7 Superuniverses are in the charge of a marvelous group of 7 Associate Supervisors, who maintain headquarters on the 7 paradise spheres of the infinite spirit, the worlds of the 7 Supreme Executives. From here they supervise and direct the circuits of the Superuniverses of space. 265.8, 24:1. 8 on these paradise spheres of the spirit. The 7 associate circuit supervisors and the first order of the supreme power centers effect a liaison which, under the direction of the supreme executives, results in the sub-paradise coordination of all material and spiritual circuits passing out to the 7 superuniverses. 265.9, 24 minutes and 1.9 seconds. On the headquarters worlds of each superuniverse are stationed the secondary supervisors for the local universes of time and space. The major and minor sectors are administrative divisions of the supergovernments but are not concerned in these matters of spirit energy supervision. I do not know how many secondary circuit supervisors there are in the grand universe, but on Uversa there are 84,691 of these beings. Secondary supervisors are being created right along. From time to time they appear in groups of 70 on the worlds of the supreme executives. We obtain them on requisition as we arrange for the establishment of separate circuits of spirit energy and liaison power to the newly evolving universes of our jurisdiction. 265.10, 24:1. 10A Tertiary Circuit Supervisor functions on the headquarters world of every local universe. This order, like the secondary supervisors, is of continuous creation, being created in groups of 700. They are assigned to the local universes by the Ancients of Days. 266.1, 24 minutes and 1.11 seconds. Circuit supervisors are created for their specific tasks, and they eternally serve in the groups of their original assignment. They are not rotated in service and hence make an age-long study of the problems found in the realms of their original assignment. For example, Tertiary Circuit Supervisor number 572,842 has functioned on Solvington since the early concept of your local universe, and he is a member of the personal staff of Michael of Nebadon. 266.2, 24:1. 12 Whether acting in the local or higher universes, circuit supervisors direct all concerned as to the proper circuits to employ for the transmission of all spirit messages and for the transit of all personalities. In their work of circuit supervision these efficient beings utilize all agencies, forces, and personalities in the universe of universes. They employ the unrevealed, high-spirit personalities of circuit control, and are ably assisted by numerous staffs composed of personalities of the infinite spirit. It is they who would isolate an evolutionary world if its planetary prince should rebel against the universal father and his vicegerent son. They are able to throw any world out of certain universe circuits of the higher spiritual order, but they cannot annul the material currents of the power directors. 266.3, 24:1. 13. The universe circuit supervisors have something of the same relationship to spirit circuits that the universe power directors have to material circuits. The two orders are complemental, together having the oversight of all spirit and all material circuits that are controllable and manipulatable by creatures. 266.4, 24:1. 14. The circuit supervisors exercise certain oversight of those mind circuits which are spirit-associated, much as the power directors have certain jurisdiction over those phases of mind which are physical energy-associated, mechanical mind. In general, the functions of each order are expanded by liaison with the other, but the circuits of pure mind are subject to the supervision of neither. Neither are the two orders coordinate. In all their manifold labors, the universe circuit supervisors are subject to the seven supreme power directors and their subordinates. 266.5, 24:1. 15. While the circuit supervisors are entirely alike within their respective orders, they are all distinct individuals. They are truly personal beings, but they possess a type of other-than-father-endowed personality not encountered in any other type of creature in all universal existence. 266.6, 24:1. 16. Although you will recognize and know them as you journey inward towards paradise, you will have no personal relations with them. They are circuit supervisors, and they attend strictly and efficiently to their business. They deal solely with those personalities and entities having the oversight of those activities which are concerned with the circuit subject to their supervision. 2. The census directors. 266.7, 24:2. 1. Notwithstanding that the cosmic mind of the universal intelligence is cognizant of the presence and whereabouts of all thinking creatures, there is operative in the universe of universes an independent method of keeping count of all will creatures. 266.8, 24 minutes and 2.2 seconds. The census directors are a special and completed creation of the infinite spirit, and they exist in numbers unknown to us. They are so created as to be able to maintain perfect synchrony with the reflectivity technique of the superuniverses, while at the same time they are personally sensitive and responsive to intelligent will. These directors, by a not fully understood technique, are made immediately aware of the birth of will in any part of the grand universe. They are, therefore, always competent to give us the number, nature, and whereabouts of all will creatures in any part of the central creation and the seven superuniverses. But they do not function on paradise, there is no need for them there. On paradise knowledge is inherent, the deities know all things. 267.1, 24 minutes and 2.3 seconds. 7 census directors operate in Havona, one being stationed on the pilot world of each Havona circuit. Excepting these 7 and the reserves of the order on the paradise worlds of the spirit, all census directors function under the jurisdiction of the Ancients of Days. 267.2, 24:2. For one census director presides at the headquarters of each superuniverse, while subject to such a chief director are thousands upon thousands, one on the capital of every local universe. All personalities of this order are equal excepting those on the Havona pilot worlds and the 7 superuniverse chiefs. 267.3, 24 minutes and 2.5 seconds. In the 7th superuniverse there are 100,000 census directors. And this number consists entirely of those assignable to local universes. It does not include the personal staff of Urantia, the superuniverse chief of all Orvantan directors. Urantia, like the other superuniverse chiefs, is not directly attuned to the registration of intelligent will. He is solely attuned to his subordinates stationed in the Orvantan universes. Thus he acts as a magnificent totaling personality for their reports coming in from the capitals of the local creations. 267.4, 24:2. 6. From time to time the official recorders of Uversa place on their records the status of the superuniverse as it is indicated by the registrations in and upon the personality of Urantia. Such census data is indigenous to the superuniverses. These reports are transmitted neither to Havona nor to Paradise. 267.5, 24 minutes and 2.7 seconds. The census directors are concerned with human beings, as with other will creatures, only to the extent of recording the fact of will function. They are not concerned with the records of your life and its doings, they are not in any sense recording personalities. The census director of Nebadon, number 81412 of Orvanton, now stationed on Solvington, is at this very moment personally conscious and aware of your living presence here on Urantia. And he will afford the record's confirmation of your death the moment you cease to function as a will creature. 267.6, 24 minutes and 2.8 seconds. Census directors register the existence of a new will creature when the first act of will is performed. They indicate the death of a will creature when the last act of will takes place. The partial emergence of will observed in the reactions of certain of the higher animals does not belong to the domain of the census directors. They keep count of nothing but bona fide will creatures, and they are responsive to nothing but will function. Exactly how they register the function of will, we do not know. 267.7, 24:2. 9. These beings always have been, and always will be, census directors. They would be comparatively useless in any other division of universe labor. But they are infallible in function, they never default, neither do they falsify. And notwithstanding their marvelous powers and unbelievable prerogatives, they are persons, they have recognizable spirit presence and form. 3. Personal aids of the infinite spirit. 268.1, 24:3. 1. We have no authentic knowledge as to the time or manner of the creation of the personal aids. Their number must be legion, but it is not of record on Uversa. From conservative deductions based on our knowledge of their work, I venture to estimate that their number extends high into the trillions. We hold the opinion that the infinite spirit is not limited as to numbers in the creation of these personal aids. 268.2, 24:3. 2. The personal aids of the infinite spirit exist for the exclusive assistance of the paradise presence of the third person of deity. Although attached directly to the infinite spirit and located on paradise, they flash to and fro to the uttermost parts of creation. Wherever the circuits of the conjoint creator extend, there these personal aids may appear for the purpose of executing the bidding of the infinite spirit. They traverse space much as do the solitary messengers but are not persons in the sense that the messengers are. 268.3, 24 minutes and 3.3 seconds. The personal aids are all equal and identical, they disclose no differentiation of individuality. Though the conjoint actor looks upon them as true personalities, it is difficult for others to regard them as real persons, they do not manifest a spirit presence to other spirit beings. Paradise origin beings are always aware of the proximity of these aids, but we do not recognize a personality presence. The lack of such a presence form undoubtedly renders them all the more serviceable to the third person of deity. 268.4, 24:3. For of all the revealed orders of spirit beings taking origin in the infinite spirit, the personal aids are about the only ones you will not encounter on your inward ascent to paradise. 4. The associate inspectors. 268.5, 24:4. 1. The seven supreme executives, on the seven paradise spheres of the infinite spirit, collectively function as the administrative board of supermanagers for the seven superuniverses. The associate inspectors are the personal embodiment of the authority of the supreme executives to the local universes of time and space. These high observers of the affairs of the local creations are the joint offspring of the infinite spirit and the seven master spirits of paradise. In the near times of eternity 700,000 were personalized, and their reserve core abides on paradise. 268.6, 24:4. 2 associate inspectors work under the direct supervision of the seven supreme executives, being their personal and powerful representatives to the local universes of time and space. An inspector is stationed on the headquarters sphere of each local creation and is a close associate of the resident union of days. 268.7, 24:4. 3. The associate inspectors receive reports and recommendations only from their subordinates, the assigned sentinels, stationed on the capitals of the local systems of inhabited worlds, while they make reports only to their immediate superior, the supreme executive of the superuniverse concerned. 5. The assigned sentinels. 268.8, 24 minutes and 5.1 seconds. The assigned sentinels are coordinating personalities and liaison representatives of the 7 supreme executives. They were personalized on Paradise by the Infinite Spirit and were created for the specific purposes of their assignment. They are of stationary numbers, and there are exactly 7 billion in existence. 269.1, 24:5. Too much as an associate inspector represents the 7 supreme executives to a whole local universe, so in each of the 10,000 systems of that local creation there is an assigned sentinel, who acts as the direct representative of the far distant and supreme board of super-control for the affairs of all 7 superuniverses. The sentinels on duty in the local system governments of Urantia are acting under the direct authority of Supreme Executive Number 7, the coordinator of the 7th superuniverse. But in their administrative organization all sentinels commissioned in a local universe are subordinate to the associate inspector stationed at universe headquarters. 269.2, 24:5. 3. Within a local creation the assigned sentinels serve in rotation, being transferred from system to system. They are usually changed every millennium of local universe time. They are among the highest-ranking personalities stationed on a system capital, but they never participate in deliberations concerned with system affairs. In the local systems they serve as the ex officio heads of the 4 and 20 administrators hailing from the evolutionary worlds, but otherwise, ascending mortals have little contact with them. The sentinels are almost exclusively concerned in keeping the associate inspector of their universe fully informed on all matters relating to the welfare and state of the systems of their assignment. 269.3, 24:5. For assigned sentinels and associate inspectors do not report to the supreme executives through a superuniverse headquarters. They are responsible solely to the supreme executive of the superuniverse concerned. Their activities are distinct from the administration of the Ancients of Days. 269.4, 24:5. 5. The supreme executives, associate inspectors, and assigned sentinels, together with the Omniaphim and a host of unrevealed personalities, constitute an efficient, direct, centralized, but far-flung system of advisory and administrative coordination of all the grand universe of things and beings. 6. The graduate guides. 269.5, 24:6. 1. The graduate guides, as a group, sponsor and conduct the high university of technical instruction and spiritual training which is so essential to mortal attainment of the goal of the ages, God, rest, and then eternity of perfected service. These highly personal beings take their name from the nature and purpose of their work. They are exclusively devoted to the tasks of guiding the mortal graduates from the superuniverses of time through the Havona course of instruction and training which serves to prepare the ascending pilgrims for admission to paradise and the core of the Finality. 269.6, 24 minutes and 6.2 seconds. I am not forbidden to undertake to tell you of the work of these graduate guides, but it is so ultra-spiritual that I despair of being able to adequately portray to the material mind a concept of their manifold activities. On the mansion worlds, after your vision range is extended and you are freed from the fetters of material comparisons, you can begin to comprehend the meaning of those realities which I cannot see nor hear, and which have never entered the concept of human minds, even those things which God has prepared for those who love such eternal verities. You are not always to be so limited in the range of your vision and spiritual comprehension. 270.1, 24 minutes and 6.3 seconds. The graduate guides are engaged in piloting the pilgrims of time through the 7 circuits of Havona worlds. The guide who greets you upon your arrival on the receiving world of the outer Havona circuit will remain with you throughout your entire career on the heavenly circuits. Though you will associate with countless other personalities during your sojourn on a billion worlds, your graduate guide will follow you to the end of your Havona progression and will witness your entrance into the terminal slumber of time. The sleep of eternity transit to the paradise goal, where, upon awakening, you will be greeted by the paradise companion assigned to welcome you and perhaps to remain with you until you are initiated as a member of the mortal core of the Finality. 270.2, 24 minutes and 6.4 seconds. The number of graduate guides is beyond the power of human minds to grasp, and they continue to appear. Their origin is something of a mystery. They have not existed from eternity, they mysteriously appear as they are needed. There is no record of a graduate guide in all the realms of the Central Universe until that far distant day when the first mortal pilgrim of all time made his way to the outer belt of the Central Creation. The instant he arrived on the pilot world of the outer circuit, he was met with friendly greetings by Malvorian, the first of the graduate guides and now the chief of their Supreme Council and the director of their vast educational organization. 270.3, 24 minutes and 6.5 seconds. On the Paradise Records of Havona, in the section denominated Graduate Guides, there appears this initial entry. 270.4, 24:6. 6. And Malvorian, the first of this order, did greet and instruct the pilgrim discoverer of Havona and did conduct him from the outer circuits of initial experience, step by step and circuit by circuit, until he stood in the very presence of the source and destiny of all personality, subsequently crossing the threshold of eternity to paradise. 270.5, 24 minutes and 6.7 seconds. At that far distant time I was attached to the service of the Ancients of Days on Uversa, and we all rejoiced in the assurance that, eventually, pilgrims from our super-universe would reach Havona. For ages we had been taught that the evolutionary creatures of space would attain paradise, and the thrill of all time swept through the heavenly courts when the first pilgrim actually arrived. 270.6, 24:6. 8. The name of this pilgrim discoverer of Havona is Grand Fanda, and he hailed from planet 341 of System 84 in constellation 62 of local universe 1131 situated in superuniverse number 1. His arrival was the signal for the establishment of the broadcast service of the universe of universes. Theretofore only the broadcasts of the superuniverses and the local universes had been in operation, but the announcement of the arrival of Grand Fanda at the portals of Havona signalized the inauguration of the Space Reports of Glory. So named because the initial universe broadcast reported the Havona arrival of the first of the evolutionary beings to attain entrance upon the goal of ascendant existence. 270.7, 24 minutes and 6.9 seconds. Graduate guides never leave the Havona worlds, they are dedicated to the service of the graduate pilgrims of time and space. And you will sometime meet these noble beings face to face if you do not reject the certain and all-perfected plan designed to effect your survival and ascension. 7. Origin of the Graduate Guides. 270.8, 24:7. 1. Though evolution is not the order of the Central Universe, we believe that the graduate guides are the perfected or more experienced members of another order of Central Universe creatures, the Havona Servitals. Graduate guides show such a breadth of sympathy and such a capacity for understanding the ascendant creatures that we are convinced they have gained this culture by actual service in the superuniverse realms as the Havona Servitals of Universal Ministry. If this view is not correct, how then can we account for the continuous disappearance of the senior or more experienced servitals? 271.1, 24:7. 2. A servital will be long absent from Havona on superuniverse assignment, having been on many such missions previously, will return home, be granted the privilege of personal contact with the Paradise Central Shining. Will be embraced by the luminous persons, and disappear from the recognition of his spirit fellows, never more to reappear among those of his kind. 271.2, 24 minutes and 7.3 seconds. On returning from superuniverse service, a Havona servital may enjoy numerous divine embraces and emerge therefrom merely an exalted servital. Experiencing the luminous embrace does not necessarily signify that the servitle must translate into a graduate guide, but almost 1/4 of those who achieve the divine embrace never return to the service of the realms. 271.3, 24:7. For there appears on the high records a succession of such entries as this. 271.4, 24:7. 5. And servitle number 842,842,682,846,782 of Havona, named Sudna, came over from the Superuniverse service, was received on paradise, knew the Father, entered the divine embrace, and is not. 271.5, 24:7. 6. When such an entry appears on the records, the career of such a servitle is closed. But in just 3 moments, a little less than 3 days of your time, a newborn graduate guide spontaneously appears on the outer circuit of the Havona universe. And the number of graduate guides, allowing for a slight difference, due no doubt to those in transition, exactly equals the number of vanished servitles. 271.6, 24:7. 7. There is an additional reason for supposing the graduate guides to be evolved Havona servitles, and that is the unfailing tendency of these guides and their associated servitles to form such extraordinary attachments. The manner in which these supposedly separate orders of beings understand and sympathize with one another is wholly inexplicable. It is refreshing and inspiring to witness their mutual devotion. 271.7, 24:7. 8. The 7 Master Spirits and the associated 7 Supreme Power Directors, respectively, are the personal repositories of the mind potential and of the power potential of the Supreme Being, which he does not, as yet, operate personally. And when these Paradise Associates collaborate to create the Havona servitles, the latter are inherently involved in certain phases of supremacy. Havona servitles are thus, in actuality, a reflection in the perfect central universe of certain evolutionary potentialities of the time-space domains, all of which is disclosed when a servitle undergoes transformation and recreation. We believe that this transformation takes place in response to the will of the Infinite Spirit, undoubtedly acting in behalf of the Supreme. Graduate guides are not created by the Supreme Being, but we all conjecture that experiential deity is in some way concerned in those transactions which bring these beings into existence. 271.8, 24:7. 9. The Havona now traversed by ascending mortals differs in many respects from the central universe as it was before the times of Grand Fanda. The arrival of mortal ascenders on the Havona circuits inaugurated sweeping modifications in the organization of the central and divine creation. Modifications undoubtedly initiated by the Supreme Being, the God of evolutionary creatures, in response to the arrival of the first of his experiential children from the 7 superuniverses. The appearance of the graduate guides, together with the creation of the tertiary Supernaphim, is indicative of these performances of God the Supreme. 272.1, 24 minutes and 7.10 seconds, presented by a divine counselor of Uversa. Paper 25. The Messenger Hosts of Space. 273.1, 25 minutes and 0.1 second. Ranking intermediately in the family of the Infinite Spirit are the Messenger Hosts of Space. These versatile beings function as the connecting links between the higher personalities and the ministering spirits. The Messenger Hosts include the following orders of celestial beings. 273.2, 25 minutes and 0.2 seconds. 1. Havona servitles. 273.3, 25 minutes and 0.3 seconds. 2. Universal Conciliators. 273.4, 25 minutes and 0.4 seconds. 3. Technical Advisors. 273.5, 25 minutes and 0.5 seconds. 4. Custodians of Records on Paradise. 273.6, 25 minutes and 0.6 seconds. 5. Celestial Recorders. 273.7, 25 minutes and 0.7 seconds. 6. Urantia Companions. 273.8, 25 minutes and 0.8 seconds. 7. Paradise Companions. 273. 9. 25 minutes and 0.9 seconds. Of the 7 groups enumerated, only 3, servitals, conciliators, and Urantia companions, are created as such. The remaining 4 represent attainment levels of the angelic orders. In accordance with inherent nature and attained status, the messenger hosts variously serve in the universe of universes, but always subject to the direction of those who rule the realms of their assignment. 1. The Havona Servitals. 273.10, 25:1. 1. Though denominated servitals, these midway creatures of the central universe are not servants in any menial sense of the word. In the spiritual world there is no such thing as menial work, all service is sacred and exhilarating. Neither do the higher orders of beings look down upon the lower orders of existence. 273.11, 25 minutes and 1.2 seconds. The Havona Servitals are the joint creative work of the 7 Master Spirits and their associates, the 7 Supreme Power Directors. This creative collaboration comes the nearest to being the pattern for the long list of reproductions of the dual order in the evolutionary universes. Extending from the creation of a bright and morning star by a creator-son creative spirit liaison down to sex procreation on worlds like Urantia. 273.12, 25 minutes and 1.3 seconds. The number of servitals is prodigious, and more are being created all the time. They appear in groups of 1,000 on the third moment following the assembly of the Master Spirits and the Supreme Power Directors at their joint area in the far northerly sector of Paradise. Every 4th servital is more physical in type than the others, that is, out of each 1,000, 750 are apparently true to spirit type, but 250 are semi-physical in nature. These 4th creatures are somewhat on the order of material beings, material in the Havona sense, resembling the physical power directors more than the master spirits. 274.1, 25:1. For in personality relationships the spiritual is dominant over the material, even though it does not now so appear on Urantia, and in the production of Havona Servitals the law of spirit dominance prevails. The established ratio yields 3 spiritual beings to 1 semi-physical. 274.2, 25:1. 5. The newly created servitals, together with newly appearing graduate guides, all pass through the courses of training which the senior guides continuously conduct on each of the 7 Havona circuits. Servitals are then assigned to the activities for which they are best adapted, and since they are of 2 types, spiritual and semi-physical, there are few limits to the range of work these versatile beings can do. The higher or spirit groups are assigned selectively to the services of the Father, the Son, and the Spirit, and to the work of the 7 Master Spirits. In large numbers they are dispatched, from time to time, to serve on the study worlds encircling the headquarters spheres of the 7 superuniverses. The worlds devoted to the final training and spiritual culture of the ascending souls of time who are preparing for advancement to the circuits of Havona. Both spirit servitals and their more physical fellows are also designated assistants and associates of the graduate guides in helping and instructing the various orders of ascending creatures who have attained Havona, and who seek to attain paradise. 274.3, 25:1. 6. The Havona servitals and the graduate guides manifest a transcendent devotion to their work and a touching affection for one another, an affection which, while spiritual, you could only understand by comparison with the phenomenon of human love. There is divine pathos in the separation of the servitals from the guides, as so often occurs when the servitals are dispatched on missions beyond the limits of the central universe, but they go with joy and not with sorrow. The satisfying joy of high duty is the eclipsing emotion of spiritual beings. Sorrow cannot exist in the face of the consciousness of divine duty faithfully performed. And when man's ascending soul stands before the Supreme Judge, the decision of eternal import will not be determined by material successes or quantitative achievements. The verdict reverberating through the high courts declares, "Well done, good and faithful servant, you have been faithful over a few essentials, you shall be made ruler over universe realities." 274.4, 25:1. 7 on Superuniverse service. The Havona servitals are always assigned to that domain presided over by the Master Spirit whom they most resemble in general and special spirit prerogatives. They serve only on the educational worlds surrounding the capitals of the 7 superuniverses, and the last report of Uversa indicates that almost 138 billion servitals were ministering on its 490 satellites. They engage in an endless variety of activities in connection with the work of these educational worlds comprising the superuniversities of the superuniverse of Urantia. Here they are your companions. They have come down from your next career to study you and to inspire you with the reality and certainty of your eventual graduation from the universes of time to the realms of eternity. And in these contexts the servitals gain that preliminary experience of ministering to the ascending creatures of time which is so helpful in their subsequent work on the Havona circuits as associates of the graduate guides or, as translated, servitals, as graduate guides themselves. 2. The Universal Conciliators. 275.1, 25 minutes and 2.1 second for every Havona servital created, 7 Universal Conciliators are brought into being, 1 in each superuniverse. This creative enactment involves a definite superuniverse technique of reflective response to transactions taking place on Paradise. 275.2, 25:2. 2 on the headquarters worlds of the 7 superuniverses. There function the 7 reflections of the 7 master spirits. It is difficult to undertake to portray the natures of these reflective spirits to material minds. They are true personalities. Still, each member of a superuniverse group is perfectly reflective of just one of the 7 master spirits. And every time the master spirits associate themselves with the power directors for the purpose of creating a group of Havona servitals, there is a simultaneous focalization upon one of the reflective spirits in each of the superuniverse groups. And forthwith and full-fledgedly an equal number of universal conciliators appear on the headquarters worlds of the supercreations. If, in the creation of servitals, Master Spirit number 7 should take the initiative, none but the reflective spirits of the 7th order would become pregnant with conciliators. And concurrently with the creation of 1,000 Urantia-like servitals, 1,000 of the 7th order conciliators would appear on each superuniverse capital. Out of these episodes, reflecting the 7-fold nature of the Master Spirits, arise the 7 created orders of conciliators serving in each superuniverse. 275.3, 25:2. 3 conciliators of pre-paradise status do not serve interchangeably between superuniverses, being restricted to their native segments of creation. Every superuniverse core, embracing 1/7 of each created order, therefore spends a very long time under the influence of one of the master spirits to the exclusion of the others, 4. While all 7 are reflected on the superuniverse capitals, only one is dominant in each supercreation. 275.4, 25 minutes and 2.4 seconds. Each of the 7 supercreations is actually pervaded by that one of the master spirits who presides over its destinies. Each superuniverse thus becomes like a gigantic mirror reflecting the nature and character of the supervising master spirit. And all of this is further continued in every subsidiary local universe by the presence and function of the creative mother spirits. The effect of such an environment upon evolutionary growth is so profound that in their post-superuniverse careers the conciliators collectively manifest 49 experiential viewpoints or insights. Each angular, hence incomplete, but all mutually compensatory and together tending to encompass the circle of supremacy. 275.5, 25 minutes and 2.5 seconds. In each superuniverse the universal conciliators find themselves strangely and innately segregated into groups of 4, associations in which they continue to serve. In each group, 3 are spirit personalities, and 1, like the 4th creatures of the servitals, is a semi-material being. This quartet constitutes a conciliating commission and is made up as follows. 275.6, 25 minutes and 2.6 seconds. 1. The Judge-Arbiter. The one unanimously designated by the other 3 as the most competent and best qualified to act as judicial head of the group. 275.7, 25 minutes and 2.7 seconds. 2. The Spirit Advocate. The one appointed by the judge-arbiter to present evidence and to safeguard the rights of all personalities involved in any matter assigned to the adjudication of the conciliating commission. 276.1, 25 minutes and 2.8 seconds 3. The Divine Executioner. The conciliator qualified by inherent nature to make contact with the material beings of the realms and to execute the decisions of the commission. Divine executioners, being fourth creatures, quasi-material beings, are almost, but not quite, visible to the short-range vision of the mortal races. 276.2, 25 minutes and 2.9 seconds 4. The Recorder. The remaining member of the commission automatically becomes the recorder, the clerk of the tribunal. He makes certain that all records are properly prepared for the archives of the superuniverse and for the records of the local universe. If the commission is serving on an evolutionary world, a third report, with the assistance of the executioner, is prepared for the physical records of the system government of jurisdiction. 276.3, 25:2. 10 When in session a commission functions as a group of three, since the advocate is detached during adjudication and participates in the formulation of the verdict only at the conclusion of the hearing. Hence these commissions are sometimes called referee trios. 276.4, 25 minutes and 2.11 seconds. The conciliators are of great value in keeping the universe of universes running smoothly. Traversing space at the seraphic rate of triple velocity, they serve as the traveling courts of the worlds, commissions devoted to the quick adjudication of minor difficulties. Were it not for these mobile and eminently fair commissions, the tribunals of the spheres would be hopelessly overspread with the minor misunderstandings of the realms. 276.5, 25 minutes and 2.12 seconds. These referee trios do not pass upon matters of eternal import. The soul, the eternal prospects of a creature of time, is never placed in jeopardy by their acts. Conciliators do not deal with questions extending beyond the temporal existence and the cosmic welfare of the creatures of time. But when a commission has once accepted jurisdiction of a problem, its rulings are final and always unanimous. There is no appeal from the decision of the judge-arbiter. 3. The far-reaching service of conciliators. 276.6, 25:3. 1. Conciliators maintain group headquarters on the capital of their superuniverse, where their primary reserve corps is held. Their secondary reserves are stationed on the capitals of the local universes. The younger and less experienced commissioners begin their service on the lower worlds, worlds like Urantia, and are advanced to the adjudication of greater problems after they have acquired riper experience. 276.7, 25:3. 2. The order of conciliators is wholly dependable, not one has ever gone astray. Though not infallible in wisdom and judgment, they are of unquestioned reliability and unerring in faithfulness. They take origin on the headquarters of a superuniverse and eventually return thereto, advancing through the following levels of universe service. 276.8, 25 minutes and 3.3 seconds 1. Conciliators to the worlds. Whenever the supervising personalities of the individual worlds become greatly perplexed or actually deadlocked concerning the proper procedure under existing circumstances. And if the matter is not of sufficient importance to be brought before the regularly constituted tribunals of the realm, then, upon the receipt of a petition of two personalities, one from each contention, a conciliating commission will begin to function forthwith. 277.1, 25 minutes and 3.4 seconds. When these administrative and jurisdictional difficulties have been placed in the hands of the conciliators for study and adjudication, they are supreme in authority. But they will not formulate a decision until all the evidence has been heard, and there is absolutely no limit to their authority to call witnesses from anywhere and everywhere. And while their decisions may not be appealed, sometimes matters so develop that the commission closes its records at a given point, concludes its opinions, and transfers the whole question to the higher tribunals of the realm. 277.2, 25:3. 5. The commissioner's decisions are placed on the planetary records and, if necessary, are put into effect by the divine executioner. His power is very great, and the range of his activities on an inhabited world is very wide. Divine executioners are masterful manipulators of that which is in the interests of that which ought to be. Their work is sometimes carried out for the apparent welfare of the realm, and sometimes their acts on the worlds of time and space are difficult of explanation. Though executing decrees in defiance of neither natural law nor the ordained usages of the realm, they do ofttimes effect their strange doings and enforce the mandates of the conciliators in accordance with the higher laws of the system administration. 277.3, 25 minutes and 3.6 seconds 2. Conciliators to the system headquarters. From service on the evolutionary worlds, these commissions of 4 are advanced to duty on a system headquarters. Here they have much work to do, and they prove to be the understanding friends of men, angels, and other spirit beings. The referee trios are not so much concerned with personal differences as with group contentions and with misunderstandings arising between different orders of creatures. And on a system headquarters there live both spiritual and material beings, as well as the combined types, such as the material sons. 277.4, 25:3. 7. The moment the creators bring into existence evolving individuals with the power of choice, that moment a departure is made from the smooth working of divine perfection. Misunderstandings are certain to arise, and provision for the fair adjustment of these honest differences of viewpoint must be made. We should all remember that the all-wise and all-powerful creators could have made the local universes just as perfect as Havona. No conciliating commissions need function in the central universe. But the creators did not choose in their all-wisdom to do this. And while they have produced universes which abound in differences and teem with difficulties, they have likewise provided the mechanisms and the means for composing all these differences and for harmonizing all this seeming confusion. 277. 5, 25 minutes and 3.8 seconds 3. The constellation conciliators. From service in the systems, the conciliators are promoted to the adjudication of the problems of a constellation, taking up the minor difficulties arising between its 100 systems of inhabited worlds. Not many problems developing on the constellation headquarters fall under their jurisdiction, but they are kept busy going from system to system gathering evidence and preparing preliminary statements. If the contention is honest, if the difficulties arise out of sincere differences of opinion and honest diversity of viewpoints, no matter how few persons may be involved, no matter how apparently trivial the misunderstanding, a conciliating commission can always be had to pass upon the merits of the controversy. 277.6, 25 minutes and 3.9 seconds 4. Conciliators to the local universes. In this larger work of a universe, the commissioners are of great assistance to both the Melchizedeks and the magisterial sons and to the constellation rulers and the hosts of personalities concerned with the coordination and administration of the 100 constellations. The different orders of seraphim and other residents of the headquarters spheres of a local universe also avail themselves of the help and decisions of the referee trios. 278.1, 25:3. 10. It is almost impossible to explain the nature of those differences which may arise in the detailed affairs of a system, a constellation, or a universe. Difficulties do develop, but they are very unlike the petty trials and travails of material existence as it is lived on the evolutionary worlds. 278.2, 25 minutes and 3.11 seconds 5. Conciliators to the superuniverse minor sectors. From the problems of local universes, the commissioners are advanced to the study of questions arising in the minor sectors of their superuniverse. The farther they ascend inward from the individual planets, the fewer are the material duties of the divine executioner. Gradually he assumes a new role of mercy-justice interpreter, at the same time, being quasi-material, keeping the commission as a whole in sympathetic touch with the material aspects of its investigations. 278.3, 25 minutes and 3.12 seconds 6. Conciliators to the superuniverse major sectors. The character of the work of the commissioners continues to change as they advance. There is less and less of misunderstanding to adjudicate and more of mysterious phenomena to explain and interpret. From stage to stage they are evolving from arbiters of differences to explainers of mysteries, judges evolving into interpretative teachers. Arbiters of those who through ignorance permit difficulties and misunderstandings to arise, they once were. But they are now becoming instructors of those who are sufficiently intelligent and tolerant to avoid clashes of mind and wars of opinions. The higher a creature's education, the more respect he has for the knowledge, experience, and opinions of others. 278.4, 25 minutes and 3.13 seconds 7. Conciliators to the superuniverse. Here the conciliators become coordinate, for mutually understood and perfectly functioning arbiter-teachers. The divine executioner is divested of retributive power and becomes the physical voice of the spirit trio. By this time these counselors and teachers have become expertly familiar with most of the actual problems and difficulties encountered in the conduct of superuniverse affairs. Thus they become wonderful advisors and wise teachers of the ascending pilgrims who are in residence on the educational spheres surrounding the headquarters worlds of the superuniverses. 278.5, 25:3. 14 All conciliators serve under the general supervision of the Ancients of Days and under the immediate direction of the Image Aids until such time as they are advanced to paradise. During the paradise sojourn they report to the Master Spirit who presides over the superuniverse of their origin. 278.6, 25:3. 15 The superuniverse registries do not enumerate those conciliators who have passed beyond their jurisdiction, and such commissions are widely scattered through the grand universe. The last report of registry on Uversa gives the number operating in Orvanton as almost 18 trillion commissions, over 70 trillion individuals. But these are only a very small fraction of the multitude of conciliators that have been created in Orvanton. That number is of an altogether higher magnitude and is the equivalent of the total number of Havona servitals, with allowances for the transmutation into graduate guides. 278.7, 25:3. 16 From time to time, as the numbers of the superuniverse conciliators increase, they are translated to the Council of Perfection on Paradise, from which they subsequently emerge as the coordinating core evolved by the Infinite Spirit for the universe of universes, a marvelous group of beings which is constantly increasing in numbers and efficiency. By experiential ascent and paradise training they have acquired a unique grasp of the emerging reality of the Supreme Being, and they roam the universe of universes on special assignment. 279.1, 25:3. 17 The members of a conciliating commission are never separated. A group of 4 forever serve together just as they were originally associated. Even in their glorified service they continue to function as quartets of accumulated cosmic experience and perfected experiential wisdom. They are eternally associated as the embodiment of the supreme justice of time and space. 4. Technical advisors. 279.2, 25 minutes and 4.1 seconds. These legal and technical minds of the spirit world were not created as such. From the early Supernaphim and Omniaphim, 1 million of the most orderly minds were chosen by the Infinite Spirit as the nucleus of this vast and versatile group. And ever since that far distant time, actual experience in the application of the laws of perfection to the plans of evolutionary creation has been required of all who aspire to become technical advisors. 279.3, 25:4. 2. The technical advisors are recruited from the ranks of the following personality orders. 279.4, 25 minutes and 4.3 seconds 1. The Supernaphim. 279.5, 25 minutes and 4.4 seconds 2. The Secanaphim. 279.6, 25 minutes and 4.5 seconds 3. The Tritiophim. 279.7, 25 minutes and 4.6 seconds 4. The Omniaphim. 279.8, 25 minutes and 4.7 seconds 5. The Seraphim. 279.9, 25 minutes and 4.8 seconds. 6. Certain types of ascending mortals. 279.10, 25 minutes and 4.9 seconds. 7. Certain types of ascending midwayers. 279.11, 25:4. 10. At the present time, not counting the mortals and midwayers who are all of transient attachment, the number of technical advisors registered on Uversa and operating in Urvanton is slightly in excess of 61 trillion. 279.12, 25:4. 11. Technical advisors frequently function as individuals but are organized for service and maintain common headquarters on the spheres of assignment in groups of 7. In each group at least 5 must be of permanent status, while 2 may be of temporary association. Ascending mortals and ascending midway creatures serve on these advisory commissions while pursuing the paradise ascent, but they do not enter the regular courses of training for technical advisors. Nor do they ever become permanent members of the order. 279.13, 25 minutes and 4.12 seconds. Those mortals and midwayers who serve transiently with the advisors are chosen for such work because of their expertness in the concept of universal law and supreme justice. As you journey toward your paradise goal, constantly acquiring added knowledge and enhanced skill, you are continuously afforded the opportunity to give out to others the wisdom and experience you have already accumulated. All the way into Havona you enact the role of a pupil teacher. You will work your way through the ascending levels of this vast experiential university by imparting to those just below you the newfound knowledge of your advancing career. In the universal regime you are not reckoned as having possessed yourself of knowledge and truth until you have demonstrated your ability and your willingness to impart this knowledge and truth to others. 280.1, 25:4. 13. After long training and actual experience, any of the ministering spirits above the status of cherubim are permitted to receive permanent appointment as technical advisors. All candidates voluntarily enter this order of service. But having once assumed such responsibilities, they may not relinquish them. Only the Ancients of Days can transfer these advisors to other activities. 280.2, 25:4. 14. The training of technical advisors, begun in the Melchizedek colleges of the local universes, continues to the courts of the Ancients of Days. From this superuniverse training they proceed to the schools of the 7 circles, located on the pilot worlds of the Havona circuits. And from the pilot worlds they are received into the College of the Ethics of Law and the Technique of Supremacy, the Paradise Training School for the Perfecting of Technical Advisors. 280.3, 25 minutes and 4.15 seconds. These advisors are more than legal experts. They are students and teachers of applied law, the laws of the universe applied to the lives and destinies of all who inhabit the vast domains of the far-flung creation. As time passes, they become the living law libraries of time and space, preventing endless trouble and needless delays by instructing the personalities of time regarding the forms and modes of procedure most acceptable to the rulers of eternity. They are able so to counsel the workers of space as to enable them to function in harmony with the requirements of paradise. They are the teachers of all creatures concerning the technique of the creators. 280.4, 25:4. 16. Such a living library of applied law could not be created, such beings must be evolved by actual experience. The infinite deities are existential, hence are compensated for lack of experience. They know all even before they experience all, but they do not impart this non-experiential knowledge to their subordinate creatures. 280.5, 25:4. 17. Technical advisors are dedicated to the work of preventing delay, facilitating progress, and counseling achievement. There is always a best and right way to do things. There is always the technique of perfection, a divine method, and these advisors know how to direct us all in the finding of this better way. 280.6, 25:4. 18. These exceedingly wise and practical beings are always closely associated with the service and work of the universal censors. The Melchizedeks are provided with an able corps. The rulers of the systems, constellations, universes, and superuniverse sectors are all bountifully supplied with these technical or legal reference minds of the spiritual world. A special group act as law counselors to the life carriers, advising these sons concerning the extent of permissible departure from the established order of life propagation and otherwise instructing them respecting their prerogatives and latitudes of function. They are the advisors of all classes of beings regarding the proper usages and techniques of all spirit world transactions. But they do not directly and personally deal with the material creatures of the realms. 280.7, 25:4. 19. Besides counseling regarding legal usages, technical advisors are equally devoted to the efficient interpretation of all laws concerning creature beings, physical, mindao, and spiritual. They are available to the universal conciliators and to all others who desire to know the truth of law. In other words, to know how the supremacy of deity may be depended upon to react in a given situation having factors of an established physical, mindao, and spiritual order. They even essay to elucidate the technique of the ultimate. 281.1, 25:4. 20 technical advisors are selected and tested beings. I have never known one of them to go astray. We have no records on Uversa of their ever having been adjudged in contempt of the divine laws they so effectively interpret and so eloquently expound. There is no known limit to the domain of their service, neither has any been placed upon their progress. They continue as advisors even to the portals of paradise. The whole universe of law and experience is open to them. 5. The custodians of records on paradise. 281.2, 25:5. One from among the tertiary Supernaphim in Havona, certain of the senior chief recorders are chosen as custodians of records, as keepers of the formal archives of the Isle of Light. Those archives which stand in contrast to the living records of registry in the minds of the custodians of knowledge, sometimes designated the living library of paradise. 281.3, 25 minutes and 5.2 seconds. The recording angels of the inhabited planets are the source of all individual records. Throughout the universe's other recorders function regarding both formal records and living records. From Urantia to paradise, both recordings are encountered. In a local universe, more of the written records and less of the living. On paradise, more of the living and less of the formal. On Uversa, both are equally available. 281.4, 25:5. 3. Every occurrence of significance in the organized and inhabited creation is a matter of record. While events of no more than local importance find only a local recording, those of wider significance are dealt with accordingly. From the planets, systems, and constellations of Nebadon, everything of universe import is posted on Solvington. And from such universe capitals those episodes are advanced to higher recording which pertain to the affairs of the sector and supergovernments. Paradise also has a relevant summary of superuniverse and Havona data. And this historic and cumulative story of the universe of universes is in the custody of these exalted tertiary Supernaphim. 281.5, 25:5. For while certain of these beings have been dispatched to the superuniverses to serve as chiefs of records directing the activities of the celestial recorders, not one has ever been transferred from the permanent roll call of their order. 6. The celestial recorders. 281.6, 25 minutes and 6.1 seconds. These are the recorders who execute all records in duplicate, making an original spirit recording and a semi-material counterpart, what might be called a carbon copy. This they can do because of their peculiar ability simultaneously to manipulate both spiritual and material energy. Celestial recorders are not created as such, they are ascendant seraphim from the local universes. They are received, classified, and assigned to their spheres of work by the councils of the chiefs of records on the headquarters of the 7 superuniverses. There also are located the schools for training celestial recorders. The school on Uversa is conducted by the perfectars of wisdom and the divine counselors. 281.7, 25:6. 2. As the recorders advance in universe service, they continue their system of dual recording, thus making their records always available to all classes of beings, from those of the material order to the high spirits of light. In your transition experience, as you ascend from this material world, you will always be able to consult the records of, and to be otherwise conversant with, the history and traditions of your status sphere. 282.1, 25:6. 3. The recorders are a tested and tried core. Never have I known of the defection of a celestial recorder, and never has there been discovered a falsification in their records. They are subjected to a dual inspection, their records being scrutinized by their exalted fellows from Uversa and by the mighty messengers, who certify to the correctness of the quasi-physical duplicates of the original spirit records. 282. 2, 25 minutes and 6.4 seconds. While the advancing recorders stationed on the subordinate spheres of record in the Urantia universes number trillions upon trillions, those of attained status on Uversa are not quite 8 million in number. These senior or graduate recorders are the superuniverse custodians and forwarders of the sponsored records of time and space. Their permanent headquarters are in the circular abodes surrounding the area of records on Uversa. They never leave the custody of these records to others. As individuals they may be absent, but never in large numbers. 282.3, 25:6. 5. Like those Supernaphim who have become custodians of records, the corps of celestial recorders is of permanent assignment. Once Seraphim and Supernaphim are mustered into these services, they will respectively remain celestial recorders and custodians of records until the day of the new and modified administration of the full personalization of God the Supreme. 282. 4, 25:6. 6. On Uversa these senior celestial recorders can show the records of everything of cosmic import in all Urantia since the far distant times of the arrival of the Ancients of Days. While on the eternal isle the custodians of records guard the archives of that realm which testify to the transactions of paradise since the times of the personification of the infinite spirit. 7. The Urantia companions. 282.5, 25 minutes and 7.1 seconds. These children of the local universe mother spirits are the friends and associates of all who live the ascending Urantia life. They are not indispensable to an ascender's real work of creature progression, neither do they in any sense displace the work of the seraphic guardians who often accompany their mortal associates on the paradise journey. The Urantia companions are simply gracious hosts to those who are just beginning the long inward ascent. They are also skillful play sponsors and are ably assisted in this work by the reversion directors. 282.6, 25:7. 2. Though you will have earnest and progressively difficult tasks to perform on the Urantia training worlds of Nebudan, you will always be provided with regular seasons of rest and reversion. Throughout the journey to paradise there will always be time for rest and spirit play, and in the career of light and life there is always time for worship and new achievement. 282.7, 25:7. 3. These Urantia companions are such friendly associates that, when you finally leave the last phase of the Urantia experience, as you prepare to embark upon the superuniverse spirit adventure, you will truly regret that these companionable creatures cannot accompany you, but they serve exclusively in the local universes. At every stage of the ascending career all contactable personalities will be friendly and companionable, but not until you meet the paradise companions will you find another group so devoted to friendship and companionship. 283.1, 25:7. For the work of the Urantia companions is more fully depicted in those narratives dealing with the affairs of your local universe. 8. The Paradise Companions. 283.2, 25:8. 1. The Paradise Companions are a composite or assembled group recruited from the ranks of the Seraphim, Supernaphim, Supernaphim, and Omniaphim. Though serving for what you would regard as an extraordinary length of time, they are not of permanent status. When this ministry has been completed, as a rule, but not invariably, they return to those duties they performed when summoned to paradise service. 283.3, 25:8. 2 members of the angelic hosts are nominated for this service by the local universe mother spirits, by the superuniverse reflective spirits, and by Majeston of Paradise. They are summoned to the central isle and are commissioned as paradise companions by one of the 7 master spirits. Aside from permanent status on paradise, this temporary service of paradise companionship is the highest honor ever conferred upon the ministering spirits. 283.4, 25:8. 3. These selected angels are dedicated to the service of companionship and are assigned as associates to all classes of beings who may chance to be alone on paradise. Chiefly to the ascendant mortals but also to all others who are alone on the central isle. Paradise companions have nothing especial to accomplish in behalf of those with whom they fraternize, they are simply companions. Almost every other being you mortals will encounter during your paradise sojourn, aside from your fellow pilgrims, will have something definite to do with you or for you. But these companions are assigned only to be with you and to commune with you as personality associates. They are often assisted in their ministry by the gracious and brilliant paradise citizens. 283.5, 25:8. For mortals come from races that are very social. The creators well know that it is not good for man to be alone, and provision is accordingly made for companionship, even on paradise. 283.6, 25:8. 5. If you, as an ascendant mortal, should reach paradise in the company of the companion or close associate of your earthly career, or if your seraphic guardian of destiny should chance to arrive with you or were waiting for you, then no permanent companion would be assigned you. But if you arrive alone, a companion will certainly welcome you as you awaken on the Isle of Light from the terminal sleep of time. Even if it is known that you will be accompanied by someone of ascendant association. Temporary companions will be designated to welcome you to the eternal shores and to escort you to the reservation made ready for the reception of you and your associates. You may be certain of being warmly welcomed and you experience the resurrection into eternity on the everlasting shores of paradise. 283.7, 25:8. 6. Reception companions are assigned during the terminal days of the ascender's sojourn on the last circuit of Havona, and they carefully examine the records of mortal origin and eventful ascent through the worlds of space and the circles of Havona. When they greet the mortals of time, they are already well versed in the careers of these arriving pilgrims and immediately prove to be sympathetic and intriguing companions. 283.8, 25:8. 7. During your pre-finaliter sojourn on paradise, if for any reason you should be temporarily separated from your associate of the ascending career, mortal or seraphic, a paradise companion would be forthwith assigned for counsel and companionship. When once assigned to an ascendant mortal of solitary residence on paradise, the companion remains with this person until he either is rejoined by his ascendant associates or is duly mustered into the corps of the finality. 284.1, 25:8. 8. Paradise companions are assigned in order of waiting except that an ascender is never placed in the charge of a companion whose nature is unlike his superuniverse type. If a Urantia mortal were arriving on paradise today, there would be assigned to him the first waiting companion either of origin in Orvanton or otherwise of the nature of the 7th master spirit. Hence the Omniaphim serve not with the ascendant creatures from the 7 superuniverses. 284.2, 25:8. 9. Many additional services are performed by the paradise companions, if an ascending mortal should reach the central universe alone and, while traversing Havona, should fail in some phase of the deity adventure. In due course he would be remanded to the universes of time, and forthwith a call would be made to the reserves of the paradise companions. One of this order would be assigned to follow the defeated pilgrim, to be with him and to comfort and cheer him, and to remain with him until he returned to the central universe to resume the paradise ascent. 284.3, 25:8. 10. If an ascending pilgrim met defeat in the deity adventure while traversing Havona in the company of an ascending seraphim, the guardian angel of the mortal career, she would elect to accompany her mortal associate. These seraphim always volunteer and are permitted to accompany their long-time mortal comrades back to the service of time and space. 284.4, 25:8. 11 But not so with two closely associated mortal ascenders. If one attains God while the other temporarily fails, the successful individual invariably chooses to go back to the evolutionary creations with the disappointed personality. But this is not permitted. Instead, a call is made to the reserves of the Paradise Companions, and one of the volunteers is selected to accompany the disappointed pilgrim. A volunteer Paradise citizen then becomes associated with the successful mortal, who tarries on the central isle awaiting the Havona return of the defeated comrade and in the meantime teaches in certain Paradise schools. Presenting the adventurous story of the evolutionary ascent. 284.5, 25 minutes and 8.12 seconds, sponsored by One High in Authority from Uversa. Paper 26. Ministering Spirits of the Central Universe. 285.1, 26 minutes and 0.1 seconds. Supernaphim are the ministering spirits of Paradise and the Central Universe. They are the highest order of the lowest group of the children of the Infinite Spirit, the angelic hosts. Such ministering spirits are to be encountered from the Isle of Paradise to the worlds of time and space. No major part of the organized and inhabited creation is without their services. 1. The ministering spirits. 285.2, 26 minutes and 1.1 second. Angels are the ministering spirit associates of the evolutionary and ascending will creatures of all space. They are also the colleagues and working associates of the higher hosts of the divine personalities of the spheres. The angels of all orders are distinct personalities and are highly individualized. They all have a large capacity for appreciation of the ministrations of the reversion directors. Together with the messenger hosts of space, the ministering spirits enjoy seasons of rest and change. They possess very social natures and have an associative capacity far transcending that of human beings. 285.3, 26 minutes and 1.2 seconds. The ministering spirits of the grand universe are classified as follows. 285.4, 26 minutes and 1.3 seconds. 1. Supernaphim. 285.5, 26 minutes and 1.4 seconds. 2. Supernaphim. 285.6, 26 minutes and 1.5 seconds. 3. Trinitized. 285.7, 26 minutes and 1.6 seconds. 4. Omniathim. 285.8, 26 minutes and 1.7 seconds. 5. Seraphim. 285.9, 26 minutes and 1.8 seconds. 6. Cherubim and Sanibim. 285.10, 26 minutes and 1.9 seconds. 7. Midway creatures. 285.11, 26:1. 10. The individual members of the angelic orders are not altogether stationary as to personal status in the universe. Angels of certain orders may become Paradise companions for a season, some become celestial recorders. Others ascend to the ranks of the technical advisors. Certain of the cherubim may aspire to seraphic status and destiny, while evolutionary seraphim can achieve the spiritual levels of the ascending sons of God. 285.12, 26:1. 11. The seven orders of ministering spirits, as revealed, are grouped for presentation in accordance with their functions of greatest importance to ascending creatures. 285.13, 26 minutes and 1.12 seconds. 1. The ministering spirits of the Central Universe. The three orders of Supernaphim serve in the Paradise Havona system. Primary or Paradise Supernaphim are created by the Infinite Spirit. The secondary and tertiary orders, serving in Havona, are respectively the offspring of the Master Spirits and of the Spirits of the Circuits. 286.1, 26 minutes and 1.13 seconds. 2. The ministering spirits of the Superuniverses, the Supernaphim, the Trinitized, and the Omniathim. Supernaphim, the children of the reflective spirits, variously serve in the seven superuniverses. Trinitized, of origin in the Infinite Spirit, are eventually dedicated to the liaison service of the Creator Sons and the Ancients of Days. Omniaphim are created concertedly by the Infinite Spirit and the 7 Supreme Executives, and they are the exclusive servants of the latter. The discussion of these 3 orders forms the subject of a succeeding narrative in this series. 286. 26 minutes and 1.14 seconds 3. The ministering spirits of the local universes embrace the seraphim and their assistants, Thetrabim. With these offspring of a universe mother spirit mortal ascenders have initial contact. The midway creatures, of nativity on the inhabited worlds, are not really of the angelic orders proper, though often functionally grouped with the ministering spirits. Their story, with an account of the seraphim and cherubim, is presented in those papers dealing with the affairs of your local universe. 286.3, 26:1. 15 All orders of the angelic hosts are devoted to the various universe services, and they minister in one way or another to the higher orders of celestial beings. But it is the Supernaphim, Secanaphim, and Seraphim who, in large numbers, are employed in the furtherance of the ascending scheme of progressive perfection for the children of time. Functioning in the central, super- and local universes. They form that unbroken chain of spirit ministers which has been provided by the Infinite Spirit for the help and guidance of all who seek to attain the Universal Father through the Eternal Son. 286.4, 26 minutes and 1.16 seconds. Supernaphim are limited in spirit polarity regarding only one phase of action, that with the Universal Father. They can work singly except when directly employing the exclusive circuits of the Father. When they are in power reception on the Father's direct ministry, Supernaphim must voluntarily associate in pairs to be able to function. Secanaphim are likewise limited and in addition must work in pairs in order to synchronize with the circuits of the Eternal Son. Seraphim can work singly as discrete and localized personalities, but they are able to encircuit only when polarized as liaison pairs. When such spirit beings are associated as pairs, the one is spoken of as complemental to the other. Complemental relationships may be transient, they are not necessarily of a permanent nature. 286.5, 26 minutes and 1.17 seconds. These brilliant creatures of light are sustained directly by the intake of the spiritual energy of the primary circuits of the universe. Urantia mortals must obtain light energy through the vegetative incarnation, but the angelic hosts are encircuited, they have food that you know not. They also partake of the circulating teachings of the marvelous Trinity teacher sons. They have a reception of knowledge and an intake of wisdom much resembling their technique of assimilating the life energies. 2. The mighty Supernaphim. 286.6, 26:2. 1. The Supernaphim are the skilled ministers to all types of beings who sojourn on paradise and in the central universe. These high angels are created in 3 major orders, primary, secondary, and tertiary. 287.1, 26:2. 2 primary Supernaphim are the exclusive offspring of the conjoint Creator. They divide their ministry about equally between certain groups of the paradise citizens and the ever-enlarging corps of ascendant pilgrims. These angels of the Eternal Isle are highly efficacious in furthering the essential training of both groups of paradise dwellers. They contribute much that is helpful to the mutual understanding of these 2 unique orders of universe creatures, the one being the highest type of divine and perfect will creature, and the other the perfected evolution of the lowest type of will creature in all the universe of universes. 287.2, 26 minutes and 2.3 seconds. The work of the primary Supernaphim is so unique and distinctive that it will be separately considered in the succeeding narrative. 287.3, 26:2. For secondary Supernaphim are the directors of the affairs of ascending beings on the 7 circuits of Havona. They are equally concerned in ministering to the educational training of numerous orders of paradise citizens who sojourn for long periods on the world circuits of the central creation, but we may not discuss this phase of their service. 287. For 26 minutes and 2.5 seconds there are 7 types of these high angels, each of origin in one of the 7 master spirits and in nature patterned accordingly. Collectively, the seven master spirits create many different groups of unique beings and entities, and the individual members of each order are comparatively uniform in nature. But when these same seven spirits create individually, the resulting orders are always sevenfold in nature. The children of each master spirit partake of the nature of their creator and are accordingly diverse from the others. Such is the origin of the secondary Supernaphim, and the angels of all seven created types function in all channels of activity open to their entire order, chiefly on the seven circuits of the central and divine universe. 287.5, 26:2. 6. Each of the seven planetary circuits of Havona is under the direct supervision of one of the seven spirits of the circuits, themselves the collective, hence uniform, creation of the seven master spirits. Though partaking of the nature of the third source and center, these seven subsidiary spirits of Havona were not a part of the original pattern universe. They were in function after the original, eternal, creation but long before the times of Grand Fanda. They undoubtedly appeared as a creative response of the master spirits to the emerging purpose of the Supreme Being, and they were discovered in function upon the organization of the grand universe. The Infinite Spirit and all his creative associates, as universal coordinators, seem abundantly endowed with the ability to make suitable creative responses to the simultaneous developments in the experiential deities and in the evolving universes. 287.6, 26 minutes and 2.7 seconds. Tertiary Supernaphim take origin in these seven spirits of the circuits. Each one of them, on the separate Havona circles, is empowered by the Infinite Spirit to create a sufficient number of high superaphic ministers of the tertiary order to meet the needs of the central universe. While the circuit spirits produced comparatively few of these angelic ministers prior to the arrival in Havona of the Pilgrims of Time, the seven master spirits did not even begin the creation of secondary Supernaphim until the landing of Grand Fanda. As the older of the two orders, the tertiary Supernaphim will therefore receive first consideration. 3. The tertiary Supernaphim. 288.1, 26:3. 1. These servants of the seven master spirits are the angelic specialists of the various circuits of Havona, and their ministry extends to both the ascending pilgrims of time and the descending pilgrims of eternity. On the billion study worlds of the perfect central creation, your superaphic associates of all orders will be fully visible to you. There you will all be, in the highest sense, fraternal and understanding beings of mutual contact and sympathy. You will also fully recognize and exquisitely fraternize with the descending pilgrims, the paradise citizens, who traverse these circuits from within outward, entering Havona through the pilot world of the first circuit and proceeding outward to the seventh. 288.2, 26 minutes and 3.2 seconds. The ascending pilgrims from the seven superuniverses pass through Havona in the opposite direction, entering by way of the pilot world of the seventh circuit and proceeding inward. There is no time limit set on the progress of the ascending creatures from world to world and from circuit to circuit, just as no fixed span of time is arbitrarily assigned to residence on the Urantia worlds. But, whereas adequately developed individuals may be exempted from sojourn on one or more of the local universe training worlds, no pilgrim may avoid passing through all seven of the Havona circuits of progressive spiritualization. 288.3, 26:3. 3. That core of tertiary Supernaphim which is chiefly assigned to the service of the pilgrims of time is classified as follows. 288.4, 26 minutes and 3.4 seconds. 1. The harmony supervisors. It must be apparent that some sort of coordinating influence would be required, even in perfect Havona, to maintain system and to ensure harmony in all the work of preparing the pilgrims of time for their subsequent paradise achievements. Such is the real mission of the harmony supervisors, to keep everything moving along smoothly and expeditiously. Originating on the first circuit, they serve throughout Havona, and their presence on the circuits means that nothing can possibly go amiss. A great ability to coordinate a diversity of activities involving personalities of differing orders, even multiple levels, enables these Supernaphim to give assistance wherever and whenever required. They contribute enormously to the mutual understanding of the pilgrims of time and the pilgrims of eternity. 288.5, 26 minutes and 3.5 seconds 2. The chief recorders. These angels are created on the second circuit but operate everywhere in the central universe. They record in triplicate, executing records for the literal files of Havona, for the spiritual files of their order, and for the formal records of paradise. In addition, they automatically transmit the transactions of true knowledge import to the living libraries of paradise, the custodians of knowledge of the primary order of Supernaphim. 288.6, 26 minutes and 3.6 seconds 3. The broadcasters. The children of the Third Circuit Spirit function throughout Havona, although their official station is located on planet number 70 in the outermost circle. These master technicians are the broadcast receivers and senders of the central creation and the directors of the space reports of all deity phenomena on Paradise. They can operate all of the basic circuits of space. 288.7, 26 minutes and 3.7 seconds 4. The messengers take origin on circuit number 4. They range the Paradise Havona system as bearers of all messages requiring personal transmission. They serve their fellows, the celestial personalities, the paradise pilgrims, and even the ascendant souls of time. 289.1, 26 minutes and 3.8 seconds 5. The intelligence coordinators. These tertiary Supernaphim, the children of the Fifth Circuit Spirit, are always the wise and sympathetic promoters of fraternal association between the ascending and the descending pilgrims. They minister to all the inhabitants of Havona, and especially to the ascenders, by keeping them currently informed regarding the affairs of the universe of universes. By virtue of personal contacts with the broadcasters and the reflectors, these living newspapers of Havona are instantly conversant with all information passing over the vast news circuits of the central universe. They secure intelligence by the Havona graph method, which enables them automatically to assimilate as much information in 1 hour of Urantia time as would require 1,000 years for your most rapid telegraphic technique to record. 289.2, 26:3. 96. The transport personalities. These beings, of origin on circuit number 6, usually operate from planet number 40 in the outermost circuit. It is they who take away the disappointed candidates who transiently fail in the deity adventure. They stand ready to serve all who must come and go in the service of Havona, and who are not space traversers. 289.3, 26 minutes and 3.10 seconds 7. The Reserve Corps. The fluctuations in the work with the ascendant beings, the paradise pilgrims, and other orders of beings sojourning in Havona, make it necessary to maintain these reserves of Supernaphim on the pilot world of the seventh circle, where they take origin. They are created without special design and are competent to take up service in the less exacting phases of any of the duties of their superaphic associates of the tertiary order. 4. The secondary Supernaphim. 289.4, 26:4. 1. The secondary Supernaphim are ministers to the 7 planetary circuits of the central universe. Part are devoted to the service of the pilgrims of time, and 1/2 of the entire order is assigned to the training of the paradise pilgrims of eternity. These paradise citizens, in their pilgrimage through the Havona circuits, are also attended by volunteers from the mortal Finality Corps, an arrangement that has prevailed since the completion of the first Finaliter group. 289.5, 26:4. 2. According to their periodic assignment to the ministry of the ascending pilgrims, secondary Supernaphim work in the following 7 groups. 289.6, 26 minutes and 4.3 seconds 1. Pilgrim Helpers. 289.7, 26 minutes and 4.4 seconds 2. Supremacy Guides. 289.8, 26 minutes and 4.5 seconds 3. Trinity Guides. 289.9, 26 minutes and 4.6 seconds 4. Sun Finders. 289.10, 26 minutes and 4.7 seconds 5. Father Guides. 289.11, 26 minutes and 4.8 seconds 6. Counselors and advisors. 289.12, 26 minutes and 4.9 seconds 7. Complements of rest. 289.13, 26:4. 10. Each of these working groups contains angels of all 7 created types, and a pilgrim of space is always tutored by secondary Supernaphim of origin in the Master Spirit who presides over that pilgrim's superuniverse of nativity. When you mortals of Urantia attain Havona, you will certainly be piloted by Supernaphim whose created natures, like your own evolved natures, are derived from the Master Spirit of Orvanton. And since your tutors spring from the Master Spirit of your own superuniverse, they are especially qualified to understand, comfort, and assist you in all your efforts to attain paradise perfection. 290.1, 26:4. 11. The pilgrims of time are transported past the dark gravity bodies of Havona to the outer planetary circuit by the transport personalities of the primary order of Supernaphim, operating from the headquarters of the 7 superuniverses. A majority, but not all, of the seraphim of planetary and local universe service who have been accredited for the paradise ascent will part with their mortal associates before the long flight to Havona and will at once begin a long and intense training for supernal assignment, expecting to achieve, as seraphim, perfection of existence and supremacy of service. And this they do, hoping to rejoin the pilgrims of time, to be reckoned among those who forever follow the course of such mortals as have attained the Universal Father and have received assignment to the undisclosed service of the core of the Finality. 290.2, 26 minutes and 4.12 seconds. The pilgrim lands on the receiving planet of Havona, the pilot world of the 7th Circuit, with only one endowment of perfection, perfection of purpose. The Universal Father has decreed, "Be you perfect, even as I am perfect." That is the astounding invitation command broadcast to the finite children of the worlds of space. The promulgation of that injunction has set all creation astir in the cooperative effort of the celestial beings to assist in bringing about the fulfillment and realization of that tremendous command of the first great source and center. 290. 3, 26 minutes and 4.13 seconds. When, through and by the ministry of all the helper hosts of the universal scheme of survival, you are finally deposited on the receiving world of Havona, you arrive with only one sort of perfection, perfection of purpose. Your purpose has been thoroughly proved, your faith has been tested. You are known to be disappointment-proof. Not even the failure to discern the Universal Father can shake the faith or seriously disturb the trust of an ascendant mortal who has passed through the experience that all must traverse in order to attain the perfect spheres of Havona. By the time you reach Havona, your sincerity has become sublime. Perfection of purpose and divinity of desire, with steadfastness of faith, have secured your entrance to the settled abodes of eternity. Your deliverance from the uncertainties of time is full and complete. And now must you come face to face with the problems of Havona and the immensities of paradise, to meet which you have so long been in training in the experiential epochs of time on the world schools of space. 290.4, 26:4. 14. Faith has won for the ascendant pilgrim a perfection of purpose which admits the children of time to the portals of eternity. Now must the pilgrim helpers begin the work of developing that perfection of understanding and that technique of comprehension which are so indispensable to paradise perfection of personality. 290.5, 26:4. 15. Ability to comprehend is the mortal passport to paradise. Willingness to believe is the key to Havona. The acceptance of sonship, cooperation with the indwelling adjuster, is the price of evolutionary survival. 5. The Pilgrim Helpers. 291. 1, 26:5. 1. The first of the 7 groups of secondary Supernaphim to be encountered are the Pilgrim Helpers. Those beings of quick understanding and broad sympathy who welcome the much-traveled ascenders of space to the stabilized worlds and settled economy of the central universe. Simultaneously these high ministers begin their work for the paradise pilgrims of eternity. The first of whom arrived on the pilot world of the inner Havona circuit concomitantly with the landing of Grand Fanda on the pilot world of the outer circuit. Back in those far distant days the pilgrims from paradise and the pilgrims of time first met on the receiving world of circuit number 4. 291.2, 26:5. To these pilgrim helpers, functioning on the seventh circle of Havona worlds, conduct their work for the ascending mortals in 3 major divisions. First, the supreme understanding of the Paradise Trinity. Second, the spiritual comprehension of the Father-Son partnership, and third, the intellectual recognition of the Infinite Spirit. Each of these phases of instruction is divided into 7 branches of 12 minor divisions of 70 subsidiary groups, and each of these 70 subsidiary groupings of instruction is presented in 1000 classifications. More detailed instruction is provided on subsequent circles, but an outline of every paradise requirement is taught by the pilgrim helpers. 291.3, 26:5. 3. That, then, is the primary or elementary course which confronts the faith-tested and much-traveled pilgrims of space. But long before reaching Havona, these ascendant children of time have learned to feast upon uncertainty, to fatten upon disappointment, to enthuse over apparent defeat, to invigorate in the presence of difficulties. To exhibit indomitable courage in the face of immensity, and to exercise unconquerable faith when confronted with the challenge of the inexplicable. Long since, the battle cry of these pilgrims became, in liaison with God, nothing, absolutely nothing, is impossible. 291.4, 26 minutes and 5.4 seconds. There is a definite requirement of the pilgrims of time on each of the Havona circles. And while every pilgrim continues under the tutelage of Supernaphim by nature adapted to helping that particular type of ascendant creature, the course that must be mastered is fairly uniform for all ascenders who reach the central universe. This course of achievement is quantitative, qualitative, and experiential, intellectual, spiritual, and supreme. 291.5, 26 minutes and 5.5 seconds. Time is of little consequence on the Havona circles. In a limited manner it enters into the possibilities of advancement, but achievement is the final and supreme test. The very moment your superaphic associate deems you to be competent to pass inward to the next circle, you will be taken before the 12 adjutants of the 7th Circuit Spirit. Here you will be required to pass the tests of the circle determined by the superuniverse of your origin and by the system of your nativity. The divinity attainment of this circle takes place on the pilot world and consists in the spiritual recognition and realization of the master spirit of the ascending pilgrim's superuniverse. 291.6, 26:5. 6. When the work of the outer Havona circle is finished and the course presented is mastered, the pilgrim helpers take their subjects to the pilot world of the next circle and commit them to the care of the supremacy guides. The pilgrim helpers always tarry for a season to assist in making the transfer both pleasant and profitable. 6. The Supremacy Guides. 292.1, 26:6. 1. Ascenders of space are designated spiritual graduates when translated from the 7th to the 6th circle and are placed under the immediate supervision of the Supremacy Guides. These guides should not be confused with the graduate guides, belonging to the higher personalities of the Infinite Spirit, who, with their servile associates, minister on all circuits of Havona to both ascending and descending pilgrims. The Supremacy Guides function only on the 6th circle of the Central Universe. 292.2, 26 minutes and 6.2 seconds. It is in this circle that the ascenders achieve a new realization of supreme divinity. Through their long careers in the evolutionary universes, the pilgrims of time have been experiencing a growing awareness of the reality of an almighty over-control of the time-space creations. Here, on this Havona circuit, they come near to encountering the central universe source of time-space unity, the spiritual reality of God the Supreme. 292.3, 26 minutes and 6.3 seconds. I am somewhat at a loss to explain what takes place on this circle. No personalized presence of supremacy is perceptible to the ascenders. In certain respects, new relationships with the 7th Master Spirit compensate this non-contactability of the Supreme Being. But regardless of our inability to grasp the technique, each ascending creature seems to undergo a transforming growth, a new integration of consciousness, a new spiritualization of purpose, a new sensitivity for divinity, which can hardly be satisfactorily explained without assuming the unrevealed activity of the Supreme Being. To those of us who have observed these mysterious transactions, it appears as if God the Supreme were affectionately bestowing upon his experiential children, up to the very limits of their experiential capacities, those enhancements of intellectual grasp, of spiritual insight, and of personality outreach which they will so need, in all their efforts at penetrating the divinity level of the Trinity of Supremacy, to achieve the eternal and existential deities of paradise. 292.4, 26 minutes and 6.4 seconds. When the Supremacy Guides deem their pupils ripe for advancement, they bring them before the Commission of 70, a mixed group serving as examiners on the pilot world of Circuit Number 6. After satisfying this commission as to their comprehension of the Supreme Being and of the Trinity of Supremacy, the pilgrims are certified for translation to the Fifth Circuit. 7. The Trinity Guides. 292.5, 26:7. 1. Trinity Guides are the tireless ministers of the fifth circle of the Havona training of the advancing pilgrims of time and space. The spiritual graduates are here designated candidates for the deity adventure, since it is on this circle, under the direction of the Trinity Guides, that the pilgrims receive advanced instruction concerning the Divine Trinity in preparation for the attempt to achieve the personality recognition of the Infinite Spirit. And here the ascending pilgrims discover what true study and real mental effort mean as they begin to discern the nature of the still more taxing and far more arduous spiritual exertion that will be required to meet the demands of the high goals set for their achievement on the worlds of this circuit. 292.6, 26 minutes and 7.2 seconds. Most faithful and efficient are the Trinity Guides, and each pilgrim receives the undivided attention, and enjoys the whole affection, of a secondary Supernaphim belonging to this order. Never would a pilgrim of time find the first approachable person of the Paradise Trinity were it not for the help and assistance of these guides and the host of other spiritual beings engaged in instructing the ascenders respecting the nature and technique of the forthcoming deity adventure. 293.1, 26:7. 3. After the completion of the course of training on this circuit, the Trinity Guides take their pupils to its pilot world and present them before one of the many triune commissions functioning as examiners and certifiers of candidates for the deity adventure. These commissions consist of one fellow of the Finaliters, one of the directors of conduct of the order of primary Supernaphim, and either a solitary messenger of space or a Trinitized son of paradise. 293.2, 26:7. For when an ascendant soul actually starts for paradise, he is accompanied only by the transit trio, the Superaphic Circle Associate, the Graduate Guide, and the ever-present Servital Associate of the latter. These excursions from the Havona circles to paradise are trial trips. The ascenders are not yet of paradise status. They do not achieve residential status on paradise until they have passed through the terminal rest of time subsequent to the attainment of the Universal Father and the final clearance of the Havona circuits. Not until after the divine rest do they partake of the essence of divinity and the spirit of supremacy, and thus really begin to function in the circle of eternity and in the presence of the Trinity. 293.3, 26:7. 5. The ascender's companions of the transit trio are not required to enable him to locate the geographic presence of the spiritual luminosity of the Trinity, rather to afford all possible assistance to a pilgrim in his difficult task of recognizing, discerning, and comprehending the infinite spirit sufficiently to constitute personality recognition. Any ascendant pilgrim on paradise can discern the geographic or locational presence of the Trinity. The great majority are able to contact the intellectual reality of the deities, especially the third person. But not all can recognize or even partially comprehend the reality of the spiritual presence of the Father and the Son. Still more difficult is even the minimum spiritual comprehension of the Universal Father. 293.4, 26:7. 6. Seldom does the quest for the infinite spirit fail of consummation, and when their subjects have succeeded in this phase of the deity adventure, the Trinity Guides prepare to transfer them to the ministry of the Sun Finders on the fourth circle of Havona. 8. The Sun Finders. 293.5, 26 minutes and 8.1 seconds. The fourth Havona circuit is sometimes called the Circuit of the Suns. From the worlds of this circuit the ascending pilgrims go to paradise to achieve an understanding contact with the eternal Sun. While on the worlds of this circuit the descending pilgrims achieve a new comprehension of the nature and mission of the Creator Sons of time and space. There are 7 worlds in this circuit on which the reserve corps of the Paradise Michaels maintain special service schools of mutual ministry to both the ascending and descending pilgrims. And it is on these worlds of the Michael sons that the pilgrims of time and the pilgrims of eternity arrive at their first truly mutual understanding of one another. In many respects the experiences of this circuit are the most intriguing of the entire Havona sojourn. 294.1, 26 minutes and 8.2 seconds. The Sun Finders are the superaphic ministers to the ascending mortals of the fourth circuit. In addition to the general work of preparing their candidates for a realization of the Trinity relationships of the Eternal Sun, these Sun Finders must so fully instruct their subjects that they will be wholly successful, first, in the adequate spiritual comprehension of the Sun. Second, in the satisfactory personality recognition of the Sun, and third, in the proper differentiation of the Sun from the personality of the Infinite Spirit. 294.2, 26:8. 3. After the attainment of the Infinite Spirit, no more examinations are conducted. The tests of the inner circles are the performances of the pilgrim candidates when in the embrace of the enshroudment of the deities. Advancement is determined purely by the spirituality of the individual, and no one but the gods presumes to pass upon this possession. In the event of failure no reasons are ever assigned, neither are the candidates themselves nor their various tutors and guides ever chided or criticized. On Paradise, disappointment is never regarded as defeat. Postponement is never looked upon as disgrace. The apparent failures of time are never confused with the significant delays of eternity. 294.3, 26 minutes and 8.4 seconds. Not many pilgrims experienced the delay of seeming failure in the deity adventure. Nearly all attain the Infinite Spirit, though occasionally a pilgrim from Superuniverse number 1 does not succeed on the first attempt. The pilgrims who attain the Spirit seldom fail in finding the Sun. Of those who do fail on the first adventure, almost all hail from Superuniverses 3 and 5. The great majority of those who fail on the first adventure to attain the Father, after finding both the Spirit and the Sun, hail from Superuniverse number 6, though a few from numbers 2 and 3 are likewise unsuccessful. And all this seems clearly to indicate that there is some good and sufficient reason for these apparent failures, in reality, simply unescapable delays. 294.4, 26:8. 5. The defeated candidates for the deity adventure are placed under the jurisdiction of the chiefs of assignment, a group of primary Supernaphim, and are remanded to the work of the realms of space for a period of not less than 1 millennium. They never return to the superuniverse of their nativity, always to that supercreation most propitious for their retraining in preparation for the second deity adventure. Following this service, on their own motion, they return to the outer circle of Havona, are immediately escorted to the circle of their interrupted career, and at once resume their preparations for the deity adventure. Never do the secondary Supernaphim fail to pilot their subjects successfully on the second attempt, and the same superaphic ministers and other guides always attend these candidates during this second adventure. 9. The Father Guides. 294.5, 26:9. 1. When the pilgrim's soul attains the third circle of Havona, he comes under the tutelage of the Father Guides, the older, highly skilled, and most experienced of the superaphic ministers. On the worlds of this circuit the Father Guides maintain schools of wisdom and colleges of technique wherein all the beings inhabiting the central universe serve as teachers. Nothing is neglected which would be of service to a creature of time in this transcendent adventure of eternity attainment. 294.6, 26:9. 2. The attainment of the Universal Father is the passport to eternity, notwithstanding the remaining circuits to be traversed. It is therefore a momentous occasion on the pilot world of Circle number 3 when the transit trio announce that the last venture of time is about to ensue, that another creature of space seeks entry to paradise through the portals of eternity. 295.1, 26 minutes and 9.3 seconds. The test of time is almost over, the race for eternity has been all but run. The days of uncertainty are ending, the temptation to doubt is vanishing, the injunction to be perfect has been obeyed. From the very bottom of intelligent existence, the creature of time and material personality has ascended the evolutionary spheres of space, thus proving the feasibility of the ascension plan while forever demonstrating the justice and righteousness of the command of the Universal Father to his lowly creatures of the worlds, "Be you perfect, even as I am perfect." 295.2, 26 minutes and 9.4 seconds. Step by step, life by life, world by world, the ascendant career has been mastered, and the goal of deity has been attained. Survival is complete in perfection, and perfection is replete in the supremacy of divinity. Time is lost in eternity, space is swallowed up in worshipful identity and harmony with the Universal Father. The broadcasts of Havona flash forth the space reports of glory, the good news that in very truth the conscientious creatures of animal nature and material origin have, through evolutionary ascension, become in reality and eternally the perfected sons of God. 10. The Counselors and Advisors. 295.3, 26 minutes and 10.1 seconds. The Supernaphim counselors and advisors of the second circle are the instructors of the children of time regarding the career of eternity. The attainment of paradise entails responsibilities of a new and higher order, and the sojourn on the second circle affords ample opportunity to receive the helpful counsel of these devoted Supernaphim. 295.4, 26:10. 2. Those who are unsuccessful in the first effort at deity attainment are advanced from the circle of failure directly to the second circle before they are returned to superuniverse service. Thus the counselors and advisors also serve as the counselors and comforters of these disappointed pilgrims. They have just encountered their greatest disappointment, in no way differing from the long list of such experiences whereon they climbed, as on a ladder, from chaos to glory, except in its magnitude. These are they who have drained the experiential cup to its dregs. And I have observed that they temporarily return to the services of the superuniverses as the highest type of loving ministrators to the children of time and temporal disappointments. 295.5, 26:10. 3. After a long sojourn on circuit number 2, the subjects of disappointment are examined by the councils of perfection sitting on the pilot world of this circle and are certified as having passed the Havona test. And this, so far as non-spiritual status is concerned, grants them the same standing in the universes of time as if they had actually succeeded in the deity adventure. The spirit of such candidates was wholly acceptable. Their failure was inherent in some phase of the technique of approach or in some part of their experiential background. 295.6, 26:10. For they are then taken by the counselors of the circle before the chiefs of assignment on paradise and are remanded to the service of time on the worlds of space, and they go with joy and gladness to the tasks of former days and ages. In another day they will return to the circle of their greatest disappointment and attempt anew the deity adventure. 296.1, 26:10. 5. For the successful pilgrims on the second circuit the stimulus of evolutionary uncertainty is over, but the adventure of the eternal assignment has not yet begun. And while the sojourn on this circle is wholly pleasurable and highly profitable, it lacks some of the anticipative enthusiasm of the former circles. Many are the pilgrims who, at such a time, look back upon the long struggle with a joyous envy, really wishing they might somehow go back to the worlds of time and begin it all over again, just as you mortals, in approaching advanced age, sometimes look back over the struggles of youth and early life and truly wish you might live your lives over once again. 296.2, 26 minutes and 10.6 seconds. But the traversal of the innermost circle lies just ahead, and soon thereafter the last transit sleep will terminate, and the new adventure of the eternal career will begin. The counselors and advisors on the second circle begin the preparation of their subjects for this great and final rest, the inevitable sleep which ever intervenes between the epochal stages of the ascendant career. 296.3, 26:10. 7. When those ascendant pilgrims who have attained the Universal Father complete the second circle experience, their ever-attendant graduate guides issue the order admitting them to the final circle. These guides personally pilot their subjects to the inner circle and there place them in the custody of the complements of rest. The last of those orders of secondary Supernaphim assigned to the ministry of the pilgrims of time on the world circuits of Havona. 11. The complements of rest. 296.4, 26 minutes and 11.1 second. Much of an ascender's time on the last circuit is devoted to a continuation of the study of the impending problems of paradise residence. A vast and diverse host of beings, the majority unrevealed, are permanent and transient residents of this inner ring of Havona worlds. And the commingling of these manifold types provides the superaphic complements of rest with a rich situational environment which they effectively utilize in furthering the education of the ascending pilgrims. Especially with regard to the problems of adjustment to the many groups of beings soon to be encountered on paradise. 296.5, 26 minutes and 11.2 seconds. Among those who dwell on this inner circuit are the creature Trinitized sons. The primary and the secondary Supernaphim are the general custodians of the conjoint core of these sons, including the Trinitized offspring of the mortal Finaliters and similar progeny of the paradise citizens. Certain of these sons are Trinity-embraced and commissioned in the supergovernments, others are variously assigned, but the great majority are being gathered together in the conjoint core on the perfect worlds of the inner Havona circuit. Here, under the supervision of the Supernaphim, they are being prepared for some future work by a special and unnamed core of high paradise citizens who were, prior to the times of Grand Fanda, first executive assistants to the Eternals of Days. There are many reasons for conjecturing that these two unique groups of Trinitized beings are going to work together in the remote future, not the least of which is their common destiny in the reserves of the paradise core of Trinitized Finaliters. 296.6, 26 minutes and 11.3 seconds. On this innermost circuit, both the ascending and the descending pilgrims fraternize with each other and with the creature Trinitized sons. Like their parents, these sons derive great benefits from interassociation. And it is the special mission of the Supernaphim to facilitate and to ensure the confraternity of the Trinitized sons of the mortal Finaliters and the Trinitized sons of the paradise citizens. The superaphic complements of rest are not so much concerned with their training as with promoting their understanding association with diverse groups. 297.1, 26:11. For mortals have received the paradise command, be you perfect, even as your paradise Father is perfect. To these Trinitized sons of the conjoint core the supervising Supernaphim never cease to proclaim, be you understanding of your ascendant brethren, even as the paradise creator sons know and love them. 297.2, 26:11. 5. The mortal creature must find God. The creator son never stops until he finds man, the lowest will creature. Beyond doubt, the creator sons and their mortal children are preparing for some future and unknown universe service. Both traverse the gamut of the experiential universe and so are educated and trained for their eternal mission. Throughout the universes there is occurring this unique blending of the human and the divine, the commingling of creature and creator. Unthinking mortals have referred to the manifestation of divine mercy and tenderness, especially towards the weak and in behalf of the needy, as indicative of an anthropomorphic God. What a mistake! Rather should such manifestations of mercy and forbearance by human beings be taken as evidence that mortal man is indwelt by the Spirit of the living God, that the creature is, after all, divinity motivated. 297.3, 26:11. 6. Near the end of the first circle sojourn the ascending pilgrims first meet the instigators of rest of the primary order of Supernaphim. These are the angels of paradise coming out to greet those who stand at the threshold of eternity and to complete their preparation for the transition slumber of the last resurrection. You are not really a child of paradise until you have traversed the inner circle and have experienced the resurrection of eternity from the terminal sleep of time. The perfected pilgrims begin this rest, go to sleep, on the first circle of Havona, but they awaken on the shores of paradise. Of all who ascend to the eternal isle, only those who thus arrive are the children of eternity. The others go as visitors, as guests without residential status. 297.4, 26:11. 7. And now, at the culmination of the Havona career, as you mortals go to sleep on the pilot world of the inner circuit. You go not alone to your rest as you did on the worlds of your origin when you closed your eyes in the natural sleep of mortal death, nor as you did when you entered the long transit trance preparatory for the journey to Havona. Now, as you prepare for the attainment rest, there moves over by your side your longtime associate of the first circle, the majestic complement of rest, who prepares to enter the rest as one with you. As the pledge of Havona that your transition is complete, and that you await only the final touches of perfection. 297.5, 26 minutes and 11.8 seconds. Your first transition was indeed death, the second an ideal sleep, and now the third metamorphosis is the true rest, the relaxation of the ages. 297.6, 26 minutes and 11.9 seconds, presented by a perfecter of wisdom from Uversa. Paper 27. Ministry of the Primary Supernaphim. 298.1, 27 minutes and 0.1 second. Primary Supernaphim are the supernal servants of the deities on the eternal Isle of Paradise. Never have they been known to depart from the paths of light and righteousness. The roll calls are complete, from eternity not one of this magnificent host has been lost. These high Supernaphim are perfect beings, supreme in perfection, but they are not absonite, neither are they absolute. Being of the essence of perfection, these children of the infinite spirit work interchangeably and at will in all phases of their manifold duties. They do not function extensively outside paradise, though they do participate in the various millennial gatherings and group reunions of the central universe. They also go forth as special messengers of the deities, and in large numbers they ascend to become technical advisors. 298.2, 27:0. 2 primary Supernaphim are also placed in command of the seraphic hosts ministering on worlds isolated because of rebellion. When a paradise son is bestowed upon such a world, completes his mission, ascends to the Universal Father, is accepted, and returns as the accredited deliverer of this isolated world. A primary Supernaphim is always designated by the chiefs of assignment to assume command of the ministering spirits on duty in the newly reclaimed sphere. Supernaphim in this special service are periodically rotated. On Urantia the present Chief of Seraphim is the second of this order to be on duty since the times of the bestowal of Christ Michael. 298.3, 27:0. 3 From eternity the primary Supernaphim have served on the Isle of Light and have gone forth on missions of leadership to the worlds of space. But they have functioned as now classified only since the arrival on paradise of the Havona pilgrims of time. These high angels now minister chiefly in the following 7 orders of service. 298.4, 27 minutes and 0.4 seconds. 1. Conductors of worship. 298.5, 27 minutes and 0.5 seconds. 2. Masters of philosophy. 298.6, 27 minutes and 0.6 seconds. 3. Custodians of knowledge. 298.7, 27 minutes and 0.7 seconds. 4. Directors of conduct. 298.8, 27 minutes and 0.8 seconds. 5. Interpreters of ethics. 298.9, 27 minutes and 0.9 seconds. 6. Chiefs of assignment. 298.10, 27 minutes and 0.10 seconds. 7. Instigators of rest. 298.11, 27:0. 11 Not until the ascending pilgrims actually attain paradise residence do they come under the direct influence of these Supernaphim. And then they pass through a training experience under the direction of these angels in the reverse order of their naming. That is, you enter upon your paradise career under the tutelage of the instigators of rest and, after successive seasons with the intervening orders, finish this training period with the conductors of worship. Thereupon are you ready to begin the endless career of a Finaliter. 1. Instigators of rest. 299.1, 27:1. 1. The instigators of rest are the inspectors of paradise who go forth from the central aisle to the inner circuit of Havona, there to collaborate with their colleagues, the complements of rest of the secondary order of Supernaphim. The one essential to the enjoyment of paradise is rest, divine rest, and these instigators of rest are the final instructors who make ready the pilgrims of time for their introduction to eternity. They begin their work on the final attainment circle of the central universe and continue it when the pilgrim awakes from the last transition sleep, the slumber which graduates a creature of space into the realm of the eternal. 299.2, 27:1. 2. Rest is of a sevenfold nature. There is the rest of sleep and of play in the lower life orders, discovery in the higher beings, and worship in the highest type of spirit personality. There is also the normal rest of energy intake, the recharging of beings with physical or with spiritual energy. And then there is the transit sleep, the unconscious slumber when in seraphimed, when in passage from one sphere to another. Entirely different from all of these is the deep sleep of metamorphosis, the transition rest from one stage of being to another, from one life to another, from one state of existence to another. The sleep which ever attends transition from actual universe status in contrast to evolution through various stages of any one status. 299.3, 27 minutes and 1.3 seconds. But the last metamorphic sleep is something more than those previous transition slumbers which have marked the successive status attainments of the ascendant career. Thereby do the creatures of time and space traverse the innermost margins of the temporal and the spatial to attain residential status in the timeless and spaceless abodes of paradise. The instigators and the complements of rest are just as essential to this transcending metamorphosis as are the seraphim and associated beings to the mortal creature's survival of death. 299.4, 27:1. For you enter the rest on the final Havona circuit and are eternally resurrected on paradise. And as you there spiritually repersonalize, you will immediately recognize the instigator of rest who welcomes you to the eternal shores as the very primary Supernaphim who produced the final sleep on the innermost circuit of Havona. And you will recall the last grand stretch of faith as you once again made ready to commend the keeping of your identity into the hands of the Universal Father. 299.5, 27 minutes and 1.5 seconds. The last rest of time has been enjoyed. The last transition sleep has been experienced. Now you awake to life everlasting on the shores of the eternal abode. And there shall be no more sleep. The presence of God and His Son are before you, and you are eternally His servants. You have seen His face, and His name is your spirit. There shall be no night there, and they need no light of the sun, for the great source and center gives them light. They shall live forever and ever. And God shall wipe away all tears from their eyes. There shall be no more death, neither sorrow nor crying, neither shall there be any more pain, for the former things have passed away. 2. Chiefs of Assignment. 300.1, 27:2. 1. This is the group designated from time to time by the chief Supernaphim, the original pattern angel, to preside over the organization of all three orders of these angels, primary, secondary, and tertiary. The Supernaphim, as a body, are wholly self-governing and self-regulatory except for the functions of their mutual chief, the first angel of paradise, whoever presides over all these spirit personalities. 300.2, 27:2. 2. The angels of assignment have much to do with glorified mortal residents of paradise before they are admitted to the core of the finality. Study and instruction are not the exclusive occupations of paradise arrivals. Service also plays its essential part in the pre-finaliter educational experiences of paradise. And I have observed that, when the ascendant mortals have periods of leisure, they evince a predilection to fraternize with the reserve corps of the superaphic chiefs of assignment. 300.3, 27:2. 3. When you mortal ascenders attain paradise, your societal relationships involve a great deal more than contact with a host of exalted and divine beings and with a familiar multitude of glorified fellow mortals. You must also fraternize with upwards of 3,000 different orders of paradise citizens, with the various groups of the transcendentalers, and with numerous other types of paradise inhabitants, permanent and transient, who have not been revealed on Urantia. After sustained contact with these mighty intellects of paradise, it is very restful to visit with the angelic types of mind. They remind the mortals of time of the seraphim with whom they have had such long contact and such refreshing association. 3. Interpreters of Ethics. 300.4, 27 minutes and 3.1 seconds. The higher you ascend in the scale of life, the more attention must be paid to universe ethics. Ethical awareness is simply the recognition by any individual of the rights inherent in the existence of any and all other individuals. But spiritual ethics far transcends the mortal and even the Urantia concept of personal and group relations. 300.5, 27 minutes and 3.2 seconds. Ethics has been duly taught and adequately learned by the pilgrims of time in their long ascent to the glories of paradise. As this inward ascending career has unfolded from the nativity worlds of space, the ascenders have continued to add group after group to their ever-widening circle of universe associates. Every new group of colleagues met with adds one more level of ethics to be recognized and complied with until, by the time the mortals of ascent reach paradise, they really need someone to provide helpful and friendly counsel regarding ethical interpretations. They do not need to be taught ethics, but they do need to have what they have so laboriously learned properly interpreted to them as they are brought face to face with the extraordinary task of contacting with so much that is new. 300.6, 27:3. 3. The interpreters of ethics are of inestimable assistance to the paradise arrivals in helping them to adjust to numerous groups of majestic beings during that eventful period extending from the attainment of residential status to formal induction into the core of mortal finaliters. Many of the numerous types of paradise citizens the ascendant pilgrims have already met on the 7 circuits of Havona. The glorified mortals have also enjoyed intimate contact with the creature Trinitized sons of the conjoint core on the inner Havona circuit, where these beings are receiving much of their education. And on the other circuits the ascending pilgrims have met numerous unrevealed residents of the Paradise Havona system who are there pursuing group training in preparation for the unrevealed assignments of the future. 301.1, 27:3. For all these celestial companionships are invariably mutual. As ascending mortals you not only derive benefit from these successive universe companions and such numerous orders of increasingly divine associates, but you also impart to each of these fraternal beings something from your own personality and experience which forever makes every one of them different and better for having been associated with an ascending mortal from the evolutionary worlds of time and space. 4. Directors of Conduct. 301.2, 27:4. 1. Having already been fully instructed in the ethics of paradise relationships, neither meaningless formalities nor the dictations of artificial castes but rather the inherent proprieties, the ascendant mortals find it helpful to receive the counsel of the superaphic directors of conduct, who instruct the new members of paradise society in the usages of the perfect conduct of the high beings who sojourn on the central isle of light and life. 301.3, 27 minutes and 4.2 seconds. Harmony is the keynote of the central universe, and detectable order prevails on paradise. Proper conduct is essential to progress by way of knowledge, through philosophy, to the spiritual heights of spontaneous worship. There is a divine technique in the approach to divinity, and the acquirement of this technique must await the pilgrim's arrival on paradise. The spirit of it has been imparted on the circles of Havona, but the final touches of the training of the pilgrims of time can be applied only after they actually attain the Isle of Light. 301.4, 27:4. 3. All paradise conduct is wholly spontaneous, in every sense natural and free. But there still is a proper and perfect way of doing things on the eternal isle. And the directors of conduct are ever by the side of the strangers within the gates, to instruct them and so guide their steps as to put them at perfect ease and at the same time to enable the pilgrims to avoid the confusion and uncertainty which would otherwise be inevitable. Only by such an arrangement could endless confusion be avoided, and confusion never appears on paradise. 301.5, 27 minutes and 4.4 seconds. These directors of conduct really serve as glorified teachers and guides. They are chiefly concerned with instructing the new mortal residents regarding the almost endless array of new situations and unfamiliar usages. Notwithstanding all the long preparation therefore and the long journey thereto, paradise is still inexpressibly strange and unexpectedly new to those who finally attain residential status. 5. The Custodians of Knowledge. 301.6, 27:5. 1. The superaphic custodians of knowledge are the higher, living epistles, known and read by all who dwell on paradise. They are the divine records of truth, the living books of real knowledge. You have heard about records in the Book of Life. The custodians of knowledge are just such living books, records of perfection imprinted upon the eternal tablets of divine life and supreme surety. They are in reality living, automatic libraries. The facts of the universes are inherent in these primary Supernaphim, actually recorded in these angels. And it is also inherently impossible for an untruth to gain lodgment in the minds of these perfect and replete repositories of the truth of eternity and the intelligence of time. 302.1, 27:5. 2. These custodians conduct informal courses of instruction for the residents of the Eternal Isle, but their chief function is that of reference and verification. Any sojourner on paradise may at will have by his side the living repository of the particular fact or truth he may wish to know. At the northern extremity of the isle there are available the living finders of knowledge, who will designate the director of the group holding the information sought. And forthwith will appear the brilliant beings who are the very thing you wish to know. No longer must you seek enlightenment from engrossed pages, you now commune with living intelligence face to face. Supreme knowledge you thus obtain from the living beings who are its final custodians. 302.2, 27:5. 3. When you locate that Supernaphim who is exactly what you desire to verify, you will find available all the known facts of all universes. For these custodians of knowledge are the final and living summaries of the vast network of the recording angels, ranging from the seraphim and Supernaphim of the local and superuniverses to the chief recorders of the tertiary Supernaphim in Havona. And this living accumulation of knowledge is distinct from the formal records of paradise, the cumulative summary of universal history. 302.3, 27:5. For the wisdom of truth takes origin in the divinity of the central universe, but knowledge, experiential knowledge, largely has its beginnings in the domains of time and space, therefore the necessity for the maintenance of the far-flung super-universe organizations of the recording seraphim and Supernaphim sponsored by the celestial recorders. 302.4, 27 minutes and 5.5 seconds. These primary Supernaphim who are inherently in possession of universe knowledge are also responsible for its organization and classification. In constituting themselves the living reference library of the universe of universes, they have classified knowledge into 7 grand orders, each having about 1 million subdivisions. The facility with which the residents of paradise can consult this vast store of knowledge is solely due to the voluntary and wise efforts of the custodians of knowledge. The custodians are also the exalted teachers of the central universe, freely giving out their living treasures to all beings on any of the Havona circuits, and they are extensively, though indirectly, utilized by the courts of the Ancients of Days. But this living library, which is available to the central and superuniverses, is not accessible to the local creations. Only by indirection and reflectively are the benefits of paradise knowledge secured in the local universes. 6. Masters of Philosophy. 302.5, 27 minutes and 6.1 seconds. Next to the supreme satisfaction of worship is the exhilaration of philosophy. Never do you climb so high or advance so far that there do not remain 1,000 mysteries which demand the employment of philosophy in an attempted solution. 302.6, 27:6. 2. The master philosophers of paradise delight to lead the minds of its inhabitants, both native and ascendant, in the exhilarating pursuit of attempting to solve universe problems. These superaphic masters of philosophy are the wise men of heaven, the beings of wisdom who make use of the truth of knowledge and the facts of experience in their efforts to master the unknown. With them knowledge attains to truth and experience ascends to wisdom. On Paradise the ascendant personalities of space experience the heights of being, they have knowledge, they know the truth, they may philosophize, think the truth. They may even seek to encompass the concepts of the ultimate and attempt to grasp the techniques of the absolutes. 303.1, 27:6. 3. At the southern extremity of the vast Paradise domain the masters of philosophy conduct elaborate courses in the 70 functional divisions of wisdom. Here they discourse upon the plans and purposes of infinity and seek to coordinate the experiences, and to compose the knowledge, of all who have access to their wisdom. They have developed a highly specialized attitude toward various universe problems, but their final conclusions are always in uniform agreement. 303.2, 27:6. For these Paradise philosophers teach by every possible method of instruction, including the higher graph technique of Havona and certain Paradise methods of communicating information. All of these higher techniques of imparting knowledge and conveying ideas are utterly beyond the comprehension capacity of even the most highly developed human mind. 1 hour's instruction on Paradise would be the equivalent of 10,000 years of the word memory methods of Urantia. You cannot grasp such communication techniques, and there is simply nothing in mortal experience with which they may be compared, nothing to which they can be likened. 303.3, 27:6. 5. The masters of philosophy take supreme pleasure in imparting their interpretation of the universe of universes to those beings who have ascended from the worlds of space. And while philosophy can never be as settled in its conclusions as the facts of knowledge and the truths of experience, yet, when you have listened to these primary Supernaphim discourse upon the unsolved problems of eternity and the performances of the absolutes, you will feel a certain and lasting satisfaction concerning these unmastered questions. 303.4, 27 minutes and 6.6 seconds. These intellectual pursuits of Paradise are not broadcast, the philosophy of perfection is available only to those who are personally present. The encircling creations know of these teachings only from those who have passed through this experience, and who have subsequently carried this wisdom out to the universes of space. 7. Conductors of worship. 303.5, 27:7. 1. Worship is the highest privilege and the first duty of all created intelligences. Worship is the conscious and joyous act of recognizing and acknowledging the truth and fact of the intimate and personal relationships of the creators with their creatures. The quality of worship is determined by the depth of creature perception. And as the knowledge of the infinite character of the gods progresses, the act of worship becomes increasingly all-encompassing until it eventually attains the glory of the highest experiential delight and the most exquisite pleasure known to created beings. 303.6, 27 minutes and 7.2 seconds. While the Isle of Paradise contains certain places of worship, it is more nearly one vast sanctuary of divine service. Worship is the first and dominant passion of all who climb to its blissful shores, the spontaneous ebullition of the beings who have learned enough of God to attain His presence. Circle by circle, during the inward journey through Havona, worship is a growing passion until on Paradise it becomes necessary to direct and otherwise control its expression. 304.1, 27:7. 3. The periodic, spontaneous, group, and other special outbursts of supreme adoration and spiritual praise enjoyed on Paradise are conducted under the leadership of a special corps of primary Supernaphim. Under the direction of these conductors of worship, such homage achieves the creature goal of supreme pleasure and attains the heights of the perfection of sublime self-expression and personal enjoyment. All primary Supernaphim crave to be conductors of worship, and all ascendant beings would enjoy forever remaining in the attitude of worship did not the chiefs of assignment periodically disperse these assemblages. But no ascendant being is ever required to enter upon the assignments of eternal service until he has attained full satisfaction in worship. 304.2, 27:7. For it is the task of the conductors of worship so to teach the ascendant creatures how to worship that they may be enabled to gain this satisfaction of self-expression and at the same time be able to give attention to the essential activities of the Paradise regime. Without improvement in the technique of worship, it would require hundreds of years for the average mortal who reaches paradise to give full and satisfactory expression to his emotions of intelligent appreciation and ascendant gratitude. The conductors of worship open up new and hitherto unknown avenues of expression so that these wonderful children of the womb of space and the travail of time are enabled to gain the full satisfactions of worship in much less time. 304.3, 27:7. 5. All the arts of all the beings of the entire universe which are capable of intensifying and exalting the abilities of self-expression and the conveyance of appreciation, are employed to their highest capacity in the worship of the paradise deities. Worship is the highest joy of paradise existence, it is the refreshing play of paradise. What play does for your jaded minds on earth, worship will do for your perfected souls on paradise. The mode of worship on paradise is utterly beyond mortal comprehension, but the spirit of it you can begin to appreciate even down here on Urantia, for the spirits of the gods even now indwell you, hover over you, and inspire you to true worship. 304.4, 27:7. 6. There are appointed times and places for worship on paradise. But these are not adequate to accommodate the ever-increasing overflow of the spiritual emotions of the growing intelligence and expanding divinity recognition of the brilliant beings of experiential ascension to the eternal isle. Never since the times of Grand Fanda have the Supernaphim been able fully to accommodate the spirit of worship on paradise. Always is there an excess of worshipfulness as gauged by the preparation therefor. And this is because personalities of inherent perfection never can fully appreciate the tremendous reactions of the spiritual emotions of beings who have slowly and laboriously made their way upward to paradise glory from the depths of the spiritual darkness of the lower worlds of time and space. When such angels and mortals of time attain the presence of the powers of paradise, there occurs the expression of the accumulated emotions of the ages. A spectacle astounding to the angels of paradise and productive of the supreme joy of divine satisfaction in the paradise deities. 304.5, 27 minutes and 7.7 seconds. Sometimes all paradise becomes engulfed in a dominating tide of spiritual and worshipful expression. Often the conductors of worship cannot control such phenomena until the appearance of the threefold fluctuation of the light of the deity abode, signifying that the divine heart of the gods has been fully and completely satisfied by the sincere worship of the residents of paradise, the perfect citizens of glory and the ascendant creatures of time. What a triumph of technique! What a fruition of the eternal plan and purpose of the gods that the intelligent love of the creature child should give full satisfaction to the infinite love of the Creator Father. 305.1, 27:7. 8. After the attainment of the supreme satisfaction of the fullness of worship, you are qualified for admission to the core of the finality. The ascendant career is well nigh finished, and the seventh jubilee prepares for celebration. The first jubilee marked the mortal agreement with the thought adjuster when the purpose to survive was sealed, the second was the awakening in the Urantia life, the third was the fusion with the thought adjuster. The fourth was the awakening in Havona, the fifth celebrated the finding of the Universal Father, and the sixth jubilee was the occasion of the paradise awakening from the final transit slumber of time. The seventh jubilee marks entrance into the mortal Finality core and the beginning of the eternity service. The attainment of the seventh stage of spirit realization by a Finality will probably signalize the celebration of the first of the jubilees of eternity. 305.2, 27:7. 9. And thus ends the story of the Paradise Supernaphim, the highest order of all the ministering spirits, those beings who, as a universal class, ever attend you from the world of your origin until you are finally bidden farewell by the conductors of worship as you take the Trinity oath of eternity and are mustered into the mortal core of the finality. 305.3, 27 minutes and 7.10 seconds. The endless service of the Paradise Trinity is about to begin, and now the Finality is face to face with the challenge of God the Ultimate. 305.4, 27 minutes and 7.11 seconds, presented by a Perfecter of Wisdom from Uversa. Paper 28. Ministering Spirits of the Superuniverses. 306.1, 28 minutes and 0.1 second as. The Supernaphim are the angelic hosts of the central universe and the seraphim of the local universes, so are the Secanaphim the ministering spirits of the superuniverses. In degree of divinity and in potential of supremacy, however, these children of the reflective spirits are much more like Supernaphim than seraphim. They serve not alone in the super-creations, and both numerous and intriguing are the transactions sponsored by their unrevealed associates. 306.2, 28:0. 2. As presented in these narratives, the ministering spirits of the superuniverses embrace the following three orders. 306.3, 28 minutes and 0.3 seconds 1. The Secanaphim. 306.4, 28 minutes and 0.4 seconds 2. The Trinitized. 306.5, 28 minutes and 0.5 seconds 3. The Omniaphim. 306.6, 28:0. 6. Since the latter two orders are not so directly concerned with the ascendant scheme of mortal progression, they will be briefly discussed prior to the more extended consideration of Secanaphim. Technically, neither Trinitized nor Omniaphim are ministering spirits of the superuniverses, though both serve as spirit ministers in these domains. 1. The Trinitized. 306.7, 28:1. 1. These high angels are of record on the superuniverse headquarters, and despite service in the local creations, technically they are residents of these superuniverse capitals inasmuch as they are not native to the local universes. Trinitized are children of the infinite spirit and are personalized on paradise in groups of 1,000. These supernal beings of divine originality and near-supreme versatility are the gift of the infinite spirit to the creator sons of God. 306.8, 28 minutes and 1.2 seconds. When a Michael's son is detached from the parental regime of paradise and is made ready to go forth on the universe adventure of space, the infinite spirit is delivered of a group of 1,000 of these companion spirits. And these majestic Trinitized accompany this creator son when he embarks upon the adventure of universe organization. 306.9, 28:1. 3. Throughout the early times of universe building, these 1,000 Trinitized are the only personal staff of a creator son. They acquire a mighty experience as sun assistants during these stirring ages of universe assembling and other astronomical manipulations. They serve by the side of the creator sun until the day of the personalization of the bright and morning star, the firstborn of a local universe. Thereupon the formal resignations of the Trinitized are tendered and accepted. And with the appearance of the initial orders of native angelic life, they retire from active service in the local universe and become the liaison ministers between the Creator Son of former attachment and the Ancients of Days of the superuniverse concerned. 2. The Omniaphim. 307.1, 28 minutes and 2.1 second. Omniaphim are created by the Infinite Spirit in liaison with the seven Supreme Executives, and they are the exclusive servants and messengers of these same Supreme Executives. Omniaphim are of grand universe assignment, and in Orvanton their core maintains headquarters in the northerly parts of Uversa, where they reside as a special courtesy colony. They are not of registry on Uversa, nor are they attached to our administration. Neither are they directly concerned with the ascendant scheme of mortal progression. 307.2, 28:2. 2. The Omniaphim are wholly occupied with the oversight of the superuniverses in the interests of administrative coordination from the viewpoint of the seven Supreme Executives. Our colony of Omniaphim on Uversa receives instructions from, and makes reports to, only the Supreme Executive of Orvanton, situated on Conjoint Executive Sphere No. 7 in the outer ring of Paradise satellites. 3. The Secanaphim. 307. 3. 28 minutes and 3.1 second. The Secaphic hosts are produced by the seven reflective spirits assigned to the headquarters of each superuniverse. There is a definite paradise-responsive technique associated with the creation of these angels in groups of 7. In each 7 there are always 1 primary, 3 secondary, and 3 tertiary Supernaphim. They always personalize in this exact proportion. When 7 such Supernaphim are created, 1, the primary, becomes attached to the service of the Ancients of Days. The 3 secondary angels are associated with 3 groups of Paradise Origin administrators in the supergovernments, the divine counselors, the perfectars of wisdom, and the universal censors. The 3 tertiary angels are attached to the ascendant Trinitized associates of the superuniverse rulers, the mighty messengers, those high in authority, and those without name and number. 307.4, 28:3. 2. These Supernaphim of the superuniverses are the offspring of the reflective spirits, and therefore reflectivity is inherent in their nature. They are reflectively responsive to all of each phase of every creature of origin in the third source and center in the Paradise Creator Sons, but they are not directly reflective of the beings and entities, personal or otherwise, of soul origin in the first source and center. We possess many evidences of the actuality of the universal intelligence circuits of the infinite spirit, but even if we had no other proof, the reflective performances of the Supernaphim would be quite sufficient to demonstrate the reality of the universal presence of the infinite mind of the conjoint actor. 4. The primary Supernaphim. 307.5, 28 minutes and 4.1 seconds. The primary Supernaphim, of assignment to the Ancients of Days, are living mirrors in the service of these triune rulers. Think what it means in the economy of a superuniverse to be able to turn, as it were, to a living mirror and therein to see and therewith to hear the certain responses of another being 1,000 or 100,000 light-years distant, and to do all this instantly and unerringly. Records are essential to the conduct of the universes, broadcasts are serviceable, the work of the solitary and other messengers is very helpful. But the Ancients of Days, from their position midway between the inhabited worlds and paradise, between man and God, can instantly look both ways, hear both ways, and know both ways. 308.1, 28 minutes and 4.2 seconds. This ability, to hear and see, as it were, all things, can be perfectly realized in the superuniverses only by the Ancients of Days and only on their respective headquarters worlds. Even their limits are encountered. From Uversa, such communication is limited to the worlds and universes of Orvanton, and while inoperative between the superuniverses. This same reflective technique keeps each one of them in close touch with the central universe and with paradise. The 7 supergovernments, though individually segregated, are thus perfectly reflective of the authority above and are wholly sympathetic, as well as perfectly conversant, with the needs below. 308.2, 28:4. 3. The primary Supernaphim are found to incline by inherent nature towards 7 types of service. And it is befitting that the first serials of this order should be so endowed as inherently to interpret the mind of the Spirit to the Ancients of Days. 308. 3, 28 minutes and 4.4 seconds. 1. The voice of the conjoint actor. In each superuniverse the first primary Supernaphim and every 7th one of that order subsequently created exhibit a high order of adaptability for understanding and interpreting the mind of the infinite spirit to the Ancients of Days and their associates in the supergovernments. This is of great value on the headquarters of the superuniverses, for, unlike the local creations with their divine ministers, the seat of a supergovernment does not have a specialized personalization of the infinite spirit. Hence these seraphic voices come the nearest to being the personal representatives of the third source and center on such a capital sphere. True, the 7 reflective spirits are there, but these mothers of the seraphic hosts are less truly and automatically reflective of the conjoint actor than of the 7 master spirits. 308.4, 28 minutes and 4.5 seconds. 2. The voice of the 7 master spirits. The second primary Supernaphim and every 7th one thereafter created incline towards portraying the collective natures and reactions of the 7 master spirits. Though each master spirit is already represented on a superuniverse capital by some one of the 7 reflective spirits of assignment, such representation is individual, not collective. Collectively, they are only reflectively present. Therefore do the master spirits welcome the services of these highly personal angels, the second serials of the primary Supernaphim, who are so competent to represent them before the Ancients of Days. 308.5, 28 minutes and 4.6 seconds 3. The voice of the Creator Sons. The Infinite Spirit must have had something to do with the creation or training of the Paradise Sons of the Order of Michael. For the third primary Supernaphim and every seventh serial thereafter possess the remarkable gift of being reflective of the minds of these Creator Sons. If the Ancients of Days would like to know, really know, the attitude of Michael of Nebadon regarding some matter under consideration, they do not have to call him on the lines of space. They need only call for the Chief of Nebadon Voices, who, upon request, will present the Michael Supernaphim of record, and right then and there the Ancients of Days will perceive the voice of the Master Son of Nebadon. 309.1, 28:4. 7. No other order of sonship is thus reflectable, and no other order of angel can thus function. We do not fully understand just how this is accomplished, and I doubt very much that the Creator Sons themselves fully understand it. But of a certainty we know it works, and that it unfailingly works acceptably we also know, for in all the history of Urantia the seraphic voices have never erred in their presentations. 309.2, 28:4. 8. You are here beginning to see something of the manner in which divinity encompasses the space of time and masters the time of space. You are here obtaining one of your first fleeting glimpses of the technique of the eternity cycle, divergent for the moment to assist the children of time in their tasks of mastering the difficult handicaps of space. And these phenomena are additional to the established universe technique of the reflective spirits. 309.3, 28:4. 9. Though apparently deprived of the personal presence of the Master Spirits above and of the Creator Sons below, the Ancients of Days have at their command living beings attuned to cosmic mechanisms of reflective perfection and ultimate precision whereby they may enjoy the reflective presence of all those exalted beings whose personal presence is denied them. By and through these means, and others unknown to you, God is potentially present on the headquarters of the superuniverses. 309.4, 28:4. 10. The Ancients of Days perfectly deduce the Father's will by equating the Spirit voice flash from above and the Michael voice flashes from below. Thus may they be unerringly certain in calculating the Father's will concerning the administrative affairs of the local universes. But to deduce the will of one of the gods from a knowledge of the other two, the three Ancients of Days must act together, two would not be able to achieve the answer. And for this reason, even were there no others, the superuniverses are always presided over by three Ancients of Days, and not by one or even two. 309.5, 28 minutes and 4.11 seconds 4. The voice of the angelic hosts. The fourth primary Supernaphim and every seventh serial prove to be angels peculiarly responsive to the sentiments of all orders of angels, including the Supernaphim above and the Seraphim below. Thus the attitude of any commanding or supervising angel is immediately available for consideration at any council of the Ancients of Days. Never a day passes on your world that the chief of Seraphim on Urantia is not made conscious of the phenomenon of reflective transference, of being drawn upon from Urantia for some purpose. But unless forewarned by a solitary messenger, she remains wholly ignorant of what is sought and of how it is secured. These ministering spirits of time are constantly furnishing this sort of unconscious and certainly, therefore, unprejudiced testimony concerning the endless array of matters engaging the attention and counsel of the Ancients of Days and their associates. 309.6, 28 minutes and 4.12 seconds 5. Broadcast receivers. There is a special class of broadcast messages which are received only by these primary Supernaphim. While they are not the regular broadcasters of Urantia, they work in liaison with the angels of the reflective voices for the purpose of synchronizing the reflective vision of the Ancients of Days with certain actual messages coming in over the established circuits of universe communication. Broadcast receivers are the fifth serials, the fifth primary Supernaphim to be created and every seventh one thereafter. 310.1, 28 minutes and 4.13 seconds 6. Transport personalities. These are the Supernaphim who carry the pilgrims of time from the headquarters worlds of the superuniverses to the outer circle of Havona. They are the transport corps of the superuniverses, operating inward to paradise and outward to the worlds of their respective sectors. This corps is composed of the sixth primary Supernaphim and every seventh one subsequently created. 310.2, 28:4. 14.7. The Reserve Corps. A very large group of Supernaphim, the seventh primary serials, are held in reserve for the unclassified duties and the emergency assignments of the realms. Not being highly specialized, they can function fairly well in any of the capacities of their diverse associates, but such specialized work is undertaken only in emergencies. Their usual tasks are the performance of those generalized duties of a superuniverse which do not fall within the scope of the angels of specific assignment. 5. The Secondary Supernaphim. 310.3, 28:5. One Supernaphim of the secondary order are no less reflective than their primary fellows. Being classed as primary, secondary, and tertiary does not indicate a differential of status or function in the case of Supernaphim. It merely denotes orders of procedure. Identical qualities are exhibited by all three groups in their activities. 310.4, 28:5. 2. The 7 reflective types of secondary Supernaphim are assigned to the services of the Co-ordinate Trinity-Origin associates of the Ancients of Days as follows. 310.5, 28:5. 3. To the Perfectars of Wisdom, the Voices of Wisdom, the Souls of Philosophy, and the Unions of Souls. 310.6, 28 minutes and 5.4 seconds to the Divine Counselors, the Hearts of Counsel, the Joys of Existence, and the Satisfactions of Service. 310.7, 28:5. 5. To the Universal Censors, the Discerners of Spirits. 310.8, 28 minutes and 5.6 seconds. Like the primary order, this group is created serially. That is, the firstborn was a voice of wisdom, and the seventh thereafter was similar, and so with the 6 other types of these reflective angels. 310.9, 28 minutes and 5.7 seconds. 1. The Voice of Wisdom. Certain of these Supernaphim are in perpetual liaison with the living libraries of paradise, the custodians of knowledge belonging to the primary Supernaphim. In specialized reflective service the voices of wisdom are living, current, replete, and thoroughly reliable concentrations and focalizations of the coordinated wisdom of the universe of universes. To the well-nigh infinite volume of information circulating on the master circuits of the superuniverses, these superb beings are so reflective and selective, so sensitive, as to be able to segregate and receive the essence of wisdom and unerringly to transmit these jewels of mentation to their superiors, the Perfectars of Wisdom. And they so function that the Perfectars of Wisdom not only hear the actual and original expressions of this wisdom but also reflectively see the very beings, of high or lowly origin, who gave voice to it. 310.10, 28:5. 8. It is written, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask. On Uversa, when it becomes necessary to arrive at the decisions of wisdom in the perplexing situations of the complex affairs of the superuniverse government, when both the wisdom of perfection and of practicability must be forthcoming. Then do the Perfectars of Wisdom summon a battery of the voices of wisdom and, by the consummate skill of their order, so attune and directionize these living receivers of the unminded and circulating wisdom of the universe of universes that presently, from these seraphic voices, there ensues a stream of the wisdom of divinity from the universe above and a flood of the wisdom of practicality from the higher minds of the universes below. 311.1, 28 minutes and 5.9 seconds. If confusion arises regarding the harmonization of these two versions of wisdom, immediate appeal is made to the divine counselors, who forthwith rule as to the proper combination of procedures. If there is any doubt as to the authenticity of something coming in from realms where rebellion has been rife, appeal is made to the censors, who, with their discerners of spirits, are able to rule immediately as to what manner of spirit actuated the advisor. So are the wisdom of the ages and the intellect of the moment ever present with the ancients of days, like an open book before their beneficent gaze. 311.2, 28:5. 10. You can just faintly comprehend what all this means to those who are responsible for the conduct of the superuniverse governments. The immensity and the comprehensiveness of these transactions are quite beyond finite conception. When you stand, as I repeatedly have, in the special receiving chambers of the Temple of Wisdom on Uversa and see all this in actual operation, you will be moved to adoration by the perfection of the complexity, and by the surety of the working of the interplanetary communications of the universes. You will pay homage to the divine wisdom and goodness of the gods, who plan and execute with such superb technique. And these things actually happen just as I have portrayed them. 311.3, 28 minutes and 5.11 seconds. 2. The soul of philosophy. These wonderful teachers are also attached to the perfectars of wisdom and, when not otherwise directionized, remain in focal synchrony with the masters of philosophy on paradise. Think of stepping up to a huge living mirror, as it were, but instead of beholding the likeness of your finite and material self, of perceiving a reflection of the wisdom of divinity and the philosophy of paradise. And if it becomes desirable to incarnate this philosophy of perfection, so to dilute it as to make it practical of application to, and assimilation by, the lowly peoples of the lower worlds. These living mirrors have only to turn their faces downward to reflect the standards and needs of another world or universe. 311.4, 28:5. 12. By these very techniques do the perfectars of wisdom adapt decisions and recommendations to the real needs and actual status of the peoples and worlds under consideration. And always do they act in concert with the divine counselors and the universal censors. But the sublime repleteness of these transactions is beyond even my ability to comprehend. 311.5, 28 minutes and 5.13 seconds. 3. The union of souls. Completing the triune staff of attachment to the perfectars of wisdom, are these reflectors of the ideals and status of ethical relationships. Of all the problems in the universe requiring an exercise of the consummate wisdom of experience and adaptability, none are more important than those arising out of the relationships and associations of intelligent beings. Whether in human associations of commerce and trade, friendship and marriage, or in the liaisons of the angelic hosts, there continue to arise petty frictions. Minor misunderstandings too trivial even to engage the attention of conciliators but sufficiently irritating and disturbing to mar the smooth working of the universe if they were allowed to multiply and continue. Therefore do the perfectars of wisdom make available the wise experience of their order as the oil of reconciliation for an entire superuniverse. In all this work these wise men of the superuniverses are ably seconded by their reflective associates, the unions of souls, who make available current information regarding the status of the universe and concurrently portray the paradise ideal of the best adjustment of these perplexing problems. When not specifically directionized elsewhere, these Supernaphim remain in reflective liaison with the interpreters of ethics on paradise. 312.1, 28 minutes and 5.14 seconds. These are the angels who foster and promote the teamwork of all Urantia. One of the most important lessons to be learned during your mortal career is teamwork. The spheres of perfection are manned by those who have mastered this art of working with other beings. Few are the duties in the universe for the lone servant. The higher you ascend, the more lonely you become when temporarily without the association of your fellows. 312.2, 28 minutes and 5.15 seconds. 4. The heart of counsel. This is the first group of these reflective geniuses to be placed under the supervision of the divine counselors. Supernaphim of this type are in possession of the facts of space, being selective for such data in the circuits of time. Especially are they reflective of the superaphic intelligence coordinators, but they are also selectively reflective of the counsel of all beings, whether of high or low estate. Whenever the divine counselors are called upon for important advice or decisions, they immediately requisition an ensemble of the hearts of counsel. And presently there is handed down a ruling which actually incorporates the coordinated wisdom and advice of the most competent minds of the entire superuniverse. All of which has been censored and revised in the light of the counsel of the high minds of Havona and even of Paradise. 312.3, 28 minutes and 5.16 seconds 5. The joy of existence. By nature these beings are reflectively attuned to the superaphic harmony supervisors above and to certain of the seraphim below, but it is difficult to explain just what the members of this interesting group really do. Their principal activities are directed toward promoting reactions of joy among the various orders of the angelic hosts and the lower will creatures. The divine counselors, to whom they are attached, seldom use them for specific joy-finding. In a more general manner and in collaboration with the reversion directors, they function as joy clearinghouses, seeking to upstep the pleasure reactions of the realms while trying to improve the humor taste. To develop a superhumor among mortals and angels. They endeavor to demonstrate that there is inherent joy in free will existence, independent of all extraneous influences, and they are right, although they meet with great difficulty in inculcating this truth in the minds of primitive men. The higher spirit personalities and the angels are more quickly responsive to these educational efforts. 312.4, 28 minutes and 5.17 seconds 6. The satisfaction of service. These angels are highly reflective of the attitude of the directors of conduct on Paradise, and functioning much as do the joys of existence, they strive to enhance the value of service and to augment the satisfactions to be derived therefrom. They have done much to illuminate the deferred rewards inherent in unselfish service, service for the extension of the kingdom of truth. 312.5, 28:5. 18 The divine counselors, to whom this order is attached, utilize them to reflect from one world to another the benefits to be derived from spiritual service. And by using the performances of the best to inspire and encourage the mediocre, these Supernaphim contribute immensely to the quality of devoted service in the superuniverses. Effective use is made of the fraternal competitive spirit by circulating to any one world information about what the others, particularly the best, are doing. A refreshing and wholesome rivalry is promoted even among the seraphic hosts. 313. 1, 28 minutes and 5.19 seconds 7. The discerner of spirits. A special liaison exists between the counselors and advisors of the second Havona circle and these reflective angels. They are the only Supernaphim attached to the universal censors but are probably the most uniquely specialized of all their fellows. Regardless of the source or channel of information, no matter how meager the evidence at hand, when it is subjected to their reflective scrutiny, these discerners will forthwith inform us as to the true motive, the actual purpose, and the real nature of its origin. I marvel at the superb functioning of these angels, who so unerringly reflect the actual moral and spiritual character of any individual concerned in a focal exposure. 313.2, 28:5. 20 The discerners of spirits carry on these intricate services by virtue of inherent, spiritual insight, if I may use such words in an endeavor to convey to the human mind the thought that these reflective angels thus function intuitively, inherently, and unerringly. When the universal censors behold these presentations, they are face to face with the naked soul of the reflected individual. And this very certainty and perfection of portraiture in part explains why the censors can always function so justly as righteous judges. The discerners always accompany the censors on any mission away from Uversa, and they are just as effective out in the universes as at their Uversa headquarters. 313.3, 28:5. 21 I assure you that all these transactions of the spirit world are real, that they take place in accordance with established usages and in harmony with the immutable laws of the universal domains. The beings of every newly created order, immediately upon receiving the breath of life, are instantly reflected on high, a living portrayal of the creature nature and potential is flashed to the superuniverse headquarters. Thus, by means of the discerners, are the censors made fully cognizant of exactly what manner of spirit has been born on the worlds of space. 313.4, 28:5. 22 So it is with mortal man, the mother spirit of Solvington knows you fully, for the Holy Spirit on your world searches all things. And whatsoever the Divine Spirit knows of you is immediately available whenever the seraphic discerners reflect with the Spirit concerning the Spirit's knowledge of you. It should, however, be mentioned that the knowledge and plans of the Father fragments are not reflectable. The discerners can and do reflect the presence of the adjusters, and the censors pronounce them divine, but they cannot decipher the content of the mindedness of the mystery monitors. 6. The tertiary Supernaphim. 313.5, 28:6. 1 In the same manner as their fellows, these angels are created serially and in 7 reflective types, but these types are not assigned individually to the separate services of the superuniverse administrators. All tertiary Supernaphim are collectively assigned to the Trinitized sons of attainment, and these ascendant sons use them interchangeably. That is, the mighty messengers can and do utilize any of the tertiary types, and so do their coordinates, those high in authority and those without name and number. These 7 types of tertiary Supernaphim are 314.1, 28 minutes and 6.2 seconds 1. The significance of origins. The ascendant Trinitized sons of a superuniverse government are charged with the responsibility of dealing with all issues growing out of the origin of any individual, race, or world. And the significance of origin is the paramount question in all our plans for the cosmic advancement of the living creatures of the realm. All relationships and the application of ethics grow out of the fundamental facts of origin. Origin is the basis of the relational reaction of the gods. Always does the conjoint actor take note of the man, in what manner he was born. 314.2, 28 minutes and 6.3 seconds With the higher descendant beings, origin is simply a fact to be ascertained. But with the ascending beings, including the lower orders of angels, the nature and circumstances of origin are not always so clear. Though of equally vital importance at almost every turn of universe affairs, hence the value of having at our disposal a series of reflective Supernaphim who can instantly portray anything required respecting the genesis of any being in either the central universe or throughout the entire realm of a superuniverse. 314.3, 28 minutes and 6.4 seconds The significances of origins are the living ready reference genealogies of the vast hosts of beings, men, angels, and others, who inhabit the 7 superuniverses. They are always ready to supply their superiors with an up-to-date, replete, and trustworthy estimate of the ancestral factors and the current actual status of any individual on any world of their respective superuniverses. And their computation of possessed facts is always up to the minute. 314.4, 28 minutes and 6.5 seconds 2. The memory of mercy. These are the actual, full and replete living records of the mercy which has been extended to individuals and races by the tender ministrations of the instrumentalities of the infinite Spirit in the mission of adapting the justice of righteousness to the status of the realms. As disclosed by the portrayals of the significance of origins. The memory of mercy discloses the moral debt of the children of mercy, their spiritual liabilities, to be set down against their assets of the saving provision established by the sons of God. In revealing the Father's pre-existent mercy, the sons of God establish the necessary credit to ensure the survival of all. And then, in accordance with the findings of the significance of origins, a mercy credit is established for the survival of each rational creature. A credit of lavish proportions and one of sufficient grace to ensure the survival of every soul who really desires divine citizenship. 314.5, 28 minutes and 6.6 seconds The memory of mercy is a living trial balance, a current statement of your account with the supernatural forces of the realms. These are the living records of mercy ministration which are read into the testimony of the courts of Uversa when each individual's right to unending life comes up for adjudication, when thrones are cast up and the ancients of days are seated. The broadcasts of Uversa issue and come forth from before them. Thousands upon thousands minister to them, and 10,000 times 10,000 stand before them. The judgment is set, and the books are opened. And the books which are opened on such a momentous occasion are the living records of the tertiary Supernaphim of the superuniverses. The formal records are on file to corroborate the testimony of the memories of mercy if they are required. 314. 6. 28 minutes and 6.7 seconds. The memory of mercy must show that the saving credit established by the sons of God has been fully and faithfully paid out in the loving ministry of the patient personalities of the third source and center. But when mercy is exhausted, when the memory thereof testifies to its depletion, then does justice prevail and righteousness decree. For mercy is not to be thrust upon those who despise it. Mercy is not a gift to be trampled underfoot by the persistent rebels of time. Nevertheless, though mercy is thus precious and dearly bestowed, your individual drawing credits are always far in excess of your ability to exhaust the reserve if you are sincere of purpose and honest of heart. 315.1, 28:6. 8. The mercy reflectors, with their tertiary associates, engage in numerous superuniverse ministries, including the teaching of the ascending creatures. Among many other things, the significances of origins teach these ascenders how to apply spirit ethics, and following such training, the memories of mercy teach them how to be truly merciful. While the spirit techniques of mercy ministry are beyond your concept, you should even now understand that mercy is a quality of growth. You should realize that there is a great reward of personal satisfaction in being first just, next fair, then patient, then kind. And then, on that foundation, if you choose and have it in your heart, you can take the next step and really show mercy, but you cannot exhibit mercy in and of itself. These steps must be traversed, otherwise there can be no genuine mercy. There may be patronage, condescension, or charity, even pity, but not mercy. True mercy comes only as the beautiful climax to these preceding adjuncts to group understanding, mutual appreciation, fraternal fellowship, spiritual communion, and divine harmony. 315.2, 28 minutes and 6.9 seconds. 3. The import of time. Time is the one universal endowment of all will creatures, it is the one talent entrusted to all intelligent beings. You all have time in which to ensure your survival. And time is fatally squandered only when it is buried in neglect, when you fail so to utilize it as to make certain the survival of your soul. Failure to improve one's time to the fullest extent possible does not impose fatal penalties. It merely retards the pilgrim of time in his journey of ascent. If survival is gained, all other losses can be retrieved. 315.3, 28 minutes and 6.10 seconds. In the assignment of trusts, the counsel of the imports of time is invaluable. Time is a vital factor in everything this side of Havona and Paradise. In the final judgment before the Ancients of Days, time is an element of evidence. The imports of time must always afford testimony to show that every defendant has had ample time for making decisions, achieving choice. 315.4, 28 minutes and 6.11 seconds. These time evaluators are also the secret of prophecy. They portray the element of time which will be required in the completion of any undertaking, and they are just as dependable as indicators as are the frandalanks and chronodecks of other living orders. The gods foresee, hence foreknow. But the ascendant authorities of the universes of time must consult the imports of time to be able to forecast events of the future. 315.5, 28:6. 12. You will first encounter these beings on the mansion worlds, and they will there instruct you in the advantageous use of that which you call time, both in its positive employment, work, and in its negative utilization, rest. Both uses of time are important. 315.6, 28 minutes and 6.13 seconds. 4. The solemnity of trust. Trust is the crucial test of will creatures. Trustworthiness is the true measure of self-mastery, character. These Supernaphim accomplish a double purpose in the economy of the superuniverses. They portray to all will creatures the sense of the obligation, sacredness, and solemnity of trust. At the same time, they unerringly reflect to the governing authorities the exact trustworthiness of any candidate for confidence or trust. 316.1, 28:6. 14. On Urantia, you grotesquely essay to read character and to estimate specific abilities, but on Uversa we actually do these things in perfection. These Supernaphim weigh trustworthiness in the living scales of unerring character appraisal, and when they have looked at you, we have only to look at them to know the limitations of your ability to discharge responsibility, execute trust, and fulfill missions. Your assets of trustworthiness are clearly set forth alongside your liabilities of possible default or betrayal. 316.2, 28:6. 15. It is the plan of your superiors to advance you by augmented trusts just as fast as your character is sufficiently developed to gracefully bear these added responsibilities. But to overload the individual only courts disaster and ensures disappointment. And the mistake of placing responsibility prematurely upon either man or angel may be avoided by utilizing the ministry of these infallible estimators of the trust capacity of the individuals of time and space. These Supernaphim ever accompany those high in authority, and never do these executives make assignments until their candidates have been weighed in the seraphic balances and pronounced not wanting. 316.3, 28 minutes and 6.16 seconds. 5. The sanctity of service. The privilege of service immediately follows the discovery of trustworthiness. Nothing can stand between you and opportunity for increased service except your own untrustworthiness, your lack of capacity for appreciation of the solemnity of trust. 316.4, 28 minutes and 6.17 seconds. Service, purposeful service, not slavery, is productive of the highest satisfaction and is expressive of the divinest dignity. Service, more service, increased service, difficult service, adventure service, and at last divine and perfect service, is the goal of time and the destination of space. But ever will the play cycles of time alternate with the service cycles of progress. And after the service of time there follows the superservice of eternity. During the play of time you should envision the work of eternity, even as you will, during the service of eternity, reminisce the play of time. 316.5, 28 minutes and 6.18 seconds. The universal economy is based on intake and output. Throughout the eternal career you will never encounter monotony of inaction or stagnation of personality. Progress is made possible by inherent motion, advancement grows out of the divine capacity for action, and achievement is the child of imaginative adventure. But inherent in this capacity for achievement is the responsibility of ethics, the necessity for recognizing that the world and the universe are filled with a multitude of differing types of beings. All of this magnificent creation, including yourself, was not made just for you. This is not an egocentric universe. The gods have decreed, it is more blessed to give than to receive, and said your master son, he who would be greatest among you let him be server of all. 316.6, 28:6. 19. The real nature of any service, be it rendered by man or angel, is fully revealed in the faces of these seraphic service indicators, the sanctities of service. The full analysis of the true and of the hidden motives is clearly shown. These angels are indeed the mind readers, heart searchers, and soul revealers of the universe. Mortals may employ words to conceal their thoughts, but these high Supernaphim lay bare the deep motives of the human heart and of the angelic mind. 317. 1, 28 minutes and 6.20 seconds. 6 and 7. The secret of greatness and the soul of goodness. The ascending pilgrims having awakened to the import of time, the way is prepared for the realization of the solemnity of trust and for the appreciation of the sanctity of service. While these are the moral elements of greatness, there are also secrets of greatness. When the spiritual tests of greatness are applied, the moral elements are not disregarded, but the quality of unselfishness revealed in disinterested labor for the welfare of one's earthly fellows, particularly worthy beings in need and in distress. That is the real measure of planetary greatness. And the manifestation of greatness on a world like Urantia is the exhibition of self-control. The great man is not he who takes a city or overthrows a nation, but rather he who subdues his own tongue. 317.2, 28:6. 21. Greatness is synonymous with divinity. God is supremely great and good. Greatness and goodness simply cannot be divorced. They are forever made one in God. This truth is literally and strikingly illustrated by the reflective interdependence of the secret of greatness and the soul of goodness, for neither can function without the other. In reflecting other qualities of divinity, the superuniverse Supernaphim can and do act alone, but the reflective estimates of greatness and of goodness appear to be inseparable. Hence, on any world, in any universe, must these reflectors of greatness and of goodness work together, always showing a dual and mutually dependent report of every being upon whom they focalize. Greatness cannot be estimated without knowing the content of goodness, while goodness cannot be portrayed without exhibiting its inherent and divine greatness. 317.3, 28 minutes and 6.22 seconds. The estimate of greatness varies from sphere to sphere. To be great is to be godlike. And since the quality of greatness is wholly determined by the content of goodness, it follows that, even in your present human estate, if you can through grace become good, you are thereby becoming great. The more steadfastly you behold, and the more persistently you pursue, the concepts of divine goodness, the more certainly will you grow in greatness, in true magnitude of genuine survival character. 7. Ministry of the Supernaphim. 317.4, 28:7. 1. The Supernaphim have their origin and headquarters on the capitals of the superuniverses, but with their liaison fellows they range from the shores of paradise to the evolutionary worlds of space. They serve as valued assistants to the members of the deliberative assemblies of the supergovernments and are of great help to the courtesy colonies of Uversa, the star students, millennial tourists, celestial observers, and a host of others, including the ascendant beings in waiting for Havona transport. The ancients of days take pleasure in assigning certain of the primary Supernaphim to assist the ascending creatures domiciled on the 490 study worlds surrounding Uversa. And here also do many of the secondary and tertiary orders serve as teachers. These Uversa satellites are the finishing schools of the universes of time, presenting the preparatory course for the seven-circuited University of Havona. 317.5, 28:7. 2 of the 3 orders of Supernaphim, the tertiary group, attached to the ascendant authorities, minister most extensively to the ascending creatures of time. You will on occasion meet them soon after your departure from Urantia, though you will not freely make use of their services until you reach the tarrying worlds of Orvanton. You will enjoy their companionship when you become fully acquainted with them during your sojourn on the Uversa school worlds. 318.1, 28:7. 3. These tertiary Supernaphim are the time-savers, space abridgers, error detectors, faithful teachers, and everlasting guideposts, living signs of divine surety, in mercy placed at the crossroads of time. There to guide the feet of anxious pilgrims in moments of great perplexity and spiritual uncertainty. Long before attaining the portals of perfection, you will begin to gain access to the tools of divinity and to make contact with the techniques of deity. Increasingly, from the time you arrive on the initial mansion world until you close your eyes in the Havona sleep preparatory to your paradise transit, you will avail yourself of the emergency help of these marvelous beings, who are so fully and freely reflective of the sure knowledge and certain wisdom of those safe and dependable pilgrims who have preceded you on the long journey to the portals of perfection. 318.2, 28 minutes and 7.4 seconds. We are denied the full privilege of using these angels of the reflective order on Urantia. They are frequent visitors on your world, accompanying assigned personalities, but here they cannot freely function. This sphere is still under partial spiritual quarantine, and some of the circuits essential to their services are not here at present. When your world is once more restored to the reflective circuits concerned, much of the work of interplanetary and inter-universe communication will be greatly simplified and expedited. Celestial workers on Urantia encounter many difficulties because of this functional curtailment of their reflective associates. But we go on joyfully conducting our affairs with the instrumentalities at hand, notwithstanding our local deprivation of many of the services of these marvelous beings, the living mirrors of space and the presence projectors of time. 318.3, 28:7. 5. Sponsored by a mighty messenger of Uversa. Paper 29. The Universe Power Directors. 319.1, 29 minutes and 0.1 second of all the universe personalities concerned in the regulation of interplanetary and inter-universe affairs, the power directors and their associates have been the least understood on Urantia. While your races have long known of the existence of angels and similar orders of celestial beings, little information concerning the controllers and regulators of the physical domain has ever been imparted. Even now I am permitted fully to disclose only the last of the following three groups of living beings having to do with force control and energy regulation in the Master Universe. 319.2, 29 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. Primary Eventuated Master Force Organizers. 319.3, 29 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. Associate Transcendental Master Force Organizers. 319.4, 29 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. Universe Power Directors. 319.5, 29:0. 5. Though I deem it impossible to portray the individuality of the various groups of directors, centers, and controllers of universe power, I hope to be able to explain something about the domain of their activities. They are a unique group of living beings having to do with the intelligent regulation of energy throughout the grand universe. Including the supreme directors, they embrace the following major divisions. 319.6, 29 minutes and 0.6 seconds 1. The 7 Supreme Power Directors. 319.7, 29 minutes and 0.7 seconds 2. The Supreme Power Centers. 319.8, 29 minutes and 0.8 seconds 3. The Master Physical Controllers. 319.9, 29 minutes and 0.9 seconds 4. The Urantia Power Supervisors. 319.10, 29:0. 10. The Supreme Power Directors and Centers have existed from the near times of eternity, and as far as we know, no more beings of these orders have been created. The 7 Supreme Directors were personalized by the 7 Master Spirits, and then they collaborated with their parents in the production of more than 10 billion associates. Before the days of the Power Directors, the energy circuits of space outside of the central universe were under the intelligent supervision of the Master Force Organizers of Paradise. 319.11, 29:0. 11. Having knowledge about material creatures, you have at least a contrastive conception of spiritual beings, but it is very difficult for the mortal mind to envisage the Power Directors. In the scheme of ascendant progression to higher levels of existence, you have nothing directly to do with either the Supreme Directors or the Power Centers. On certain rare occasions you will have dealings with the physical controllers, and you will work freely with the supervisors of Urantia power upon reaching the mansion worlds. These Urantia power supervisors function so exclusively in the Urantia regime of the local creations that it is deemed best to narrate their activities in the section dealing with the local universe. 1. The 7 Supreme Power Directors. 320. 1, 29 minutes and 1.1 second. The 7 Supreme Power Directors are the physical energy regulators of the grand universe. Their creation by the 7 Master Spirits is the first recorded instance of the derivation of semi-material progeny from true spirit ancestry. When the 7 Master Spirits create individually, they bring forth highly spiritual personalities on the angelic order. When they create collectively, they sometimes produce these high types of semi-material beings. But even these quasi-physical beings would be invisible to the short-range vision of Urantia mortals. 320.2, 29 minutes and 1.2 seconds. The Supreme Power Directors are 7 in number, and they are identical in appearance and function. One cannot be distinguished from another except by that Master Spirit with whom each is in immediate association, and to whom each is in complete functional subservience. Each of the Master Spirits is thus in eternal union with one of their collective offspring. The same director is always in association with the same spirit, and their working partnership results in a unique association of physical and spiritual energies, of a semi-physical being and a spirit personality. 320.3, 29:1. 3. The 7 supreme power directors are stationed on peripheral paradise, where their slowly circulating presences indicate the whereabouts of the force focal headquarters of the master spirits. These power directors function singly in the power energy regulation of the superuniverses but collectively in the administration of the central creation. They operate from paradise but maintain themselves as effective power centers in all divisions of the grand universe. 320.4, 29:1. For these mighty beings are the physical ancestors of the vast host of the power centers and, through them, of the physical controllers scattered throughout the 7 superuniverses. Such subordinate physical control organisms are basically uniform, identical except for the differential toning of each superuniverse core. In order to change in superuniverse service, they would merely have to return to paradise for retoning. The physical creation is fundamentally uniform in administration. 2. The Supreme Power Centers. 320.5, 29:2. 1. The 7 Supreme Power Directors are not able, individually, to reproduce themselves, but collectively, and in association with the 7 Master Spirits, they can and do reproduce, create, other beings like themselves. Such is the origin of the Supreme Power Centers of the Grand Universe, who function in the following 7 groups. 320.6, 29 minutes and 2.2 seconds 1. Supreme Center Supervisors. 320.7, 29 minutes and 2.3 seconds 2. Havona Centers. 320.8, 29 minutes and 2.4 seconds 3. Superuniverse Centers. 320. 9, 29 minutes and 2.5 seconds 4. Local Universe Centers. 320.10, 29 minutes and 2.6 seconds 5. Constellation Centers. 320.11, 29 minutes and 2.7 seconds 6. System Centers. 320.12, 29 minutes and 2.8 seconds 7. Unclassified Centers. 321.1, 29:2. 9. These power centers together with the Supreme Power Directors are beings of high will, freedom and action. They are all endowed with third source personality and disclose unquestioned volitional capacity of a high order. These directing centers of the universe power system are the possessors of exquisite intelligence endowment. They are the intellect of the power system of the grand universe and the secret of the technique of the mind control of all the vast network of the far-flung functions of the master physical controllers and the Urantia power supervisors. 321. 2, 29 minutes and 2.10 seconds 1. Supreme Center Supervisors. These 7 coordinates and associates of the Supreme Power Directors are the regulators of the master energy circuits of the grand universe. Each center supervisor is headquartered on one of the special worlds of the 7 supreme executives, and they work in close association with these coordinators of general universe affairs. 321.3, 29:2. 11. The Supreme Power Directors and the Supreme Center Supervisors function both as individuals and conjointly with regard to all cosmic phenomena below the levels of gravity energy. When acting in liaison, these 14 beings are to universe power what the 7 supreme executives are to general universe affairs, and what the 7 master spirits are to the cosmic mind. 321.4, 29 minutes and 2.12 seconds 2. Havona Centers. Before the creation of the universes of time and space, power centers were not required in Havona, but ever since these far distant times, 1 million have functioned in the central creation. Each center having the supervision of 1,000 Havona worlds. Here in the divine universe there is perfection of energy control, a condition not existing elsewhere. Perfection of energy regulation is the ultimate goal of all the power centers and the physical controllers of space. 321.5, 29 minutes and 2.13 seconds 3. Superuniverse Centers. Occupying an enormous area on the capital sphere of each of the 7 superuniverses are 1,000 power centers of the third order. 3 currents of primary energy of 10 segregations each come into these power centers, but 7 specialized and well-directed, though imperfectly controlled, circuits of power go forth from their seat of united action. This is the electronic organization of universe power. 321.6, 29:2. 14 All energy is circuited in the paradise cycle, but the universe power directors direct the force energies of nether paradise as they find them modified in the space functions of the central and superuniverses. Converting and directing these energies into channels of useful and constructive application. There is a difference between Havona energy and the energies of the superuniverses. The power charge of a superuniverse consists of 3 phases of energy of 10 segregations each. This threefold energy charge spreads throughout the space of the grand universe. It is like a vast moving ocean of energy which engulfs and bathes the whole of each of the 7 supercreations. 321.7, 29:2. 15 The electronic organization of universe power functions in 7 phases and discloses varying response to local or linear gravity. This 7-fold circuit proceeds from the superuniverse power centers and pervades each supercreation. Such specialized currents of time and space are definite and localized energy movements initiated and directed for specific purposes, much as the Gulf Stream functions as a circumscribed phenomenon in the midst of the Atlantic Ocean. 321.8, 29:2. 16.4. Local universe centers. On the headquarters of each local universe are stationed 100 power centers of the 4th order. They function to downstep and otherwise to modify the 7 power circuits emanating from superuniverse headquarters, thus making them applicable to the services of the constellations and systems. The local astronomical catastrophes of space are of passing concern to these power centers. They are engaged in the orderly dispatch of effective energy to the subsidiary constellations and systems. They are of great assistance to the Creator Suns during the later times of universe organization and energy mobilization. These centers are able to provide intensified lanes of energy useful for interplanetary communication between important inhabited points. Such a lane or line of energy, sometimes also called an energy path, is a direct circuit of energy from one power center to another power center or from one physical controller to another controller. It is an individualized stream of power and stands in contrast to the free space movements of undifferentiated energy. 322.1, 29 minutes and 2.17 seconds. 5. Constellation centers. 10 of these living power centers are stationed in each constellation, functioning as energy projectors to the 100 tributary local systems. From these beings there go forth the power lines for communication and transport and for the energizing of those living creatures who are dependent upon certain forms of physical energy for the maintenance of life. But neither the power centers nor the subordinate physical controllers are otherwise concerned with life as a functional organization. 322.2, 29 minutes and 2.18 seconds. 6. System centers. One supreme power center is permanently assigned to each local system. These system centers dispatch the power circuits to the inhabited worlds of time and space. They coordinate the activities of the subordinate physical controllers and otherwise function to ensure the satisfactory distribution of power in the local system. The circuit relay between the planets depends upon the perfect coordination of certain material energies and upon the efficient regulation of physical power. 322.3, 29 minutes and 2.19 seconds. 7. Unclassified centers. These are the centers who function in special local situations but not on the inhabited planets. The individual worlds are in the charge of master physical controllers and receive the encircuited lines of power dispatched by the power center of their system. Only those spheres of the most extraordinary energy relationships have power centers of the 7th order acting as universe balance wheels or energy governors. In every phase of activity these power centers are the full equals of those who function on the higher units of control, but not one space body in a million harbors such a living power organization. 3. The domain of power centers. 322.4, 29:3. 1. The supreme power centers distributed throughout the superuniverses number, with their associates and subordinates, upward of 10 billion. And they are all in perfect synchrony and complete liaison with their paradise progenitors, the 7 supreme power directors. The power control of the grand universe is thus entrusted to the keeping and direction of the 7 master spirits, the creators of the 7 supreme power directors. 322.5, 29:3. 2. The supreme power directors and all their associates, assistants, and subordinates are forever exempt from apprehension or interference by all the tribunals of all space. Neither are they subject to the administrative direction either of the superuniverse government of the Ancients of Days or of the local universe administration of the Creator Sons. 323.1, 29:3. 3. These power centers and directors are brought into being by the children of the Infinite Spirit. They are not germane to the administration of the sons of God, though they affiliate with the Creator's sons during the later epochs of universe material organization. But the power centers are in some way closely associated with the cosmic overcontrol of the Supreme Being. 323.2, 29 minutes and 3.4 seconds. Power centers and physical controllers undergo no training. They are all created in perfection and are inherently perfect in action. Never do they pass from one function to another, always do they serve as originally assigned. There is no evolution in their ranks, and this is true of all 7 divisions of both orders. 323.3, 29 minutes and 3.5 seconds. Having no ascendant past to revert to in memory, power centers and physical controllers never play. They are thoroughly businesslike in all their actions. They are always on duty. There is no provision in the universal scheme for the interruption of the physical lines of energy. Never for a fraction of a second can these beings relinquish their direct supervision of the energy circuits of time and space. 323.4, 29:3. 6. The directors, centers, and controllers of power have nothing to do with anything in all creation except power, material or semi-physical energy. They do not originate it, but they do modify, manipulate, and directionize it. Neither do they have anything whatever to do with physical gravity except to resist its drawing power. Their relation to gravity is wholly negative. 323.5, 29:3. 7. The power centers utilize vast mechanisms and coordinations of a material order in liaison with the living mechanisms of the various segregated energy concentrations. Each individual power center is constituted in exactly 1 million units of functional control, and these energy-modifying units are not stationary as are the vital organs of man's physical body. These vital organs of power regulation are mobile and truly kaleidoscopic in associative possibilities. 323.6, 29:3. 8. It is utterly beyond my ability to explain the manner in which these living beings encompass the manipulation and regulation of the master circuits of universe energy. To undertake to inform you further concerning the size and function of these gigantic and almost perfectly efficient power centers, would only add to your confusion and consternation. They are both living and personal, but they are beyond your comprehension. 323.7, 29:3. 9. Outside of Havona, the supreme power centers function only on especially constructed, architectural, spheres or on otherwise suitably constituted space bodies. The architectural worlds are so constructed that the living power centers can act as selective switches to directionize, modify, and concentrate the energies of space as they pour over these spheres. They could not so function on an ordinary evolutionary sun or planet. Certain groups are also concerned in the heating and other material necessities of these special headquarters worlds. And though it is beyond the scope of Urantia knowledge, I may state that these orders of living power personalities have much to do with the distribution of the light that shines without heat. They do not produce this phenomenon, but they are concerned with its dissemination and directionization. 323.8, 29:3. 10. The power centers and their subordinate controllers are assigned to the working of all of the physical energies of organized space. They work with the 3 basic currents of 10 energies each. That is the energy charge of organized space. And organized space is their domain. The universe power directors have nothing whatever to do with those tremendous actions of force which are now taking place outside the present boundaries of the 7 superuniverses. 324.1, 29:3. 11. The power centers and controllers exert perfect control over only 7 of the 10 forms of energy contained in each basic universe current. Those forms which are partly or wholly exempt from their control must represent the unpredictable realms of energy manifestation dominated by the unqualified absolute. If they exert an influence upon the primordial forces of this absolute, we are not cognizant of such functions. Though there is some slight evidence which would warrant the opinion that certain of the physical controllers are sometimes automatically reactive to certain impulses of the universal absolute. 324.2, 29:3. 12. These living power mechanisms are not consciously related to the master universe energy over control of the unqualified absolute. But we surmise that their entire and almost perfect scheme of power direction is in some unknown manner subordinated to this supergravity presence. In any local energy situation the centers and controllers exert near supremacy, but they are always conscious of the superenergy presence and the unrecognizable performance of the unqualified absolute. 4. The master physical controllers. 324. 3, 29 minutes and 4.1 seconds. These beings are the mobile subordinates of the supreme power centers. The physical controllers are endowed with capabilities of individuality metamorphosis of such a nature that they can engage in a remarkable variety of autotransport. Being able to traverse local space at velocities approaching the flight of solitary messengers. But like all other space traversers they require the assistance of both their fellows and certain other types of beings in overcoming the action of gravity and the resistance of inertia in departing from a material sphere. 324.4, 29:4. 2. The master physical controllers serve throughout the grand universe. They are directly governed from paradise by the 7 supreme power directors as far as the headquarters of the superuniverses. From here they are directed and distributed by the Council of Equilibrium, the High Commissioners of Power dispatched by the 7 master spirits from the personnel of the associate master force organizers. These High Commissioners are empowered to interpret the readings and registrations of the master frandalanks, those living instruments which indicate the power pressure and the energy charge of an entire superuniverse. 324.5, 29:4. 3. While the presence of the paradise deities encircles the grand universe and sweeps around the circle of eternity, the influence of any one of the 7 master spirits is limited to a single superuniverse. There is a distinct segregation of energy and a separation of the circuits of power between each of the 7 supercreations, hence individualized control methods must and do prevail. 324.6, 29:4. For the master physical controllers are the direct offspring of the supreme power centers, and their numbers include the following. 324.7, 29 minutes and 4.5 seconds. 1. Associate Power Directors. 324.8, 29 minutes and 4.6 seconds. 2. Mechanical Controllers. 324.9, 29 minutes and 4.7 seconds. 3. Energy Transformers. 325.1, 29 minutes and 4.8 seconds. 4. Energy Transmitters. 325.2, 29 minutes and 4.9 seconds. 5. Primary Associators. 325.3, 29 minutes and 4.10 seconds. 6. Secondary Dissociators. 325. 4, 29 minutes and 4.11 seconds. 7. The Frandalanks and Chronaldecks. 325.5, 29:4. 12. Not all of these orders are persons in the sense of possessing individual powers of choice. Especially do the last 4 seem to be wholly automatic and mechanical in response to the impulses of their superiors and in reaction to existing energy conditions. But though such response appears wholly mechanistic, it is not. They may seem to be automatons, but all of them disclose the differential function of intelligence. 325.6, 29 minutes and 4.13 seconds. Personality is not necessarily a concomitant of mind. Mind can think even when deprived of all power of choice, as in numerous of the lower types of animals and in certain of these subordinate physical controllers. Many of these more automatic regulators of physical power are not persons in any sense of the term. They are not endowed with will and independence of decision, being wholly subservient to the mechanical perfection of design for the tasks of their allotment. Nonetheless, all of them are highly intelligent beings. 325.7, 29:4. 14. The physical controllers are chiefly occupied in the adjustment of basic energies undiscovered on Urantia. These unknown energies are very essential to the interplanetary system of transport and to certain techniques of communication. When we lay lines of energy for the purpose of conveying sound equivalents or of extending vision, these undiscovered forms of energy are utilized by the living physical controllers and their associates. These same energies are also, on occasion, used by the midway creatures in their routine work. 325.8, 29 minutes and 4.15 seconds. 1. Associate Power Directors. These marvelously efficient beings are entrusted with the assignment and dispatch of all orders of the master physical controllers in accordance with the ever-shifting needs of the constantly changing energy status of the realms. The vast reserves of the physical controllers are maintained on the headquarters worlds of the minor sectors, and from these concentration points they are periodically dispatched by the associate power directors to the headquarters of the universes, constellations, and systems, and to the individual planets. When thus assigned, the physical controllers are provisionally subject to the orders of the divine executioners of the conciliating commissions but are otherwise solely amenable to their associate directors and to the supreme power centers. 325. 9, 29 minutes and 4.16 seconds. 3 million associate power directors are assigned to each of the Orvantan minor sectors, making a total of 3 billion as the superuniverse quota of these amazingly versatile beings. Their own reserves are maintained on these same minor sector worlds, where they also serve as instructors of all who study the sciences of the techniques of intelligent energy control and transmutation. 325.10, 29:4. 17. These directors alternate periods of executive service in the minor sectors with equal periods of inspection service to the realms of space. At least one acting inspector is always present in each local system, maintaining headquarters on its capital sphere. They keep the whole vast living energy aggregation in harmonious synchrony. 325.11, 29 minutes and 4.18 seconds. 2. Mechanical controllers. These are the exceedingly versatile and mobile assistants of the associate power directors. Trillions upon trillions of them are commissioned in ENSA, your minor sector. These beings are called mechanical controllers because they are so completely dominated by their superiors, so fully subservient to the will of the associate power directors. Nevertheless, they are, themselves, very intelligent, and their work, though mechanical and matter-of-fact in nature, is skillfully performed. 326.1, 29:4. 19. Of all the master physical controllers assigned to the inhabited worlds, the mechanical controllers are by far the most powerful. Possessing the living endowment of anti-gravity in excess of all other beings, each controller has a gravity resistance equaled only by enormous spheres revolving at tremendous velocity. 10 of these controllers are now stationed on Urantia, and one of their most important planetary activities is to facilitate the departure of seraphic transports. In so functioning, all 10 of the mechanical controllers act in unison while a battery of 1,000 energy transmitters provides the initial momentum for the seraphic departure. 326.2, 29:4. 20. The mechanical controllers are competent to directionize the flow of energy and to facilitate its concentration into the specialized currents or circuits. These mighty beings have much to do with the segregation, directionization, and intensification of the physical energies and with the equalization of the pressures of the interplanetary circuits. They are expert in the manipulation of 21 of the 30 physical energies of space, constituting the power charge of a superuniverse. They are also able to accomplish much towards the management and control of 6 of the 9 more subtle forms of physical energy. By placing these controllers in proper technical relationship to each other and to certain of the power centers, the associate power directors are enabled to effect unbelievable changes in power adjustment and energy control. 326.3, 29:4. 21 The master physical controllers often function in batteries of hundreds, thousands, and even millions, and by varying their positions and formations are able to effect energy control in a collective as well as an individual capacity. As requirements vary, they can upstep and accelerate the energy volume and movement or detain, condense, and retard the energy currents. They influence energy and power transformations somewhat as so-called catalytic agents augment chemical reactions. They function by inherent ability and in cooperation with the supreme power centers. 326.4, 29 minutes and 4.22 seconds 3. Energy transformers. The number of these beings in a superuniverse is unbelievable. There are almost 1 million in Satania alone, and the usual quota is 100 for each inhabited world. 326.5, 29:4. 23 The energy transformers are the conjoint creation of the 7 supreme power directors and the 7 center supervisors. They are among the more personal orders of physical controllers, and except when an associate power director is present on an inhabited world, the transformers are in command. They are the planetary inspectors of all departing seraphic transports. All classes of celestial life can utilize the less personal orders of the physical controllers only by liaison with the more personal orders of the associate directors and the energy transformers. 326.6, 29:4. 24 These transformers are powerful and effective living switches, being able to dispose themselves for or against a given power disposition or directionization. They are also skillful in their efforts to insulate the planets against the powerful energy streams passing between gigantic planetary and starry neighbors. Their energy transmutive attributes render them most serviceable in the important task of maintaining universal energy balance, or power equilibrium. At one time they seem to consume or store energy. At other times they appear to exude or liberate energy. The transformers are able to increase or to diminish the storage battery potential of the living and dead energies of their respective realms. But they deal only with physical and semi-material energies, they do not directly function in the domain of life, neither do they change the forms of living beings. 327.1, 29:4. 25 In some respects the energy transformers are the most remarkable and mysterious of all semi-material living creatures. They are in some unknown manner physically differentiated, and by varying their liaison relationships, they are able to exert a profound influence upon the energy which passes through their associated presences. The status of the physical realms seems to undergo a transformation under their skillful manipulation. They can and do change the physical form of the energies of space. With the aid of their fellow controllers they are actually able to change the form and potential of 27 of the 30 physical energies of the superuniverse power charge. That 3 of these energies are beyond their control proves that they are not instrumentalities of the unqualified absolute. 327.2, 29:4. 26 The remaining 4 groups of the master physical controllers are hardly persons within any acceptable definition of that word. These transmitters, associators, dissociators, and frandalanks are wholly automatic in their reactions. Nevertheless they are in every sense intelligent. We are greatly limited in our knowledge of these wonderful entities because we cannot communicate with them. They appear to understand the language of the realm, but they cannot communicate with us. They seem fully able to receive our communications but quite powerless to make response. 327.3, 29 minutes and 4.27 seconds 4. Energy transmitters. These beings function chiefly, but not wholly, in an intraplanetary capacity. They are marvelous dispatchers of energy as it is manifested on the individual worlds. 327.4, 29:4. 28 When energy is to be diverted to a new circuit, the transmitters deploy themselves in a line along the desired energy path, and by virtue of their unique attributes of energy attraction, they can actually induce an increased energy flow in the desired direction. This they do just as literally as certain metallic circuits directionize the flow of certain forms of electric energy, and they are living superconductors for more than half of the 30 forms of physical energy. 327.5, 29:4. 29 transmitters form skillful liaisons which are effective in rehabilitating the weakening currents of specialized energy passing from planet to planet and from station to station on an individual planet. They can detect currents which are much too feeble to be recognized by any other type of living being, and they can so augment these energies that the accompanying message becomes perfectly intelligible. Their services are invaluable to the broadcast receivers. 327.6, 29 minutes and 4.30 seconds. Energy transmitters can function with regard to all forms of communicable perception. They can render a distant scene visible, as well as a distant sound audible. They provide the emergency lines of communication in the local systems and on the individual planets. These services must be used by practically all creatures for purposes of communication outside of the regularly established circuits. 327. 7, 29:4. 31 These beings, together with the energy transformers, are indispensable to the maintenance of mortal existence on those worlds having an impoverished atmosphere, and they are an integral part of the technique of life on the non-breathing planets. 328.1, 29 minutes and 4.32 seconds. 5. Primary associators. These interesting and invaluable entities are masterly energy conservators and custodians. Somewhat as a plant stores solar light, so do these living organisms store energy during times of plus manifestations. They work on a gigantic scale, converting the energies of space into a physical state not known on Urantia. They are also able to carry forward these transformations to the point of producing some of the primitive units of material existence. These beings simply act by their presence. They are in no way exhausted or depleted by this function. They act like living catalytic agents. 328.2, 29 minutes and 4.33 seconds. During seasons of minus manifestations they are empowered to release these accumulated energies. But your knowledge of energy and matter is not sufficiently advanced to make it possible to explain the technique of this phase of their work. They always labor in compliance with universal law, handling and manipulating atoms, electrons, and ultimatons much as you maneuver adjustable type to make the same alphabetical symbols tell vastly different stories. 328.3, 29:4. 34 The associators are the first group of life to appear on an organizing material sphere, and they can function at physical temperatures which you would regard as utterly incompatible with the existence of living beings. They represent an order of life which is simply beyond the range of human imagination. Together with their co-workers, the dissociators, they are the most slavish of all intelligent creatures. 328.4, 29 minutes and 4.35 seconds. 6. Secondary dissociators. Compared with the primary associators, these beings of enormous anti-gravity endowment are the reverse workers. There is never any danger at the special or modified forms of physical energy on the local worlds or in the local systems will be exhausted, for these living organizations are endowed with the unique power of evolving limitless supplies of energy. They are chiefly concerned with the evolution of a form of energy which is hardly known on Urantia from a form of matter which is recognized still less. They are truly the alchemists of space and the wonder-workers of time. But in all the wonders they work, they never transgress the mandates of cosmic supremacy. 328.5, 29 minutes and 4.36 seconds. 7. The Frandalanks. These beings are the joint creation of all three orders of energy control beings, the primary and secondary force organizers and the power directors. Frandalanks are the most numerous of all the master physical controllers. The number functioning in Satania alone is beyond your numerical concept. They are stationed on all inhabited worlds and are always attached to the higher orders of physical controllers. They function interchangeably in the Central and Superuniverses and in the domains of outer space. 328.6, 29:4. 37 The Frandalanks are created in 30 divisions, one for each form of basic universe force, and they function exclusively as living and automatic presence, pressure, and velocity gauges. These living barometers are solely concerned with the automatic and unerring registration of the status of all forms of force energy. They are to the physical universe what the vast reflectivity mechanism is to the minded universe. The Frandalanks that register time in addition to quantitative and qualitative energy presence are called chronaldecks. 328.7, 29 minutes and 4.38 seconds. I recognize that the Frandalanks are intelligent, but I cannot classify them as other than living machines. About the only way I can help you to understand these living mechanisms is to compare them to your own mechanical contrivances which perform with almost intelligent-like precision and accuracy. Then if you would conceive of these beings, draw upon your imagination to the extent of recognizing that in the grand universe we actually have intelligent and living mechanisms, entities, that can perform more intricate tasks involving more stupendous computations with even greater delicacy of accuracy, even with ultimacy of precision. 5. The Master Force Organizers. 329.1, 29 minutes and 5.1 seconds. The Force Organizers are resident on Paradise, but they function throughout the Master Universe, more particularly in the domains of unorganized space. These extraordinary beings are neither creators nor creatures, and they comprise two grand divisions of service. 329.2, 29 minutes and 5.2 seconds. 1. Primary Eventuated Master Force Organizers. 329.3, 29 minutes and 5.3 seconds. 2. Associate Transcendental Master Force Organizers. 329.4, 29:5. For these two mighty orders of primordial force manipulators work exclusively under the supervision of the architects of the Master Universe, and at the present time they do not function extensively within the boundaries of the Grand Universe. 329. 5, 29 minutes and 5.5 seconds. Primary Master Force Organizers are the manipulators of the primordial or basic space forces of the unqualified Absolute. They are nebulae creators. They are the living instigators of the energy cyclones of space and the early organizers and directionizers of these gigantic manifestations. These force organizers transmute primordial force, pre-energy not responsive to direct paradise gravity, into primary or puissant energy. Energy transmuting from the exclusive grasp of the unqualified Absolute to the gravity grasp of the Isle of Paradise. They are thereupon succeeded by the associate force organizers, who continue the process of energy transmutation from the primary through the secondary or gravity energy stage. 329.6, 29:5. 6. Upon the completion of the plans for the creation of a local universe, signalized by the arrival of a creator sun, the associate master force organizers give way to the orders of power directors acting in the superuniverse of astronomic jurisdiction. But in the absence of such plans, the associate force organizers continue on indefinitely in charge of these material creations, even as they now operate in outer space. 329.7, 29:5. 7. The master force organizers withstand temperatures and function under physical conditions which would be intolerable even to the versatile power centers and physical controllers of Orvanton. The only other types of revealed beings capable of functioning in these realms of outer space are the solitary messengers and the inspired Trinity spirits. 329.8, 29:5. 8. Sponsored by a universal censor acting by authority of the Ancients of Days on Uversa. Paper 30. Personalities of the Grand Universe. 330.1, 30 minutes and 0.1 second. The personalities and other than personal entities now functioning on Paradise and in the Grand Universe constitute a well-nigh limitless number of living beings. Even the number of major orders and types would stagger the human imagination, let alone the countless subtypes and variations. It is, however, desirable to present something of two basic classifications of living beings, a suggestion of the Paradise classification and an abbreviation of the Urantia personality register. 330.2, 30:0. 2. It is not possible to formulate comprehensive and entirely consistent classifications of the personalities of the grand universe because all of the groups are not revealed. It would require numerous additional papers to cover the further revelation required to systematically classify all groups. Such conceptual expansion would hardly be desirable as it would deprive the thinking mortals of the next 1,000 years of that stimulus to creative speculation which these partially revealed concepts supply. It is best that man not have an over-revelation, it stifles imagination. 1. The Paradise classification of living beings. 330.3, 30:1. 1. Living beings are classified on Paradise in accordance with inherent and attained relationship to the Paradise deities. During the grand gatherings of the Central and Superuniverses, those present are often grouped in accordance with origin, those of triune origin, or of Trinity attainment, those of dual origin, and those of single origin. It is difficult to interpret the Paradise classification of living beings to the mortal mind, but we are authorized to present the following. 330.4, 30 minutes and 1.2 seconds. I. Triune origin beings. Beings created by all three Paradise deities either as such or as the Trinity, together with the Trinitized core, which designation refers to all groups of Trinitized beings, revealed and unrevealed. 330.5, 30 minutes and 1.3 seconds. A. The Supreme Spirits. 330. 6, 30 minutes and 1.4 seconds. 1. The Seven Master Spirits. 330.7, 30 minutes and 1.5 seconds. 2. The Seven Supreme Executives. 330.8, 30 minutes and 1.6 seconds. 3. The Seven Orders of Reflective Spirits. 330.9, 30 minutes and 1.7 seconds. B. The Stationary Sons of the Trinity. 330.10, 30 minutes and 1.8 seconds. 1. Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy. 330.11, 30 minutes and 1.9 seconds. 2. Eternals of Days. 330.12, 30 minutes and 1.10 seconds. 3. Ancients of Days. 330.13, 30 minutes and 1.11 seconds. 4. Perfections of Days. 331.1, 30 minutes and 1.12 seconds. 5. Recents of Days. 331.2, 30 minutes and 1.13 seconds. 6. Unions of Days. 331.3, 30 minutes and 1.14 seconds. 7. Faithfuls of Days. 331.4, 30 minutes and 1.15 seconds. 8. Perfectars of Wisdom. 331.5, 30 minutes and 1.16 seconds. 9. Divine Counselors. 331.6, 30 minutes and 1.17 seconds. 10. Universal Censors. 331.7, 30 minutes and 1.18 seconds. C. Trinity-Origin and Trinitized Beings. 331.8, 30 minutes and 1.19 seconds. 1. Trinity Teacher Sons. 331. 9, 30 minutes and 1.20 seconds. 2. Inspired Trinity Spirits. 331.10, 30 minutes and 1.21 seconds. 3. Havona Natives. 331.11, 30 minutes and 1.22 seconds. 4. Paradise Citizens. 331.12, 30 minutes and 1.23 seconds. 5. Unrevealed Trinity-Origin Beings. 331.13, 30 minutes and 1.24 seconds. 6. Unrevealed Deity Trinitized Beings. 331.14, 30 minutes and 1.25 seconds 7. Trinitized Sons of Attainment. 331.15, 30 minutes and 1.26 seconds 8. Trinitized Sons of Selection. 331.16, 30 minutes and 1.27 seconds 9. Trinitized Sons of Perfection. 331.17, 30 minutes and 1.28 seconds 10. Creature Trinitized Sons. 331.18, 30 minutes and 1.29 seconds 2. Dual Origin Beings. Those of origin in any two of the Paradise deities or otherwise created by any two beings of direct or indirect descent from the Paradise deities. 331.19, 30 minutes and 1.30 seconds A. The Descending Orders. 331.20, 30 minutes and 1.31 seconds 1. Creator Sons. 331.21, 30 minutes and 1.32 seconds 2. Magisterial Sons. 331.22, 30 minutes and 1.33 seconds 3. Bright and Morning Stars. 331.23, 30 minutes and 1.34 seconds 4. Father Melchizedek's. 331.24, 30 minutes and 1.35 seconds 5. The Melchizedeks. 331.25, 30 minutes and 1.36 seconds 6. The Vorandadex. 331.26, 30 minutes and 1.37 seconds 7. The Lananindex. 331.27, 30 minutes and 1.38 seconds 8. Brilliant Evening Stars. 331.28, 30 minutes and 1.39 seconds 9. The Archangels. 331.29, 30 minutes and 1.40 seconds 10. Life Carriers. 331.30, 30 minutes and 1.41 seconds 11. Unrevealed Universe Aids. 331.31, 30 minutes and 1.42 seconds 12. Unrevealed Sons of God. 331.32, 30 minutes and 1.43 seconds B. The Stationary Orders. 331. 33, 30 minutes and 1.44 seconds 1. Abandoners. 331.34, 30 minutes and 1.45 seconds 2. Susatia. 331.35, 30 minutes and 1.46 seconds 3. Univitatia. 331.36, 30 minutes and 1.47 seconds 4. Spirona. 331.37, 30 minutes and 1.48 seconds 5. Unrevealed Dual Origin Beings. 331.38, 30 minutes and 1.49 seconds C. The Ascending Orders. 331.39, 30 minutes and 1.50 seconds 1. Adjuster Fused Mortals. 331.40, 30 minutes and 1.51 seconds 2. Sun Fused Mortals. 331.41, 30 minutes and 1.52 seconds 3. Spirit Fused Mortals. 331.42, 30 minutes and 1.53 seconds 4. Translated Midwayers. 331.43, 30 minutes and 1.54 seconds 5. Unrevealed Ascenders. 332.1, 30 minutes and 1.55 seconds 3. Single Origin Beings. Those of origin in any one of the Paradise deities or otherwise created by any one being of direct or indirect descent from the Paradise deities. 332.2, 30 minutes and 1.56 seconds A. The Supreme Spirits. 332.3, 30 minutes and 1.57 seconds 1. Gravity Messengers. 332.4, 30 minutes and 1.58 seconds 2. The Seven Spirits of the Havona Circuits. 332.5, 30 minutes and 1.59 seconds 3. The 12-fold Adjutants of the Havona Circuits. 332.6, 30 minutes and 1.60 seconds 4. The Reflective Image Aids. 332.7, 30 minutes and 1.61 seconds 5. Universe Mother Spirits. 332.8, 30 minutes and 1.62 seconds 6. The Sevenfold Adjutant Mind Spirits. 332.9, 30 minutes and 1.63 seconds 7. Unrevealed Deity-Origin Beings. 332.10, 30 minutes and 1.64 seconds b. The Ascending Orders. 332.11, 30 minutes and 1.65 seconds 1. Personalized Adjusters. 332.12, 30 minutes and 1.66 seconds 2. Ascending Material Suns. 332.13, 30 minutes and 1.67 seconds 3. Evolutionary Seraphim. 332.14, 30 minutes and 1.68 seconds 4. Evolutionary Cherubim. 332.15, 30 minutes and 1.69 seconds 5. Unrevealed Ascenders. 332.16, 30 minutes and 1.70 seconds c. The Family of the Infinite Spirit. 332.17, 30 minutes and 1.71 seconds 1. Solitary Messengers. 332.18, 30 minutes and 1.72 seconds 2. Universe Circuit Supervisors. 332.19, 30 minutes and 1.73 seconds 3. Census Directors. 332.20, 30 minutes and 1.74 seconds 4. Personal Aids of the Infinite Spirit. 332.21, 30 minutes and 1.75 seconds 5. Associate Inspectors. 332.22, 30 minutes and 1.76 seconds 6. Assigned Sentinels. 332.23, 30 minutes and 1.77 seconds 7. Graduate Guides. 332.24, 30 minutes and 1.78 seconds 8. Havona Servitals. 332.25, 30 minutes and 1.79 seconds 9. Universal Conciliators. 332.26, 30 minutes and 1.80 seconds 10. Urantia Companions. 332.27, 30 minutes and 1.81 seconds 11. Supernaphim. 332.28, 30 minutes and 1.82 seconds 12. Supernaphim. 332.29, 30 minutes and 1.83 seconds 13. Trinitized. 332.30, 30:1. 84:14. Omniaphim. 332.31, 30 minutes and 1.85 seconds 15. Seraphim. 332.32, 30 minutes and 1.86 seconds 16. Cherubim and Sanibim. 332.33, 30 minutes and 1.87 seconds 17. Unrevealed Spirit Origin Beings. 332.34, 30 minutes and 1.88 seconds 18. The Seven Supreme Power Directors. 332.35, 30 minutes and 1.89 seconds 19. The Supreme Power Centers. 332.36, 30 minutes and 1.90 seconds 20. The Master Physical Controllers. 332.37, 30 minutes and 1.91 seconds 21. The Urantia Power Supervisors. 332.38, 30 minutes and 1.92 seconds 4. Eventuated Transcendental Beings. There is to be found on Paradise a vast host of transcendental beings whose origin is not ordinarily disclosed to the universes of time and space until they are settled in light and life. These transcendentalers are neither creators nor creatures. They are the eventuated children of divinity, ultimacy, and eternity. These eventuators are neither finite nor infinite, they are absonite, and absonity is neither infinity nor absoluteness. 333.1, 30:1. 93 These uncreated non-creators are ever loyal to the Paradise Trinity and obedient to the ultimate. They are existent on 4 ultimate levels of personality activity and are functional on the 7 levels of the absonite in 12 grand divisions consisting of 1,000 major working groups of 7 classes each. These eventuated beings include the following orders. 333.2, 30 minutes and 1.94 seconds 1. The Architects of the Master Universe. 333.3, 30 minutes and 1.95 seconds 2. Transcendental Recorders. 333.4, 30 minutes and 1.96 seconds 3. Other Transcendentalers. 333.5, 30 minutes and 1.97 seconds 4. Primary Eventuated Master Force Organizers. 333.6, 30 minutes and 1.98 seconds 5. Associate Transcendental Master Force Organizers. 333.7, 30 minutes and 1.99 seconds God, as a superperson, eventuates, God, as a person, creates, God, as a pre-person, fragments. And such an adjuster fragment of himself evolves the spirit's soul upon the material and mortal mind in accordance with the free will choosing of the personality which has been bestowed upon such a mortal creature by the parental act of God as a father. 333.8, 30 minutes and 1.100 seconds v. Fragmented entities of deity. This order of living existence, originating in the Universal Father, is best typified by the thought adjusters, though these entities are by no means the only fragmentations of the prepersonal reality of the first source and center. The functions of the other-than-adjuster fragments are manifold and little known. Fusion with an adjuster or other such fragment constitutes the creature a father-fused being. 333.9, 30:1. 101 The fragmentations of the pre-mind spirit of the third source and center, though hardly comparable to the father fragments, should be here recorded. Such entities differ very greatly from adjusters. They do not as such dwell on Spiritington, nor do they as such traverse the mind-gravity circuits, neither do they indwell mortal creatures during the life in the flesh. They are not pre-personal in the sense that the adjusters are, but such fragments of pre-mind spirit are bestowed upon certain of the surviving mortals. And fusion therewith constitutes them spirit-fused mortals in contradistinction to adjuster-fused mortals. 333.10, 30 minutes and 1.102 seconds. Still more difficult of description is the individualized spirit of a creator-son, union with which constitutes the creature a sun-fused mortal. And there are still other fragmentations of deity. 333.11, 30 minutes and 1.103 seconds 6. Superpersonal beings. There is a vast host of other-than-personal beings of divine origin and of manifold service in the universe of universes. Certain of these beings are resident on the paradise worlds of the sun. Others, like the superpersonal representatives of the eternal sun, are encountered elsewhere. They are for the most part unmentioned in these narratives, and it would be quite futile to attempt their description to personal creatures. 333.12, 30:1. 104.7. Unclassified and unrevealed orders. During the present universe age it would not be possible to place all beings, personal or otherwise, within classifications pertaining to the present universe age. Nor have all such categories been revealed in these narratives, hence numerous orders have been omitted from these lists. Consider the following. 333.13, 30 minutes and 1.105 seconds the consummator of universe destiny. 333.14, 30:1. 106 the qualified vicegerents of the ultimate. 334.1, 30 minutes and 1.107 seconds the unqualified supervisors of the Supreme. 334.2, 30 minutes and 1.108 seconds the unrevealed creative agencies of the Ancients of Days. 334.3, 30 minutes and 1.109 seconds Majestan of Paradise. 334.4, 30:1. 110 the unnamed reflectivator liaisons of Majestan. 334.5, 30 minutes and 1.111 seconds the Mitzanite orders of the local universes. 334.6, 30:1. 112 no especial significance need attach to the listing of these orders together except that none of them appear in the Paradise classification as revealed herein. These are the unclassified few, you have yet to learn of the unrevealed many. 334. 7, 30 minutes and 1.113 seconds there are spirits, spirit entities, spirit presences, personal spirits, pre-personal spirits, superpersonal spirits, spirit existences, spirit personalities, but neither mortal language nor mortal intellect are adequate. We may however state that there are no personalities of pure mind, no entity has personality unless he is endowed with it by God who is spirit. Any mind entity that is not associated with either spiritual or physical energy is not a personality. But in the same sense that there are spirit personalities who have mind there are mind personalities who have spirit. Majestan and his associates are fairly good illustrations of mind-dominated beings, but there are better illustrations of this type of personality unknown to you. There are even whole unrevealed orders of such mind personalities, but they are always spirit associated. Certain other unrevealed creatures are what might be termed mental and physical energy personalities. This type of being is non-responsive to spirit gravity but is nonetheless a true personality, is within the Father's circuit. 334.8, 30:1. 114 These papers do not, cannot, even begin to exhaust the story of the living creatures, creators, eventuators, and still otherwise existent beings who live and worship and serve in the swarming universes of time and in the central universe of eternity. You mortals are persons, hence we can describe beings who are personalized, but how could an absonitized being ever be explained to you? 2. The Uversa Personality Register. 334.9, 30:2. 1. The divine family of living beings is registered on Uversa in 7 grand divisions. 334.10, 30 minutes and 2.2 seconds 1. The Paradise Deities. 334.11, 30 minutes and 2.3 seconds 2. The Supreme Spirits. 334.12, 30 minutes and 2.4 seconds 3. The Trinity-Origin Beings. 334.13, 30 minutes and 2.5 seconds 4. The Sons of God. 334.14, 30 minutes and 2.6 seconds 5. Personalities of the Infinite Spirit. 334.15, 30 minutes and 2.7 seconds 6. The Universe Power Directors. 334.16, 30 minutes and 2.8 seconds 7. The Core of Permanent Citizenship. 334.17, 30:2. 9 These groups of will creatures are divided into numerous classes and minor subdivisions. The presentation of this classification of the personalities of the grand universe is however chiefly concerned in setting forth those orders of intelligent beings who have been revealed in these narratives, most of whom will be encountered in the ascendant experience of the mortals of time on their progressive climb to paradise. The following listings make no mention of vast orders of universe beings who carry forward their work apart from the mortal ascension scheme. 335.1, 30 minutes and 2.10 seconds I. The Paradise Deities. 335.2, 30 minutes and 2.11 seconds 1. The Universal Father. 335.3, 30 minutes and 2.12 seconds 2. The Eternal Son. 335.4, 30 minutes and 2.13 seconds 3. The Infinite Spirit. 335.5, 30 minutes and 2.14 seconds 2. The Supreme Spirits. 335.6, 30 minutes and 2.15 seconds 1. The Seven Master Spirits. 335.7, 30 minutes and 2.16 seconds 2. The Seven Supreme Executives. 335.8, 30 minutes and 2.17 seconds 3. The Seven Groups of Reflective Spirits. 335.9, 30 minutes and 2.18 seconds 4. The Reflective Image Aids. 335.10, 30 minutes and 2.19 seconds 5. The Seven Spirits of the Circuits. 335.11, 30 minutes and 2.20 seconds 6. Local Universe Creative Spirits. 335.12, 30 minutes and 2.21 seconds 7. Adjutant Mind Spirits. 335. 13, 30 minutes and 2.22 seconds 3. The Trinity-Origin Beings. 335.14, 30 minutes and 2.23 seconds 1. Trinitized Secrets of Supremacy. 335.15, 30 minutes and 2.24 seconds 2. Eternals of Days. 335.16, 30 minutes and 2.25 seconds 3. Ancients of Days. 335.17, 30 minutes and 2.26 seconds 4. Perfections of Days. 335.18, 30 minutes and 2.27 seconds 5. Recents of Days. 335.19, 30 minutes and 2.28 seconds 6. Unions of Days. 335.20, 30 minutes and 2.29 seconds 7. Faithfuls of Days. 335.21, 30 minutes and 2.30 seconds 8. Trinity Teacher Sons. 335.22, 30 minutes and 2.31 seconds 9. Perfectars of Wisdom. 335.23, 30 minutes and 2.32 seconds 10. Divine Counselors. 335.24, 30 minutes and 2.33 seconds 11. Universal Censors. 335.25, 30 minutes and 2.34 seconds 12. Inspired Trinity Spirits. 335.26, 30 minutes and 2.35 seconds 13. Havona Natives. 335.27, 30 minutes and 2.36 seconds 14. Paradise Citizens. 335.28, 30 minutes and 2.37 seconds 4. The Sons of God. 335.29, 30 minutes and 2.38 seconds, Descending Sons. 335.30, 30 minutes and 2.39 seconds 1. Creator Sons, Michaels. 335.31, 30 minutes and 2.40 seconds 2. Magisterial Sons, Avonals. 335.32, 30 minutes and 2.41 seconds 3. Trinity Teacher Sons, Danals. 335.33, 30 minutes and 2.42 seconds 4. Melchizedek Sons. 335.34, 30 minutes and 2.43 seconds 5. Verandadek Sons. 335.35, 30 minutes and 2.44 seconds 6. Lananandek Sons. 335. 36, 30 minutes and 2.45 seconds 7. Life Carrier Suns. 335.37, 30 minutes and 2.46 seconds B. Ascending Suns. 335.38, 30 minutes and 2.47 seconds 1. Father Fused Mortals. 335.39, 30 minutes and 2.48 seconds 2. Sun Fused Mortals. 335.40, 30 minutes and 2.49 seconds 3. Spirit Fused Mortals. 335.41, 30 minutes and 2.50 seconds 4. Evolutionary Seraphim. 335. 42, 30 minutes and 2.51 seconds 5. Ascending Material Suns. 335.43, 30 minutes and 2.52 seconds 6. Translated Midwayers. 335.44, 30 minutes and 2.53 seconds 7. Personalized Adjusters. 336.1, 30 minutes and 2.54 seconds C. Trinitized Suns. 336.2, 30 minutes and 2.55 seconds 1. Mighty Messengers. 336.3, 30 minutes and 2.56 seconds 2. Those High in Authority. 336.4, 30 minutes and 2.57 seconds 3. Those Without Name and Number. 336.5, 30 minutes and 2.58 seconds 4. Trinitized Custodians. 336.6, 30 minutes and 2.59 seconds 5. Trinitized Ambassadors. 336.7, 30 minutes and 2.60 seconds 6. Celestial Guardians. 336.8, 30 minutes and 2.61 seconds 7. High Sun Assistants. 336.9, 30 minutes and 2.62 seconds 8. Ascender Trinitized Suns. 336.10, 30 minutes and 2.63 seconds 9. Paradise Havona Trinitized Suns. 336.11, 30 minutes and 2.64 seconds 10. Trinitized Sons of Destiny. 336.12, 30 minutes and 2.65 seconds V. Personalities of the Infinite Spirit. 336.13, 30 minutes and 2.66 seconds A. Higher Personalities of the Infinite Spirit. 336.14, 30 minutes and 2.67 seconds 1. Solitary Messengers. 336.15, 30 minutes and 2.68 seconds 2. Universe Circuit Supervisors. 336.16, 30 minutes and 2.69 seconds 3. Census Directors. 336.17, 30 minutes and 2.70 seconds 4. Personal Aids of the Infinite Spirit. 336. 18, 30 minutes and 2.71 seconds 5. Associate Inspectors. 336.19, 30 minutes and 2.72 seconds 6. Assigned Sentinels. 336.20, 30 minutes and 2.73 seconds 7. Graduate Guides. 336.21, 30 minutes and 2.74 seconds B. The Messenger Hosts of Space. 336.22, 30 minutes and 2.75 seconds 1. Havona Servitals. 336.23, 30 minutes and 2.76 seconds 2. Universal Conciliators. 336.24, 30 minutes and 2.77 seconds 3. Technical Advisors. 336.25, 30 minutes and 2.78 seconds 4. Custodians of Records on Paradise. 336.26, 30 minutes and 2.79 seconds 5. Celestial Recorders. 336.27, 30 minutes and 2.80 seconds 6. Urantia Companions. 336.28, 30 minutes and 2.81 seconds 7. Paradise Companions. 336.29, 30 minutes and 2.82 seconds c. The Ministering Spirits. 336.30, 30 minutes and 2.83 seconds 1. Supernaphim. 336.31, 30 minutes and 2.84 seconds 2. Supernaphim. 336.32, 30 minutes and 2.85 seconds 3. Trinitized. 336.33, 30 minutes and 2.86 seconds 4. Omniaphim. 336.34, 30 minutes and 2.87 seconds 5. Seraphim. 336.35, 30 minutes and 2.88 seconds 6. Cherubim and Sanabim. 336.36, 30:2. 89:7. Midwayers. 336.37, 30 minutes and 2.90 seconds 6. The Universe Power Directors. 336.38, 30 minutes and 2.91 seconds a. The 7 Supreme Power Directors. 336.39, 30 minutes and 2.92 seconds b. Supreme Power Centers. 336.40, 30 minutes and 2.93 seconds 1. Supreme Center Supervisors. 336.41, 30 minutes and 2.94 seconds 2. Havona Centers. 336.42, 30 minutes and 2.95 seconds 3. Superuniverse Centers. 336.43, 30 minutes and 2.96 seconds 4. Local Universe Centers. 336.44, 30 minutes and 2.97 seconds 5. Constellation Centers. 336.45, 30 minutes and 2.98 seconds 6. System Centers. 336.46, 30 minutes and 2.99 seconds 7. Unclassified Centers. 337.1, 30 minutes and 2.100 seconds c. Master Physical Controllers. 337.2, 30 minutes and 2.101 seconds 1. Associate Power Directors. 337.3, 30 minutes and 2.102 seconds 2. Mechanical Controllers. 337.4, 30 minutes and 2.103 seconds 3. Energy Transformers. 337.5, 30 minutes and 2.104 seconds 4. Energy Transmitters. 337.6, 30 minutes and 2.105 seconds 5. Primary Associators. 337.7, 30 minutes and 2.106 seconds 6. Secondary Dissociators. 337.8, 30 minutes and 2.107 seconds 7. Frandalanx and Chronaldex. 337.9, 30 minutes and 2.108 seconds d. Urantia Power Supervisors. 337.10, 30 minutes and 2.109 seconds 1. Circuit Regulators. 337.11, 30 minutes and 2.110 seconds 2. System Coordinators. 337.12, 30:2. 111.3. Planetary Custodians. 337.13, 30 minutes and 2.112 seconds 4. Combined Controllers. 337.14, 30 minutes and 2.113 seconds 5. Liaison stabilizers. 337.15, 30 minutes and 2.114 seconds 6. Selective assorters. 337.16, 30 minutes and 2.115 seconds 7. Associate registrars. 337.17, 30 minutes and 2.116 seconds 7. The core of permanent citizenship. 337.18, 30 minutes and 2.117 seconds 1. The planetary midwayers. 337.19, 30 minutes and 2.118 seconds 2. The Adamic sons of the systems. 337.20, 30 minutes and 2.119 seconds 3. The constellation Univitatia. 337.21, 30 minutes and 2.120 seconds 4. The local universe Susatia. 337. 22, 30 minutes and 2.121 seconds 5. Spirit-fused mortals of the local universes. 337.23, 30 minutes and 2.122 seconds 6. The superuniverse abandoners. 337.24, 30 minutes and 2.123 seconds 7. Sun-fused mortals of the superuniverses. 337.25, 30 minutes and 2.124 seconds 8. The Havona natives. 337.26, 30 minutes and 2.125 seconds 9. Natives of the paradise spheres of the spirit. 337.27, 30 minutes and 2.126 seconds 10. Natives of the Father's paradise spheres. 337.28, 30 minutes and 2.127 seconds 11. The created citizens of paradise. 337.29, 30 minutes and 2.128 seconds 12. Adjuster-fused mortal citizens of paradise. 337. 30 minutes and 2.129 seconds. This is the working classification of the personalities of the universes as they are of record on the headquarters world of Uversa. 337.31, 30 minutes and 2.130 seconds. Composite personality groups. There are on Uversa the records of numerous additional groups of intelligent beings, beings that are also closely related to the organization and administration of the grand universe. Among such orders are the following three composite personality groups. 337.32, 30 minutes and 2.131 seconds A. The Paradise Core of the Finality. 337.33, 30 minutes and 2.132 seconds 1. The Core of Mortal Finaliters. 337.34, 30 minutes and 2.133 seconds 2. The Core of Paradise Finaliters. 337. 35, 30 minutes and 2.134 seconds 3. The Core of Trinitized Finaliters. 337.36, 30 minutes and 2.135 seconds 4. The Core of Conjoint Trinitized Finaliters. 337.37, 30 minutes and 2.136 seconds 5. The Core of Havona Finaliters. 337.38, 30 minutes and 2.137 seconds 6. The Core of Transcendental Finaliters. 337.39, 30:2. 138.7. The Core of Unrevealed Sons of Destiny. 337.40, 30 minutes and 2.139 seconds. The mortal core of the finality is dealt with in the next and final paper of this series. 338.1, 30 minutes and 2.140 seconds B. The Universe Aids. 338.2, 30 minutes and 2.141 seconds 1. Bright and Morning Stars. 338.3, 30 minutes and 2.142 seconds 2. Brilliant Evening Stars. 338.4, 30 minutes and 2.143 seconds 3. Archangels. 338.5, 30 minutes and 2.144 seconds 4. Most High Assistants. 338.6, 30 minutes and 2.145 seconds 5. High Commissioners. 338.7, 30:2. 146.6. Celestial Overseers. 338.8, 30 minutes and 2.147 seconds 7. Mansion World Teachers. 338.9, 30 minutes and 2.148 seconds on all headquarters worlds of both local and super-universes. Provision is made for these beings who are engaged in specific missions for the Creator Sons, the local universe rulers. We welcome these universe aides on Uversa, but we have no jurisdiction over them. Such emissaries prosecute their work and carry on their observations under authority of the Creator Sons. Their activities are more fully described in the narrative of your local universe. 338.10, 30 minutes and 2.149 seconds c. The 7 Courtesy Colonies. 338.11, 30 minutes and 2.150 seconds 1. Star Students. 338.12, 30 minutes and 2.151 seconds 2. Celestial Artisans. 338.13, 30 minutes and 2.152 seconds 3. Reversion Directors. 338.14, 30 minutes and 2.153 seconds 4. Extension School Instructors. 338.15, 30 minutes and 2.154 seconds 5. The Various Reserve Corps. 338.16, 30 minutes and 2.155 seconds 6. Student Visitors. 338.17, 30 minutes and 2.156 seconds 7. Ascending Pilgrims. 338.18, 30:2. 157. These 7 groups of beings will be found thus organized and governed on all headquarters worlds from the local systems up to the capitals of the super-universes, particularly the latter. The capitals of the 7 super-universes are the meeting places for almost all classes and orders of intelligent beings. With the exception of numerous groups of Paradise Haveners, here the will creatures of every phase of existence may be observed and studied. 3. The Courtesy Colonies. 338.19, 30:3. 1. The 7 Courtesy Colonies sojourn on the architectural spheres for a longer or shorter time while engaged in the furtherance of their missions and in the execution of their special assignments. Their work may be described as follows. 338. 20, 30 minutes and 3.2 seconds 1. The Star Students, the celestial astronomers, choose to work on spheres like Uversa because such specially constructed worlds are unusually favorable for their observations and calculations. Uversa is favorably situated for the work of this colony, not only because of its central location, but also because there are no gigantic living or dead suns near at hand to disturb the energy currents. These students are not in any manner organically connected with the affairs of the super-universe. They are merely guests. 338.21, 30:3. 3. The astronomical colony of Uversa contains individuals from many nearby realms, from the Central Universe, and even from Norlatiadek. Any being on any world in any system of any universe may become a star student, may aspire to join some corps of celestial astronomers. The only requisites are, continuing life and sufficient knowledge of the worlds of space, especially their physical laws of evolution and control. Star students are not required to serve eternally in this corps, but no one admitted to this group may withdraw under 1 millennium of Uversa time. 339.1, 30 minutes and 3.4 seconds. The Star Observer colony of Uversa now numbers over 1 million. These astronomers come and go, though some remain for comparatively long periods. They carry on their work with the aid of a multitude of mechanical instruments and physical appliances. They are also greatly assisted by the solitary messengers and other spirit explorers. These celestial astronomers make constant use of the living energy transformers and transmitters, as well as of the reflective personalities, in their work of star study and space survey. They study all forms and phases of space material and energy manifestations, and they are just as much interested in force function as in stellar phenomena. Nothing in all space escapes their scrutiny. 339.2, 30:3. 5 similar astronomer colonies are to be found on the sector headquarters worlds of the superuniverse as well as on the architectural capitals of the local universes and their administrative subdivisions. Except on Paradise, knowledge is not inherent. Understanding of the physical universe is largely dependent on observation and research. 339.3, 30 minutes and 3.6 seconds 2. The celestial artisans serve throughout the 7 superuniverses. Ascending mortals have their initial contact with these groups in the Urantia career of the local universe in connection with which these artisans will be more fully discussed. 339.4, 30 minutes and 3.7 seconds 3. The reversion directors are the promoters of relaxation and humor, reversion to past memories. They are of great service in the practical operation of the ascending scheme of mortal progression, especially during the earlier phases of Urantia transition and spirit experience. Their story belongs to the narrative of the mortal career in the local universe. 339.5, 30 minutes and 3.8 seconds 4. Extension School Instructors. The next higher residential world of the ascendant career always maintains a strong core of teachers on the world just below, a sort of preparatory school for the progressing residents of that sphere. This is a phase of the ascendant scheme for advancing the pilgrims of time. These schools, their methods of instruction and examinations, are wholly unlike anything which you essay to conduct on Urantia. 339.6, 30:3. 9. The entire ascendant plan of mortal progression is characterized by the practice of giving out to other beings new truth and experience just as soon as acquired. You work your way through the long school of paradise attainment by serving as teachers to those pupils just behind you in the scale of progression. 339.7, 30 minutes and 3.10 seconds 5. The various reserve corps. Vast reserves of beings not under our immediate supervision are mobilized on Uversa as the Reserve Corps colony. There are 70 primary divisions of this colony on Uversa, and it is a liberal education to be permitted to spend a season with these extraordinary personalities. Similar general reserves are maintained on Solvington and other universe capitals. They are dispatched on active service on the requisition of their respective group directors. 339.8, 30 minutes and 3.11 seconds 6. The student visitors. From all the universe a constant stream of celestial visitors pours through the various headquarters worlds. As individuals and as classes these various types of beings flock in upon us as observers, exchange pupils, and student helpers. On Uversa, at present, there are over 1 billion persons in this courtesy colony. Some of these visitors may tarry a day, others may remain a year, all dependent on the nature of their mission. This colony contains almost every class of universe beings except creator personalities and Urantia mortals. 340.1, 30:3. 12 Urantia mortals are student visitors only within the confines of the local universe of their origin. They may visit in a superuniverse capacity only after they have attained spirit status. Fully 1/2 of our visitor colony consists of stopovers, beings en route elsewhere who pause to visit the Orvantan capital. These personalities may be executing a universe assignment, or they may be enjoying a period of leisure, freedom from assignment. The privilege of intraniverse travel and observation is a part of the career of all ascending beings. The human desire to travel and observe new peoples and worlds will be fully gratified during the long and eventful climb to paradise through the local, and central universes. 340.2, 30 minutes and 3.13 seconds 7. The Ascending Pilgrims. As the ascending pilgrims are assigned to various services in connection with their paradise progression, they are domiciled as a courtesy colony on the various headquarters spheres. While functioning here and there throughout a super-universe, such groups are largely self-governing. They are an ever-shifting colony embracing all orders of evolutionary mortals and their ascending associates. 4. The Ascending Mortals. 340. 3. 30:4. 1. While the mortal survivors of time and space are denominated ascending pilgrims when accredited for the progressive ascent to paradise. These evolutionary creatures occupy such an important place in these narratives that we here desire to present a synopsis of the following 7 stages of the ascending universe career. 340. 4. 30 minutes and 4.2 seconds. 1. Planetary Mortals. 340.5, 30 minutes and 4.3 seconds. 2. Sleeping Survivors. 340.6, 30 minutes and 4.4 seconds. 3. Mansion World Students. 340.7, 30 minutes and 4.5 seconds. 4. Urantia Progressors. 340.8, 30 minutes and 4.6 seconds. 5. Superuniverse Wards. 340.9, 30 minutes and 4.7 seconds. 6. Havona Pilgrims. 340.10, 30 minutes and 4.8 seconds. 7. Paradise Arrivals. 340.11, 30 minutes and 4.9 seconds. The following narrative presents the universe career of an adjuster-indwelt mortal. The sun and spirit-fused mortals share portions of this career, but we have elected to tell this story as it pertains to the adjuster-fused mortals, for such a destiny may be anticipated by all of the human races of Urantia. 340.12, 30 minutes and 4.10 seconds. 1. Planetary Mortals. Mortals are all animal origin evolutionary beings of ascendant potential. In origin, nature, and destiny these various groups and types of human beings are not wholly unlike the Urantia peoples. The human races of each world receive the same ministry of the sons of God and enjoy the presence of the ministering spirits of time. After natural death all types of ascenders fraternize as one Urantia family on the mansion worlds. 341.1, 30:4. 11.2. Sleeping Survivors. All mortals of survival status, in the custody of personal guardians of destiny, pass through the portals of natural death and, on the third period, personalize on the mansion worlds. Those accredited beings who have, for any reason, been unable to attain that level of intelligence mastery and endowment of spirituality which would entitle them to personal guardians, cannot thus immediately and directly go to the mansion worlds. Such surviving souls must rest in unconscious sleep until the judgment day of a new epoch, a new dispensation, the coming of a Son of God to call the rolls of the age and adjudicate the realm, and this is the general practice throughout all Nebadon. It was said of Christ Michael that, when he ascended on high at the conclusion of his work on earth, he led a great multitude of captives. And these captives were the sleeping survivors from the days of Adam to the day of the Master's resurrection on Urantia. 341.2, 30 minutes and 4.12 seconds. The passing of time is of no moment to sleeping mortals. They are wholly unconscious and oblivious to the length of their rest. On reassembly of personality at the end of an age, those who have slept 5,000 years will react no differently than those who have rested 5 days. Aside from this time delay, these survivors pass on through the ascension regime identically with those who avoid the longer or shorter sleep of death. 341.3, 30:4. 13. These dispensational classes of world pilgrims are utilized for group Urantia activities in the work of the local universes. There is a great advantage in the mobilization of such enormous groups. They are thus kept together for long periods of effective service. 341.4, 30 minutes and 4.14 seconds. 3. Mansion World Students. All surviving mortals who reawaken on the mansion worlds belong to this class. 341.5, 30:4. 15. The physical body of mortal flesh is not a part of the reassembly of the sleeping survivor, the physical body has returned to dust. The Seraphim of Assignment sponsors the new body, the Urantia form, as the new life vehicle for the immortal soul and for the indwelling of the returned adjuster. The adjuster is the custodian of the spirit transcript of the mind of the sleeping survivor. The assigned Seraphim is the keeper of the surviving identity, the immortal soul, as far as it has evolved. And when these two, the adjuster and the Seraphim, reunite their personality trusts, the new individual constitutes the resurrection of the old personality, the survival of the evolving Urantia identity of the soul. Such a reassociation of soul and adjuster is quite properly called a resurrection, a reassembly of personality factors, but even this does not entirely explain the reappearance of the surviving personality. Though you will probably never understand the fact of such an inexplicable transaction, you will sometime experientially know the truth of it if you do not reject the plan of mortal survival. 341.6, 30:4. 16. The plan of initial mortal detention on 7 worlds of progressive training is nearly universal in Urantia. In each local system of approximately 1,000 inhabited planets there are 7 mansion worlds, usually satellites or sub-satellites of the system capital. They are the receiving worlds for the majority of ascending mortals. 341.7, 30:4. 17. Sometimes all training worlds of mortal residents are called universe mansions, and it was to such spheres that Jesus alluded when he said, "In my Father's house are many mansions." From here on, within a given group of spheres like the mansion worlds, ascenders will progress individually from one sphere to another and from one phase of life to another. But they will always advance from one stage of universe study to another in class formation. 342.1, 30 minutes and 4.18 seconds 4. Urantia progressors. From the mansion worlds on up through the spheres of the system, constellation, and the universe, mortals are classed as Urantia progressors, they are traversing the transition spheres of mortal ascension. As the ascending mortals progress from the lower to the higher of the Urantia worlds, they serve on countless assignments in association with their teachers and in company with their more advanced and senior brethren. 342.2, 30:4. 19. Urantia progression pertains to continuing advancement of intellect, spirit, and personality form. Survivors are still three-natured beings. Throughout the entire Urantia experience they are wards of the local universe. The regime of the superuniverse does not function until the spirit career begins. 342.3, 30:4. 20 mortals acquire real spirit identity just before they leave the local universe headquarters for the receiving worlds of the minor sectors of the superuniverse. Passing from the final Urantia stage to the first or lowest spirit status is but a slight transition. The mind, personality, and character are unchanged by such an advance, only does the form undergo modification. But the spirit form is just as real as the Urantia body, and it is equally discernible. 342.4, 30:4. 21. Before departing from their native local universes for the superuniverse receiving worlds, the mortals of time are recipients of spirit confirmation from the Creator's Son and the local universe Mother Spirit. From this point on, the status of the ascending mortal is forever settled. Superuniverse wards have never been known to go astray. Ascending seraphim are also advanced in angelic standing at the time of their departure from the local universes. 342.5, 30 minutes and 4.22 seconds 5. Superuniverse wards. All ascenders arriving on the training worlds of the superuniverses become the wards of the Ancients of Days. They have traversed the Urantia life of the local universe and are now accredited spirits. As young spirits they begin the ascension of the superuniverse system of training and culture. Extending from the receiving spheres of their minor sector in through the study worlds of the 10 major sectors and on to the higher cultural spheres of the superuniverse headquarters. 342.6, 30 minutes and 4.23 seconds. There are 3 orders of student spirits in accordance with their sojourn upon the minor sector, major sectors, and the superuniverse headquarters worlds of spirit progression. As Urantia ascenders studied and worked on the worlds of the local universe, so spirit ascenders continue to master new worlds while they practice at giving out to others that which they have imbibed at the experiential founts of wisdom. But going to school as a spirit being in the superuniverse career is very unlike anything that has ever entered the imaginative realms of the material mind of man. 342.7, 30:4. 24 Before leaving the superuniverse for Havona, these ascending spirits receive the same thorough course in superuniverse management that they received during their Urantia experience in local universe supervision. Before spirit mortals reach Havona, their chief study, but not exclusive occupation, is the mastery of local and superuniverse administration. The reason for all of this experience is not now fully apparent, but no doubt such training is wise and necessary in view of their possible future destiny as members of the core of the Finality. 342.8, 30:4. 25 The superuniverse regime is not the same for all ascending mortals. They receive the same general education, but special groups and classes are carried through special courses of instruction and are put through specific courses of training. 343. 1. 30 minutes and 4.26 seconds 6. Havona pilgrims. When spirit development is complete, even though not replete, then the surviving mortal prepares for the long flight to Havona, the haven of evolutionary spirits. On earth you were a creature of flesh and blood. Through the local universe you were a Urantia being, through the superuniverse you were an evolving spirit. With your arrival on the receiving worlds of Havona your spiritual education begins in reality and in earnest. Your eventual appearance on paradise will be as a perfected spirit. 343.2, 30 minutes and 4.27 seconds The journey from the superuniverse headquarters to the Havona receiving spheres is always made alone. From now on no more class or group instruction will be administered. You are through with the technical and administrative training of the evolutionary worlds of time and space. Now begins your personal education, your individual spiritual training. From first to last, throughout all Havona, the instruction is personal and threefold in nature: intellectual, spiritual, and experiential. 343.3, 30:4. 28 The first act of your Havona career will be to recognize and thank your transport Supernaphim for the long and safe journey. Then you are presented to those beings who will sponsor your early Havona activities. Next you go to register your arrival and prepare your message of thanksgiving and adoration for dispatch to the Creator Son of your local universe, the Universe Father who made possible your sonship career. This concludes the formalities of the Havona arrival, whereupon you are accorded a long period of leisure for free observation, and this affords opportunity for looking up your friends, fellows, and associates of the long ascension experience. You may also consult the broadcasts to ascertain who of your fellow pilgrims have departed for Havona since the time of your leaving Uversa. 343.4, 30:4. 29 The fact of your arrival on the receiving worlds of Havona will be duly transmitted to the headquarters of your local universe and personally conveyed to your seraphic guardian, wherever that seraphim may chance to be. 343.5, 30:4. 30 The ascendant mortals have been thoroughly trained in the affairs of the evolutionary worlds of space. Now they begin their long and profitable contact with the created spheres of perfection. What a preparation for some future work is afforded by this combined, unique, and extraordinary experience. But I cannot tell you about Havona. You must see these worlds to appreciate their glory or to understand their grandeur. 343.6, 30 minutes and 4.31 seconds 7. Paradise arrivals. On reaching paradise with residential status, you begin the progressive course in divinity and ipsonity. Your residence on paradise signifies that you have found God, and that you are to be mustered into the mortal core of the Finality. Of all the creatures of the grand universe, only those who are father-fused are mustered into the mortal core of the Finality. Only such individuals take the Finaliter oath. Other beings of paradise perfection or attainment may be temporarily attached to this Finality core. But they are not of eternal assignment to the unknown and unrevealed mission of this accumulating host of the evolutionary and perfected veterans of time and space. 343.7, 30:4. 32 paradise arrivals are accorded a period of freedom, after which they begin their associations with the 7 groups of the primary Supernaphim. They are designated paradise graduates when they have finished their course with the conductors of worship and then, as Finalitors, are assigned on observational and cooperative service to the ends of the far-flung creation. As yet there seems to be no specific or settled employment for the mortal core of Finalitors, though they serve in many capacities on worlds settled in light and life. 344.1, 30:4. 33 If there should be no future or unrevealed destiny for the mortal core of the Finality, the present assignment of these ascendant beings would be altogether adequate and glorious. Their present destiny wholly justifies the universal plan of evolutionary ascent. But the future ages of the evolution of the spheres of outer space will undoubtedly further elaborate, and with more repleteness divinely illuminate the wisdom and loving-kindness of the gods in the execution of their divine plan of human survival and mortal ascension. 344.2, 30 minutes and 4.34 seconds. This narrative, together with what has been revealed to you and with what you may acquire in connection with instruction respecting your own world, presents an outline of the career of an ascending mortal. The story varies considerably in the different super-universes, but this recital affords a glimpse of the average plan of mortal progression as it is operative in the local universe of Nebadon and in the 7th segment of the grand universe. The super-universe of Urantia. 344.3, 30 minutes and 4.35 seconds, sponsored by a mighty messenger from Urantia. Paper 31. The core of the Finality. 345.1, 31 minutes and 0.1 second. The core of mortal Finalitors represents the present known destination of the ascending adjuster-fused mortals of time. But there are other groups who are also assigned to this core. The primary Finaliter core is composed of the following. 345.2, 31 minutes and 0.2 seconds 1. Havona natives. 345.3, 31 minutes and 0.3 seconds 2. Gravity messengers. 345.4, 31 minutes and 0.4 seconds 3. Glorified mortals. 345.5, 31 minutes and 0.5 seconds 4. Adopted seraphim. 345.6, 31 minutes and 0.6 seconds 5. Glorified material sons. 345.7, 31 minutes and 0.7 seconds 6. Glorified midway creatures. 345.8, 31 minutes and 0.8 seconds. These 6 groups of glorified beings compose this unique body of eternal destiny. We think we know their future work, but we are not certain. While the core of the mortal Finality is mobilizing on paradise, and while they now so extensively minister to the universes of space and administer the world settled in light and life, their future destination must be the now organizing universes of outer space. At least that is the conjecture of Urantia. 345.9, 31:0. 9. The core is organized in accordance with the working associations of the worlds of space and in keeping with the associative experience acquired throughout the long and eventful ascendant career. All the ascendant creatures admitted to this core are received in equality, but this exalted equality in no way abrogates individuality or destroys personal identity. We can immediately discern, in communicating with a Finaliter, whether he is an ascendant mortal, Havona native, adopted seraphim, midway creature, or material son. 345.10, 31:0. 10. During the present universe age the Finaliters return to serve in the universes of time. They are assigned to labor successively in the different super-universes and never in their native super-universes until after they have served in all the other 6 super-creations. Thus may they acquire the sevenfold concept of the Supreme Being. 345.11, 31 minutes and 0.11 seconds. One or more companies of the mortal Finalitors are constantly in service on Urantia. There is no domain of universe service to which they are not assigned. They function universally and with alternating and equal periods of assigned duty and free service. 345.12, 31:0. 12. We have no idea as to the nature of the future organization of this extraordinary group, but the Finalitors are now wholly a self-governing body. They choose their own permanent, periodic, and assignment leaders and directors. No outside influence can ever be brought to bear upon their policies, and their oath of allegiance is only to the Paradise Trinity. 346.1, 31:0. 13. The Finalitors maintain their own headquarters on Paradise, in the superuniverses, in the local universes, and on all the divisional capitals. They are a separate order of evolutionary creation. We do not directly manage them or control them, and yet they are absolutely loyal and always cooperative with all our plans. They are indeed the accumulating tried and true souls of time and space, the evolutionary salt of the universe, and they are forever proof against evil and secure against sin. 1. The Havona natives. 346.2, 31:1. 1. Many of the Havona natives who serve as teachers in the pilgrim training schools of the Central Universe become greatly attached to the ascending mortals and still more intrigued with the future work and destiny of the core of mortal Finalitors. On Paradise there is maintained, at the administrative headquarters of the core, a registry for Havona volunteers presided over by the Associate of Grand Fanda. Today, you will find millions upon millions of Havona natives upon this waiting list. These perfect beings of direct and divine creation are of great assistance to the mortal core of Finality, and they will undoubtedly be of even greater service in the far distant future. They provide the viewpoint of one born in perfection and divine repleteness. The Finalitors thus embrace both phases of experiential existence, perfect and perfected. 346.3, 31:1. 2. Havona natives must achieve certain experiential developments in liaison with evolutionary beings which will create reception capacity for the bestowal of a fragment of the spirit of the Universal Father. The mortal Finaliter core has as permanent members only such beings as have been fused with the spirit of the first source and center, or who, like the gravity messengers, innately embody this spirit of God the Father. 346.4, 31:1. 3. The inhabitants of the Central Universe are received into the core in the ratio of 1 in 1,000, a Finaliter company. The core is organized for temporary service in companies of 1,000, the ascendant creatures numbering 997 to 1 Havona native and 1 gravity messenger. Finalitors are thus mobilized in companies, but the Finality oath is administered individually. It is an oath of sweeping implications and eternal import. The Havona native takes the same oath and becomes forever attached to the core. 346. 5. 31 minutes and 1.4 seconds. The Havona recruits follow the company of their assignment, wherever the group goes, they go. And you should see their enthusiasm in the new work of the Finalitors. The possibility of attaining the core of the Finality is one of the superb thrills of Havona. The possibility of becoming a Finaliter is one of the supreme adventures of these perfect races. 346.6, 31:1. 5. The Havona natives are also received, in the same ratio, into the core of conjoint Trinitized Finalitors on Vicegerington and into the core of Transcendental Finalitors on Paradise. The Havona citizens regard these three destinies as constituting the supreme goals of their supernal careers, together with their possible admission to the core of Havona Finalitors. 2. Gravity Messengers. 346.7, 31:2. 1. Wherever and whenever gravity messengers are functioning, the Finalitors are in command. All gravity messengers are under the exclusive jurisdiction of Grand Fanda, and they are assigned only to the primary core of the Finality. They are invaluable to the Finalitors even now, and they will be all serviceable in the eternal future. No other group of intelligent creatures possesses such a personalized messenger core able to transcend time and space. Similar types of messenger recorders attached to other Finality core are not personalized, they are epsonatized. 347.1, 31:2. Two gravity messengers hail from Divinington, and they are modified and personalized adjusters, but no one of our Uversa group will undertake to explain the nature of one of these messengers. We know they are highly personal beings, divine, intelligent, and touchingly understanding, but we do not comprehend their timeless technique of traversing space. They seem to be competent to utilize any and all energies, circuits, and even gravity. Finalitars of the mortal core cannot defy time and space, but they have associated with them and subject to their command all but infinite spirit personalities who can. We presume to call gravity messengers personalities, but in reality they are super spirit beings, unlimited and boundless personalities. They are of an entirely different order of personality as compared with solitary messengers. 347.2, 31:2. Three gravity messengers may be attached to a Finaliter company in unlimited numbers, but only one messenger, the chief of his fellows, is mustered into the mortal core of the Finality. This chief however has assigned to him a permanent staff of 999 fellow messengers, and as occasion may require, he may call upon the reserves of the order for assistance in unlimited numbers. 347.3, 31:2. For gravity messengers and glorified mortal Finalitars achieve a touching and profound affection for one another. They have much in common. One is a direct personalization of a fragment of the Universal Father, the other a creature personality existent in the surviving immortal soul fused with a fragment of the same Universal Father. The Spirit Thought Adjuster. 3. Glorified Mortals. 347.4, 31 minutes and 3.1 second Ascendant Adjuster fused mortals compose the bulk of the primary core of the Finality. Together with the adopted and glorified Seraphim they usually constitute 990 in each Finaliter company. The proportion of mortals and angels in any one group varies, though the mortals far outnumber the Seraphim. The Havona natives, glorified material sons, glorified midway creatures, the gravity messengers, and the unknown and missing member make up only 1% of the core. Each company of 1,000 Finalitars has places for just 10 of these non-mortal and non-seraphic personalities. 347.5, 31 minutes and 3.2 seconds. We of Uversa do not know the finality destiny of the ascendant mortals of time. At present they reside on paradise and temporarily serve in the core of light and life. But such a tremendous course of ascendant training and such lengthy universe discipline must be designed to qualify them for even greater tests of trust and more sublime services of responsibility. 347.6, 31:3. 3. Notwithstanding that these ascendant mortals have attained paradise, have been mustered into the core of the Finality, and have been sent back in large numbers to participate in the conduct of local universes and to assist in the administration of super-universe affairs, in the face of even this apparent destiny. There remains the significant fact that they are of record as only sixth-stage spirits. There undoubtedly remains one more step in the career of the mortal core of the Finality. We do not know the nature of that step, but we have taken cognizance of, and here call attention to, 3 facts. 348.1, 31 minutes and 3.4 seconds. 1. We know from the records that mortals are spirits of the first order during their sojourn in the minor sectors, and that they advance to the second order when translated to the major sectors, and to the third when they go forward to the central training worlds of the superuniverse. Mortals become quartan or graduate spirits after reaching the sixth circle of Havona and become spirits of the fifth order when they find the Universal Father. They subsequently attain the sixth stage of spirit existence upon taking the oath that musters them forever into the eternity assignment of the core of the mortal Finality. 348.2, 31:3. 5. We observe that spirit classification, or designation, has been determined by actual advancement from one realm of universe service to another realm of universe service or from one universe to another universe. And we surmise that the bestowal of 7 spirit classification upon the mortal core of the finality will be simultaneous with their advancement to eternal assignment for service on hitherto unrecorded and unrevealed spheres and concomitant with their attainment of God the Supreme. But aside from these bold conjectures, we really know no more about all this than you do. Our knowledge of the mortal career does not go beyond present paradise destiny. 348.3 31 minutes and 3.6 seconds 2. The mortal Fina leaders have fully complied with the injunction of the ages, be you perfect, they have ascended the universal path of mortal attainment, they have found God, and they have been duly inducted into the core of the finality. Such beings have attained the present limit of spirit progression but not finality of ultimate spirit status. They have achieved the present limit of creature perfection but not finality of creature service. They have experienced the fullness of deity worship but not finality of experiential deity attainment. 348.4, 31 minutes and 3.7 seconds 3. The glorified mortals of the paradise core of finality are ascendant beings in possession of experiential knowledge of every step of the actuality and philosophy of the fullest possible life of intelligent existence. While during the ages of this ascent from the lowest material worlds to the spiritual heights of paradise, these surviving creatures have been trained to the limits of their capacity respecting every detail of every divine principle of the just and efficient, as well as merciful and patient, administration of all the universal creation of time and space. 348.5, 31 minutes and 3.8 seconds. We deem that human beings are entitled to share our opinions, and that you are free to conjecture with us respecting the mystery of the ultimate destiny of the paradise core of finality. It seems evident to us that the present assignments of the perfected evolutionary creatures partake of the nature of postgraduate courses in universe understanding and superuniverse administration. And we all ask, why should the gods be so concerned in so thoroughly training surviving mortals in the technique of universe management? 4. Adopted Seraphim. 348.6, 31:4. 1. Many of the faithful seraphic guardians of mortals are permitted to go through the ascendant career with their human wards, and many of these guardian angels, after becoming father-fused, join their subjects in taking the Fina leader oath of eternity and forever accept the destiny of their mortal associates. Angels who pass through the ascending experience of mortal beings may share the destiny of human nature, they may equally and eternally be mustered into this core of the finality. Large numbers of the adopted and glorified seraphim are attached to the various non-mortal Fina leader core. 5. Glorified material sons. 349.1, 31:5. 1. There is provision in the universes of time and space whereby the Adamic citizens of the local systems, when long delayed in receiving planetary assignment, may initiate a petition for release from permanent citizenship status. And if granted, they join the ascending pilgrims on the universe capitals and thence proceed onward to paradise and the core of the finality. 349.2, 31:5. 2. When an advanced evolutionary world attains the later eras of the Age of Light and Life, the material sons, the planetary Adam and Eve, may elect to humanize, receive adjusters, and embark upon the evolutionary course of universe ascent leading to the core of mortal Fina leaders. Certain of these material sons have partially failed or technically defaulted in their mission as biologic accelerators, as Adam did on Urantia. And then are they compelled to take the natural course of the peoples of the realm, receive adjusters, pass through death, and progress by faith through the ascendant regime, subsequently attaining paradise and the core of the finality. 349. 3. 31 minutes and 5.3 seconds. These material sons are not to be found in many Fina leader companies. Their presence lends great potential to the possibilities of high service for such a group, and they are invariably chosen as its leaders. If both of the Ednic pair are attached to the same group, they are usually permitted to function jointly, as one personality. Such ascendant pairs are far more successful in the adventure of trinitizing than are the ascendant mortals. 6. Glorified midway creatures. 349.4, 31 minutes and 6.1 seconds. On many planets the midway creatures are produced in large numbers, but they seldom tarry on their native world subsequent to its being settled in light and life. Then, or soon thereafter, they are released from permanent citizenship status and start on the ascension to paradise, passing through the Urantia worlds, the superuniverse, and Havona in company with the mortals of time and space. 349.5, 31:6. 2. The midway creatures from various universes differ greatly in origin and nature, but they are all destined to one or another of the paradise finality core. The secondary midwayers are all eventually adjuster fused and are mustered into the mortal core. Many Finality companies have one of these glorified beings in their group. 7. The Evangels of Light. 349.6, 31:7. 1. At the present time every Finality company numbers 999 personalities of oath status, permanent members. The vacant place is occupied by the chief of attached Evangels of Light assigned on any single mission. But these beings are only transient members of the core. 349.7, 31 minutes and 7.2 seconds. Any celestial personality assigned to the service of any Finality core is denominated an Evangel of Light. These beings do not take the Finality oath, and though subject to the core organization they are not of permanent attachment. This group may embrace solitary messengers, Supernaphim, Supernaphim, paradise citizens, or their Trinitized offspring, any being required in the prosecution of a transient Finality assignment. Whether or not the core is to have these beings attached to the eternal mission, we do not know. At the conclusion of attachment these Evangels of Light resume their former status. 350.1, 31:7. 3. As the mortal core of the finality is at present constituted, there are just 6 classes of permanent members. The Finalities, as might be expected, engage in much speculation as to the identity of their future comrades, but there is little agreement among them. 350.2, 31:7. For we of Uversa often conjecture respecting the identity of the 7th group of Finalities. We entertain many ideas, embracing possible assignment of some of the accumulating core of the numerous Trinitized groups on Paradise, Vicejurington, and the inner Havona circuit. It is even conjectured that the core of the finality may be permitted to Trinitize many of their assistants in the work of universe administration in the event they are destined to the service of universes now in the making. 350.3, 31:7. 5. One of us holds the opinion that this vacant place in the core will be filled by some type of being of origin in the new universe of their future service. The other inclines to the belief that this place will be occupied by some type of paradise personality not yet created, eventuated, or trinitized. But we will most likely await the entrance of the Finalities upon their 7th stage of spirit attainment before we really know. 8. The Transcendentalers. 350.4, 31:8. One part of the perfected mortal's experience on Paradise as a Finality consists in the effort to achieve comprehension of the nature and function of more than 1,000 groups of the transcendental super-citizens of Paradise. Eventuated beings of absonite attributes. In their association with these super-personalities, the ascendant Finalities receive great assistance from the helpful guidance of numerous orders of transcendental ministers who are assigned to the task of introducing the evolved Finalities to their new paradise brethren. The entire order of the Transcendentalers live in the west of Paradise in a vast area which they exclusively occupy. 350.5, 31:8. 2. In the discussion of Transcendentalers we are restricted, not only by the limitations of human comprehension, but also by the terms of the mandate governing these disclosures concerning the personalities of Paradise. These beings are in no way connected with the mortal ascent to Havona. The vast host of the Paradise Transcendentalers have nothing whatever to do with the affairs of either Havona or the 7 superuniverses, being concerned only with the super-administration of the affairs of the Master Universe. 350.6, 31:8. 3. You, being a creature, can conceive of a creator, but you can hardly comprehend that there exists an enormous and diversified aggregation of intelligent beings who are neither creators nor creatures. These transcendentalers create no beings, neither were they ever created. In speaking of their origin, in order to avoid using a new term, an arbitrary and meaningless designation, we deem it best to say that transcendentalers simply eventuate. The deity absolute may well have been concerned in their origin and may be implicated in their destiny, but these unique beings are not now dominated by the deity absolute. They are subject to God the ultimate, and their present paradise sojourn is in every way Trinity supervised and directed. 351.1, 31:8. For although all mortals who attain paradise frequently fraternize with the transcendentalers as they do with the paradise citizens, it develops that man's first serious contact with a transcendentaler occurs on that eventful occasion when, as a member of a new Finaliter group, the mortal ascender stands in the Finaliter receiving circle as the Trinity Oath of Eternity is administered by the Chief of Transcendentalers, the presiding head of the Architects of the Master Universe. 9. Architects of the Master Universe. 351.2, 31 minutes and 9.1 seconds. The Architects of the Master Universe are the governing core of the Paradise Transcendentalers. This governing core numbers 28,011 personalities possessing master minds, superb spirits, and supernal absinites. The presiding officer of this magnificent group, the senior master architect, is the coordinating head of all paradise intelligences below the level of deity. 351.3, 31:9. 2. The 16th proscription of the mandate authorizing these narratives says, if deemed wise, the existence of the architects of the master universe and their associates may be disclosed, but their origin, nature, and destiny may not be fully revealed. We may, however, inform you that these master architects exist in 7 levels of the absinite. These 7 groups are classified as follows. 351.4, 31 minutes and 9.3 seconds. 1. The Paradise Level. Only the senior or first eventuated architect functions on this highest level of the absinite. This ultimate personality, neither creator or creature, eventuated in the dawn of eternity and now functions as the exquisite coordinator of paradise and its 21 worlds of associated activities. 351.5, 31 minutes and 9.4 seconds. 2. The Havona Level. The second architect eventuation yielded 3 master planners and absinite administrators, and they have always been devoted to the coordination of the 1 billion perfect spheres of the central universe. Paradise tradition asserts that these 3 architects, with the counsel of the pre-eventuated senior architect, contributed to the planning of Havona, but we really do not know. 351.6, 31 minutes and 9.5 seconds. 3. The Superuniverse Level. The third absinite level embraces the 7 master architects of the 7 superuniverses, who now, as a group, spend about equal time in the company of the 7 master spirits on paradise and with the 7 supreme executives on the 7 special worlds of the infinite spirit. They are the supercoordinators of the grand universe. 351.7, 31 minutes and 9.6 seconds. 4. The Primary Space Level. This group numbers 70 architects, and we conjecture that they are concerned with the ultimate plans for the first universe of outer space, now mobilizing beyond the borders of the present 7 superuniverses. 351.8, 31 minutes and 9.7 seconds. 5. The Secondary Space Level. This 5th core of architects numbers 490, and again we conjecture that they must be concerned with the second universe of outer space, where already our physicists have detected definite energy mobilizations. 352. 1, 31 minutes and 9.8 seconds. 6. The Tertiary Space Level. This 6th group of master architects numbers 3,430, and we likewise infer that they may be occupied with the gigantic plans for the 3rd universe of outer space. 352.2, 31 minutes and 9.9 seconds. 7. The Quartan Space Level. This, the final and largest core, consists of 24,010 master architects, and if our former conjectures are valid, it must be related to the fourth and last of the ever-increasing sized universes of outer space. 352.3, 31:9. 10. These 7 groups of master architects total 28,011 universe planners. On Paradise there is a tradition that far back in eternity there was attempted the eventuation of the 28,012th master architect, but that this being failed to absonatize, experiencing personality seizure by the universal absolute. It is possible that the ascending series of the master architects attained the limit of absonity in the 28,011th architect, and that the 28,012th attempt encountered the mathematical level of the presence of the absolute. In other words, at the 28,012th eventuation level the quality of absonity equivalated to the level of the universal and attained the value of the absolute. 352.4, 31:9. 11. In their functional organization the 3 supervising architects of Havona act as associate assistants to the solitary Paradise architect. The 7 architects of the superuniverses act as coordinates of the 3 supervisors of Havona. The 70 planners of the universes of the primary outer space level are at present serving as associate assistants to the 7 architects of the 7 superuniverses. 352.5, 31:9. 12. The architects of the master universe have at their disposal numerous groups of assistants and helpers, including 2 vast orders of force organizers, the primary eventuated and the associate transcendental. These master force organizers are not to be confused with the power directors, who are germane to the grand universe. 352.6, 31:9. 13. All beings produced by the union of the children of time and eternity, such as the Trinitized offspring of the Finaliters and the Paradise citizens, become wards of the master architects. But of all other creatures or entities revealed as functioning in the present organized universes, only solitary messengers and inspired Trinity spirits maintain any organic association with the Transcendentalers and the architects of the master universe. 352.7, 31 minutes and 9.14 seconds. The master architects contribute technical approval of the assignment of the creator suns to their space sites for the organization of the local universes. There is a very close association between the master architects and the Paradise creator suns, and while this relationship is unrevealed, you have been informed of the association of the architects and the grand universe supreme creators in the relationship of the first experiential Trinity. These 2 groups, together with the evolving and experiential supreme being, constitute the Trinity ultimate of transcendental values and master universe meanings. 10. The ultimate adventure. 352.8, 31:10. 1. The senior master architect has the oversight of the 7 core of the Finality, and they are 352.9, 31 minutes and 10.2 seconds 1. The core of mortal Finaliters. 352.10, 31 minutes and 10.3 seconds 2. The core of Paradise Finaliters. 352.11, 31 minutes and 10.4 seconds 3. The core of Trinitized Finaliters. 353.1, 31 minutes and 10.5 seconds 4. The core of Conjoint Trinitized Finaliters. 353.2, 31 minutes and 10.6 seconds 5. The core of Havona Finaliters. 353.3, 31 minutes and 10.7 seconds 6. The core of Transcendental Finaliters. 353.4, 31 minutes and 10.8 seconds 7. The core of Unrevealed Sons of Destiny. 353.5, 31 minutes and 10.9 seconds. Each of these destiny core has a presiding head, and the 7 constitute the Supreme Council of Destiny on Paradise. And during the present universe age Grand Fanda is the chief of this supreme body of universe assignment for the children of ultimate destiny. 353.6, 31:10. 10. The gathering together of these 7 Finaliter core signifies reality mobilization of potentials, personalities, minds, spirits, absonites, and experiential actualities that probably transcend even the future master universe functions of the Supreme Being. These 7 Finality core probably signify the present activity of the ultimate Trinity engaged in mustering the forces of the finite and the absonite in preparation for inconceivable developments in the universes of outer space. Nothing like this mobilization has taken place since the near times of eternity, when the Paradise Trinity similarly mobilized the then existing personalities of Paradise and Havona and commissioned them as administrators and rulers of the projected 7 superuniverses of time and space. The 7 Finality core represent the divinity response of the grand universe to the future needs of the undeveloped potentials in the outer universes of future eternal activities. 353.7, 31:10. 11 We venture the forecast of future and greater outer universes of inhabited worlds, new spheres peopled with new orders of exquisite and unique beings, a material universe sublime in its ultimacy. A vast creation lacking in only one important detail, the presence of actual finite experience in the universal life of ascendant existence. Such a universe will come into being under a tremendous experiential handicap, the deprivation of participation in the evolution of the Almighty Supreme. These outer universes will all enjoy the matchless ministry and supernal over-control of the Supreme Being, but the very fact of his active presence precludes their participation in the actualization of the Supreme Deity. 353.8, 31:10. 12 During the present universe age, the evolving personalities of the grand universe suffer many difficulties due to the incomplete actualization of the sovereignty of God the Supreme, but we are all sharing the unique experience of his evolution. We evolve in him and he evolves in us. Sometime in the eternal future the evolution of Supreme Deity will become a completed fact of universe history, and the opportunity to participate in this wonderful experience will have passed from the stage of cosmic action. 353.9, 31:10. 13 But those of us who have acquired this unique experience during the youth of the universe will treasure it throughout all future eternity. And many of us speculate that it may be the mission of the gradually accumulating reserves of the ascendant and perfected mortals of the core of the Finality, in association with the other 6 similarly recruiting core, to administer these outer universes in an effort to compensate their experiential deficiencies in not having participated in the time-space evolution of the Supreme Being. 353.10, 31 minutes and 10.14 seconds. These deficiencies are inevitable on all levels of universe existence. During the present universe age we of the higher levels of spiritual existences now come down to administer the evolutionary universes and minister to the ascending mortals, thus endeavoring to atone for their deficiencies in the realities of the higher spiritual experience. 354.1, 31 minutes and 10.15 seconds. But though we really know nothing about the plans of the architects of the master universe respecting these outer creations, nevertheless, of 3 things we are certain. 354.2, 31 minutes and 10.16 seconds. 1. There actually is a vast and new system of universes gradually organizing in the domains of outer space. New orders of physical creations, enormous and gigantic circles of swarming universes upon universes far out beyond the present bounds of the peopled and organized creations, are actually visible through your telescopes. At present, these outer creations are wholly physical, they are apparently uninhabited and seem to be devoid of creature administration. 354.3, 31 minutes and 10.17 seconds. 2. For ages upon ages there continues the unexplained and wholly mysterious paradise mobilization of the perfected and ascendant beings of time and space, in association with the 6 other Finality core. 354.4, 31 minutes and 10.18 seconds. 3. Concomitantly with these transactions the Supreme Person of Deity is powerizing as the Almighty Sovereign of the supercreations. 354.5, 31:10. 19 As we view this triune development, embracing creatures, universes, and deity, can we be criticized for anticipating that something new and unrevealed is approaching culmination in the master universe? Is it not natural that we should associate this age-long mobilization and organization of physical universes on such a hitherto unknown scale and the personality emergence of the Supreme Being with this stupendous scheme of upstepping the mortals of time to divine perfection and with their subsequent mobilization on paradise in the core of the finality, a designation and destiny enshrouded in universe mystery? It is increasingly the belief of all Uversa that the assembling core of the finality are destined to some future service in the universes of outer space, where we already are able to identify the clustering of at least 70,000 aggregations of matter, each of which is greater than any one of the present superuniverses. 354.6, 31:10. 20 evolutionary mortals are born on the planets of space, pass through the Urantia worlds, ascend the spirit universes, traverse the Havona spheres, find God, attain paradise, and are mustered into the primary core of the finality, therein to await the next assignment of universe service. There are 6 other assembling finality core, but Grand Fanda, the first mortal ascender, presides as paradise chief of all orders of Finaliters. And as we view this sublime spectacle, we all exclaim, what a glorious destiny for the animal origin children of time, the material sons of space. 354.7, 31:10. 21, jointly sponsored by a divine counselor and one without name and number authorized so to function by the Ancients of Days on Uversa. 354.8, 31:10. 22 These 31 papers depicting the nature of deity, the reality of paradise, the organization and working of the Central and Superuniverses, the personalities of the grand universe, and the high destiny of evolutionary mortals, were sponsored, formulated, and put into English by a High Commission consisting of 24 Orvantan administrators acting in accordance with a mandate issued by the Ancients of Days of Uversa directing that we should do this on Urantia, 606 of Satania, in Norlatiadec of Nebadon, in the year A.D. 1934. Part 2. The Local Universe. Paper 32. The Evolution of Local Universes. 357.1, 32 minutes and 0.1 second. A local universe is the handiwork of a creator son of the Paradise Order of Michael. It comprises 100 constellations, each embracing 100 systems of inhabited worlds. Each system will eventually contain approximately 1,000 inhabited spheres. 357.2, 32 minutes and 0.2 seconds. These universes of time and space are all evolutionary. The creative plan of the Paradise Michaels always proceeds along the path of gradual evolvement and progressive development of the physical, intellectual, and spiritual natures and capacities of the manifold creatures who inhabit the varied orders of spheres comprising such a local universe. 357.3, 32 minutes and 0.3 seconds. Urantia belongs to a local universe whose sovereign is the God-man of Nebadon, Jesus of Nazareth and Michael of Solvington. And all of Michael's plans for this local universe were fully approved by the Paradise Trinity before he ever embarked upon the supreme adventure of space. 357.4, 32:0. For the sons of God may choose the realms of their creator activities, but these material creations were originally projected and planned by the Paradise architects of the Master Universe. 1. Physical emergence of universes. 357.5, 32:1. 1. The pre-universe manipulations of space force and the primordial energies are the work of the Paradise Master Force organizers. But in the superuniverse domains, when emergent energy becomes responsive to local or linear gravity, they retire in favor of the power directors of the superuniverse concerned. 357.6, 32:1. 2. These power directors function alone in the pre-material and post-force phases of a local universe creation. There is no opportunity for a creator son to begin universe organization until the power directors have effected the mobilization of the space energies sufficiently to provide a material foundation, literal suns and material spheres, for the emerging universe. 357.7, 32 minutes and 1.3 seconds. The local universes are all approximately of the same energy potential, though they differ greatly in physical dimensions and may vary in visible matter content from time to time. The power charge and potential matter endowment of a local universe are determined by the manipulations of the power directors and their predecessors, as well as by the Creator Sun's activities and by the endowment of the inherent physical control possessed by his creative associate. 358.1, 32 minutes and 1.4 seconds. The energy charge of a local universe is approximately 1/100,000th of the force endowment of its superuniverse. In the case of Nebadon, your local universe, the mass materialization is a trifle less. Physically speaking, Nebadon possesses all of the physical endowment of energy and matter that may be found in any of the Urantian local creations. The only physical limitation upon the developmental expansion of the Nebadon universe consists in the quantitative charge of space energy held captive by the gravity control of the associated powers and personalities of the combined universe. Mechanism 358.2, 32 minutes and 1.5 seconds. When energy matter has attained a certain stage in mass materialization, a paradise Creator Sun appears upon the scene, accompanied by a creative daughter of the Infinite Spirit. Simultaneously with the arrival of the Creator Sun, work is begun upon the architectural sphere which is to become the headquarters world of the projected local universe. For long ages such a local creation evolves, suns become stabilized, planets form and swing into their orbits, while the work of creating the architectural worlds which are to serve as constellation headquarters and system capitals continues. 2. Universe organization 358.3, 32 minutes and 2.1 seconds. The Creator Suns are preceded in universe organization by the power directors and other beings originating in the third source and center. From the energies of space, thus previously organized, Michael, your Creator Sun, established the inhabited realms of the universe of Nebadon and ever since has been painstakingly devoted to their administration. From pre-existent energy these divine suns materialize visible matter, project living creatures, and with the cooperation of the universe presence of the Infinite Spirit, create a diverse retinue of spirit personalities. 358.4, 32:2. To these power directors and energy controllers who long preceded the Creator Sun in the preliminary physical work of universe organization later serve in magnificent liaison with this universe sun, forever remaining in associated control of those energies which they originally organized and circuitized. On Solvington there now function the same 100 power centers who cooperated with your Creator Sun in the original formation of this local universe. 358.5, 32:2. 3. The first completed act of physical creation in Nebadon consisted in the organization of the headquarters world, the architectural sphere of Solvington, with its satellites. From the time of the initial moves of the power centers and physical controllers to the arrival of the living staff on the completed spheres of Solvington, there intervened a little over 1 billion years of your present planetary time. The construction of Solvington was immediately followed by the creation of the 100 headquarters worlds of the projected constellations and the 10,000 headquarters spheres of the projected local systems of planetary control and administration, together with their architectural satellites. Such architectural worlds are designed to accommodate both physical and spiritual personalities as well as the intervening Urantia or transition stages of being. 359.1, 32:2. For Solvington, the headquarters of Nebadon, is situated at the exact energy mass center of the local universe. But your local universe is not a single astronomic system, though a large system does exist at its physical center. 359.2, 32:2. 5. Solvington is the personal headquarters of Michael of Nebadon, but he will not always be found there. While the smooth functioning of your local universe no longer requires the fixed presence of the Creator Sun at the capital sphere, this was not true of the earlier epochs of physical organization. A Creator Sun is unable to leave his headquarters world until such a time as gravity stabilization of the realm has been effected through the materialization of sufficient energy to enable the various circuits and systems to counterbalance one another by mutual material attraction. 359.3, 32 minutes and 2.6 seconds. Presently, the physical plan of a universe is completed, and the Creator Son, in association with the creative spirit, projects his plan of life creation. Whereupon does this representation of the infinite spirit begin her universe function as a distinct creative personality. When this first creative act is formulated and executed, there springs into being the bright and morning star, the personification of this initial creative concept of identity and ideal of divinity. This is the chief executive of the universe, the personal associate of the Creator Son, one like him in all aspects of character, though markedly limited in the attributes of divinity. 359.4, 32:2. 7. And now that the right-hand helper and chief executive of the Creator Son has been provided, there ensues the bringing into existence of a vast and wonderful array of diverse creatures. The sons and daughters of the local universe are forthcoming, and soon thereafter the government of such a creation is provided. Extending from the supreme councils of the universe to the fathers of the constellations and the sovereigns of the local systems, the aggregations of those worlds which are designed subsequently to become the homes of the varied mortal races of will creatures. And each of these worlds will be presided over by a planetary prince. 359.5, 32:2. 8. And then, when such a universe has been so completely organized and so repletely manned, does the Creator Son enter into the Father's proposal to create mortal man in their divine image. 359.6, 32:2. 9. The organization of planetary abodes is still progressing in Nebadon, for this universe is, indeed, a young cluster in the starry and planetary realms of Orvanton. At the last registry there were 3,840,101 inhabited planets in Nebadon, and Satania, the local system of your world, is fairly typical of other systems. 359.7, 32:2. 10. Satania is not a uniform physical system, a single astronomic unit or organization. Its 619 inhabited worlds are located in over 500 different physical systems. Only 5 have more than 2 inhabited worlds, and of these only one has 4 peopled planets, while there are 46 having 2 inhabited worlds. 359.8, 32:2. 11. The Satania system of inhabited worlds is far removed from Uversa and that great sun cluster which functions as the physical or astronomic center of the 7th superuniverse. From Jerusalem, the headquarters of Satania, it is over 200,000 light-years to the physical center of the superuniverse of Orvanton, far, far away in the dense diameter of the Milky Way. Satania is on the periphery of the local universe, and Nebadon is now well out towards the edge of Orvanton. From the outermost system of inhabited worlds to the center of the superuniverse is a trifle less than 250,000 light-years. 360.1, 32:2. 12. The universe of Nebadon now swings far to the south and east in the superuniverse circuit of Orvanton. The nearest neighboring universes are Avalon, Henzilon, Sanzilon, Portolan, Wolvering, Fanoving, and Alvaring. 360.2, 32:2. 13. But the evolution of a local universe is a long narrative. Papers dealing with the superuniverse introduce this subject, those of this section, treating of the local creations, continue it, while those to follow, touching upon the history and destiny of Urantia, complete the story. But you can adequately comprehend the destiny of the mortals of such a local creation only by a perusal of the narratives of the life and teachings of your Creator Son as he once lived the life of man, in the likeness of mortal flesh. On your own evolutionary world. 3. The evolutionary idea. 360.3, 32 minutes and 3.1 seconds. The only creation that is perfectly settled is Havona, the central universe, which was made directly by the thought of the Universal Father and the Word of the Eternal Son. Havona is an existential, perfect, and replete universe, surrounding the home of the eternal deities, the center of all things. The creations of the 7 superuniverses are finite, evolutionary, and consistently progressive. 360.4, 32:3. 2. The physical systems of time and space are all evolutionary in origin. They are not even physically stabilized until they are swung into the settled circuits of their superuniverses. Neither is a local universe settled in light and life until its physical possibilities of expansion and development have been exhausted, and until the spiritual status of all its inhabited worlds has been forever settled and stabilized. 360. 5, 32 minutes and 3.3 seconds. Except in the central universe, perfection is a progressive attainment. In the central creation we have a pattern of perfection, but all other realms must attain that perfection by the methods established for the advancement of those particular worlds or universes. And an almost infinite variety characterizes the plans of the Creator Sons for organizing, evolving, disciplining, and settling their respective local universes. 360.6, 32:3. For with the exception of the deity presence of the Father, every local universe is, in a certain sense, a duplication of the administrative organization of the central or pattern creation. Although the Universal Father is personally present in the residential universe, he does not indwell the minds of the beings originating in that universe as he does literally dwell with the souls of the mortals of time and space. There seems to be an all-wise compensation in the adjustment and regulation of the spiritual affairs of the far-flung creation. In the central universe the Father is personally present as such but absent in the minds of the children of that perfect creation. In the universes of space the Father is absent in person, being represented by his sovereign sons, while he is intimately present in the minds of his mortal children. Being spiritually represented by the pre-personal presence of the mystery monitors that reside in the minds of these will creatures. 360.7, 32 minutes and 3.5 seconds. On the headquarters of a local universe there reside all those creator and creative personalities who represent self-contained authority and administrative autonomy except the personal presence of the Universal Father. In the local universe there are to be found something of everyone and someone of almost every class of intelligent beings existing in the central universe except the Universal Father. Although the Universal Father is not personally present in a local universe, he is personally represented by its Creator Son, sometime vicegerent of God and subsequently supreme and sovereign ruler in his own right. 361.1, 32:3. 6. The farther down the scale of life we go, the more difficult it becomes to locate, with the eye of faith, the invisible Father. The lower creatures, and sometimes even the higher personalities, find it difficult always to envisage the Universal Father in his Creator Sons. And so, pending the time of their spiritual exaltation, when perfection of development will enable them to see God in person, they grow weary in progression, entertain spiritual doubts, stumble into confusion, and thus isolate themselves from the progressive spiritual aims of their time and universe. In this way they lose the ability to see the Father when beholding the Creator Son. The surest safeguard for the creature throughout the long struggle to attain the Father, during this time when inherent conditions make such attainment impossible, is tenaciously to hold on to the truth fact of the Father's presence in his sons. Literally and figuratively, spiritually and personally, the Father and the sons are one. It is a fact, he who has seen a Creator Son has seen the Father. 361.2, 32:3. 7. The personalities of a given universe are settled and dependable, at the start, only in accordance with their degree of kinship to deity. When creature origin departs sufficiently far from the original and divine sources, whether we are dealing with the sons of God or the creatures of ministry belonging to the infinite Spirit, there is an increase in the possibility of disharmony, confusion, and sometimes rebellion, sin. 361.3, 32 minutes and 3.8 seconds. Excepting perfect beings of deity origin, all will creatures in the superuniverses are of evolutionary nature, beginning in lowly estate and climbing ever upward, in reality inward. Even highly spiritual personalities continue to ascend the scale of life by progressive translations from life to life and from sphere to sphere. And in the case of those who entertain the mystery monitors, there is indeed no limit to the possible heights of their spiritual ascent and universe attainment. 361.4, 32:3. 9. The perfection of the creatures of time, when finally achieved, is wholly an acquirement, a bona fide personality possession. While the elements of grace are freely admixed, nevertheless, the creature attainments are the result of individual effort and actual living, personality reaction to the existing environment. 361.5, 32:3. 10. The fact of animal evolutionary origin does not attach stigma to any personality in the sight of the universe, as that is the exclusive method of producing one of the two basic types of finite intelligent will creatures. When the heights of perfection and eternity are attained, all the more honor to those who began at the bottom and joyfully climbed the ladder of life, round by round, and who, when they do reach the heights of glory, will have gained a personal experience which embodies an actual knowledge of every phase of life from the bottom to the top. 361.6, 32 minutes and 3.11 seconds. In all this is shown the wisdom of the creators. It would be just as easy for the Universal Father to make all mortals perfect beings, to impart perfection by His divine word. But that would deprive them of the wonderful experience of the adventure and training associated with the long and gradual inward climb, an experience to be had only by those who are so fortunate as to begin at the very bottom of living existence. 362.1, 32 minutes and 3.12 seconds. In the universe's encircling Havona there are provided only a sufficient number of perfect creatures to meet the need for pattern teacher guides for those who are ascending the evolutionary scale of life. The experiential nature of the evolutionary type of personality is the natural cosmic complement of the ever-perfect natures of the Paradise Havona creatures. In reality, both perfect and perfected creatures are incomplete as regards finite totality. But in the complemental association of the existentially perfect creatures of the Paradise Havona system with the experientially perfected Finaliters ascending from the evolutionary universes, both types find release from inherent limitations and thus may conjointly attempt to reach the sublime heights of the ultimate of creature status. 362.2, 32:3. 13. These creature transactions are the universe repercussions of actions and reactions within the sevenfold deity, wherein the eternal divinity of the Paradise Trinity is conjoined with the evolving divinity of the supreme creators of the time-space universes in, by, and through the power-actualizing deity of the Supreme Being. 362.3, 32 minutes and 3.14 seconds. The divinely perfect creature and the evolutionary perfected creature are equal in degree of divinity potential, but they differ in kind. Each must depend on the other to attain supremacy of service. The evolutionary superuniverses depend on perfect Havona to provide the final training for their ascending citizens. But so does the perfect central universe require the existence of the perfecting superuniverses to provide for the full development of its descending inhabitants. 362.4, 32 minutes and 3.15 seconds. The two prime manifestations of finite reality, innate perfection and evolved perfection, be they personalities or universes, are coordinate, dependent, and integrated. Each requires the other to achieve completion of function, service, and destiny. 4. God's relation to a local universe. 362.5, 32:4. 1. Do not entertain the idea that, since the Universal Father has delegated so much of himself and his power to others, he is a silent or inactive member of the deity partnership. Aside from personality domains and adjuster bestowal, he is apparently the least active of the paradise deities in that he allows his deity coordinates, his sons, and numerous created intelligences to perform so much in the carrying out of his eternal purpose. He is the silent member of the creative trio only in that he never does aught which any of his coordinate or subordinate associates can do. 362.6, 32:4. 2. God has full understanding of the need of every intelligent creature for function and experience, and therefore, in every situation, be it concerned with the destiny of a universe or the welfare of the humblest of his creatures, God retires from activity in favor of the galaxy of creature and creator personalities who inherently intervene between himself and any given universe situation or creative event. But notwithstanding this retirement, this exhibition of infinite coordination, there is on God's part an actual, literal, and personal participation in these events by and through these ordained agencies and personalities. The Father is working in and through all these channels for the welfare of all his far-flung creation. 363. 1. 32:4. 3. As regards the policies, conduct, and administration of a local universe, the Universal Father acts in the person of his Creator Son. In the interrelationships of the sons of God, in the group associations of the personalities of origin in the third source and center, or in the relationship between any other creatures, such as human beings, as concerns such associations the Universal Father never intervenes. The law of the Creator Son, the rule of the constellation fathers, the system sovereigns, and the planetary princes, the ordained policies and procedures for that universe, always prevail. There is no division of authority. Never is there a cross-working of divine power and purpose. The deities are in perfect and eternal unanimity. 363.2, 32:4. For the Creator's Son rules supreme in all matters of ethical associations, the relations of any division of creatures to any other class of creatures or of two or more individuals within any given group. But such a plan does not mean that the Universal Father may not in his own way intervene and do aught that pleases the divine mind with any individual creature throughout all creation, as pertains to that individual's present status or future prospects and as concerns the Father's eternal plan and infinite purpose. 363.3, 32 minutes and 4.5 seconds. In the mortal will creatures the Father is actually present in the indwelling adjuster, a fragment of his pre-personal spirit, and the Father is also the source of the personality of such a mortal will creature. 363.4, 32:4. 6. These thought adjusters, the bestowals of the Universal Father, are comparatively isolated. They indwell human minds but have no discernible connection with the ethical affairs of a local creation. They are not directly coordinated with the seraphic service nor with the administration of systems, constellations, or a local universe, not even with the rule of a Creator Son, whose will is the supreme law of his universe. 363.5, 32:4. 7. The indwelling adjusters are one of God's separate but unified modes of contact with the creatures of his all but infinite creation. Thus does he who is invisible to mortal man manifest his presence, and could he do so, he would show himself to us in still other ways, but such further revelation is not divinely possible. 363.6, 32:4. 8. We can see and understand the mechanism whereby the sons enjoy intimate and complete knowledge regarding the universes of their jurisdiction. But we cannot fully comprehend the methods whereby God is so fully and personally conversant with the details of the universe of universes, although we at least can recognize the avenue whereby the Universal Father can receive information regarding and manifest his presence to the beings of his immense creation. Through the personality circuit the Father is cognizant, has personal knowledge, of all the thoughts and acts of all the beings in all the systems of all the universes of all creation. Though we cannot fully grasp this technique of God's communion with his children, we can be strengthened in the assurance that the Lord knows his children, and that of each one of us he takes note where we were born. 363.7, 32:4. 9. In your universe and in your heart the Universal Father is present, spiritually speaking, by one of the 7 master spirits of central abode and, specifically, by the divine adjuster who lives and works and waits in the depths of the mortal mind. 363.8, 32 minutes and 4.10 seconds. God is not a self-centered personality. The Father freely distributes himself to his creation and to his creatures. He lives and acts, not only in the deities, but also in his sons, whom he entrusts with the doing of everything that it is divinely possible for them to do. The Universal Father has truly divested himself of every function which it is possible for another being to perform. And this is just as true of mortal man as of the Creator Son who rules in God's stead at the headquarters of a local universe. Thus we behold the outworking of the ideal and infinite love of the Universal Father. 364.1, 32 minutes and 4.11 seconds. In this universal bestowal of himself we have abundant proof of both the magnitude and the magnanimity of the Father's divine nature. If God has withheld aught of himself from the universal creation, then of that residue he is in lavish generosity bestowing the thought adjusters upon the mortals of the realms, the mystery monitors of time, who so patiently indwell the mortal candidates for life everlasting. 364.2, 32 minutes and 4.12 seconds. The Universal Father has poured out himself, as it were, to make all creation rich in personality possession and potential spiritual attainment. God has given us himself that we may be like him, and he has reserved for himself of power and glory only that which is necessary for the maintenance of those things for the love of which he has thus divested himself of all things else. 5. The Eternal and Divine Purpose. 364.3, 32 minutes and 5.1 seconds. There is a great and glorious purpose in the march of the universes through space. All of your mortal struggling is not in vain. We are all part of an immense plan, a gigantic enterprise, and it is the vastness of the undertaking that renders it impossible to see very much of it at any one time and during any one life. We are all a part of an eternal project which the gods are supervising and outworking. The whole marvelous and universal mechanism moves on majestically through space to the music of the meter of the infinite thought and the eternal purpose of the first great source and center. 364.4, 32:5. 2. The eternal purpose of the eternal God is a high spiritual ideal. The events of time and the struggles of material existence are but the transient scaffolding which bridges over to the other side, to the promised land of spiritual reality and supernal existence. Of course, you mortals find it difficult to grasp the idea of an eternal purpose. You are virtually unable to comprehend the thought of eternity, something never beginning and never ending. Everything familiar to you has an end. 364.5, 32:5. 3. As regards an individual life, the duration of a realm, or the chronology of any connected series of events, it would seem that we are dealing with an isolated stretch of time. Everything seems to have a beginning and an end. And it would appear that a series of such experiences, lives, ages, or epochs, when successively arranged, constitutes a straightaway drive, an isolated event of time flashing momentarily across the infinite face of eternity. But when we look at all this from behind the scenes, a more comprehensive view and a more complete understanding suggest that such an explanation is inadequate, disconnected, and wholly unsuited properly to account for, and otherwise to correlate, the transactions of time with the underlying purposes and basic reactions of eternity. 364.6, 32:5. For to me it seems more fitting, for purposes of explanation to the mortal mind, to conceive of eternity as a cycle and the eternal purpose as an endless circle, a cycle of eternity in some way synchronized with the transient material cycles of time. As regards the sectors of time connected with, and forming a part of, the cycle of eternity, we are forced to recognize that such temporary epochs are born, live, and die just as the temporary beings of time are born, live, and die. Most human beings die because, having failed to achieve the spirit level of adjuster fusion, the metamorphosis of death constitutes the only possible procedure whereby they may escape the fetters of time and the bonds of material creation, thereby being enabled to strike spiritual step with the progressive procession of eternity. Having survived the trial life of time and material existence, it becomes possible for you to continue on in touch with, even as a part of, eternity, swinging on forever with the worlds of space around the circle of the eternal ages. 365.1, 32:5. 5. The sectors of time are like the flashes of personality in temporal form. They appear for a season, and then they are lost to human sight, only to reappear as new actors and continuing factors in the higher life of the endless swing around the eternal circle. Eternity can hardly be conceived as a straightaway drive, in view of our belief in a delimited universe moving over a vast, elongated circle around the central dwelling place of the Universal Father. 365.2, 32:5. 6. Frankly, eternity is incomprehensible to the finite mind of time. You simply cannot grasp it, you cannot comprehend it. I do not completely visualize it, and even if I did, it would be impossible for me to convey my concept to the human mind. Nevertheless, I have done my best to portray something of our viewpoint, to tell you somewhat of our understanding of things eternal. I am endeavoring to aid you in the crystallization of your thoughts about these values which are of infinite nature and eternal import. 365.3, 32:5. 7. There is in the mind of God a plan which embraces every creature of all his vast domains, and this plan is an eternal purpose of boundless opportunity, unlimited progress, and endless life. And the infinite treasures of such a matchless career are yours for the striving. 365.4, 32 minutes and 5.8 seconds. The goal of eternity is ahead. The adventure of divinity attainment lies before you. The race for perfection is on. Whosoever may enter, and certain victory will crown the efforts of every human being who will run the race of faith and trust. Depending every step of the way on the leading of the indwelling adjuster and on the guidance of that good spirit of the universe Son, which so freely has been poured out upon all flesh. 365.5, 32 minutes and 5.9 seconds, presented by a mighty messenger temporarily attached to the Supreme Council of Nebadon and assigned to this mission by Gabriel of Solvington.